I was a survivor of a global flood, but was killed and eaten by my girlfriend Yuanqiu. Unexpectedly, I was reborn 7 days before the end of the world. I activated the system and got a space backpack. After I confirmed that this was not a dream, I decided to take revenge. I ordered takeout and ate a lot, then bought a lot of supplies online, and got 2 million from a loan shark through a mortgage. I also received a call from Yuanqiu and decided to spend some time with her. I bought her a necklace, took her to a fancy restaurant, and finally asked her to pay the bill and took back the necklace. Can I use the system to stockpile enough supplies before the end of the world, take revenge on Yuanqiu, and survive in this flooded world? My journey of rebirth is full of challenges and opportunities. The sun is high above the vast ocean. A kayak was floating on the sea with a man and a woman on it. The man was tied to a kayak, with countless cuts on his body, and blood dripping onto the kayak. The woman held a worn wooden bowl and poured sea water on him continuously. The salt gradually seeped into his body, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Yuanqiu. Yuanqiu. Please let me go, please let me go. Who kept wailing. The one called Yuanqiu is his girlfriend. No, to be precise, this was his girlfriend whom he had been licking for a long time. After the doomsday came, she reluctantly agreed to be with Huyu. That day, heavy rain swept across the world. At that time, everyone thought it was just a simple rain. But 3 days later, the rain showed no sign of stopping, and drainage systems around the world were completely paralyzed. 5 days later, 10% of the world's land was flooded. People began to panic and rioted on a large scale. Robbing, pillaging, escaping, everyone was struggling to stay alive. 15 days later, 30% of the world's land was flooded. The social order completely collapsed. People are trapped in a primitive society, where whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The price of a bottle of fresh water has been driven up to be more expensive than the same weight of gold. 30 days later, 60% of the world's land was flooded. Humanity has fallen into despair, with less than 10% of the world's total population surviving. Faith becomes the only strength for everyone at this moment. 49 days passed. All land in the world was completely submerged. The heavy rain finally stopped. Huyu and the others have lived from the very beginning of the rain to the present day. But they had nothing left except this kayak, a wooden bowl and a dagger. Baby. Yuanqiu poured another bowl of sea water on Huyu, bent down, and stroked his face with her hands. Do you know why I chose you instead of other liquors? Huyu seemed to have thought of something and looked at her with wide eyes. Grain reserves. It seems you guessed it. Yuanqiu's fingers gently stroked his chest, the coolness of her fingertips bringing a different kind of stimulation. You are the heaviest and healthiest one among all of you, and you are still a virgin. As long as I make you into pickled meat, I can at least live another 10 days. As for the others, I'm afraid their kidneys are not even as big as a chicken, so there's no point in keeping them. Don't worry, I will put your heart closest to my heart when the time comes. Yuanqiu touched her belly and said, It's right here, do you see it? Everything will be as you wish, and we will be together forever. You will own me completely, and I will own you completely. Mad. You are a madman. Huyu roared, and his pale and cracked lips trembled constantly. 50 days later, everyone's life has changed dramatically. Who wouldn't be crazy? Baby, how can you scold me? Isn't this what you want from the bottom of your heart? Forever. As Yuanqiu spoke, she took out a dagger and stabbed it into Huyu's heart. She leaned close to Huyu's face and gave him a last kiss. Stay with me. Puff. Huyu spat out a mouthful of blood. I felt a blackness in front of my eyes, and the pain, vision, smell, and finally hearing began to fade away. He could faintly hear the sound of gnawing beside him. The next moment, the Wuming Mountains are connected to other mountains, and the moonlight shines on the Xiangshui beach. Huyu opened his eyes subconsciously and touched his chest the first thing he did. The knife wound is gone. The heart is still there. Wait. This is... He opened his eyes and looked around, and found that this was his bedroom. I am reborn. Huyu immediately picked up his phone, turned off the alarm, and looked at the time on the screen. July 6, 2024, Saturday, 7 a.m. He made an appointment with Yuanchio to go to the movies together, and planned to get up early in the morning, pack up, take a shower, etc. Just 7 days later. On July 13th, at 7 p.m., the first heavy rain will fall. All in all, the end of the world will come in 180 hours. Of course, the premise is that everything you have experienced before is real and not a dream. Bite. A crisp sound was heard. A dialog box popped up in front of Huyu. System activation successful. Host, Huyu. System level, 1. System function, space backpack. Distance to next upgrade, 0/1. Note 1, the host will gain 1 experience point for each day they survive, and more functions will be unlocked after the system is upgraded. Note 2, the size of the space backpack is unlimited. Any non-biological items can be stored in the space backpack. All items will be stored separately and will not change in quality due to any factors. Note 3, all items within 1 meter of the space can be directly put into the space backpack. Is this a system? Huyu's mind moved, and he tentatively put the TV hanging in front of him into the space backpack. In just a moment, the TV disappeared from sight, and in another moment, it reappeared. He looked at the prompt box in front of him and confirmed one thing. What I just experienced was not a dream. The end of the world is really coming. The figure of Yuanchio appeared in Huyu's mind. The two of them lived in the same building. He lived on the 24th floor and Yuanchio lived on the 3rd floor. In the previous life, after a rainstorm, he kindly took Yuanchio in and they became lovers. A lot of things happened during this period. He originally thought that the two of them would support each other all the way, but who knew? After the last bit of food is eaten, you become food too. It was a scam from the beginning. Now that I have a system in this life, I must do something. Yuanchio, I will make you feel an experience 100 times more painful than mine. Huyu got up immediately, and after a quick wash, the first thing he did was order takeout. After rebirth, the physical hunger did not appear, but the psychological appetite reached its peak. He looked at the hamburger, fried chicken, cola, and milk tea in front of him and started to show off. After showing off, he burped with satisfaction. Let's go online and buy some things first. It's already noon. Huyu made some plans and ordered everything he needed online, including instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and even various beverages. He bought 10 boxes in total. Especially mineral water. 5L package, directly 100 barrels. As for the payment methods, anyway, I tried all the online loans I could get, including Huabei, Haishio, and a certain group. 1 hour later. He successfully owed 500,000 yuan in debt, and the things he bought were enough to open a large supermarket. But even so, it's still not enough. If he ate it alone, it would be enough to keep him moisturized throughout the rainy season. What about after the rainstorm? No one knows what will happen after global oceanization, so just in case, we should be more prepared. It's best to prepare everything you need for this life. In addition to food, there are also medical care, weapons, entertainment, and humans. If you live alone, even with a cat or dog to keep you company, your old age will be very lonely. Of course, the people you choose must also be very reliable. Otherwise it would be terrible if there was another Yuanchio. It would be nice to have a boat. On the 20th day of the rainy season, he saw with his own eyes a wealthy man sailing out to the ocean on a luxury cruise ship. There are even boat tickets leaked. There are 2 types of prices, one is food that is 20 times your body weight, and the other is, yourself. Only the best goddesses with great figures and great looks can pay for the latter. As long as they were on the boat, they would be his personal property, and his life and death would be decided by him. At that time, Yuanchio also wanted to go on board. It's a pity that she is not qualified. But Huyu is just a college student who has just graduated for 2 years. Apart from the house left by his parents, he only has a little over 20,000 yuan in savings. It's enough to buy a small speedboat, but it's not enough for a yacht or something. As for stealing, the space backpack can hold all the things, but I'm afraid I won't be able to get away after doing it. 7 more days. The only way is to try the methods in the criminal code. Make money. Huyu's only advantage now is his spatial ability, but places like banks and gold shops are equipped with surveillance cameras. Even if he can take objects remotely, it may still arouse suspicion. I never thought about being reborn in my previous life, otherwise I would have memorized a lottery number or two. Now there is only one way. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich from the loan company to help my own poverty. Loan companies like those usually keep some cash in safes. As long as you find this kind of safe, you will have room for maneuver. Huyu took his own property certificate and began running around between major banks with only one goal in mind. Mortgage. But every time he went through the process, he would leave with the property certificate instead of choosing to handle it at the bank. Soon, a spirited young man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses came up. "Hey, man, are you short of money?" "Right." Huyu was immediately possessed by the movie Emperor. During the 2 months of the apocalypse, the first thing he learned was to speak differently to different people. His acting skills have already reached the point where he can easily beat all the popular young actors. "Brother." He immediately hid the property deed under his armpit and asked softly, "Do you have any connections?" "As long as you have collateral, we have a way." What a coincidence. Huyu held out the property certificate and said, "Look, this is it." "Okay." The energetic young man responded and immediately turned around. "Come on, brother, I'll show you a way." Soon, Huyu was taken to a tea house. The first floor is where tea is normally sold, and on the second floor there is a huge wooden table, in front of which sits an elegant middle-aged man. When he saw someone coming, he slowly said, "Are you a guest? Come and sit down. How about trying this year's new tea? It's already July, and there's still new tea." "You're lying to me, I don't understand, right?" Huyu smiled and walked forward, put the house deed in his arms and asked, "What's the boss's name?" "Just call me Lao Tian." The middle-aged man raised his hand and said, "Come, sit down. What business do you want to do?" "Boss Tian." Huyu sat down and pushed the property deed in front of him. "I want to take out a loan." "I heard you have a connection." "As for loans, no, but I do have some for selling tea." Are you just sitting here and having fun?" Huyu knew what he meant, but he still snorted and was about to stand up, but was held down by a strongman behind him. "Hey, don't worry, little brother." Boss Tian took a sip of tea and said in detail, "You mortgage your house to me and I will lend you money without interest, but as a friend, you have to buy some tea from me. So, you understand, don't you?" "I understand." Huyu pondered for a few breaths, then asked, "How much tea do you want to buy? How much do you want to borrow?" 2 million, this house is worth much more than that." "How many days?" 1 month. Boss Tian was immediately delighted and took out a box of tea from under the table. "This tea is new this year, 1 box is 10,000, brother, buy 40 boxes to try." 40 boxes, that means 400,000 interest a month. That's really cruel. Too many. In order not to arouse suspicion, Huyu frowned and said, "Boss Tian, can you buy less?" Boss Tian's expression changed instantly, and he raised his hand to drink tea. "See you out." "I'll buy it. But I want cash." "Good." Boss Tian forced a smile on his face again and turned to look behind him. "Shaoli, make the contract." "Okay, boss." Huyu then picked up the teacup, took a sip, and watched Boss Tian stand up and walk to the back of the tea room. "If I'm not mistaken, the money from loan sharking is in there." After a while, Boss Tian came over with 2 large handbags, placed them on the table, and held them down with his hands. "Young man, let me ask you something. What are you going to do with this money?" Huyu had prepared his words long ago. He quietly leaned close to Boss Tian's ear and whispered like a thief, "Boss Tian, I told you this because I think you are a righteous man. I have inside information. As soon as the market opens on Monday." All right, all right." Boss Tian didn't finish listening to the words. He pushed the money forward and cupped his hands. "I won't listen to insider information like this. Brother, I wish you good fortune and prosperity." "Okay." Huyu picked up the handbag, felt the weight of the sediment inside, turned around and walked out. "Thank you, Boss Tian." It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we left the tea house. The cell phone suddenly rang. You opened the screen and saw that the caller was Yuancio. That's right. The movie should have started at this time. Food, stored. If you want to store more food, you have to wait until dark, and there is no rush for money. How about? Just play with her first. As soon as you picked up the phone, he heard a coquettish voice from the other end. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Sorry. You smiled and apologized. I just went to prepare a surprise for you. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Snort. Yuancio snorted, that's more like it, but, if the surprise later is not good enough, I won't forgive you. Don't worry. You hung up the phone, turned around and walked into the Van Cleef and Arpels counter and bought a 4-leaf clover necklace for a little over 20,000 yuan. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. I remember that in the previous life, she promised to go out to watch a movie just for this necklace. At that time, he had already caught a black carp, so he had no time to think about these things. He just swiped his card to pay and thought about the night of passion. But this woman was so good. She said that the gas was not turned off at her best friend's house, and then she turned around and left with the necklace on. Now think about it. The gas is not turned off. I'm afraid I'll have to rush to the next show overnight. Now, it's my turn to fish you. You walked slowly to the cinema carrying the necklace. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the movie was almost halfway through. Yuancio just sat in the waiting area, looking towards the elevator from time to time. The moment you came out, her anger finally found an outlet. The moment you saw her, his heart couldn't stop trembling. Fear struck, and scenes from my previous life instantly appeared in my mind. He suppressed his trembling and stepped out of the elevator. The sound of high heels echoed in the lobby of the theater, attracting everyone's attention. It's over. This guy is so late, something must be wrong. Humph. You deserve it. He made a girl wait for so long, he should break up with him. The voices of the onlookers rang out one after another. Everyone is waiting for the big news to break out. But you just handed the bag in her hand forward. When she saw the logo on the bag, her anger instantly dissipated. Van Cleef and Arpels. I guess this guy knows something. Here, a surprise for you. Snort. Yuancio took the bag, but still pouted, don't think that buying me a gift can make it up to me. I have been looking forward to this movie for a long time. Looking forward to the movie. If you hadn't fallen asleep the last time you watched this thing, I would have almost believed it. You really just open your mouth and speak. How about you open it and take a look first? You forced a smile, maybe you will like it. Yuancio did not answer, but took out the necklace box from the bag, opened it and saw that it was the one she had been fond of for a long time. Joy dilutes anger. Have you seen my circle of friends? Humph, that's better. Yuancio's tone was filled with satisfaction. She passed the box behind her and said in a condescending tone, come on, put it on for me. Okay. You picked up the necklace, passed it through her fair and slender neck, and held both ends of the necklace tightly with both hands. With just a little force, I can strangle this thing to death. Forget it. Not to mention that we are still living in a society ruled by law. If we just kill her like this, it would be too easy for her. The end of the world hasn't come yet, let her enjoy it slowly. Under the gaze of everyone, you finally put the necklace on her. Yuancio turned around, put her slender fingers on her collarbone, and smiled, how is it? Does it look good? Nice. You nodded. In terms of looks, Yuancio has a good foundation, a good figure, and superb makeup skills, otherwise she would not have become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Of course, if the end of the world comes, these things will only turn into sharp swords that stab her. If you hadn't risked his life to protect her, she wouldn't have survived even a week, let alone the rainy season. But who knew later? You shook his head and threw the image out of his mind, the movie has started, let's not wait for the next one, let's go eat directly. Okay. Yuancio responded happily and even took Huyu's arm, what are we going to eat? Yutan, right. Huyu casually uttered a name, Haven't you always wanted to eat at that restaurant? It was one of the highest standard restaurants in the city. The average per capita consumption is around 4 figures, and if some top-notch ingredients and drinks are added, it is likely to soar to 5 figures. The last time Yuanqio went out to eat with a rich man, she boasted about it on her circle of friends for 3 days. Really? Yuanqio's eyes lit up. She didn't even wait for Huyu to answer, nor did she ask where he got so much money. She took out her cell phone and made a call. I have their contact information. I'll order food. Huyu nodded, feeling the softness on his arm was a bit piercing. Evening. As soon as the two arrived at the restaurant, the waiter came to greet them immediately. Excuse me, is this Miss Yi? Yes. Yuanqio raised her head and replied. Hello, Miss Yi. The waiter bowed respectfully and said, we have reserved room number 9 for you. Welcome. Well, lead the way. Led by the waiter, the two came to the private room. Yuanqio took the menu and started ordering food. Huyu picked up his phone and started taking pictures. Are there any wild yellow croakers today? Today we have 2 of them. The price is 3,980 yuan per caddy, one is 2.5 caddies, and the other is 3 caddies. Yuanqio glanced at Huyu, who was playing with his mobile phone inconspicuously, and found that he was not moving, so she made a decision immediately. I want both. 2. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Miss Yi, if 2 people are eating, 1 is enough. It's fine. Yuanqio took the menu and continued to scan the other dishes. My brother didn't come today, so I packed some for him to take back. She said and looked at Huyu again. Baby, is it okay? The word baby almost brought out Huyu's PTSD. Younger brother. In her previous life, I never saw that she had a younger brother. He could only force a smile. It's okay. Great. I love you the most. Mua. A 3-part act of coquetry ends. Yuanqio continued to order food. Where's the king crab? Yes, the price is 2. 4 bowls of millet and sea cucumber. Roast duck with white truffle, 4 servings. 2 soft-boiled abalones, 4 of them. 15 minutes later. Yuanqio finally finished ordering the dishes. Huyu glanced at the prices on the menu. Okay. 80,800, plus the 10% service fee, it's exactly 88,800. Seeing that Huyu didn't move after ordering so many dishes, Yuanqio raised her red wine glass with twinkling eyes. Come on, dear, cheers. Come on, cheers. Huyu smiled and took a sip of red wine. Waiting for the food to be served. One after another, top-notch delicacies were served on the table. Huyu didn't move his chopsticks until... Honey, you're still playing with your phone. Eat. Okay. When Huyu heard her say that, he immediately started showing off. Of course, the phone was also kept on recording and placed next to me. The meal lasted for 2 hours before it was finally over. All the food in front of Huyu was eaten up, but there was still a lot of food left in front of Yuanqio. Please pay for it. As Yuanqio gave the order, the waiter came in with the packaged food and handed the bill to Huyu. What? Huyu glanced at the waiter and asked in confusion. The meal was ordered by that lady, the dishes were ordered by that lady, and even she was the one who paid the bill. Why did you give me the bill? I'm sorry, sir. The waiter immediately apologized and turned around and walked to Yuanqio. Huyu. Yuanqio immediately slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Huyu pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth, and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at himself as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh. By the way, thank you Missy for the treat. After that, he pressed the stop button and smiled at Yuanqio. I filmed the whole meal. Missy, you don't want this video to be seen by your fans, right? Yuanqio values her reputation the most. Even though she is just a small internet celebrity, if this video gets out, her career as an internet celebrity will be ruined. Good. Very good. Yuanqio laughed in anger. I didn't say I would treat you to this meal, did I? At worst, we can split the bill. Hey. Don't. Hu opened the video and moved the progress bar to the part where Yuanqiu asked him to eat. Video playback. Look, I only started eating because you told me to. Yuanqiu was so angry that her face turned red. No wonder this bastard didn't touch his chopsticks just now. Waiting here. Thank you again, Miss Yi, for treating me to dinner. Hu stood up at the right time, used the space backpack to retrieve the necklace from her neck, turned around and walked out, not forgetting to give her a thumbs up. Miss Yi, you are such a nice person. Turn around and close the door. Bang. Yuanqiu's voice came from the private room. Her tone was still condescending. If you don't want the packed things, return them to me. I'll leave the remaining money here for my necklace. Tomorrow. Wait. Where's my necklace? A smile appeared on Hu's lips. This bitch ate my food and drank my drinks in her last life, and now she ate me. These are just interest. Wait until the end of the world comes, and then I will slowly settle the score with you. He turned and walked out. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights are coming on. In the bustling city, countless people began their nightlife. They didn't know, and couldn't even imagine, what would happen 7 days later, no, 166 hours later to be exact. The world will be completely changed. It's already this late, I think Boss Tian should be off work. Now, it's time for me to go to work. Hu walked all the way towards the tea house. When he arrived, he just saw the lights in the tea house being turned off. After Boss Tian went downstairs, he got into a Mercedes and left. Hu waited there for a while, and after confirming that there was no one in the tea house, he changed his clothes from his space backpack and quietly came to the gate. With a thought, the door disappeared in an instant. He walked into the tea house and closed the door again. I turned on the flashlight on my cell phone, went all the way upstairs, and quickly found where Boss Tian had put the money. The half-man-high safe was right behind the tea room, without any concealment. Hu repeated the same method and put the safe door into the space, and the things stored inside instantly came into view. 4-layer safe. The bottom layer contains cash, estimated to be around 5 million. The second layer was filled with gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, and there were hundreds of them. The third layer is various contracts. When looking at the fourth floor, Hu's pupils suddenly trembled. That is. Guns. Take them away. Take them all. It was a black pistol, the model was unclear, and there was a box of bullets next to it. Including the contract on the third level, Hu took away everything in one go. The contract is of course useless to him, but it can be used to confuse people. After dealing with the scene, Hu ran home in a flash. He didn't expect that Boss Tian was so powerful that he could even get a gun. Now I have the money and the weapons to keep me safe. The next step is to think about how to cash in the gold bars and exchange them for supplies. The current price of gold is 600 yuan per gram, and there are exactly 100 500-gram gold bars in the safe, which means 30 million. The money was enough for him to buy a small yacht. If you sell gold bars in large quantities in this city, Boss Tian will definitely find out. You have to slip away first. Go home now, pack your things and go to the airport. By the earliest flight to Australia Island. 40 million would attract attention in other cities, but for that place, it would be just a drop in the ocean. It just so happens that there should be what I need there. Hu ran 2 blocks away before he called a car to rush home. He walked all the way back to the community and took the elevator, feeling uneasy all the way. Even if he has experienced doomsday, he will still feel unprecedented excitement when doing this kind of thing. With this money, it is enough to complete his initial preparations. Ding! The elevator door opens. Hu walked out of the elevator and subconsciously looked towards his door. Just one glance and he was stunned for a moment. People. All people. 10 burly men were blocking the door of his house, each of them had tattoos on their arms and a face full of flesh, and the word ferocious was almost written on their faces. The man in the lead was a bald man, whom Hu had seen before. Of course, it was the previous life. His name is Li Mang, and he is one of Yuanqiu's bootlickers. It is said that he is very powerful in the city's underworld. If I'm not mistaken, they came here under Yuanchio's instructions. Although she was not there, she was involved. Are you Hu Yu? Li Mang confirmed. Yes, it's me. Hu Yu replied slowly and continued walking towards the door. If it were in the past, he might still be afraid. But now, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. He has a gun in his hand. It's you. Li Mang walked forward as he spoke, and a group of younger brothers quickly followed behind him. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Boy, Missy asked me to tell you, you. The words haven't been finished yet. Hu Yu had already taken out the gun and pointed it at Li Mang's head. A kind smile crept up his cheeks. What did she ask you to tell me? The touch of cold metal, mixed with the smell of gunpowder that penetrates into the nose and throat. Li Mang was absolutely sure of one thing. This is the real thing. Hee hee. The smile on Li Mang's face instantly turned into a simple and honest one. He rubbed his hands and said in a flattering manner, Brother, please put this thing away first. We can talk about it if we have something to say. I just have one word to say. Hu Yu naturally did not put away the gun, but instead used the muzzle of the gun to slap Li Mang's face. Remember this. Bang. Bang. Each time, it's heavier than the last. Long red marks covered his cheeks. Whatever she asked you to do to me today, you go back and do it to her again. Do you understand? I understand. I totally understand. Li Mang responded respectfully, ignoring the marks on his face, and climbed into the elevator. When leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to Hu Yu. Brother, please don't send me off. Good night and sweet dreams. The elevator door closed. Li Mang immediately covered his face and gasped, that crazy woman. She didn't even know she hit a wall. Damn it. Boss, is that the real thing? Asked a younger brother. Nonsense. Li Mang immediately replied, Boss Tian has an identical gun in his hand. I've seen it. Imitations can never replicate the smell of gunpowder. It makes me angry just talking about it. Li Mang pressed the button for the third floor. Let's go and talk to that woman. At the same time, Hu Yu returned to the room and put some daily clothes and all his belongings into the space backpack. Unfortunately, the goods I purchased online have not arrived yet, otherwise I would have loaded them directly into the space. Perfect. He went out at night, and when the elevator passed the third floor, he did not hear any noise. Instead, after going downstairs, he saw a police car parked at the door of the apartment building. Li Mang and Yuanchio both stood in front of the police. The latter didn't seem to be injured, but Li Mang's face was covered with scratches. This woman is really not an easy person to deal with. Under the gazes of the two, Hu Yu pretended not to see anything and walked away. Take a taxi outside the community and head towards the airport. He had just contacted the airport and would set off immediately and would arrive in Macau in 3 hours. What? Flight? What flight do you want? Customize a business charter flight directly. Isn't it just 200,000? Money is not as important as time. He confirmed with the airport that the ticket was paid in cash. As soon as I arrived at the airport, a beautiful stewardess in uniform was already waiting outside. She was holding a sign with only 6 words on it. Welcome, Mr. Hu Yu. Hu Yu glanced through the car window and his eyes instantly fell on her face. A name comes to mind. Mu Lingxiu. He is also a resident of their building. In her previous life, she lived on the 27th floor, 1 floor lower than Hu Yu. When the rainstorm just came, she took in many residents on the lower floors. In the past few days, everything was fine. They even share food together and actively interact in the owner's group. But as the heavy rain continued to fall, humanity was gradually disappearing. On the 15th day after the heavy rain, there was no news from Mu Lingxiu. Instead, the residents she had taken in began to post exchange information in the owner's group. Exchange the use of a body for food. The picture shows her with her hands and feet tied. In this regard, Yuanchio once made a profound comment: the saintly saint eventually became a concubine. The two had communicated in their previous lives. At the beginning of the rainstorm, Mu Lingxiu took the initiative to distribute hot packs to every household. Hu Yu and Yuanqiu are no exception. He opened the car door and walked up to Mu Lingxiu. Are you in charge of reception? Mr. Hu Yu. Mu Lingxiu seemed very surprised. It was strange that someone who could spend 200,000 to charter a plane to Australia Island actually came by taking an online car-hailing service, and he didn't even have a bodyguard or assistant with him. It's me. Do you need to check my ID? No need. Mu Lingxiu replied with a smile. In fact, she had already seen Hu Yu's photo, but she was a little surprised. Sir, please come this way. We have already checked in for you. You will take Gulfstream Flight G880 to Australia Island. Wanji Airlines is at your service. Hu Yu nodded, went to the business lounge, took out 200,000 yuan from his luggage bag and paid the fee, then followed Mu Lingxiu to board the plane. In less than 20 minutes, he was already sitting on the sofa in the business jet. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, there was also a flight attendant serving her. Hu Yu simply drank a glass of red wine and then fell asleep. Too tired. I was busy all day today. My mind was either extremely excited or extremely nervous, and I didn't have any rest. After a while, a reminder sound woke him up. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving a day and upgrading the system. Unlock new function, panel. Note, you can view the panel information of anything, including but not limited to animals and plants. Distance to next upgrade, 1/3, animals. Humans are also a kind of animal, right? Hu Yu subconsciously looked up at Mu Lingxiu, and a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Name, Mu Lingxiu. Gender, female. Age, 21. Skills, proficient service, proficient first aid, proficient nursing, basic firefighting, proficient dance. Personality, Madonna, compassionate, and flattering. Favorability, 20. Purity, 98. Note, the maximum value of purity is 100, and each negative distance relationship with the opposite sex will be -1. Very good. Now that he has the panel, he can recruit talents with confidence. Even if he had a boat, it would be impossible for him to survive the rainstorm if he relied on himself. Crew, doctor, chef, and preferably bodyguards. Of course, the premise of all this is loyalty. Only when the favorability reaches above 90 can you fully trust the other party. Brothers. In the previous life, many compatriots killed each other. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu sensed Hu Yu's gaze and stepped forward respectfully. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Not yet. Hu Yu opened his eyes and looked out the dark window. How long will it take to land? We will arrive at Ao Airport in half an hour. The airport has prepared exclusive services for you. Where is your next destination? We can prepare a car for you. Journey. By the way, I was busy booking the flight and forgot to book the hotel. Time is of the essence. We've already had a good sleep, so let's get the boat started first. I want to buy a large yacht. Hu Yu asked directly, can you find a seller for me? Please wait a moment. Mu Lingxiu walked towards the cockpit. A few minutes later, she came back in high heels with a tablet in her hand. Mr. Hu, we just contacted the company. Our senior management knows a wealthy man in Hong Kong who is planning to sell a yacht. The information has been sent, please take a look. Hu Yu responded and took the tablet, on which was the detailed information of the yacht. It is 155 meters long, has a beam height of 19.2 meters, a displacement of 5,517 tons, and a maximum speed of 19 knots. In addition, there are landing craft, 2 helicopter pads, 2 motorboats and a lifeboat. It can accommodate more than 50 people working on board and has 30 suites. If it was just a small yacht, 40 million could easily be the price, but for a yacht of this level, it would probably cost hundreds of millions. Hu Yu flipped through the pictures calmly and saw the price marked on the last picture. 2.1 billion. Support installment payment, the first payment must be at least 50%. Where is the ship now? It's on Ao Island. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully, if you need, we can contact the ship owner and let you see the ship as soon as possible. Let's get in touch. Huyu put the tablet on the table and closed his eyes to rest. The worst way is to just take it away. But that thing is more than 100 meters long, and it is impossible to take it away quietly even if you bypass the port supervisors. The best way is to buy it. 1.05 billion. I only have 40 million, which is nearly 30 times the shortfall. Back then, Chen Daozi was able to win 37 million with just $20. I have the system. Winning 40 million against 1.1 billion shouldn't be a problem, right? 1 o'clock in the morning, casino. Huyu took out a gold bar, simply exchanged it for 300,000 chips, and walked up to the gambling table. Play dice. The simplest gamble. Place bets based on the number of dots on the 3 dice in the dice cup, either on size or on numbers. Huyu looked at the dice cup tentatively, and a series of information popped up immediately. Name, dice cup, dice, 3, 2, 2. Now it's settled. Huyu found a seat and sat down, placing all his chips on small. 5 o'clock in the morning. Huyu walked out of the casino. After a night of fighting, he found an anonymous promissory note in his space backpack, and the number on it was exactly 2.1 billion. Thinking that he could make the total roundup, Huyu kept winning until he reached 3 billion. In addition, he transferred 900 million yuan to a bank card to purchase supplies. Mr. Hu. When the casino manager saw Huyu leaving, he immediately came up to him and said, "Our casino sincerely invites you to stay in the presidential suite of our affiliated hotel, free of charge." No. Huyu doesn't want to rest now. Now the money issue has been settled and the ship is on the way, the only thing missing is people. At least, find the right security personnel first. Carrying 3 billion on him really makes people feel a sense of crisis. Okay, if you need anything, whether it's security, accommodation, or travel, you can come to me. I will serve you wholeheartedly. What's the meaning? Huyu narrowed his eyes. Surveillance. Of course not. The casino manager immediately explained, "We are doing this for your safety. If anything happens to you in Macau, our casino business will be gone." No wonder. The attitude of this casino is really not good. Their purpose is very simple. In addition to maintaining the face of the casino, they also want Huyu to come again next time. After all, out of the 3 billion that Huyu won, only 100 million belonged to the casino, and the remaining 2.9 billion was won from other high-end customers of the casino. Even when gambling with those high-end customers, the casino took nearly 29 million just from the winnings. Customers like this must of course be maintained well. If you gamble, you will always lose. As long as people keep coming, sooner or later they will return the money with interest. That's good. The time I agreed with the ship owner to view the boat was at 1 p.m., which was still early. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, "Do you know where there is a reliable security company?" Certainly. 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 156 hours before the heavy rain hits. Huyu was led by the casino manager to a security company. It is said that they provide security services for all casinos on the entire Australian island, so there is no need to say much about their professional level. Every security guard has received professional training, and some are even retired soldiers from the battlefield. Huyu went in and said only one sentence. "I want the best, the sooner the better." After seeing the casino manager following nearby, the security company immediately started mobilizing people. In less than half an hour, there were 12 muscular men standing in front of Huyu, all over 180 centimeters tall. There are black, white and yellow people. Huyu took a quick glance and the panels of the 12 people appeared in front of him. "We just met, everyone's favorability is 0. The skills are all the same, they are just proficient in firearms, proficient in fighting, proficient in first aid and so on. There is one person who is extremely outstanding. Name, Chen Shan. Gender, male. Age, 29. Skills, perfect survival, perfect fighting, perfect assassination, proficient driving, proficient firearms, proficient first aid, proficient swimming, proficient off-roading, proficient cooking. Personality, daughter slave, loyalty, pride, and loyalty. Favorability, 0. 3 perfect skills and 6 proficient skills are of no use except for off-roading. It can be said that it is completely designed for the end of the world. Especially the character. Loyalty, pride, loyalty. These three affixes are perfect choices for bodyguards. As for the daughter slave, wouldn't it be nice to bring his daughter on board with him? However, he was not among the 12 people, but was sweeping the floor with a broom at the door. Not like a bodyguard, but like a cleaning lady. Huyu stood up and walked to Shinshan. The other party seemed to sense something and raised his head to look at him. It's just you. As soon as he said this, not only Shinshan, but everyone present was stunned for a moment. Isn't this guy looking for a top bodyguard? How did you find Bao Jie? One of the black bodyguards heard this and cursed directly. This is an insult. An insult to us. That's right. Another white man also echoed in broken Chinese, you don't even understand what a top bodyguard is. You actually choose a trash to clean up. A yellow man in the crowd also started to mock. Judging from his accent, he didn't sound like a Chinese. You Chinese have an old saying, to attract attention by showing off. It's referring to people like you. What a waste of our time. Tanaka. The boss of the security company then spoke. He frowned and said angrily, how do you talk to customers like that? Boss he. Tanaka did not hold back, but looked at the company boss. You and I are just partners, you are not my boss. You let such a person humiliate my Bushido spirit, I will terminate my cooperation with you. Outao, you are not the only security company. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will terminate our cooperation with you. You. Boss he was speechless for a while. Huyu looked in front of him with great interest and acted like a melon-eating crowd. However, Shinshan next to him took the initiative to speak. You want to hire me? Yes. Long-term employment. Huyu immediately responded, the price and conditions are all up to you. I have a daughter, and I want to be in the same city as her. Good. An annual salary of 3 million. Good. A property that belongs to me doesn't need to be too big, just 2 bedrooms is enough. Good. A car should preferably have better off-road performance. Good. Except for what a bodyguard should do, I won't do anything else. Good. I have no problem. Chen Shan's favorability plus 10, now 10. At this moment, the whole place was silent. The 5 conditions that Chen Shan just spat out in a series stunned the 2 people who were at war with each other in front of them. Especially that Tanaka. He had thought about how rich Huyu was, but he never expected that he would be so rich. Annual salary of 3 million. Not to mention there are many additional conditions. These are considered the top treatments among the top bodyguards. Why did you let a cleaning lady take it away? Boss. Tanaka's eyes lit up. He didn't care to get angry with boss he, and walked directly to Huyu, wagging his tail like a dog. I am the most suitable bodyguard for you. No. Huyu didn't say anything, just took half a step back and looked at Shinshan. Without him having to say anything, Shinshan had already raised his hand to stop Tanaka, preventing him from moving forward. Get out of the way. You loser. Tanaka cursed and took action immediately. The palm of his hand struck directly at Shinshan's head. The next moment. Before Huyu could react to what had happened, a sound of flesh and bone colliding sounded in his ears. When he came to his senses, Tanaka had fallen to the ground, unconscious. As for Shinshan, he was still blocking Huyu. Is this the difference between mastery and perfection? It's a bit too big. Huyu had the idea of testing Shinshan and looked at the other 11 bodyguards. I didn't say I would only hire one person. If any of you can get past him and come to me, I will give you the same treatment. The 11 bodyguards immediately looked at each other, without any hesitation, and took action at the same time. They work as bodyguards just for money. An annual salary of 3 million. Even if they only do it for a year, it will be enough for them to spend a long time. It's a pity that their opponent is Shinshan. Under the siege of 11 people, Huyu was finally able to see Shinshan take action. His body full of muscles seems to have no bones. He can always dodge in time when people are attacking him and launch a counterattack at the first time. One punch, one kick. There seems to be no plan for the attack, but it always knocks down the opponent in the first place. He even deliberately avoided some fatal parts. If those fists and kicks landed on their throats, hearts, and brains, there are probably 11 corpses on the ground now. Not only Yu, but also Boss he was stunned. He never thought that there was such a great master hidden in his company. Very good. Boss, he exclaimed and immediately stepped forward to rub his hands. Boss, congratulations on finding your favorite bodyguard, shall we sign the contract now? With an annual salary of 3 million, including our commission, you only need to pay 4.5 million per year to get his protection. There is plenty of money. But Yu looked at Qinshan and asked, is this contract signed with you or with him? Sign with him for 1 year. Qinshan said immediately, when I was desperate, he gave me a job. Good. Yu understood what Qinshan meant. A year's commission means that the two of them will have nothing to do with each other from now on. It's really quite loyal. Boss, he also realized this meaning. It's just that it's good if he can make money, so he doesn't worry too much. Qinshan's favorability plus 10, now 20. 1.5 million for 10 points of favorability, it's worth it. The contract was signed and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Boss. Qinshan changed his clothes and followed Yu out of the security company. Will your next trip be in Ao Island, or? I'm going back inland and leaving this afternoon. Staying in Australia. This place is close to the sea, and within 3 days of heavy rain, a tsunami will sweep over here. Rather than looking for another place to stay, it would be better to stay in my hometown and survive the heavy rain period first. After all, I am quite familiar with everyone there. Then I need to pick up my daughter and take care of some personal matters. Good. Yu gave him his contact information. Can it be done before 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Can. Need money? No, the money you just sent to Boss he has already been credited to my account. That's good. Yu and the casino manager watched Qinshan leave. Mr. Hu, let me say something more. The casino manager frowned slightly. 3 million, for an ordinary person, is enough for him to abandon everything and choose to escape. Don't doubt people who are suspicious of you, don't doubt those who are employed. Yu simply replied that it was time to purchase the next thing as planned. Arms. As soon as the thought came to his mind, there was a sound in his stomach. Hungry. From working in the early morning until now, he had eaten nothing except the desserts in the casino. Just in time, buy some more things to enrich your food inventory. By the way, I'll buy some gadgets for Qinshan's daughter to increase her favorability. As for weapons, Qinshan has perfect assassination skills, so he should be able to get these things. After he handles his personal affairs, just leave it to him. Yu looked at the casino manager and asked, Manager Yang, right? Hey, what are your orders? I heard there are a lot of delicious food in Ao Island, why don't you take me around? Okay. In the morning, after a simple breakfast, Yu took Manager Yang to start shopping. For example, the latest PS5, Switch 2nd generation, Xbox, and other electronic entertainment devices were all bought for 10 people. All kinds of photographic equipment, headphones, speakers, mobile phones, massage chairs, and VR equipment are included. Especially computers. 5090 graphics card, 15th generation i9, and all the configurations of the prodigal son of God are maxed out. There are also 10 units, and all kinds of standalone games are downloaded in them. If nothing else, these are the crystallization of human industrial history. Once the rainy season is over, everything will start over again. With these things, we can obviously build a new civilized society faster. Well, it's definitely not for fun. All of these can be done in one stop in the largest electronic city in Macau. When it came time to pay, the waiter was stunned. Manager Yang asked professionally, Mr. Hu, do you want me to handle customs formalities for you in advance? No. Yu glanced at the truck that was being loaded, just let the truck follow me. Customs. He didn't mind paying some customs duties, but he did mind the slow journey. You have to buy a boat anyway, transport the things onto the boat, and then put the boat into the space backpack. Everything is okay. By the time everything was loaded onto the truck, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Manager Yang very warmly invited Hu to dine at Chung Tian Restaurant, a Michelin 3-star restaurant owned by their family. Of course, it's free too. Hu didn't show any politeness either, he just wanted to take it all for free. As soon as he got on the extended link into the restaurant, Shan called. "Boss, my matter has been taken care of. Where can I find you?" "You know Chung Tian Restaurant, right?" "I know, I'll be there in half an hour." "Good." Hu responded, hung up the phone, and looked at Manager Yang. "Prepare a meal for 3 people, is that okay?" "Certainly." Manager Yang sat opposite Hu and respectfully handed him a glass of champagne. "As you wish." Hu took the champagne and took a sip. The cold taste fills the mouth. It would be nice if there wasn't that rain. That money is enough for me to live like this every day in the future. Pity. Hu looked at the golden liquid in the cup and made up his mind secretly. End. Even until the last second before the world is destroyed, I will maintain this standard of living. How much is this champagne? 18,000 a bottle. If you need, we will send you a case for your tasting. I want to buy some more in addition to the box I received. How much? Hu pointed at the truck behind Lincoln and said, "Bring one." A car. One of those small trucks in the back. No. Of course not. Manager Yang smiled again. "We will serve you wholeheartedly and prepare it for you this afternoon. Another truckload of red wine, another truckload of whiskey, another truckload of white wine. The quality is higher, the price is not an issue. Also, do you also use that kind of car outfit?" The smile disappeared from Manager Yang's face. "Certainly." 12 noon. Lincoln drove outside the casino. Before Hu got out of the car, he saw Shan holding a little girl by his hand and standing respectfully by the roadside. The little girl looked extremely cute, with the sun shining on her face. She looked like a doll, but she was sitting in a wheelchair. The car was parked aside. Manager Yang immediately got out of the car, opened the door, and got off the car to meet Hu. "Boss." Shan pushed the little girl to greet him, and he did not forget to teach the little girl to call people. "Biubu, call me uncle." "Hello, brother." Biubu looked at Hu with curiosity. "Are you my father's future boss?" "Yes." Hu squatted in front of the wheelchair, with a smile on his face, and said to Biubu, "Your name is Biubu, right? How old are you this year?" "I'm 7 years old now." "How old is my brother now?" "I'm already 24, you have to call me uncle." No." Biubu exclaimed, "Dad said that if you meet someone without a beard, you should call him brother." "Brother, you don't have a beard and you are so handsome, why would I call you uncle? You should call me brother." Hu was a little amused and confused for a moment. Then what kind of person should be called uncle? He. Biubu raised his finger and pointed at Manager Yang. "He has wrinkles on his face. Now you should call him uncle." Forehead. Manager Yang smiled bitterly but didn't feel disgusted. A girl like Biubu, no matter what she says, can never make people feel disgusted. Hu also rubbed her head, liking it very much. He looked at Shan and smiled. "Your daughter is too cute. As long as the boss doesn't mind." Shan replied helplessly, looking down at Biubu with eyes full of pity. "Let's go and eat first." Hu looked at Biubu. "What does Biubu like to eat?" "Brother, please eat." "Really?" Biubu's eyes instantly lit up and he started counting with his fingers. "Biubu likes egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork chop buns, ice cream and chocolate. You can eat all of these." Before Hu could answer, Shan rubbed her head and said, "No, you have eaten chocolate today. If you eat chocolate again, your teeth will be damaged." "Oh." Biubu lowered his head, like an eggplant beaten by frost. "It's okay, I'll eat the same from now on." Hu looked at Manager Yang and said, "We also have a cart of these things. You know the quality." "Ah." Manager Yang was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Hu, egg tarts are not easy to store." "One cart." Hu didn't say much, just uttered one syllable. "I'll arrange for you to buy it right away." "Boss." The corner of Shan's mouth also twitched. "You don't have to spend so much money." How can a child eat so much? Just have one portion. He thought that the so-called car should be a unit of measurement such as a supermarket shopping cart, so he was not too surprised. It's okay, you will know later. As a bodyguard, Shinshan will know some things sooner or later. As long as the favorability level rises to a certain level, Huyu will naturally tell him something. Of course, not now. Huyu looked at Bubu with a smile on his face. Bubu, let's go have lunch first. Okay. Seeing that Huyu was so kind to Bubu, Shinshan's favorability level also increased again. Shinshan's favorability +9, now 29. Just a little short of 30. From this point of view, every 10 points of favorability is a threshold. As long as this threshold is exceeded, the attitude will change qualitatively. Huyu also looked at Bubu in the wheelchair, and the panel belonging to her also popped out. Name, Shen Bubu. Gender, female. Age, 7. Skills, proficient in cuteness, elementary singing, and elementary playing. Personality, well-behaved, obedient, sensible, and eager to learn. Favorability, 19. Everyone walked into the private room of the restaurant, and Shinshan's security work began from this moment. He carefully checked every dish that was served before serving it to Huyu's table. According to the rules, he was originally going to take Bubu out to eat. But before he could speak, Huyu had already taken the cut steak and went to feed Bubu. Brother, I will do it myself. Bubu seriously refused. Bubu is very powerful, you can even eat by yourself. Okay, Bubu is the best. Huyu also put down his knife and fork and looked at Shinshan who was busy next to him. Brother Shen, please sit down and eat quickly. You have something to do later. That's okay. Shinshan also discovered that the meal was for 3. He didn't refuse, sat next to Bubu and started eating. Huyu looked at the panel and felt happy. Shinshan's favorability +10, now 30. Shen Bubu's favorability +11, now 30. Not only Shinshan's, but also Bubu's. As for Manager Yang, he didn't enter the private room, he was probably busy preparing things. 12 noon. As soon as the time arrived, the phone vibrated. Huyu opened the screen and found that the call was from Mu Lingxiu. He picked up the phone and heard her voice immediately on the other end. Mr. Hu, the boat owner has been contacted. Is there any change in your itinerary? If there is no change, we can pick you up and take you to the dock to see the boat. No. Huyu picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. We'll be right over. It was still the stretched Lincoln, but with Shinshan and Bubu on the seats. Behind the small truck that contained electronic equipment, there were 9 new small trucks. When she found out that there were 5 cars filled with her favorite things, she was stunned. Including Shinshan is no exception. Hey guys, do rich people buy things by the truck? I thought it was a shopping cart. For this reason, Bubu's favorability directly exceeded 40. But Shinshan's favorability dropped back to 29. Too many. There are just too many. This had to make him wonder if Huyu had another purpose. Bubu was very excited. After getting Shinshan's permission, he ate an egg tart. When Huyu saw this, he wished he could get another car. I can't help it, this girl is too cute. This is just proficiency in being cute. If you develop this skill to a perfect level, you will be able to charm many people to death. Mr. Hu, the port has arrived. Manager Yang's voice sounded from the side, which made him look away from Bubu. Only then did Huyu realize that the vehicle had been parked outside the pier. Mr. Hu, this terminal has regulations. Unless there are procedures for loading goods, trucks are not allowed to enter. These goods. Just put it outside. Huyu opened the car door and walked out first. He stretched out his hands towards Bubu and said, Bubu, brother, can I carry you down? Bubu didn't speak, but turned to look at Shinshan, asking for his opinion. Maybe it's because the favorability is not enough. Shinshan did not agree, but got out of the car and hugged Bubu into his arms. Boss, I don't need to trouble you anymore. Huyu smiled awkwardly and said nothing. He knew what Bubu meant to Shinshan, and how could he let him have close contact with Bubu after only knowing her for a day? It's okay, the days are still long, just take your time. Yu has made up his mind. Bubu is so cute, she will not only be her goddaughter, but also her daughter-in-law. He turned to look at Manager Yang, who was about to get off the car. Manager Yang, I don't need you to accompany me for the rest of the way. After seeing the ship, we will board the plane. You calculate the price of the truck and other goods together, and I will pay you a unified price. Mr. Hu, you're welcome. As he spoke, Manager Yang took out the POS machine and handed it to Yu with both hands. 4 trucks of wine, each with 500 bottles, the total price is 26.88 million, and the remaining desserts and snacks are still within the scope of my authority. Treat it as a gift to you. Nearly 30 million drinks, which is about the same amount. Yu swiped his card decisively. After watching Manager Yang leave, he ignored the 10 trucks outside the pier and walked towards the inside of the pier. Before he had even taken 2 steps, Mulingxiu came running quickly with a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Mr. Hu. Chen Shan subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Yu and Bubu behind him. It's an acquaintance, it's okay. Yu replied, raising his hand to say hello to Mulingxiu. Hello Mr. Hu. The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand towards him, with a smile on his face. I am the general manager of Wanji Airlines, my name is Li Wei, please take care of me. Manager Li. Yu stretched out his right hand and shook his hand. Is the seller here? We're here. Li Wei moved aside and invited everyone to walk into the dock. Please follow me. Under his leadership, Yu soon saw the ship. Long. It's too long. This was Yu's first feeling. I don't get much from looking at the pictures and data. It's 155 meters long and 19.2 meters high, so it doesn't seem very big. But if you convert it, if this ship stands up, it would be as high as a 50-story building, and as wide as a 6-story building. How can such a huge thing appear so small in the picture? Could it be that the person who took the photo had studied in the Strategic Research Institute? Yu was stunned for a moment, and also checked the panel of the ship. Name, St. Pius. Category, large yacht. Overall rating, A+. Facilities, 1 large audiovisual room, 1 concert hall, 2 bars, 3 restaurants, 2 saunas, 2 heated swimming pools, 2 gyms, 1 helipad, 3 reception rooms, 3 meditation rooms, 2 chess and card rooms, 1 cigar room, 1 wine cellar, 12 luxury suites, 24 guest rooms, 36 standard rooms, 2 motorboats, well-maintained, 3 lifeboats, well-maintained. Active crew, 42. Note, a luxurious yacht, but just a yacht. He took a deep breath, and Bubu next to him exclaimed. Wow! What a big ship! Bubu's eyes were sparkling with stars and she really wanted to go up and play, but she suppressed the desire in her eyes as she didn't want to cause trouble for others. Little sister is right. Although this ship is not as big as a cruise ship, it is still very large among yachts. Li Wei smiled and replied, pointing to the electric gangway entrance, Mr. Hu, please. Yu walked into the entrance with his calm and steady demeanor. As soon as I entered the ship, I saw 2 stewardesses who were as pretty as Mulingxiu standing on both sides, with their hands on their waists, professional smiles on their faces, and bowing. Welcome to the St. Pius. It's a pleasure to serve you. The voice is pleasant to the ears and the appearance is also very beautiful. Yu subconsciously glanced at the 2 people's panels. Okay. The purity is almost falling into single digits. It really proves the old saying that if a handsome person suffers from coughing, and if a beautiful person suffers from coughing. He suddenly lost interest and turned to look at Li Wei. Where is the captain? Here, he is waiting for you in the deck reception room. Li Wei responded helplessly. He can't tell Yu that they have never heard of your name and don't think you can afford the money. If it weren't for the face of the old director of our company, the other party might not even meet you. Oh. Yu sneered and said nothing. Of course he understood the situation before him, but it was pointless to pick and choose. Everyone went all the way to the deck reception room. Except for the bodyguards and 4 stewards in cool clothes standing next to the sofa, there was no one who looked like the owner of the ship. It wasn't until there was a sound of water spraying that a shirtless figure jumped out of the swimming pool on the deck. Chen Shan had quick eyes and quick hands, and in the next moment he covered Bubu's eyes. Close your eyes, don't look. Oh. Bubu was well-behaved and obedient, so he really closed his eyes. I saw a fat blonde guy jumping out of the swimming pool, laughing wildly and saying in broken Chinese, "Ha ha ha, Li. We meet again." He walked all the way to Li Wei, ignoring the water droplets on his body. The other party, who was wearing a high-end suit, gave him a hug and said, "What are your plans tonight? How about we have a party?" "James, forget it. Don't you still have business to discuss?" Li Wei said with a wry smile. "Oh, that's too bad." James looked at Hu Yu, sizing him up and down, his eyes full of disdain. "It's you. You want to buy my St. Pius?" Hu Yu didn't want to waste time and spoke directly. "Price. 2.1 billion. No bargaining. For you." Hu Yu directly threw out a promissory note and handed it to James. "Now, take your people and leave my ship." "James?" "Li Wei. Mu Lingxiu. Is this a rich person? 2,100,000,000. Not $21. I didn't even blink an eye. Unlike me, I have to think twice before buying a cup of milk tea for $21. Okay, boss." As if he was afraid that Hu Yu would go back on his word, James immediately put away the check, found a contract in the reception room, quickly signed his name on it, and then handed it to Hu Yu. "Boss, sign your name. The money belongs to me and the boat belongs to you." Hu Yu also quickly signed his name on the document. The contract is concluded. The speed was so fast that the bodyguards and flight attendants nearby didn't even come back to their senses. "Go go go." James kissed the cashier's note, put it inside his suit, and called to his bodyguard, "Let's go. Casino casino." Yes, it turned out to be a gambling dog. If I had known I could have arranged to meet him directly at the gambling table, I would have avoided such trouble. Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, his eyes falling on the 4 flight attendants dressed in cool clothes. With just a look, the 4 people pounced on him in unison. "Boss." The 4 Qingliang flight attendants all rushed forward. Hu Yu was careless and didn't dodge, thinking that since Shinshan was around, he wouldn't let these guys get close. Unexpectedly, Shinshan covered Bubu's eyes and stood motionless in shock. Hu Yu was thrown to the ground, and before he could say a word, he was bombarded by flaming red lips. Fortunately, he responded promptly. "I saved myself 79 for 3 pieces of short sleeves and shorts with free shipping. Brother Shen. Help." A sound fell. Shinshan immediately took action, carrying one in each hand, and carried the 4 flight attendants aside. Hu Yu finally managed to catch his breath and slumped down on the sofa, calming down the jumping little dinosaur. He immediately summoned everyone on the ship in the deck saloon. You don't know this by looking at it, you'll be shocked when you see it. There are 42 crew members, except for 12 who are responsible for driving the yacht, and the remaining 30 are all stewards. Sure enough, rich people are not as happy as we imagined. We can never imagine the happiness of rich people. Hu Yu made the same decision for them after checking their panels. Fired. They were offered a sizable severance package each to get off the ship. Also invited away were Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei. The flight is scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. Hu Yu sent the 2 away on the excuse that there were still some things that needed to be dealt with. Now, there are only 3 people on the huge boat. Hu Yu, Shinshan, and Bubu, who were full of curiosity. Brother Shen. Hey, boss. Hu Yu looked at Shinshan with a resentful look on his face. He was currently checking the remaining hidden dangers of the ship. Why didn't you stop them just now? I thought you didn't want to resist. Shinshan replied seriously. Next time, no matter who it is, as long as it is coming, block it for me. Okay, boss. Hu Yu sighed helplessly and looked at Shinshan's panel. Now his favorability score for himself is still only 29, not to mention the passing mark, not even 1/3. It's a pity that it's too late. Come on, let's get off the boat. Okay, boss. Shinshan replied and followed Hu Yu off the boat without asking the reason or the next arrangements. Until he followed Hu Yu to the bow of the ship. Hu Yu squatted in front of Bubu and rubbed her head. Bubu, do you want to see magic? Want to see it? Bubu immediately replied, what kind of magic is my brother going to do? Biubu is very smart. He will definitely be able to expose you. That's not necessarily the case. Huyu patted the hull of the boat. Biubu, look carefully. 3, 2. Snap. There was a snap of fingers. That 100-meter giant, the St. Pius, disappeared in the port instantly. Not only Biubu, but also Shinshan, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but have his pupils tremble. This was beyond his understanding of the world. Clang, clang, clang. Huyu clapped his hands and pointed to the empty pier behind him. How about it, brother, isn't he awesome? Bang, bang, bang. Biubu immediately clapped, his eyes full of stars. Brother is so awesome. How did you do this? Magic. Huyu put his finger between his lips. It won't work if you say it. Oops. Biubu took Huyu's sleeve and said, brother, just tell Biubu. Can't. Huyu smiled and refused, then smiled and said, if Biubu wants to see it, my brother can still perform it for you. It depends on whether you can guess it. Okay, okay. Huyu pushed Biubu and walked out of the dock with Shinshan, all the way to the 10 trucks, and used the same method to put all of them into the space backpack. Biubu's hands almost turned red. Although I never understood what was going on, I just thought it was a magic trick. As for Shinshan, he was completely confused. Once he even quietly touched one of the cars, but the car disappeared before his eyes. Is this really something humans can do? He tried several times and wanted to take the initiative to ask Huyu what was going on. But in the end I endured it. Seeing that he didn't ask, Huyu didn't intend to explain anything to him. He just wanted to see how long he could endure. The most important thing now is to leave Australia Island first. A luxury yacht disappeared out of thin air. Even if I, the owner of the yacht, did not point it out, there would be many curious people paying attention to it. The sooner you get out of here the better. The three of them went all the way to the airport and boarded the chartered plane at 1:30 p.m., embarking on their journey back to Jinling. Huyu was not idle during the 2 hours on the road. The community where he lives has 2 elevators and 4 households. He contacted the other 3 households on the 28th floor in the owner group, discussed the purchase details, and planned to buy the top floor of the building as soon as he returned to Jinling. Because I was in a hurry, the price was 30% higher than the market price. After all, the price is not expensive, just the price of a few carts of drinks. The plane lands. Huyu took Shinshan with him to go through the formalities. According to the agreement, he had to buy a local property for Shinshan, one of which was directly transferred to him, and the other was given to Biubu. Although this thing was just a cloud after the heavy rain, now it is a real estate worth tens of millions. This time Biubu's favorability level did not change, but Shinshan's increased again. Shinshan's favorability +1, now 30. It seems that fulfilling the promise is quite important. Strike while the iron is hot. Huyu went to the 4S store again. Get all the 24 bravest G800 models. The name still says Shinshan. With this car, you can still go out for activities 2 days before the heavy rain comes. By the time I finished all this work, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. There are still 144 hours until the rainstorm hits. Huyu took the 2 of them to Yuten for a simple meal, cleared out their inventory of high-end ingredients along the way, and performed another little magic trick in front of Biubu. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when I got home. The other 3 residents on the top floor have all moved out. Biubu was so tired that he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Shinshan silently followed Huyu back to his house. Come on, brother Shen. Huyu sat at the dining table, took out the liquor prepared by Manager Yang and took a look. Okay. Mauzi, he was born in 2004. Feitian Matai 20 years ago. No wonder it's so expensive. It's hard to believe that he was able to get so many. He took out the wine glass and poured himself a glass, then placed another glass on the opposite side to add more wine to Shinshan. Then he took out a box of egg tarts, took out one, and took a bite. The crust was crispy and sweet, and the center of the tart was still steaming. What do you want to ask? I'll give you 3 chances. Shinshan's eyes widened. Not because of the wine, but because of Huyu's methods. He simply sat across from him, drank the wine in one gulp, and then put it down. Boss, who are you? As you can see, amen. Hu Yu took another bite of the egg tart. If this is the only problem, then you have failed to live up to my expectations of you. Chen Shan frowned slightly, and then asked, what do you want me to do? Protect my personal safety. Hu Yu answered honestly, in exchange, I will also protect you and Boo Boo. Chen Shan knew it. The protection here must not be the protection you understand, but on another level. There is one more question. Think it through before asking. Chen Shan hesitated for a few breaths, all the information about Hu Yu flashed through his mind. A young man in his early 20s. This is where he lives all year round. He doesn't look like a rich man, but he can spend a lot of money to buy those things. It seems that he got the money after gambling heavily on Ao Island. Being able to choose oneself among a group of bodyguards, with such mysterious means, without having to think about it with the lower body. What can such a person ask himself? He thought for a long time, took another sip of wine, and finally looked up at Hu Yu. What is your purpose? Purpose? Just to survive. Hu Yu also drank the white wine in the glass, feeling the heat coming from his throat, and uttered a faint sentence. Live well in the coming apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shan's eyes widened. The end of the world. July 13th, 7 o'clock in the evening. Hu Yu looked at Chen Shan and spoke slowly. At that time, heavy rain will fall all over the world at the same time. The heavy rain will last for 49 days. After 49 days, the entire Jinling will turn into a vast ocean. Perhaps not only Jinling, but also all land will be silent under the sea. And I just want to survive. Boss, you are drunk. Chen Shan is a staunch materialist, and he obviously does not believe this rhetoric. Maybe. Hu Yu laughed twice, without explaining, just took out one thing after another from the space. Red wine, gold, pistols, egg tarts. These, and these. These are my preparations for the coming end of the world. Certainly. Hu Yu raised his head and looked at Chen Shan in front of him. You, too. If you think I'm crazy, or don't want to continue to protect me, you can leave now. If you are willing to stay. Hu Yu filled the glass with white wine, raised the glass and moved it forward. From now on, we will be brothers. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never miss a bite of meat from you and Bubu. Chen Shan fell into silence. He looked at the wine glass in front of him, raised it and touched it with Hu Yu, but did not drink it, but looked at Hu Yu seriously. I won't drink this glass of wine yet. On July 13th, there are still 5 days left. During these 5 days, no matter what you want me to do, I will help you. In 5 days, if the rain falls, let's drink this glass of wine again. If it doesn't, I will protect you for 1 year in accordance with the contract. Don't blame me. Chen Shan frowned slightly and looked outside the door. I am responsible for Boo Boo. Good. Hu Yu clinked glasses with him and put both glasses of wine into his space backpack. Your words are enough. Let's drink this glass of wine in 5 days. Favorability from Chen Shan +9, now 39. Increased favorability by 9 points. Although it is still not high, it can be considered an improvement. Hu Yu sat back and put everything into the space, leaving only a pistol. Brother Shen, don't call me boss anymore. Call me Xiao Hu or Xiao Yu. This is not good. Chen Shan frowned and refused. There still have to be rules. It's up to you, let's get down to business first. Hu Yu said, pushing the pistol forward on the table, can you get this? Chen Shan just took one look and was sure it was the real thing. If the end of the world really comes, these things really need to be prepared in advance. Okay, it depends on boss how much you want. How much? Hu Yu calculated silently in his mind. 1 for myself, 1 for Bubu, 1 for Chen Shan, 1 for self-defense for the future captain and medical team, and 4 extra for backup. Almost 7 guns are enough, and now that I have 1, 8 will be enough. After all, this thing is not easy to do even if you think about it, so don't give Chen Shan too much difficulty. Hu Yu immediately raised his hand and made an 8 gesture. Got it. Chen Shan nodded and seemed to have begun to think of ways. The things are fine, but we need some funds. Funding is a trivial matter. Do you want cash or something? Gold is best, but cash is not impossible. That's easy. Huyu didn't know the specific value of the firearms or the procedures involved, so he directly took out all the gold bars he received from Boss Tian. 100 gold bars immediately piled up into a hill. To be sure, he took a photo of his bank card and placed it on the pile of gold. There is still 100 million left in the card. Just watch the money. It won't be called money in a few days anyway. Fortunately, Shinshan was mentally prepared and immediately replied, "Don't worry, boss, I promise to complete the task." According to the boss's shopping habit, isn't it just 8 trucks of guns? That's it. But boss, there are a lot of things. You may need to come to the border to pick me up. I can't move them back alone. No problem. Huyu didn't have any doubts, so he got up and walked towards the bedroom. 8 guns is indeed a lot. By the way, hold the gun on the table for self-defense. Don't get hurt. No, boss, you may need it more. Huyu shrugged, but did not deny it. He walked into the bedroom, threw himself directly onto the bed, and fell asleep with his head resting on the pillow. I'm so tired. The next day. Monday, July 8th, 7 a.m. There are still 132 hours until the end of the world. Huyu was awakened by the alarm clock. He subconsciously turned over and got up, intending to go to work, but subconsciously came back to his senses. Work. I'm not going to work today. I'm so happy. Block all work-related people and groups. Turn off the alarm and go back to sleep. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Brother, are you awake? This soft and sticky sound is definitely from Bubu. Huyu's face full of resentment turned into an anti-smile, and she immediately got up and dressed. Hey, brother is awake, is there anything wrong, Bubu? Brother, can you come out for a moment? Bubu. Bubu can't open the door. Huyu was stunned, then immediately changed his clothes and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw Bubu sitting in a wheelchair at the toilet door, his cute little face flushed red. The toilet door handle was right in front of him, but Bubu couldn't straighten up and his arms were not long enough to open the door. Huyu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately went forward to help Bubu open the door, and then he became busy again. Bubu, I'll find an ant to help you right away. No need, brother. Bubu skillfully maneuvered the wheelchair into the toilet, turned around and gave Huyu a smile. Bubu can do it by himself. With that she closed the door. Huyu noticed that she pulled out a tube from behind her. This girl is too sensible. And, where is old Shen? Huyu was furious. He turned around and found the gun was still on the table with a note underneath. He stepped forward, put away the pistol, picked up the note underneath and took a look. Boss, I'm going to go get something first. I'll ask you to take care of Bubu for a day. She's very sensible. If you have to go out for something urgent, you can leave her alone at home and wait for my news tomorrow morning. Depend on. Old Shin is so irresponsible. Huyu was about to call this guy when he heard Bubu coming out of the bathroom. Before he could say anything, Bubu apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. I may have to trouble you to flush the toilet. I can't reach it. It's okay. Huyu immediately stepped forward, took Bubu out of the bathroom, and went in to clean up. There is no rush to stock up on anything else now. We have to find a way to cure Bubu's leg, or find someone to take care of her. Once the rainstorm came, there would really be no hope for her legs. Huyu squatted down, and before he could speak, Bubu spoke first. Brother, do you want to have breakfast? Bubu will help you make it. Do you make your own breakfast at home? Huyu asked with concern. Yeah. Sometimes Dad isn't at home, so Bubu makes it himself. Bubu said proudly, Bubu is so awesome. Yeah. Bubu is awesome. Huyu praised him and then asked, Bubu, I want to take you to the hospital to check your leg. Maybe I can find a way to cure you. Are you willing to go with me? No need, brother. Bubu shook his head. Dad took me to see many doctors, and they all said that it would be difficult for Bubu's leg to recover. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. Bubu, are you willing to try again? Huyu immediately asked, maybe there is hope. Bubu nodded. Bubu, anything is fine, as long as it doesn't make Dad cry again. Wow, that rough guy old Shin can even cry. Next time I'll find a chance to record a video of him, it can be considered a pastime in the apocalypse. Huyu took out his cell phone and called the manager of the local Wanji Airlines. Charter a plane to Yujing. No matter how much money it costs, Bubu's leg must be cured before the end of the world. By the way, maybe we can also stock up a medical team. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yujing Xiehe Hospital. With the financial resources and the promise of donating a new inpatient building to Xiehe, all the orthopedic, neurological, and traditional Chinese medicine chief physicians in Yujing gathered together for a seminar. After a careful examination, the doctors came to a conclusion. It can be cured. After getting these two words, Huyu no longer had any other problems and directly used his money ability to pave the way. Experts abroad. Charter. Please come back. Is the device out of town? Charter flight, transport now. However, at the seminar, someone also proposed a different idea. I object. That was a female doctor. To be precise, she is a very young female Chinese medicine practitioner. She stood out among a group of gray-haired doctors. This is not only because of her age, but also because of her appearance. Even the black-framed glasses as thick as her little finger could not hide her stunning beauty. The patient is still too young. If this treatment is used, there is a high chance that she will die. Even if it is successful, she will have many hidden dangers as her body grows. But this is the fastest way. The orthopedic director who led the use of Western medicine frowned and said, "Of course we want to wait until she is 18. This is the request of the patient's family. The sooner the better. The operation must be completed within 5 days so that the little girl can stand up." Upon hearing this, the female doctor immediately turned to look at Huyu. Why? Why else? Bubu can wait until he is 18 years old, but you can't. The operation required the collective collaboration of an entire medical team, involving dozens of professionals. Even if they were all brought on board, and there were no casualties during the apocalypse, they would not be able to use a scalpel again after 11 years. If he were to bring new doctors in for training, there wouldn't be enough teaching environment and practical cases, so he wouldn't dare let them perform surgery on Bubu. Huyu didn't know how to explain, so he could only helplessly say, "This is my request. If this method doesn't work, think of another plan." This. The dean was speechless for a moment, so he looked at the female Chinese medicine practitioner. "Xiao Xiao, do you have any solution? There is an ancient recipe that you can try." The female Chinese medicine doctor looked at Huyu and said calmly, "The little girl's condition is that a bullet hit her spine, causing nerve damage in her lower body and paralysis on one side of her body. Her left and right leg bones were also hit by bullets. Fortunately, she was treated in time and is still growing. If we can use Chinese medicine and acupuncture to slowly stimulate nerve repair over a long period of time, and then use plasters to help her get back on her feet, maybe she can slowly get back on her feet." How long? Huyu caught the key words, how long? I don't know about that. It depends on one's physical condition. It could be as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as... I don't know. Huyu didn't say anything but looked at the female Chinese medicine doctor. The opponent's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Xiao Zhisu. Gender, female. Age, 22. Skills, perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect bone setting, perfect medicinal diet, proficient in medicine, proficient in psychology, proficient in ancient Chinese, proficient in collection, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking. Personality, compassion, benevolence, slander, jealousy, curiosity, gossip, secondary. Purity, 100. Favorability, 0. When Huyu saw it, he was stunned on the spot. 6 perfections, 6 proficiencies. Even more terrifying than Chen Shan's skill tree. This is simply the perfect hexagonal nanny. No wonder she can sit in this seminar at this age. If she were on board, it would be like having an extra medical team. But what is her character like? Can benevolence and evil appear in the same character? Mr. Hu. Xiao Zissou sensed Huyu's gaze and frowned slightly. As a Chinese medicine doctor, I know you don't want to believe it. I believe it. Huyu interrupted the spell and said, I'll choose your plan. Dr. Xiao, please help me. Xiao Zissou's favorability +5, now 5. In that case, let Xiao Xiao take care of the rest. The dean immediately made the decision, you all should hurry up and don't delay things. The other doctors left one after another, and the dean also left the consultation room after a brief farewell. Now there are only Huyu and Xiao Zissou in the consultation room. Dr. Xiao, how exactly is this treatment plan arranged? I've also seen the little girl's situation just now. After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Zissou also returned to work. In the early stage, you have to do physical therapy every day, including acupuncture, massage, and normal internal and external medications. You have to do this physical therapy. Well, it's best if I do it. If I learn the technique, others can do it too. Then you should come. What time is convenient for Dr. Xiao every day? It's all right. If time permits, it's best to do it every morning. Massage once in the morning and once in the evening. Huyu's eyes lit up, and he asked, then I have a small suggestion, I wonder if Dr. Xiao can agree to it. Xiao Zissou looked up at Huyu and asked directly, you want me to go to your house to treat the little girl, right? Sure enough, how could someone who could become a hexagonal wet nurse be stupid? If Dr. Xiao agrees, any conditions are not a problem. I heard that you donated a building to Shiha. Xiao Zissou started spinning the pen. Right. I want to add the words, traditional Chinese medicine, in front of this building. No problem. Then I have no problem with that. Huyu was stunned for a moment. No other requirements. What are you standing there for? Xiao Zissou had already started packing, let's go. You have no other requests. I'll tell you more later. I'll pack up and go to your house. My home is in Jinling. Xiao Zissou sniffed, I smell the smell of the plane. Is there any problem? Are you going to take care of the patient here? There are no patients. Xiao Zissou's tone was low, and she walked towards the door. At my age, many people are unwilling to believe me. As for those who are willing to believe me, as long as they take the medicine on time, they will be almost healed. I only have one wish now, to restore the glory of traditional Chinese medicine, starting with building a traditional Chinese medicine building. Well, she is really a middle school girl. All right. Huyu asked casually, where are the herbs? How do you prepare them? The herbs in the ancient recipe are not available outside, but I have a herbal medicine store at home, so I can just charge you the cost price. Xiao Zissou said as she jumped past Huyu and rushed out, I'll go pack first, you guys wait for me downstairs, I'll drive you there. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou's departing back and didn't know what to say for a moment. He took Biubu from the nurse and walked all the way to the garage outside the hospital. Soon they saw a pink Cayenne rushing out of the garage and stopping in front of them. The car windows were down. I saw a young lady in a JK uniform sitting in the driver's seat, opening the trunk, tilting her head, and looking at the back seat. Let's go, get in the car. Dr. Xiao, Dr. Xiao. Huyu paused and didn't dare to recognize him. You are so good, Xiao Zissou, you actually have two faces. Just call me Shiso outside. That's what my friends call me. Xiao Zissou replied casually, looked at Biubu in the wheelchair, and greeted her. Biubu, nice to see you again, I will be your doctor from now on. Biubu nodded obediently, thank you Sister Zissou for taking care of me in the future. It's just a small matter. Huyu carried Biubu to the back seat of the car and put the wheelchair into the trunk. He then sat down next to Biubu and asked Xiao Zissou, Xiao Zissou, where are your glasses? It's fake. I want to gain the trust of patients and their families. Xiao Zissou replied while driving, just like those uncles' Mediterranean hairstyles, it's just equipment used to increase buff. But their hairstyle is permanently worn, while yours is really just a piece of equipment. The difference is too big. Let's talk first. Xiao Zissou said as she drove, except for treatment time, my time belongs to me. No problem. Family members and patients must fully cooperate with my treatment. Also, I'm not your resident doctor. I'm just staying at your house temporarily to treat the little girl. So if there are other patients at your house, it's not within my scope of obligation. You can choose freely, and I can choose freely too. Certainly. Then I have no other questions. By the way, you'd better find a full-time nanny for the little girl, because her body may undergo some changes after starting treatment. Okay, I'll look for it right away when we get back to Jinling. Xiao Zisi nodded and said nothing more. She drove all the way to the outskirts of Yujing, where there was a small warehouse. When you open the door, you'll see all kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs. There are 10 wooden cabinets just for storing Chinese medicine. Judging from the wood, they are all hundreds of years old. In addition, there are dozens of kinds of medicinal liquor, with dozens of jars piled up in the warehouse. It seems that she comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zisi immediately rushed in and started to prepare the medicine with ease. Seeing this, Hu couldn't help but ask, Zisu, if I buy all the medicine in your warehouse, how much would it cost? I won't sell it for any price. Xiao Zisi's voice rang out from deep inside the warehouse. These are all treasures passed down from my family. Some of them can't be bought or sold. It's good enough to use them for medicinal purposes. Can't buy or sell. That would be a difficult problem. Hu then probed, what if we move to Jinling? In addition to building a traditional Chinese medicine building in Xia, Jinling can also promote traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zisu's favorability +5, now 10. That depends on my dad's opinion. Xiao Zisi came out holding a lot of medicinal herbs. It's because he is on the Japanese island now, otherwise he would jump up when he heard what you said. Exchange with the Japanese island. Hu immediately suggested, when will he come back? It's too early. Maybe a week later. Xiao Zisi blinked, how about you talk to him in detail then? Boss Hu. 1 week. The Wajima island had already been submerged by the tsunami. Can you come back sooner? I'm afraid it won't work. There are the ancient recipes that were stolen from us. My dad said that we must take advantage of this exchange to see more. My mom went with them, and she won't be back for 10 days or half a month. Difficult. But it's okay. I can take the herbs away first, and then find a way to bring Zhao's father and mother back. Xiao Zisi is already a perfect hexagonal nanny. God knows what level Zhao's father and mother are. This kind of talent must be brought on board. While Xiao Zisi was moving the herbs onto the car, Hu volunteered to close the warehouse door for her. I ran around the warehouse as fast as I could, and when I went out to close the door, there were only a few spider webs left in the warehouse. In the car, Hu contacted a charter flight back to Jinling. I don't know if it was a deliberate arrangement by the airline or a coincidence, but Mu Lingxiu was among the flight attendants on these charter flights. She is the one who takes care of Bubu on the plane every time. Isn't Xiao Zisi looking for a nurse? Mu Lingxiu also happens to be proficient in nursing skills, so. Hu sat on the sofa and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was teasing Bubu with a small toy. Ms. Mu. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu immediately stood up, with a smile on her face, and responded respectfully, excuse me, what do you need? I wonder if you would consider changing jobs. Hu extended an olive branch to her, and another flight attendant next to him immediately showed an envious look when he heard it. If you work for a young wealthy man of this level and seize the opportunity, you may very likely become a phoenix. If it were her, she would be happy even to be a cleaner. Mu Lingxiu did not agree directly, but asked, what do you plan to hire me for? Take care of Bubu. Hu did not hide it, you have seen it, Bubu needs a personal nanny. If you agree, you can set any conditions. Here it is again. Xiao Zisi, who was lying on another sofa, glanced at Hu. Could this guy be some nouveau riche? Nanny. Mu Lingxiu was a little hesitant. Putting aside the salary and other things, if she was just a nanny, it would be difficult to get her to give up the position of flight attendant. You can think about it and give me an answer before tonight. Okay, thank you Mr. Hu for your appreciation. Hu doesn't necessarily have to choose her, but for the sake of the warm baby, he gives her a chance to choose. Our Lady. This personality trait is not good, but when it comes to taking care of Bubu, there is nothing more suitable than this. The plane landed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Huyu took the airport car directly back to the community gate. Because it was an old neighborhood, Xiao Zisa just took a look and her expression was dull. He lives right here. Those who take the plane are all chartered. Let alone a detached villa, they should at least have a large flat, right? Isn't this community too old? Could it be that this nouveau riche hasn't had time to purchase a property? Xiao Zisa's mind was full of curiosity about Huyu, so she helped him carry Bubu down from the car, and the two of them walked towards the community. As the three of them walked into the community, they heard a discussion in the distance. I saw 3 middle-aged ladies sitting in the pavilion in the community, eating melon seeds and chatting. Hey, have you heard? The guy on the 28th floor seems to have made a fortune and bought all 28 floors in one go. What do you mean by getting rich? Didn't I hear that she was kept by someone? And it was a man who kept her. That's right, you can do anything else at such a young age. Why do you have to do this? Shoo. Stop talking, someone is coming. These 3 ants have quite a loud voice. Huyuk heard everything that was just said. But he ignored it. However, Xiao Zisa's eyes lit up. There's Melon. Her gossiping soul was burning, and she wished she could join this group of ants right now, holding some melon seeds. Just as she was about to move forward, Huyu turned his head and looked at her. Dr. Xiao, can Bubu's medicine be ready tonight? That's right. I still have to make medicine, let's talk about gossip next time. Xiao Zisu turned around and followed, no problem, you can trust me to do the job. That's good. Huyu replied and continued forward. In the previous life, this group of ants caused a lot of trouble. They all have a naughty kid in their family, and when they get together, they are a complete group of devils. When the rainstorm first started, we were just making noise at home. But as supplies were consumed, the ants formed a group and morally blackmailed everyone in the building, wanting them to provide nutritious food for their children. Under the pretext that they are still children. Only a very few people paid any attention to them. Around the 20th day, they made trouble again and no one had any food to give them. The children's crying and hunger swept through their brains, and they finally made the same decision. Exchange children for food. Huyu recalled the scene and immediately shook his head, focusing his attention elsewhere, not even looking at the group of ants. He pushed Bubu and walked straight towards the unit door. Just as he was about to push the door open, a brightly dressed figure walked out. Huyu. Yi Wanqiu. It really proves the saying that enemies often meet again. Ms. Yi. Huyu took a step forward, protected Bubu behind him, looked her up and down, and found another identical necklace around her neck. In addition, there were some bruises under the sunglasses. It was probably Li Meng who did it. He couldn't help but laugh as he thought, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you've become a panda? You. Yi Wanqiu was instantly enraged. She raised her finger and pointed at Huyu, and her eyes fell on Xiao Zisa behind him. With just one glance, she could tell that the clothes Xiao Zisu was wearing were all famous brands. Although they were old models, they were still expensive. Hey, this is the rich woman you found, right? No wonder she was able to buy the entire floor. Sister, don't blame me for not reminding you, this guy is just a scumbag who is just pretending to be rich. If you are with him, be careful not to be deceived by him. There's another melon. Xiao Zisu immediately stepped forward and took Huyu's arm, really? Tell me in detail. Yi Wanqiu didn't say anything but looked at Huyu, threatening him with her eyes. It's as if to say, if you don't give in, I will expose your affairs now. Huyu rolled his eyes, are you going out or not? If she hadn't been occupying the aisle and Bubu's wheelchair couldn't fit in, he would have gotten into the elevator long ago. Why would he need to stand here and waste time with her? Snort. Yi Wanqiu snorted coldly, as if she had something to do. Without further ado, she walked sideways out of the unit door. But when he passed by Xiao Zisu, he said earnestly, Sister, be careful. The most terrifying thing is not the specific case, but the unknown. If Xiao Zisu really has something to do with Huyu. This one sentence is worth more than 1,000 words. The curiosity in Xiao Zisu's eyes became even stronger. Huyu had no intention of answering. He took Xiao Zissou and Biubu into the unit door and went upstairs to go home. As for Yuanqiu, she looked at the backs of the three people, took out her phone and dialed, "Hello. Brother Tian. It's me, Yuanqiu. The person you're looking for is back." "Yes, he's at his house. He won't be leaving for a while." "Then my account." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Tian." It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 120 hours before the heavy rain falls. Huyu arranged for Xiao Zissou to stay in 2801, and ordered Yuten's takeout to be delivered to his home. After the three of them had a simple dinner, they watched Xiao Zissou give Biubu a set of acupuncture therapy. While she was doing the massage, the phone rang. Huyu turned on the screen and took a look. "Shenshan. Got it so quickly." He answered the phone, and Shenshan's voice immediately came from the other end. "Boss, everything is done. I'll wait for you at Wanan Mountain in Jinjiao." "Good." Huyu replied, and the other party immediately hung up. It seems the situation is urgent. Golden Horn is a country in the south of China. It borders China, but it has been in a state of chaos among warlords all year round. It turns out that he went there to find a gun. He immediately contacted Wanji Airlines and then looked at Xiao Zissou. "Hey, Shiso, please look after Biubu tonight. Tomorrow. I will definitely find a personal nanny for her tomorrow." "It's possible, but..." Xiao Zissou flatly refused, but her hands never stopped moving. "You promised me that apart from the treatment time, I can do whatever I want with the rest of the time. Unless you can satisfy my curiosity." What do you mean?" "It's very simple." Xiao Zissou's eyes seemed to smile, and she looked up at Huyu. "Just answer 3 questions for me." Huyu was helpless. "What do you want to ask?" "No hurry." Xiao Zissou lowered her head and continued to massage Biubu. "Don't you have something else to do? Let's talk about it when you come back." "Good." Huyu replied and went downstairs immediately. He got a taxi as soon as he arrived downstairs of the community. But just as he was driving towards the airport, a Mercedes-Benz also stopped outside the community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car, followed by a bald man. The two of them looked at one of the buildings at the same time. The top floor of that building was now lit. Airport. Huyu looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was receiving him, and suddenly felt helpless. "So, you guys don't get off work?" "There's nothing I can do." Mu Lingxiu smiled helplessly and said, "You are a big customer. Workers like us can only wait for your orders." "Okay, stop being so joking and help me with the paperwork." With the experience from previous times, Huyu was quite familiar with the process. It takes about 3 hours to get from Jinling to Jinjiao. Huyu was not idle during this period. He called Manager Yang of the casino. The purpose is certainly not to set up a gambling game, but to find someone. "Hello. Manager Yang. I'm Huyu." "Mr. Hu." Manager Yang was very surprised. "Are you planning to make an appointment for gambling? I will arrange it for you right away. When will you arrive in Ao Island? I will pick you up. There's no rush for gambling." Huyu sighed. "I haven't been feeling well lately. Do you know any reliable Chinese medicine practitioners?" "Traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes, I heard from my friend that there is a Mr. Xiao who has extremely advanced Chinese medicine skills. It's a pity that he is now in Wa Island. If you can ask him to come to Jinling to treat me, I think I will return to Ao Island soon." "Is he a Chinese medicine doctor named Xiao?" Manager Yang immediately grasped the key words when he heard it. "Don't worry, Mr. Hu, I will contact my colleagues in Wadao for you right away. If you need it, we can also find a professional doctor to come to Jinling to treat you." "No need, I just want to find this Dr. Xiao." Huyu decisively refused. "Money is not a problem." "Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." "Wait for your news." Huyu hung up the phone and looked at the plane about to take off. For some reason, he felt panicky and subconsciously wanted to call Biubu. "Mr. Hu." Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and gently reminded him, "Please turn off your cell phone. If necessary, we will provide you with a satellite phone after the plane takes off." "No. Hu Yu turned on the airplane mode of his phone and put it aside. What do you think of my proposal this afternoon? Well. Mu Lingxiu was speechless for a while, and finally rolled her eyes and whispered, Mr. Hu, you should be back later, right? Well, what's wrong? I will ask for leave later. If you still see me on the plane, I will go with you after the plane lands. If not, I can only apologize. Good. Hu Yu replied helplessly. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Lingxiu's favorability plus 10, now 30. Hu Yu didn't say anything more. He felt the turbulence of the plane and gradually closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu came forward and asked, handing over a hot towel at the right time. Hu Yujie took the towel and wiped his face. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock at night. We have landed at Golden Horn Airport for 10 minutes. Mu Lingxiu smiled and responded, we saw that you were too tired, so we didn't wake you up. Will it delay your work? Fine. It's only 10 minutes, the delay won't waste any time. Hu Yu handed the towel back, stood up and picked up the phone. Can your car deliver here? Yes. Mu Lingxiu immediately responded, where are you going? Wanan Mountain. Hu Yu said this as he walked out of the plane and turned off the flight mode. Before he stepped onto the jet bridge, a text message popped up. The sender is unknown and there is a picture in the message. Just one glance and Hu Yu stopped immediately. In the dim space, two women were tied to two chairs, one large and one small. Although their eyes were covered with black cloth, Hu Yu could still recognize them at a glance. Xiao Zisu, Biubu. Buzz. The bell is ringing. Hu Yu immediately answered the phone. Hello. Who are you? Tisk, TSK, you finally answered the phone. A voice that was obviously processed by a voice changer sounded. Mr. Hu, you are really hard to find. Hu Yu did not answer, but was thinking. The other party kidnapped Zisu and Biubu, and called him frantically, so their target must not be them, but him. Who did I offend in Jinling? Li Mang. He probably wouldn't dare. Then there is only one person. Boss Tian. Maybe he discovered something. Boss Tian, the repayment date hasn't arrived yet, right? Mr. Hu is very smart. He should know that I am not after the 2 million, but something else. Boss Tian did not deny his identity, but came straight to the point. My brother told me that some of my things are in your hands. Brother. Li Mang. Hu Yu only thought of this possibility. He had planned everything, but he could not have expected that Li Mang and Boss Tian knew each other. There are tens of millions of people in Jinling. What a coincidence. I can return your things, but I'm out of town right now and it'll take me some time to come back. Good. Boss Tian immediately replied, you disappeared for 3 hours, I will give you 3 hours. Not enough. Hu Yu immediately turned around and looked at Mu Lingxiu behind him. There are no flights back to Jinling now. The earliest flight back to Jinling is 2 hours later. Mu Lingxiu immediately replied in a low voice. 2 hours later. I need 7 hours. Within 7 hours, I will bring you everything you want. Hu Yu knew that he was no match for Boss Tian. Even if you want to go back, you have to take Shinshan back with you, otherwise you can only deliver food. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice sounded, this is my bottom line. If you don't come, I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Jianghe Manufacturing Factory, I'm waiting for you. Good. Hu Yu hung up the phone and ran directly outside the covered bridge. Quick. Arrange a car for me. Okay. Mu Lingxiu didn't know what happened to Hu Yu, but she hurriedly contacted the shuttle bus as soon as possible. Hu Yu immediately called Shinshan. Hey, boss. It's me. Hu Yu said hurriedly, I need your specific location now, and, something happened to Biubu. What happened to Biubu? Shen Shan's voice was obviously anxious. Hu Yu immediately told Boss Tian's deal and how he took away Boss Tian's wealth and life. Of course, because they were still on the shuttle bus and Mu Lingxiu was still on the side, Hu Yu didn't say the specific method. Favorability from Qinshan -20, now 19. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that guy surnamed Tian to react so quickly and leave Boo Boo in Oris Hill like this. Now is not the time to talk about that. Qinshan did not express his attitude towards Huyu but said quickly, how long until you arrive? Let me take a look. Huyu looked at the address and imported it into the navigation system. A route appeared and the estimated time appeared. The fastest is 1.5 hours, and the round trip will take 3 hours. Too late. It's too late. Before Qinshan could speak, a crazy idea came into Huyu's mind. Parking. Huyu said to Qinshan, I'll find a way to come over. You wait for me where you are. He hung up the phone and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also on the shuttle bus. Is there a helicopter rental at this airport? Ah. I asked you if you have any. Yes. Yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded repeatedly. I rented it. Huyu sent the location on his phone to Mu Lingxiu's phone. No matter how much it costs, take me to this location now. Good. Mu Lingxiu responded, then said helplessly, but even if I send you to this location, you can't get down. Who said there's no way? 10 minutes later. The sound of the helicopter echoed in Qinshan's ears. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter slowly flying towards him. It was hovering not far ahead and then its altitude kept decreasing. Finally, it descended to a height of only 20 meters from the ground, hovering motionless in the air, and dropped a string of rope ladders. Etc. Could it be? I saw a figure coming to the side of the cabin and climbing down the rope ladder. It's really him. The anger in Qinshan's heart was diluted a lot. He knew in his heart that this incident was too coincidental. Although it was related to Huyu, it was not his intention. No wonder, it's not his fault. And for him, a rich man, to dare to take such a risk and come here is already showing the utmost sincerity. Favorability from Qinshan +10, now 29. 5 minutes later. Huyu finally climbed down from the rope ladder and immediately called Qinshan. Hey, Brother Shen, I've arrived at Wanan Mountain. Where are you? I see you. Brother Shen's tone became much calmer. Go east and you'll see me soon. Good. Huyu didn't say much and immediately ran to the east. Soon I saw Qinshan. He stood in front of a bush, wearing camouflage and using a flashlight to guide Huyu. His expression was very serious and indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Huyu didn't hesitate and ran all the way to Qinshan. Brother Shen, I'm sorry for you. Now is not the time to talk about that. Qinshan's tone was still indifferent. He raised his hand and landed on Huyu's shoulder. Go and collect the goods first. It's too late for us to rush back now. Good. Hearing what Qinshan said, Huyu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Qinshan up and down for a while, but couldn't see where the gun was. Brother Shen, where is the stuff you mentioned? Later. Qinshan said and swept the flashlight back. Under the bushes, 8 trucks were lined up in a row. Huyu. 8 loads of munitions. Didn't I just want 8 guns? What are you doing standing still? Qinshan urged anxiously, hurry up and receive the goods. Ouch. Huyu replied, but still couldn't help but be curious, and stepped forward to open the container of a truck. A bunch of AKs were lined up in the carriage, and boxes after boxes of bullets were piled in the center of the carriage. It was visually estimated that there were at least hundreds of AKs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The pungent smell of gunpowder swept over him, making Huyu tremble with fear. This car is a rifle. Qinshan stepped forward and explained, the other vehicles are pistols, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I have very few pistols and RPGs, only one vehicle, and the others are all vehicles. Is this enough? Enough? I've had enough. These 8 carts of munitions are enough to arm 8 companies. Huyu swallowed, not daring to put these things outside. He immediately put them into his space backpack and made the 8 gesture to him again. Brother Shen, didn't I say we would get 8 guns? Ah. Qinshan was stunned and made the 8 gesture, 8 handfuls. I thought you bought things by the truck. This 8 doesn't mean 8 cars. Who is a good person who wants to buy 8 trucks of arms? Hu Yu complained helplessly, but he had done everything, and the focus now was not on arms, but on Biubu and Zissou. He shook his head and immediately ran out of the bushes. Forget it, let's go back first. With these things, we can save Biubu. No. Not enough. Shinshan started running as he said this. When he passed by Hu Yu, he picked him up by the waist, carried him behind his back, and rushed towards the helicopter at a faster speed. Boss, I remember you wouldn't mind hiring more bodyguards, right? Let me confirm first, your so-called sum are not calculated by car again. On the plane back to Jinling. It was already 11:30 in the evening. There are still 5.5 hours left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. Once on the plane, Hu Yu saw Mu Lingxiu again. But now he was in no mood to discuss the personal nanny with her. He just watched Shinshan holding the satellite phone and calling people one after another. The method is also very concise, with only 3 sentences per phone call. The first 4 phone calls were all, "It's me. Something happened to Biubu. Jinling, meet at the airport within 5 hours." After speaking, the other party will immediately hang up the phone. As for the 5th call, Shinshan thought for a long time before dialing it. The first 2 sentences are the same, only the 3rd sentence is different. Jinling, Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. Everyone on the other end of the phone seemed to know Biubu. Hu Yu sat across from him and watched. Until the last call was hung up, he did not ask Shinshan what he meant. All right. Shinshan put down the phone and looked at Hu Yu. Before he could speak, he took the initiative to explain, actually, Biubu is not my biological daughter. Hu Yu was stunned. Is it so exciting from the beginning? To be precise, she is the child of my comrade in arms. Shinshan's eyes scanned the table, seeming to be looking for something. Hu Yu immediately understood. Here comes a bottle of wine, is there any white one? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully and immediately brought a bottle of Maotai to the table. The quality of this bottle of Maotai is naturally not as good as the one prepared by Manager Yang, but it is still okay to drink casually. She poured the 2 of them a drink and walked towards the cab in a sensible manner, not intending to listen to the gossip. Shinshan picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then continued, there are 7 people in our team. During an overseas mission, the captain died trying to protect us. Biubu is his only relative. I can't go into details about the specific mission. In short, after that mission, other members of our team were also punished and everyone was expelled from the military. In order to cause some unnecessary trouble, I took Biubu and hid on Ao Island. I thought that with my own skills, I could make money to help her get back on her feet. I didn't expect. Shinshan drank another glass of wine. Hu Yu also knew what happened next. Shinshan was not popular in the bodyguard company. Perhaps he had offended some senior management, which caused him to keep doing cleaning work. And because he had to maintain Biubu's daily expenses, he had no way to resign and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue working. As for the so-called unnecessary trouble, Hu Yu still remembered the diagnosis Xiao Zissa gave Biubu at that time. The bullet hit the spine and left and right leg bones. It was quite a troublesome thing. It was probably related to the overseas mission. Boss. Shinshan's eyes were red. He picked up the wine glass and looked at Hu Yu. I haven't finished what I said, but you should be able to understand what I mean. If you think we, father and daughter, are too troublesome, you can still regret it now. I will find a way to repay you the money and favors. Trouble. What kind of trouble can there be when the apocalypse comes? Brother Shen. Hu Yu picked up the wine glass and touched it with Shinshan. I call you Brother Shen. Biubu is my niece. It's a family matter. It's no trouble to talk about it. Come on, drink. Good. Favorability from Shinshan is +20, now 49. The 2 clinked glasses and drank the last glass. I have business to do later, so I shouldn't drink too much. By the way, Brother Shen, there is something I have to say first. Hu Yu put down his wine glass and looked at Shinshan seriously. You say. Your comrades may be good soldiers, but that doesn't mean they can be good bodyguards. Whether they stay or not is a mutual choice between us. So, you understand, right? Certainly. Chen Shan nodded. Boss, you are very good at giving them this opportunity. That's good. After saying that, Huyu closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Tomorrow is the third day. The system will be upgraded again. I don't know if there will be any surprises. Half an hour passed quickly, and a crisp sound sounded at the right time. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving for 3 days and system upgrade. Unlock new features, survival blind box. Note, you will get a blind box every day. After the blind box is opened, you will get random items, creatures, and skill books to help you survive better. Distance to next upgrade, 3 out of 10. Survival blind box. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that there was an extra black egg in the space backpack. Just crack the egg open to get random items. It's a pity that I'm still on the plane, so I can't use my spatial abilities at will, so I can only watch it after I get off the plane. 3 hours later. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. Huyu asked Mu Lingxiu to go home and wait for news. He still had business to do and would come to her in the morning to discuss the specific work content and salary. When he and Shinshan came out of the airport, they saw 2 muscular men far apart, standing on both sides of the airport gate. At this point, there are no flights landing except for their charter flights. I think these 2 should be Brother Shen's comrades in arms. 2 panels popped up in front of you almost at the same time. Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient survival, proficient first aid, proficient fighting, proficient firearms, proficient off-road, proficient assassination, proficient swimming. Personality, loyal, kind, stubborn, and protective. Favorability, 0. Name, Suzilong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, epic firearms, perfect combat, perfect assassination, mastery of survival, mastery of off-road, mastery of driving, mastery of first aid, mastery of electronics, mastery of swimming. Personality, loyal, impulsive, decisive, protective, and arrogant. Favorability, 0. Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Zilong's skill column again. Epic skills. There are levels above perfection. In other words, this person's firearms level is 1 level higher than Shinshan. No matter what, this person must be accepted. Personality and stuff. It doesn't matter. As long as he is loyal enough and obeys orders, being impulsive is nothing more than a minor problem. Brother Shan. When Li Ji saw Shinshan, he immediately came up to him and complained, "Why did you bring this guy here? If I don't come, will it be up to you to save Bubu?" Su Zilong also stepped forward at the same time, his tone was extremely cold. Apparently, there was a conflict between the 2. This conflict should not include Shinshan. Okay, now is not the time to argue. Let's talk business first. Shinshan took a step back and introduced Huyu, who stood up. This is my boss, and I am now his bodyguard. In addition to Bubu, the person kidnapped this time is also a female friend of his. The favorability from Su Zilong is -10, now -10. Oh. Su Zilong snorted softly and looked at Huyu with dissatisfaction in his eyes. So, Bubu's kidnapping this time has something to do with you. A chill suddenly came over me. Under the scorching heat, Huyu shivered. Zilong. Shinshan frowned and stood in front of Huyu. We have some things to discuss later. Let's go rescue Bubu first. Snort. Su Zilong snorted coldly and said directly, it's enough for me to go to the address. Since you want to be someone's bodyguard, it would be better for Bubu to be taken care of by me. Just you. Another voice came from the gate outside the airport. I saw a pair of twin brothers slowly approaching, and the leader sneered, aren't you afraid that you will raise Bubu to be autistic? Autism. Brother, if you leave it to him, it's not certain whether Bubu can live to adulthood. Huyu looked at the 2 people at the door, and 2 more panels popped up. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient off-road, proficient fighting, proficient cooking, proficient firearms, proficient assassination, proficient swimming, proficient survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, gossipy. Favorability, 0. Name, Zhao Yi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect firearms, perfect fighting, proficient assassination, proficient driving, proficient cooking, proficient first aid, proficient off-roading, proficient swimming, proficient survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, superstitious. Favorability, 0. There are also 9 skills. These 4 people, like Shinshan, possess the same 9 skills. The only difference is the perfect skills they have mastered. Li Ji is mainly responsible for driving and cooking. Zhao Zhong is mainly responsible for first aid and survival. Zhao Yi is mainly responsible for firearms and fighting. As for Su Zilong, not to mention the epic firearms skills, the fighting and assassination are also at perfect level. This is definitely a powerful weapon. Hu Yu immediately thought of recruiting people. If these 4 people could all be brought under his command and cooperated with the 8 carts of arms, they would be able to go sideways. Everyone is here. Chen Shan glanced at the 4 people and immediately ordered, perform the mission first, and then talk about other things. Yes. Even if the 4 people were not united, they all responded in unison at this moment. They immediately lined up in a line and waited for Shinshan's next instructions. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, ride with me. Zilong, drive behind me. Yes. Set off. Chen Shan immediately ran towards the parking lot. Everyone else can keep up, but Hu Yu? He is just a hard worker. Not to mention how long it has been since I exercised. Even if my body is at its peak, it is impossible to keep up with their pace. Li Ji, help. Yes. Li Ji replied, then immediately ran back, put Hu Yu on his back, and followed again. Thank you for the trouble. Hu Yu thanked him with a red face. Li Ji replied without any emotion, it's okay. No. Improving physical fitness needs to be put on the agenda. It would be so embarrassing if I had to rely on these good brothers to carry me when I escape in the future. Everyone got on the bus. Li Ji threw Hu Yu to the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat himself. Seat. Hu Yu immediately replied, Jianghe Manufacturing Plant. Sit tight. After Li Ji finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator. With a feeling of being pushed back, the G-Class rushed directly to the suburbs. The speed is over 130 kilometers per hour. The off-road vehicle driven by Su Zilong behind him kept biting at the back, as if it was racing. That's not right. Didn't Brother Shen make 5 phone calls? Why are there only 4 people here? Hu Yu turned to look at Shinshan in the back seat, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Shen, isn't there another person? He has already gone. What? There was an exclamation in the car. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi spoke at the same time, and even Li Ji, who was driving, was no exception. Brother Shan, did you find that person? Zhao Zhong asked with a trembling voice. What else? Chen Shan shook his head helplessly. He is in Jinling, he is the only one who can rush there as soon as possible. Then are we still going? Li Ji asked doubtfully. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also looked at Chen Shan at the same time. Go, we haven't been together for a long time, it's a good time to get together. For a moment, the other 3 stopped talking. Even Li Ji's car slowed down a lot and returned to normal speed, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. The 5th person. Who is this person? Outside the Jianghe manufacturing plant. When everyone arrived, it was already 3:30 in the morning. There is still an hour and a half left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. The Jianghe manufacturing plant is brightly lit at this moment. After Li Ji parked the car, Su Zilong rushed in without waiting for everyone to get out. When almost approaching the gate, a figure stopped at the door. Dust and smoke rolled up. Su Zilong jumped out of the car and walked into the factory with a tang sword in his hand. Reckless man. Li Ji cursed through gritted teeth. That is. Zhao Zhong also echoed, if Bubu is still being held hostage, just rush in like this, haha. Continue. Chen Shan frowned and said, how dare you scold him when you see him later? As he spoke, he opened the car door and walked toward the manufacturing plant. Li Ji and others looked at each other and did not dare to refute, so they could only follow Chen Shan and walk inside. Hu Yu is now more and more curious about the last person. As he walked through the dust and smoke and walked into the manufacturing plant, the sight in front of him made him stunned. Su Zilong knelt down. Su Zilong, who possessed perfect fighting and perfect assassination, was half kneeling on the ground, with a woman wearing a red vest behind him. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail and had a very slim figure. She looked to be about 1.7 meters tall, but her weight might be less than 100 kilograms. That thigh is not even as thick as Hu Yu's arm. But such a woman was enough to pin Su Zilong to the ground, making him unable to even stand up. And behind them, a group of people led by Boss Tian were tied up and thrown together, and everyone's eyes, mouths, and ears were stuffed tightly. But Xiao Zissou and Biubu were also among them. They were not rescued, but they were out of danger. The panel pops up instantly. Name, Ancienner. Gender, female. Age, 25. Skills, epic combat, epic assassination, epic firearms, epic off-road, epic camouflage. Personality, loyal, cute, heroic, defensive, few words, afraid of strangers. Purity, 100. 5 skills. 5 epics. If they were placed in a card-drawing game, and Chen Shan and Su Zilong were considered SRs, then Ling Xian would be a proper SSR. This woman, could she be the last member of Chen Shan's team? Xianer. Chen Shan stepped forward and said, let Zilong go first. Oh. And Xianer immediately let go and took a step back. And Xianer. Su Zilong stood up helplessly and rubbed the shoulder that had just been pressed. You did it on purpose, right? You knew it was me and you still took action. And Xianer turned to look at Su Zilong and said in a very calm tone, you may not be here to save Biubu. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Su Zilong didn't dare to lose his temper with her and went straight to Biubu. I'll take Biubu away now. Do whatever you like. Etc. As soon as Chen Shan finished speaking, and Xianer stood in front of Su Zilong in a flash. It seemed that if he just said, kill him, and Xianer would take action without hesitation. Zilong, calm down first. I'm calm now. Su Zilong turned to look at Chen Shan, if you can't protect Biubu, then let me do it. I will never let her suffer this kind of injustice. Chen Shan was speechless for a while. He had no choice but to turn his head and look at Hu Yu. Boss, please take care of Biubu first. I have something I want to talk to them about first. Good. After saying that, Chen Shan turned around and walked out of the warehouse. The others followed along. Hu Yu quickly walked up to Biubu and took off her earplugs. This action made her body tremble, but she didn't make any sound or movement. He continued to remove the cotton cloth stuffed in Biubu's mouth and the blindfold on his head. Biubu, it's me. Biubu felt relieved instantly, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Hu Yu. Hurry. Sister Zissou was kidnapped with me. Be good, it's okay. Hu Yu rubbed her head. Don't be afraid, Biubu, you and Sister Zissou are safe. Biubu responded, his little bun-like face full of determination. Brother, I'm fine, you go save Sister Zissou first. Okay, Biubu is the best. Hu Yu praised and untied the rope on Biubu, then came to the side and took off Xiao Zissou's blindfold. The first time she saw Hu Yu, she was not timid or weak, but just asked 2 words. Where are the people? Who? Hu Yu squatted down and untied the ropes on her. Are you talking about Biubu? No, I mean the people who kidnapped us. Xiao Zissou replied, stood up from the chair and flexed her wrists. Her eyes instantly fell on the people who were tied up, and she was obviously shocked. You did all this? Of course not. Hu Yu had no intention of taking credit for it. He raised his hand and pointed outside the factory. The people who saved you are having a meeting outside. I'll introduce them to you later. Don't worry yet. Xiao Zissou looked at Boss Tian in the crowd, moved her wrist and walked towards him. You dare to kidnap me, you are really impatient to live. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Yu hurriedly followed. It's not that he's worried about Boss Tian's safety, the main reason is that it's not the end of the world yet and it's a society governed by law. If he goes out of his way, he won't be able to explain it to Shinshan and the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him, lest I get my hands dirty. Xiao Zisi pulled out 3 slender golden needles from her hair, but, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. She took a step forward and quickly inserted 3 golden needles into 3 acupuncture points on Boss Tian's body. Ah! A scream sounded. Chen Shan and others outside the manufacturing plant immediately filed in, and happened to see Xiao Zisi behind Boss Tian. No one knew him before. The woman named Xianer has rushed over at this moment. Xianer, no. When Chen Shan's voice fell, Xianer stopped. A strong gust of wind came. Her calf was about to fall on Xiao Zisi's face. Don't be impulsive. Hu Yu immediately stood between the 2 women, we are all our own people. If you have anything to say, please speak it up. Xianer lowered her legs slowly, but her eyes were still fixed on Xiao Zisi, who took advantage of the situation and pulled out 3 golden needles from Boss Tian's body. You just saved us, right? Xiao Zisi took a step forward, inserted the golden needle into her hair again, and stretched out her right hand towards Xianer. Hello, my name is Xiao Zisi. Xianer didn't respond and turned her gaze to Hu Yu again. You said the end of the world is coming. Hu Yu looked at Shinshan, who nodded silently. It seems that Brother Shen told them about that matter. Also, except for that situation, there is no way this group of people can get together. The end of the world. Xiao Zisi also turned to look at Hu Yu, his eyes full of curiosity. Boss Hu, what on earth is going on? The eyes of the rest of the people were also full of doubts, and they were all waiting for his answer. Let's go home first and then talk about it. Hu Yu looked at Boss Tian and others who were still tied to the ground. What should we do with these people? Let me go. Xiao Zisi immediately volunteered, saying that she was going to pull the needle out of her hair again. Give me 15 minutes, and the world will be green again. Green. Hu Yu was stunned. Vegetative people, aren't they just green? Good guy, is this the effect of, plus, belly? Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and found that everyone, including him, had already walked towards the door. Hey, the weather is nice today, you can still see the stars. Yes, Brother Shan, can you tell me whether the sun will be bright tomorrow? I don't know, Xianer, please come out and take a look. Oh. As they talked, the group of people all left the manufacturing plant. Li Ji even ran back and took Bubu out. Xiao Zisi jumped up and started planting trees, while Hu Yu came to squat in front of Boss Tian, took out a duffel bag from the space backpack, put it on his back, and took off his blindfold. Hello, Boss Tian. Ah. A wailing sound was heard. Boss Tian began to sweat coldly, but he still managed to reply, Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu. Hu Yu looked down at the time and said, it's about an hour before the time we agreed to meet. You don't mind, do you? No, I won't. Ah. Another howl. Boss Tian's legs trembled slightly. He didn't understand how he had offended this great god. Mr. Hu, I was blind and didn't recognize the great men. I'm sorry for offending you. Please don't take it as a fault. No, don't you want something? I'll find it and give it back to you. Hu Yu opened the luggage bag and started taking things out. Bang. An AK was lying on the ground. Is this it? Boss Tian was stunned on the spot and didn't even have the chance to shake his head before Hu Yu took out another Desert Eagle. Is this it? No. No. Boss Tian's lips trembled slightly. Hu Yu took out another 98K, is that this? Not really. It can't be this, can it? Hu Yu said this and simply put the rocket launcher on the ground. Boss Tian, what did you lose? Just tell me directly. How would I know if you don't tell me? Right. Mr. Hu. Boss Tian was completely scared. He didn't know who this person was and how he could come up with these things. Those things are my honor to you. Please let me go. Oh. Hu Yu sneered, there is a saying in your loan bank, what is it called? 9 out and 13 back, right? You kidnapped 2 of my men, and now I'm here to collect the debt from you. Is this how you plan to treat me? Among the contracts he took away, there were also a large number of photos, all of which were of women holding IOUs and wearing scantily clad clothes. Just one person had over a dozen loan contracts. From 5,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan, he still hadn't paid it back. Based on this alone, leaving him half paralyzed would be the lightest punishment, not to mention the kidnapping of Biubu. Then you tell me. As long as it's something that I, Tian Laolio, can do, I will definitely do it for you without any further ado. First. Hu Yu asked in a deep voice, how did you know the things were with me? He had some guesses about this matter in his mind, but he still needed to confirm it. After all, he did not see Li Mang among these people. When he went there before, he specifically looked at the tea room. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the entire tea house, so the problem cannot be with the surveillance cameras. It's Li Mang, yes, and Yuan Qiu. Tian Laolio immediately replied, didn't you use that thing to scare Li Mang? Later, Li Mang found me, and I found Yuan Qiu, and finally we confirmed that the thing was in your possession. Hu Yu frowned slightly. And what about that woman? It was Yuan Qiu who called me today and told me that you were back, so I took action. Okay, second thing. Hu Yu interrupted Tian Laolio and continued, from today on, you will live next to Yuan Qiu's house, watch over her, and don't let her leave this city. You should be able to do this little thing, right? Yes. Of course. Tian Laolio replied quickly. That's good. Hu Yu stood up and looked down at Tian Laolio on the ground. Your body will feel a little uncomfortable after this. If you are obedient, I may help you recover after a month when I am in a good mood. Shiso, let's go. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded and inserted the needle into her hair. The two walked out of the manufacturing plant, Xiao Zissou's eyes full of curiosity. Yuan Qiu. Is she the woman we saw yesterday? Hu Yu responded, you don't want to tie her up and make her paralyzed, right? That's what I originally wanted to do. Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu, as if he was looking at someone of the same kind, but I don't want to think about it now. How? I believe you must have a better way to diagnose and treat her. I want to see it. 5 o'clock in the morning. After everyone returned home and put Bubu to sleep, they found an empty room for a meeting. Hu Yu briefly recounted what he told Chen Shan, demonstrated the capabilities of the space backpack, and stated his purpose. After that, everyone introduced each other. After knowing that Xiao Zissou was the doctor Hu Yu paid a lot of money to hire, everyone's favorability towards him, including Insiener, increased by 10 points. Oops. Xiao Zissou exclaimed immediately, if I had known earlier, I should have brought all the herbs with me. You believe it? Li Ji immediately asked back, don't you think this is nonsense? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Zissou retorted, haven't you seen so many similar articles on Huzhu? Existence is reasonable, and this kind of thing is possible. No, Boss Hu, you have to accompany me home tomorrow. No. Hu Yu helplessly spread his hands and casually put out a Chinese medicine cabinet. When I closed the warehouse for you, I took it away. What a smooth move. Xiao Zissou complained helplessly, I don't care, you have to pay me for all these. Become. As Hu Yu spoke, he took out a pile of gold bars from the space. These were unused items from the arms purchased by Chen Shan. They had been placed in the truck and put into the space backpack before he discovered them. There is now about half of the pile of gold bars left, which is gold with a market value of 15 million. Everyone. Hu Yu looked at everyone. I, Hu Yu, never force others to do anything. We are friends when we meet each other. Whether you believe me or not, you can take and divide this pile of gold. It's not that I want to bribe you, but that I admire you personally. Brother Shen has told me not much about you, but I understand one thing. We cannot have the peaceful and prosperous age we have now without your efforts. If you believe in me, use this money to stock up on supplies. If you don't believe me, you can use it to improve your life. Of course, it would be best if you can stay. I still say that in the end times, as long as I, Hu Yu, have something to eat, I will never let you go hungry. This promise may seem cheesy, but everyone knows that if the end of the world really comes, this sentence is worth a lot of money. Suzilong glanced at the gold, said nothing, sneered, and left on the spot. He was already giving Bubu face by sitting here and listening to Hu finish his words. As for the rest, I'm in. Xiao Zissou was the first to speak. She yawned and walked towards 2801, I'm going to catch up on some sleep first. If the world really ends, I have to stock up on supplies tomorrow. Boss Hu, let's settle the money issue together when we stock up tomorrow. Good. Hu didn't expect Xiao Zissou to accept it so easily. That's true. After all, she is a middle school otaku girl, so her ability to accept things must be strong. As for everyone else, brothers Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, and Zhao Yi both looked at Chen Shan. Don't look at me. Chen Shan said calmly, Boss Hu and I made an agreement that if the rain falls at 7 o'clock in the evening on July 13th, I will be in the same boat with him. The heavy rain has not fallen, and I will continue to protect him for another year. Brother Shan said so count me in. Li Ji volunteered on the spot, we'll wait until July 13th to see if there will be heavy rain. Same for both of us. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and Zhao Zhong spoke. He looked at Hu and said, Boss Hu, right. This is for Bubu's sake. If the rainstorm doesn't fall and our two brothers turn around and leave, don't blame us for being unloyal. That's natural. Hu replied and turned to look at Anciener. Siener, how did you decide? Shen Shan asked proactively. Can you eat enough? Absolutely. Hu responded immediately and took out a large amount of high-end ingredients bought from Yuten and spread them all over the table, but now you still need to cook it yourself. Who among you is going to cook? Don't eat it yet. Chen Shan stood up slowly, everyone is tired today, why not rest first and talk about it tomorrow? By the way, boss, if there is anything else you need to stock up on, let our brothers handle it. It really does. Hu immediately started counting, the first thing is food. We don't know how long the ocean will last. Naturally, the more food, the better. The second thing is medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is far from enough. We also need some emergency Western medicine. Seeds of vegetables and fruits, these things will become absolutely rare items in the end of the world. There are also fuel and fresh water resources. The more of these too, the better. The last thing is power generation equipment, either solar or diesel. If there is anything else you need to add, you can speak up. Everyone looked at each other and heard Hu reporting these things in succession, and understood how much he had prepared for that day. Leave the food to me. Shen Shan spoke first. Li Ji followed closely, then I'll get the fuel and fresh water. Leave the medicine to me. Zhao Zhong looked at Zhao Yi as he spoke, leave the vegetables and fruit seeds to Xiao Yi. And Sienna raised her hand and pointed at herself, me. Power generation equipment. No, you are responsible for other more important things. Chen Shan shook his head, I will take care of the power generation equipment. Sienna, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the boss and Bubu. Oh. And Sienna responded calmly. Boss. Chen Shan looked at Hu. How many will we do this time? Or one car? No. Hu slapped his bank card on the table, get 100 million. Everyone was shocked at first, but before they could speak, Hu's voice continued to sound. 100 million per person. After arranging the tasks, Hu finally returned to his crib. It's already July 9th, 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 109 hours until the end of the world. Hu finally had time to take out the black egg he got today, cracked it open, and a blue light suddenly bloomed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book, Mastery of Tasting Food. Note, after using the skill book, your physical fitness and physical quality will automatically improve to the level of mastering the skill. The good news is, it's a skill book. The bad news. It seems to be of no use. It's the end of the world, who has the mood to taste food? Even if they can taste it, so what? Can they live broadcast it to the world and let them watch me eat? Hu's mouth twitched twice, but he still chose to use it. It's a free skill book, why not waste it? A burst of blue light suddenly came. Huyu didn't feel any changes, so he didn't think much about it and just fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but a fragrance came to my nose. Meaty aroma. Herbal aroma. And a strange aroma that I can't describe. This should be a medicinal meal made with high-quality pork bone soup, stewed with various Chinese herbs such as angelica, codonopsis, and wolfberry. As for that strange fragrance, it seemed to be right in front of me, but I couldn't smell what it was. Huyu moved closer and sniffed twice, but still couldn't smell it, so he could only raise his eyelids helplessly. With just one glance, he jumped back in shock. A cold and beautiful face was right in front of him. And Sienna. Her eyes and eyebrows are just like Lin Dayu in the world, and just one look at them makes people feel pity for her. Of course, the premise is that you have never seen her take action. Why are you here? Brother Sean asked me to watch you. But you don't have to look at it like that. Huyu hurriedly covered himself with the quilt. He has a bit of a quirk. No matter how cold the weather is, he likes to sleep naked. Last night was no exception. No matter how tired I am, I force myself to resist the urge to sleep and take off all my clothes before going to bed. Oh. And Ling Xian responded, and took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Is this okay? Huyu. What the hell? Do you think that adding a black filter will not make it pornographic content? Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly, not daring to say anything more. Turn around first, I'll put on my clothes first. Good. And Ling Xian turned around. Huyu put on his clothes as quickly as possible and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He put on his slippers and walked outside, and asked Sienna, you won't stay up all night to watch over me, right? Asleep. That's good. Huyu subconsciously opened the door and found that he had locked it. He was subconsciously surprised how Sienna got in. But thinking about her, perfect assassination, it's just opening an ordinary wooden bedroom door, isn't that easy? He didn't think much about it and said subconsciously, let's go and eat first. The two walked out of the bedroom. Bubu was the first to react and immediately greeted them, Brother Huyu, Sister Sienna. You are awake. Hey, are you awake? Xiao Zissou was busy in the kitchen, and looked at the two curiously. How was your time last night? Were you happy? Don't make dirty jokes, the child is still here. Huyu yawned, walked to the dining table and sat down, and Sienna is here to protect us, don't tease her. I know. Xiao Zissou said as she placed a pot of broth on the table, along with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. I discovered earlier that this girl might be mentally impaired, but her bones and muscles are perfect. She must be born to practice martial arts. Aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Huyu stood up and added more rice to Bubu's plate. Do you also know about martial arts? The ultimate goal of traditional Chinese medicine is to maintain health, and the ultimate goal of martial arts training is also to maintain health. They are different paths to the same end. Xiao Zissou also added a bowl of rice to Sienna, but it seems that there is no cure for this disease. I only heard some things from my grandfather. Grandfather? Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up, is he still alive? Invite him to come to Jinling to play for a while. Don't think about it, my grandfather has passed away. Xiao Zissou said unhappily, today I heard from my dad that a boss named who asked him to come to Jinling to see a doctor and wanted me to go see him. Is he talking about you? Why doesn't this count? Huyu smiled helplessly and said, isn't this also for your family reunion? Thank you. Xiao Zissou complained, then may I ask, how are you going to explain to them the news of the coming of the end of the world? Then we can't just leave them alone, right? It's simple. Xiao Zissou sat down with a smile, added a piece of meat to Bubu, and also picked up a piece for Huyu. Boss who has so much money, why don't you build a hotel with a higher floor for them, and then take a boat to pick them up when the end of the world comes? The room here is actually quite empty, how about? Ding. A golden needle fell on the table. Oops. Xiao Zissou picked up the golden needle and put it back into her hair. I accidentally dropped it. Boss Hu, please continue. What else do you want? Nothing. Huyu withdrew a message. He didn't know what Xiao Zisu's intention was, but, when you are under the golden needle, you have to bow your head. We can't let Anciener take action, right? That's good. Xiao Zisu smiled like a flower. Let's eat, and then accompany me to stock up some things later. Good. Huyu looked at Anciener, who was standing beside him. She had been standing behind him without moving. She only spoke after Huyu made eye contact with her. Is it time to eat? Eat. Oh. Anciener sat down and began to eat with relish. After dinner, Huyu called Mu Lingxiu, confirmed the nanny arrangements, and asked her to come upstairs to see him directly. Mu Lingxiu was stunned at first, but after going upstairs and seeing Anciener and Xiao Zisu, she suddenly accepted the setting for some reason. It's just that look in the name, it always makes people feel a little weird. No matter what Huyu said, she decided not to call Huyu boss, but master. Bubu is also called Miss. Only the addresses for Xiao Zisu and Anciener seemed slightly normal. One is called Dr. Xiao and the other is called Missin. The tone is just like that of an old maid in a novel about a domineering CEO. Huyu really didn't have time to find a second reliable nanny, so he had to leave her alone. He also did not tell her the news that the end of the world was approaching, in order to prevent this saintly woman from spreading the news and causing unnecessary trouble. After signing the employment contract, Huyu hired Mu Lingxiu with a monthly salary of 180,000 yuan, and asked her to take care of Buba 24 hours a day starting from today. I first gave her a year's salary so that she could buy more things for the family. In the afternoon, he took 4 beauties, 3 big and 1 small, out to the street. I drove the Brabus G800 I bought all the way to the old street entrance. When they arrived at Kid Square at the entrance of Jinling Old Street, Huyu finally understood what Xiao Zisu was planning to stockpile. We strolled from the afternoon until the sun set. Xiao Zisu came as if she was here to purchase goods, and she said only 3 sentences when she entered a counter. It's all included. Send it here. Sometimes, before the salesgirl could react, she handed over a card and said the 3rd sentence. Swipe the card. Soon her bank card was maxed out, but luckily Huyu still had another card on her. It was a black card he applied for when he left the casino, commonly known as the Centurion Black Gold Card. The credit card limit is 1 billion. 7 o'clock in the evening. There are 96 hours left until the end of the world. Everyone was sitting in the hot pot restaurant. Xiao Zisu took out a small notebook and crossed out the last line on the shopping list. The down jacket and quilt are also taken care of. Xiao Zisu looked at Huyu and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work today, Boss Hu. Ah. You're still alive. You're okay. Huyu was almost exhausted and in a trance. He slumped down on the table, not even wanting to raise his head. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassment, he might have let Anciener carry him around. Oh, I'm just prepared for any eventuality. Xiao Zisu smiled with satisfaction. The cosmetics, clothes, and bags she stockpiled today will probably be enough for her to use for the next 800 lifetimes. Don't say that we don't have to talk about these things because the end of the world is coming. If conditions permit, every woman wants to be the most beautiful every day. It's okay. Since I promised you, then I will consider it as my sacrifice to accompany you. Huyu said nothing, waved his hand, and started showing off the hot pot. By the way, has the schedule for Uncle and Aunt been decided? It's already been decided. We'll arrive early on the 13th. Do you need me to charter a plane? Don't bother. Xiao Zisu picked up a piece of meatball and threw it into her mouth, lest they think I'm hooked on some rich man. You don't have to pick them up when they arrive. When that day comes, it will be easier for you to go over and explain. Okay, this leaky little cotton-padded jacket shouldn't have been picked up by them, right? Do you treat your parents like this? Huyu was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mu Lingxiu hugged Bubu and listened with confusion on her face. What day? Meet the parents? Or are these two planning to get married? What you are waiting for is probably the physical examination report. Then should I be called Dr. Xiao or Madam from now on? 9 o'clock that night. After everyone finished eating the hot pot and went home, they had not received any news from Shinshan and others. Come to think of it, supplies worth 100 million are not that easy to get. However, all the things Xiao Zissou purchased today have arrived. One after another, small trucks responsible for transporting valuable goods stopped at the entrance of the community, and in front of each truck stood an extremely professional shopping guide. Her charming figure contrasts sharply with the huge truck. Many people in the community gathered together to watch the excitement and guess what was in the truck. Since they were in the mainland, Huyu did not make it too ostentatious. Instead, he asked them to move the goods upstairs one by one and store them in the empty room 2804. When the empty room is full, he puts them all into the space backpack and asks another brand to continue moving the goods. But no matter how low-key he still attracted a lot of people to watch in the underground parking lot. Have you heard? Someone in our neighborhood won a big prize. They shipped several truckloads of luxury goods. Hey! I know. Isn't he the guy on the 28th floor? I heard that he's being kept by a rough guy. What do you mean by being kept? It's obvious that he is keeping someone else. There are 3 people who look like female celebrities, I saw them all. Yes, people are coming, isn't that it? Huyu happened to be taking Xiao Zissou and Enciener downstairs, while Mulingxiu stayed upstairs to take care of Biabu. These are the last 4 boxes left. Unlike other goods, the last 4 boxes contained various utensils and jewelry purchased from the jade shop. The utensils were what Huyu wanted to buy, and the jewelry was purchased as a side item. He had always liked jade and other things before, but unfortunately he didn't have the money, so the most he could do was buy a small piece of Hetian jade to wear. Now that I have the funds, I saw it while shopping and simply cleared out the stock from a dozen nearby stores. Of course, he doesn't want just any rubbish. Only high-quality items could catch his eye, with unit prices ranging from 6 figures upwards. He also bought a lot of jewelry. There are women on the boat too. They look good in the clothes and it's a treat for their eyes. Of the billion spent today, more than half was spent on this. The other goods were fine, they were just transported back by a small truck and moved upstairs. But there were a few things that the jade shop didn't dare to give away, and they were directly given to Huyu to carry with him. A set of imperial green jewelry, including a crown, necklace, earrings, pendant and bracelet. A set of coxcomb red jadeite is also made into a 5-piece set. There is also a set of mutton fat white jade and a set of top-grade Hetian jasper. In addition to the same 5-piece sets, the 2 sets of jade also include bracelets and jade pendants, a total of 7 pieces. Each of these sets costs well into the 8 digits. Among them, the bracelet and jade pendant made of mutton fat white jade are already worn by Huyu. It is said that jade can nourish people. Since we want to have a healthy life, we also need to maintain our health. Huyu ignored the discussion of the crowd and took Xiao Zissou to the underground parking lot. Come on, I said this car is theirs. Brabus G800, the ultimate G version. This thing is not cheap. What do you think was specially installed on this car? Seeing everyone discussing the car, a little boy rushed out of the crowd, pointed at the Brabus logo and shouted to the crowd. Grandma, I want this car. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. My dear grandson. An old lady immediately exclaimed and squeezed out of the crowd, okay, Grandma will buy it for you right away. Hey! Xiaohu, what kind of car is this? I want to buy one too. Where did you buy it? Huyu turned his head and glanced at the men, his eyes full of disgust. Aunt Wang. One of the 3 aunts who were gossiping last time. Relying on the fact that his son works for a big company and earns nearly 1 million yuan a year, he always feels that he is superior to others. In addition, he also works in the so-called neighborhood committee, so he has to get involved in everything. To put it nicely, this is called being kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, this is called the Pacific Police. In the previous life, she was the one who took the lead in organizing everyone to give priority to providing food to the elderly and children. No one, including Huyu, expected the rainstorm to last so long, so they distributed some of the food. But unexpectedly, the elderly people in the building didn't get a single grain of rice, as all the food was given to the mischievous devils from these 3 families. Not only did they eat the leftovers, some people even saw them throwing away a lot of leftovers. In this life, Huyu will not let her succeed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, go ask them. Huyu replied calmly, carrying the box and preparing to go upstairs. Even if we need to settle the score, it's not now. Benz. Aunt Wang was stunned. She looked left and right, but couldn't see how this car looked like a Mercedes-Benz. The car logos are different. Huyu didn't intend to explain too much. Just as he was about to close the trunk, the child jumped up and rolled around in the trunk. I don't care. This is my car. Grandmother. The little devil looked at Aunt Wang and said, I want this car. I want it now. The harsh sound echoed in my ears. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Aunt Wang looked at Huyu and said, Xiaohu, don't lie to me. Does a car with AB logo mean it's a Mercedes-Benz? My grandson likes your off-brand car. Give me a price. Is 200,000 enough? The extra money can be regarded as the compensation for lost work. Give me the car keys first. I will come to you tomorrow to handle the transfer and give you the money then. A no-name car. 200,000. It's not even enough to pay the tax on this car. Huyu did not answer, but Xiao Zisu next to him came over holding one of the boxes. Auntie, you'd better take your grandson out of the car quickly. 200,000 is not enough to buy a wheel for this car. That's just nonsense. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, even if you want to rip me off, you shouldn't do it this way. Huyu rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain. Sienna, take the person out of the car. Hey, let me do it. Xiao Zisu was afraid that Sienna would hurt the child, so she took the initiative to step forward and try to take the little devil away. As she put the box in the trunk, the little devil immediately began to struggle. I don't want it. I don't want it. With one kick, he kicked the box directly out of the trunk. Fortunately, Sienna was quick-witted. He hooked the box with his instep immediately to avoid serious consequences. Hey! Xiao Zisu got angry instantly. You little brat, get down quickly and don't force me to use force. Maybe it was because of the built-in Dr. Buff. As soon as she got angry, the little devil burst into tears instantly. Woo woo woo. Grandma, they beat me. Ouch. Aunt Wang immediately shouted, come and have a look. Someone is bullying us, the grandparents and grandchildren. You are taking advantage of your youth to do whatever you want. This is really too much. Suddenly, more and more people gathered here. Fortunately, someone watched the show from beginning to end and gave a brief explanation. No one intended to step forward to help the evildoer and just watched the show from the sidelines. Ha! Huyu yawned. After walking around for the whole day, he felt a little sleepy. Sienna, leave them here. I really don't have the mood to fight with them. Oh. And Sienna responded, picked up the little devil by the scruff of his neck and threw him on the ground. Of course, the force was controlled so skillfully that the guy was not injured. But as soon as his buttocks touched the ground, he immediately started crying and wailing, as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off. Upon seeing this, Aunt Wang immediately stepped forward to respond and sang a duet with her grandparents. The art form of this grandparents and grandchildren was too advanced, and he really didn't want to pay attention to it. He just closed the car door, carried the box and walked into the apartment building, followed closely by Sienna and Xiao Zisu. Perhaps because they saw that the real culprit had left, the Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren stopped crying and wailing, but stood there cursing. I don't know where the little brat found a stone from, but he started painting on the car body. There were some people watching nearby but no one reminded them. After all, this little devil has been bullying others for a long time. It's a good time to teach him a lesson. A sharp voice rang in my ears. Huyu, who had just walked into the elevator, simply put down the box. You two go up first, I'll go take care of it. Seeing Huyu walking out of the elevator, Aunt Wang not only did not hide, but even stood in front of the car with her arms folded and took the initiative to speak. What? Have you thought it through? Let me tell you, the paint on your car will be ruined if it's scratched. I don't care about the money. The maximum I can give you for this car is 150,000. It's up to you to sell it or not. TSK, you really are just wiping your butt with gauze, you showed me your skills. Huyu laughed and shook his head, not bothering to explain to her, and just made the phone call. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Less than 3 minutes. Tian Laoyo came downstairs in a wheelchair, followed by 2 younger brothers. Looks like he's very obedient. Now I live next to Yuanqiu. Hey, boss Hu, what do you want? Simple. Hu Yu took out the payment receipt for the car and pointed at Aunt Wang and her grandchildren behind him. These 2 people scratched my car, you take care of it. Hey. Okay. Tian Laoyo responded immediately and looked at the Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren with the look of a jackal seeing its prey. Do you think it's a civil or a martial art? Then I'll have an idea. Hu Yu did not answer, but patted Tian Laoyo on the shoulder, turned around and walked into the elevator. Civil or military? Does this matter? All he wanted was for these 2 guys to get to know each other so that it would be easier for them to speak up when there was a fight between the 2. Listening to the roar coming from behind him, Hu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Go upstairs and go to bed. After returning to the room, Hu Yu immediately arranged a room for Enciener. I thought I couldn't let her stare at me anymore. But this woman refused to sleep. She went wherever Hu Yu went. Even if he went to the toilet, she would wait at the door. Hu Yu thought about calling Lao Shen and asking him to help persuade her. But when you call, it turns out that the user you are calling is out of service area. God knows where he went to get supplies. Hu Yu had no choice but to admit it. After accompanying Bubu to finish the physical therapy, he fell asleep under Enciener's gaze. Maybe it was because he was too tired, even though he was a little unaccustomed to it, he fell asleep very quickly and fell asleep soon after his head touched the pillow. July 10th, 7 a.m. There are 84 hours left until the end of the world. The alarm clock rang. Hu Yu opened his eyes and found Enciener still standing beside him. He had no choice but to go into the bathroom and take out the second black egg that had been refreshed. Raise your hand and knock, white light comes on. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ordinary senza bean. Name, senza bean, ordinary. Type, food. Effect, after taking it, you will feel full and continuously replenish the various energies needed within a month. Note, although senza beans are good, don't be greedy. Can you still make this thing? Hu Yu had no intention of trying, so he stuffed the fairy beans into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out of the toilet. He called Shinshan again, and this time, someone answered. Hello. Hey, Brother Shen, how's your progress going? It went very well. We should be able to arrive in Jinling tonight. I see you called me last night. Is there anything that happened? It's Enciener's business. Hu Yu briefly explained the confusion caused by Enciener. There's nothing I can do about it. Chen Shan smiled helplessly. Enciener only listens to the orders of 1.5 people. I can only count half of them. I asked her to protect you and Bubu's safety, but there is no way to interfere with her specific actions. Who is the other person? Hu Yu asked curiously. Bubu's father. Chen Shan's tone suddenly became heavy. It's a pity that he has already died. Feel sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'll drive first. I'll tell you about Brotherin when I have time. Good. As soon as Hu Yu hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door so early? Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu have keys and can come in directly. Tian Laoyo cannot rush upstairs. Could it be that the Wang family came to apologize? Hu Yu walked to the door, looked outside the door close to the cat's eyes, and was suddenly startled. It's him. Su Zilong. What is he here for? Enciener. Come and protect me. Hu Yu doesn't care about all that, it's more important to save his life first. Enciener's body flashed and she was already behind Hu Yu. Only then did he feel at ease to open the door. Su Zilong looked up, and the first thing he did not look at was Hu Yu, but at Enciener behind him. With just one glance, Enciener was ready to take action. Etc. Su Zilong immediately took a step back. I'm not here to fight. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Su Zilong was thrown over the shoulder by Enciener, falling to the ground, and then punched him in the eye. In a flash, Ancienner's whole set of movements happened smoothly. After the fight, Ancienner took a step back and stood behind Huyu. Suzilong then slowly uttered the last two words. "It's a rack." "Then what are you doing here?" Huyu asked immediately. "A few questions for you." Suzilong stood up like a carp, as if he was used to being greeted like this. He looked at Huyu. "How did you win so much money? Are you investigating me?" Huyu's eyes drooped slightly. He could tell the secret of the space backpack, but the secret of the system, that was his trump card. No matter if it is Shinshan, Boo Boo, or anyone else, he will never reveal any information. "That's right." Suzilong did not deny it. "Boss Hu, your identity is too mysterious. Before July 6th, you were just like an ordinary social animal. Besides working, my only hobby is dog licking. Hey! Let's talk about it without any personal attacks." Huyu was furious on the spot. If he could control Ancienner, he would definitely choose to convince others with reason. The principles of physics. But after July 6th, you acted like a completely different person, and it's hard not to be suspicious. Suzilong ignored Huyu's protest and continued, "I need an explanation now." "Explain shit." Huyu smiled and looked at Suzilong. He knew that after investigation, this guy believed his previous doomsday remarks and wanted to join them. However, given his arrogant personality, it would be impossible for him to join directly, so he needed a step. Now, he was waiting for Huyu to pass the step to him. But it's not that easy to build stairs. "Sorry, I can't explain it at all." Huyu looked at Suzilong with smiling eyes. "We are not related at all, why should I explain to you? Sienner, see the guest off." Etc. Seeing Ancienner about to step forward again, Suzilong immediately shouted, "If the end of the world is really coming, you are not safe here." Hearing this, Huyu immediately became interested. He stopped Sienner, who was about to step forward. "What do you mean?" "Monitor and protect." Suzilong said calmly, "The most difficult thing in the end times is the human heart. You bought a ship but chose to return to Jinling, which means that before the end of the world comes, or even before the end of the world, you will live here. In this environment, it's easy to avoid an open attack but hard to guard against an attack from the dark. If you want to ensure your own safety, you need to install surveillance cameras throughout the building or even the entire community. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will be prepared for any eventuality. Also, your room is too simple. If a heavy rainstorm really comes, the temperature will inevitably drop sharply. At that time, air conditioning alone will be far from enough. I am responsible for installing the 5 constant systems for the entire floor: constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant purity. These words really touched Huyu's heart. "Can you do that?" 3 days. Suzilong raised 3 fingers and said, "Before the 13th, I will install the surveillance system of the entire building and the 5 constant system of this floor for you as a prerequisite for our cooperation." "Cooperation?" Huyu asked puzzledly. "Right." Suzilong nodded. "We are not in an employment relationship, but a cooperative relationship. The specific conditions will be discussed at 7 o'clock on the evening of the 13th. "Good." Huyu smiled and said nothing more. "Just do as you say. Make a deal. By the way, let me remind you that 7 days after the rainstorm, the entire world will be disconnected from the internet. By then, surveillance may not be useful. It's just a disconnection. I can handle it." Suzilong said this and turned and left. For the next whole day, Huyu stayed at home, playing various online games to pass the time. This is the last carnival. By the 7th day of the heavy rain, the global network will be completely paralyzed. By then, there will be no online games, no short videos, no TV movies, no online novels. Everything related to the internet will disappear. Even if we store some resources in advance, it won't be enough. Well. Huyu sighed and suddenly thought of something. Nowadays, everything on the internet, including but not limited to games, short videos, novels, etc., is stored in the databases of major companies. If we could get their hands on their database, we would be able to read all the short videos and novels we have accumulated in a lifetime. But the problem is, Money. This thing can be said to be the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless the entire company is acquired, it will not be possible at all. Even if you could win tens of billions in gambling and had enough funds, he would not have enough time left to go through the process. Forget it, these things can only be submerged in the sea. At 7 o'clock that night. There are still 72 hours until the rainstorm hits. Shen Shan's call arrived. They all delivered the goods to the suburbs of Jinling and waited for Hu Yu to receive the goods. Hu Yu then left the computer and took Xianer to the underground parking lot. Seeing the brand new Babos, he secretly praised Tian Laoyou's speed in doing things. However, he also knows that it is a disaster for people like this to stay around. When the end of the world comes, he will be liquidated sooner or later. Come to the suburbs. Hu Yu just glanced at it, and his whole body was stunned for an instant. Car. Densely packed large trucks filled the entire wasteland. A rough estimate is that there are at least 1,000 large trucks. Hu Yu's heart trembled. So much. If I collect them all myself, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Shen Shan happened to come over and seemed to know what Hu Yu was worried about, so he explained, "Don't worry, boss, these goods are all scattered, and we are the only people who know about it, so it took so much time. The driver is also trustworthy. Just collect the goods and leave the car here." That's good. Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and began to put those things into his space backpack, while Shen Shan's report came to his ears. In terms of food, in order to ensure the diversity of food, in addition to seafood, I bought some of each. As long as it is an edible ingredient on Blue Star, I bought a cart of each. Meat, eggs, and milk are more. Everyday meat, eggs, and milk are all grown in about 5 carts. The various reserves combined are enough to feed 20 people for 50 years. I also bought a cart of various vegetables, fruit seeds, and common special medicines. Xiaozhong also obtained some common medical equipment. Western medicine methods will also be used normally on the ship. The power generation equipment is also the most advanced, with a truckload of fuel and photovoltaic equipment. As for fuel and fresh water. Shen Shan's voice paused, and Hu Yu also stopped and turned to look behind him. There won't be any problems with these two, right? Freshwater resources aside, fuel is a standard strategic material. When buying in bulk, problems can easily arise. A little bit, but not much. Chen Shan smiled bitterly and replied, "There are 2,000 tons of freshwater resources in total, all of which are packed in water tankers. If you save some, it will be enough. There is more fuel, about 3,000 tons. Hu Yu frowned slightly, not enough water and oil. He checked online and found that based on each person drinking 1.5 L of water per day and consuming 2 tons of water per month, an adult needs to consume 25 tons of water per year. 2,000 tons is only enough for 8 people to live for 10 years. And that ship needs at least 30 tons of fuel to sail for a day, and 3,000 tons is only 100 days of sailing consumption. No. Chen Shan frowned and said, "As for water, Xiaozhong and Xiaoyi have already contacted the mineral water factory. Their inventory output is about 20,000 tons, and they are already in contact with the shipment. As for oil, Li Ji went to northern Russia, which can provide about 100,000 tons, 8,000 tons per ton, and needs to be settled in cash. Good guy, this is 800 million. Now Hu Yu only has about 500 million left. If he wants to buy it, he can only buy 40,000 tons. If you save it, it should be enough, right? Order 40,000 tons of goods. I will go there then." Good. Chen Shan dialed Li Ji's phone number and explained the situation here. Hu Yu has also been busy receiving the goods. He received the last car along the way and suddenly heard something moving inside. Hu Yu turned to look at Chen Shan. "What's going on?" As he spoke, Chen Shan stepped forward and opened the car door. "Oh, I bought some small things." With just one glance, Hu Yu's eyes suddenly darkened. This is called a little thing. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks. The small truck was filled with poultry and livestock other than fish. Each type has 8 heads. Moreover, they are all alive. "Brother, what are you doing with these things?" Huyu was speechless for a while and tried to collect it into the space backpack. Pity. The space backpack only collects the truck, and all the little things in the truck escape. Huyu immediately put the car out again. Of course it's breeding. Fortunately, Shinshan has quick eyes and quick hands. He replied casually, while busy loading those guys back into the car, I've seen it, there are still a lot of free spaces on the ship, which can be used to breed these. If we find land, we don't have to worry about sitting on nothing. I have to say that Shinshan is quite forward-looking. No matter how much stuff you stock up, it's just a ration. If these things can be well cultivated at sea, there is no need to worry about the future. You win. Huyu gave a helpless thumbs up, but before the end of the world comes, how do we deal with these things? It's simple. Shinshan seemed to have been prepared. Miss Xiao lives in 2801, you live in 2802, and Bubu and I live in 2803. Isn't there still an empty room? It will take a few days to recover, and it will be fine. Good guys, where do Li Ji and the others live? Shinshan seemed to remember something and rolled his eyes. These things have to be fed, don't you think, boss? It's still you who are ruthless. Just average. Taking advantage of the darkness, Shinshan drove back to the community and drove all the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks into the room. Fortunately, the things he bought were all small, not too big, and could barely fit into a room. 10 p.m. Shinshan tried several times, but still couldn't take Sienna away from Huyu. He didn't know what was going on with Sienna, but he seemed to recognize Huyu and kept following him. Since no one could understand her brain circuit, she had to let her do it. This time, Huyu had to count tens of thousands of sheep before he managed to fall asleep. July 11th, early morning. Huyu got up early and had a simple breakfast with everyone. He was just about to fly to northern Russia with Shinshan to solve the fuel problem. Bubu suddenly asked out of curiosity, Dad, when will Bubu go to school? Go to school. As soon as the two words came out, everyone except Mulingxiu and Sienna looked at each other. How could I forget this? Shall I get the teaching materials? Xiao Zissou asked tentatively. Need not. Huyu took out his phone and called Manager Yang of the casino. He would soon receive a call from the manager of Jinling Huaxin bookstore. Purchase. Get a copy of all books, regardless of category or nationality. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. There is such a big space, and the ladder has to be moved in. If you encounter any technical difficulties then, you might as well just read the book, right? When the bookstore manager heard this, he was a big customer. The price is 80 million, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow. After finalizing the delivery location, Huyu and Shinshan got on the plane together, and Sienna also followed. When we arrived in northern Russia, we paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other hand. Huyoshuan took 40,000 tons of fuel and ran away in a hurry. He was afraid that people from northern Russia would discover some clues and be caught growing potatoes in Siberia. When he came back, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also came back with 20,000 tons of mineral water. What is the concept of 20,000 tons? A bottle of normal mineral water is 0.5 L, 1 ton is 2,000 bottles, and 20,000 tons is 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City. Looking at it, it was much more shocking than the truck convoy yesterday. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Huyu loaded these goods into the space backpack. There are still 48 hours until the end of the world. Fuel and fresh water, all taken care of. Once I buy the books tomorrow, I will have almost everything I need to stock up. Huyu collapsed on the bed, completely relaxed, and gradually got used to the feeling of Sienna watching him. Just when he was about to go and chat with Zhou Gong, a noise suddenly came from downstairs. It's shameful to disturb the residents. Oppose the urban pigpen. Get the beasts out of the community. It's shameful to disturb the people. We oppose urban pig pens. One noise after another rang out. Huyu frowned and went to the windowsill to look down. I saw a group of old men and women gathered together, holding a red banner, stopping square dancing, and holding a big loudspeaker and shouting continuously downstairs. If it is really shameful to disturb the public, these guys must have a mouth full of dentures. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Chen Shan's voice sounded outside. "Boss, it's me. Please come in." Chen Shan pushed the door open and obviously heard the noise below. "Boss, do you need to deal with it below?" "Need not." Huyu conveniently closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and enjoyed the cold wind of 23 degrees Celsius. On this hot day, it's okay for adults and ants to move around more. "By the way, didn't you make some ham?" "Well, there are about 1,000 in total." "What's wrong?" "Pick out 50. Huyu glanced at the rioting crowd below. "Go down and tell them that at this time tomorrow, everyone can receive half of the ham, which will be regarded as our hush money. By the way, give the leader a break and tell them we will move out in a few days." "Hush money? This is ham. This is not the kind of ham sold in supermarkets. Not only does it contain sufficient salt, but it is also meat that can be stored for a long time. Once the end of the world comes, the price of 1 gram of ham can even be higher than 10 grams of gold." The boss is really kind-hearted. Favorability from Chen Shan +1, now 50. "Okay boss, you are quite a nice person." Chen Shan responded, turned around and started to go. Huyu tilted his head and failed to understand. "Good guy. Can this word be similar to my own?" "Yes, the various values of ham are indeed very high. But the premise is that they can use it. If the hams were sent privately, it would indeed help them survive in the apocalypse, but if they were sent in a big way, everyone would only be given half a ham. Once the end of the world comes, the first supplies everyone thinks of will be the ham in other people's hands. As long as you give the ham away, you can distract other people's attention and achieve the purpose of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Is it cruel? It's quite cruel. However, in the end times, if you are not cruel to others, you would be cruel to yourself." Huyu looked out the window again and vaguely saw a few familiar figures. Even though they were 28 floors apart, he could still recognize these guys. There are many acquaintances from the previous life here. The reason why he and Yuanqiu took a kayak to get through the rainstorm was because on the 22nd day of the rainstorm, a group of people jointly occupied the entire 28th floor, including Huyu's house and all the supplies in the house. Among them is Aunt Wang. It is called respecting the elderly and loving the young. They should be given priority to live in high floors. What? Rebellion. Huyu wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist the other person who got an electric saw from somewhere. That thing, once the sound comes out, your sanity instantly increases by 300%, and all impulses are strangled in the cradle. Fortunately, Yuanqiu got a kayak from somewhere and took Huyoxian away from the 28th floor. Otherwise, the two of them would not have to be so close to each other, and they might just get mixed up in the pot. At that time, Huyu thought Yuanqiu had good intentions and was very touched. Later he found out that she was using him as a reserve food. Thinking of this, Huyu couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about it this time. Chen Shan was very efficient in his work. Within 10 minutes, there was no sound from below. He went upstairs with the list. He needed to prepare a total of 40 hams. In addition to the aunts and uncles in this building, there were also other aunts and uncles in the community. The leader was naturally the trio headed by Aunt Wang. Huyu happily took out the ham and asked Chen Shan to deliver it tomorrow, and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. A person skillfully got into the toilet, shook off Enciener, and took out the refreshed black egg from the space backpack. Just tap it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one exquisite sweet spring. Name, Lichuan, fine product. Type, food. Effect, it can heal some external injuries after taking it. The specific effect depends on the injury and will not conflict with any medicine. Note, it's a little cold when you drink it, so be careful not to get stuck in your teeth. Good stuff. Huyu took out the Lichuan directly. It was a bottle of light blue liquid that had no smell, just like mineral water. He found an excuse to hand the Lichuan to Bubu and asked her to drink it as a drink. After breakfast, Huyu and others went to the library first and put hundreds of thousands of books into the space backpack. It was already noon when I finished my work. Instead of eating out today, Li Ji cooked himself using the ingredients in his space backpack. It has to be said that this perfect cooking is different. The level of cooking with the same ingredients is even better than that of jade sandalwood. Everyone had a very satisfying meal. As soon as they put away the dishes, there was a knock on the door. "I'll go take a look." Chen Shan took the initiative to step forward and open the door. Su Zilong was at the door. Before the two of them could speak, and Xianer ducked to the door like a cat that smelled fishy smell. Su Zilong's pupils trembled. "Wait, I'm here." Bang. There was another muffled sound, in the same position. Even the posture was exactly the same. Su Zilong was knocked down instantly, and Xianer punched him in the eye again. "Finished, call it a day." She returned to her seat and drank the soup quietly. What a crazy woman. Su Zilong cursed in a low voice and wiped off the dust on his body in embarrassment. "I'm here to hand over something. Where's the young boss?" "Something? What?" Who you just stuffed an egg tart into his mouth, stood up and walked to the door. "Have you installed all the surveillance cameras?" Su Zilong nodded and said, "We will start installing the Wuheng system today. Workers will come to your house when the time comes. I need your cooperation and payment. Also, in case of a network outage, I brought you something. With this, you can monitor the movements of the entire building even if there is no network." "Oh." Who you suddenly became interested. "What is it?" "You'll know after we go downstairs." Who you followed Su Zilong downstairs. For some reason, Xianer didn't follow this time, but Shinshan accompanied her instead. The three of them walked all the way to the outside of the community, and another truck stopped at the door. "I said." Who you raised his hand and pointed at the truck. "The thing you want to show me is not in here, right?" "What else?" Su Zilong asked as a matter of course. "Don't you like to use this to load goods?" "Rumors. They are all rumors. But it's too late to explain now." Who you walked to the car door and opened it with ease, but he was stunned after just one glance. Server. A full half-truckload of servers. The other half of the car is full of drones, of various models. Su Zilong took a computer from the car and handed it to Hu Yu. "I will put the other things in their proper places. Take this. Not to mention monitoring a building, even if you want to monitor the entire community, it will be no problem." "Good fellow." Hu Yu held up a notebook and said, "You and that guy who can tear up the whole neighborhood with a pack of instant noodles must be from the same school." "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Zilong turned around and walked towards the community. "Please accept the things first. I will install the last batch of surveillance cameras tomorrow and we can use them directly." But he had only taken 2 steps when a figure suddenly appeared. Back throw and punch. All in one go. After the fight, Xianer slowly walked to Hu Yu's side, as if nothing had happened. Su Zilong stood up and gave her a vicious look, but said nothing and continued to work. "So, what's going on between the two of them?" Hu Yu couldn't help but ask Chen Shan beside him. "Historical issues." Chen Shan helplessly replied, "Do you still remember the captain I told you?" What's wrong?" "Actually, in a sense, the captain's death has something to do with Zilong, and Xianer was the captain's adopted daughter, so after his death, Xianer made an oath. As long as I see Zilong once, I will beat him once." Chen Shan smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, the captain said before that we are all relatives and cannot kill each other. Otherwise, Zilong would have gone down to see the captain long ago." "I see." Only then did Hu Yu understand. No wonder Xianer refused to follow him just now because he wanted to beat Su Zilong one more time. Put away the server and drone. As everyone went upstairs, the construction team had already arrived. 20 construction teams, each with 5 people, each responsible for 5 square meters, started the renovation of the entire floor directly. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. There are 22 hours left until the end of the world. The Wuheng system has been completed, and the server responsible for monitoring the entire building has also been set up. Including the Wuheng system, the total cost was 1.2 million. Hu Yu confirmed the itinerary of Zhao's father and mother with Wanji Airlines and confirmed that they could arrive in Jinling tonight. That night, he did not sleep all night and sat there under Xianer's gaze. If the heavy rain comes as expected tomorrow, then today will be the last Christmas Eve for mankind. In 24 hours, everything in the existing world will be turned upside down. Morality. Order? All of this will make way for survival. There are now 12 people on board. According to the existing resources in the space backpack, it is enough for them to live a life of abundance for at least 70 years. That ship is also large enough to support their living space above the vast ocean. But this is far from enough. The ocean is, after all, the ocean. No matter how good the ship is, it is still just drifting for those who have always lived on land. What if you could hoard a piece of land? It is naturally difficult to hoard pure soil. There is no point in having tall buildings or anything like that. But what if it's a mountain? If we accumulate enough mountains and find a suitable location, maybe, we can actually build a city. But even if the space backpack is not online, there are more or less living creatures, or humans, on the mountain. It is simply impossible to collect the entire mountain. Unless it rains hard. Most humans will go down the mountain, and as for animals, since I can take away the trucks carrying the animals, can the mountain also be considered a larger truck? An idea suddenly popped up in Hu Yu's mind. Jinling seems to have quite a few mountains. However, this idea can only be implemented after the heavy rain really falls. July 13th, 7 a.m. There are still 12 hours until the end of the world. The alarm clock rang and Hu Yu got up on time. He opened the curtains and saw that Jinling was covered by thick clouds this morning and there was no sunlight at all. In the hot July, the temperature dropped instead of rising to just over 20 degrees. This is exactly the same as the situation in the previous life. Call. Hu Yu let out a breath, turned around and opened the door. There was no smell of medicinal food coming from the room. There was only the sound of Mu Lingxiu sitting at the dining table, teaching Bubu to read and write. Where are the Shiso people? Master, Dr. Xiao has gone to pick me up at the airport. Mu Lingxiu replied, breakfast for you and Miss Bubu is ready. I'll just heat it up. A hot breakfast would be nice. Hu Yu said as he walked towards the door, I still have some things to prepare. Okay, sir. Today's lunch. Leave it to Li Ji. Yes. Brother Hu Yu. Bubu suddenly spoke up, and before Hu Yu left, he shouted, the drink you gave me yesterday was delicious. Do you have any more? Not for now. When facing Bubu, Hu Yu's tone became stiff. He walked up to Bubu and squatted down. Bubu, be good, if I find this kind of drink next time, I'll bring it to you again, okay? Okay. Thank you, brother Hu Yu. You're welcome. Hu Yu rubbed Bubu's head. This time he did not go out immediately, but turned and went into the bathroom. Open the eggs first. What treasure will Kong Kong have today? Hu Yu took out the black egg and knocked it with his hand. A hazy purple light suddenly lit up, and a square transparent solid appeared in his hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect waterproof coating *1. Name, waterproof coating, perfect. Type, equipment. Effect, after use, it can be attached to any appliance, providing perfect waterproof performance, non-detachable and non-replaceable. Note, please use it on the correct item and do not try to replace a certain rubber product. Perfect grade. This was the first time that Hu Yu had opened a perfect item. This is the note. Too much. Hey. It's a pity that Li Chuan was not opened. Hu Yu put away the waterproof coating and prepared to use it on Babos later. He walked out of the toilet, said hello to Bubu and Mu Lingxiu, and pushed out the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chen Shan and Su Zilong standing at the elevator entrance. A strong gust of wind came from behind. Before Hu Yu had time to react, Su Zilong was pushed down again. This time he didn't even resist. Zilong is here to hand over a mission. Chen Shan smiled bitterly and did not stop him. He has already installed the surveillance system. You can watch it when your computer is connected to the server. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong with a little pity. I want to go out, Zilong, why don't you come with me? Good. Although he was very unhappy, Su Zilong nodded on the spot in order not to get beaten one more time. The four came to the underground parking lot. Chen Shan got into the driving position. Boss, where are we going? Bauhinia Mountain. Qinshan started the vehicle and asked with some confusion, what else can be stored there? You'll know once you go there. Huyu didn't explain too much, just took out his mobile phone and checked the latest news. There is no news of rainfall globally. 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 9 hours until the end of the world. The four of them arrived at the foot of Bauhinia Mountain. Because it was Saturday, there were many people visiting Bauhinia Mountain, most of them with their children or pets. There are too many people. Even if a heavy rain falls, there are many shelter places on the mountain, so they may not go down the mountain immediately. But it's not impossible. Brother Shen, go buy umbrellas. The more the better, the bigger the better. Umbrella. Qinshan was stunned. Should we buy according to the old rules? Well, one car is enough. Huyu responded. According to this flow of people, a truckload of umbrellas can only be regarded as barely enough. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qinshan drove his truck back and bought a parasol. Just right. Although the weather is not sunny, there is absolutely no sign of rain. A normal umbrella would be bad. Huyu immediately spent money to hire 30 college students who passed by. 500 yuan per person. There is only one job, selling umbrellas. You don't need to scan any QR code, you only need $1 to buy an umbrella, provided you pick up a water bottle or can on the road as a symbol of caring for the environment. Only one purchase per person. These 30 college students had just arrived in Bauhinia Mountain, and then another 170 college students came. These are all classmates of the group of college students just now. The high salary of 500 yuan is obviously a rare job for them. Huyu ordered to go down according to the same conditions. 200 college students, each carrying 100 umbrellas, went up the mountain. Huyu and the others were also busy handing out umbrellas at the foot of the mountain. 4 p.m. College students came down the mountain one after another. Counting those distributed at the foot of the mountain, more than 30,000 umbrellas were distributed. That's only half the size of a truck. And half a car. Brother Shen, when you go to Qixia Mountain, follow this method and send out an umbrella. The faster, the better. Good. Qinshan responded and immediately drove to Qixia Mountain. There are still 3 hours until the end of the world. Huyu raised his head and looked at the sky, which was gradually becoming gloomy. Almost instantly, the poem came into his mind. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Only this time it was not just the city that was destroyed, but also the entire human race. Due to the weather, more and more people choose to go down the mountain. Huyu was not idle either, and by the way, he wiped out all the duck blood vermicelli soup, steamed buns, pan-fried buns, salted duck, etc. within a 2-kilometer radius. Although Qinshan collected a truckload of snacks from all over the country, Huyu still felt that there was not enough. If you can stock up on more, just stock up on it. There's no harm in it anyway. 6 p.m. There is still an hour until the end of the world. The umbrellas at Qixia Mountain have also been distributed. Huyu finally had some free time, stood on land, and enjoyed the feeling of being on solid ground for the last time. The cell phone rings. He looked down and saw that it was Xianer calling. Hello. Hey, you're not at home. Isn't it going to rain soon? What are you doing outside? There are still some things to stock up. Huyu explained helplessly, how are your parents doing? Everything has been settled. They have enough food and drink to last them for half a month. We also gave them guns. This was arranged by Huyu. Last night he specially found 2 pistols and asked Xiao Zisu to find time to give them to Zhao's father and mother. He didn't want his 2 elders to be killed by human nature before he could even pick them up. What didn't they ask? What can I ask? Xiao Zisu chuckled, I stuffed the gun into the innermost part of the suitcase. The instructions and explanations are also inside. They will only find it when the end of the world comes and they finish eating the things in the suitcase. 6. Huyu helplessly replied, have you ever thought that if the 2 elders are robbed, will the gun fall into the hands of others? Hey! That's right. Xiao Zisu suddenly realized, let's not talk about it for now. I'll call them as soon as the rain falls. Good. Hu hung up the phone and continued to look up at the sky. There are still 50 minutes to go. The streets are bustling with people. There were laughter and joy on the mountain. Hu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain and watched everything for the last time. 50 minutes is very long, long enough to fill a class, but it is also very short, so short that time has passed without Hu noticing. 6:30. Chen Shan rushed back. He did not disturb Hu, but stood aside silently, looking towards the sky from time to time. The alarm sounded at 6:59. Hu didn't hesitate, closed the umbrella and got into the car. Let's go, get in the car. Chen Shan and Xiener followed closely behind. Only Su Zilong didn't get on the bus. He raised his head, as if waiting for the next proof. 30 seconds. Chen Shan sat in the driver's seat and dialed Bubu's phone number. Hey, Bubu, are you taking the medicine obediently? Yes, when will Dad come back? It's time for dinner. Right away, Dad and brother Hu have things to do, so they will be back soon. 10 seconds. Hu sat in the car, rolled down the window, and looked out the window. Dark clouds gradually gathered. There were bursts of thunder and the dull sound exploded in the air like the wrath of God. 5 seconds. It's thundering. It's going to rain. Go home and collect your clothes. Go, go. Luckily someone gave me an umbrella, otherwise I would have been soaked to the skin today. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Heavy rain suddenly fell. Thumb-sized raindrops formed a water curtain in the air and fell to the ground without warning, splashing water all over the ground. The rain still fell. Hu sighed and looked at Su Zilong outside the car. The two looked at each other. Su Zilong sat in the passenger seat without any hesitation. Boss Hu, ah. Just after he spat out 3 words, and Xiener came forward and punched him. I didn't get on the bus just now, but now I'm on the bus, it's one side again. I'm really. Su Zilong uttered 3 words and felt his teeth itching looking at Xiener, but he was still helpless. He looked at Hu and said again, Boss Hu, I will have a pleasant cooperation with you in the future. Hu made a nasal noise. He's not in the mood for relationships right now. This was supposed to come, but it came. Under the heavy rain, people ran away from the mountains with umbrellas. He sat in the car and used the waterproof coating he had just obtained on the car. He took out his cell phone and started a group chat. 7 people, Chen Shan, Xiao Zhisu, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, Su Zilong, and Xiener, were all included in the group chat. He thought about it and finally pulled Mu Lingxiu in. A small group of 9 people. Hu sent a message inside, close the doors and windows, turn on the wooing system, and connect it directly to the generator. We will be back in 3 hours at most. There is no need to wait for us to eat. Several people, headed by Shen Shan, immediately replied, received, in the group. Xiao Zhisu asked in the group, aren't you ready to come back? The water will flood your car in 3 hours. It's okay, it can't be flooded. Hu replied and didn't look at the phone again. Half an hour later. Rainwater has destroyed the entire city's drainage system, and water has begun to accumulate on the surface. Global news is reporting on this strange rain. But so far, no one has discovered or announced this terrible fact. It's raining all over the world. Almost everyone thought that the rain might stop soon. At the same time, it also includes people on the mountain. Most people have already gone down the mountain. Only a very small number of people huddled on the mountain, holding umbrellas in their hands, and refused to go down the mountain. They believed that the heavy rain would stop soon. Hu also knew it, so he didn't move. Another half hour passed. Not only did the rainstorm not stop, it became heavier and heavier, even forming rain fog. The visibility at this time is less than 1 meter. The original accumulated water was almost 10 centimeters deep. Su Zilong couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Hu. Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go back quickly? Almost. Hu replied. There have been no cars coming down the mountain for half an hour. An hour has passed by now, and those who haven't come down yet can no longer do so. Heavy rain can cause cable cars to malfunction and cause soft soil, reducing visibility to less than 1 meter. If you go down the mountain now, it will be like a blind man trying to get down from the mountain without any help. This is simply impossible. There is only one fate they face. Starve. Huyu pushed open the door and got out of the car. The heavy rain and strong wind made him somewhat unsteady and he could only half lean on the car. Boss. Shinshan didn't know what he wanted to do, so he could only shout, "What do you want to do? Get in the car." Huyu didn't answer, just squatted down. Hands, put on the ground. Close your eyes and think. Huyu stood up. There was still a hazy mist in front of his eyes, but he could clearly feel that there was nothing in front of him. Bohemia Mountain was put into his bag. Just as he was about to get in the car, there was suddenly a lot of noise in front of him. What's going on? Aren't we hiding from the rain? What about the pavilion? Hey! Don't squeeze. Mom. These sounds are people who are still on the mountain. It seems that after collecting the mountain, the creatures on the mountain will appear in front of you. The noise grew louder and louder. Huyu ignored it and got on the bus as soon as possible. Without wiping the rain off his body, he looked at Shinshan. "Let's go to Chixia Mountain." Good. Shinshan seemed to have thought of something and immediately replied. Drive and follow the navigation route all the way towards Chixia Mountain. Fortunately, current navigation can prompt traffic lights and can use onboard radar to detect whether there is a car ahead. Even with this visibility, Shinshan was confident that he would not crash. Etc. Suzilong vaguely guessed it, and he turned to look at Huyu. You took over the Bohemia Mountain, right? Could those voices just come from those people?" Huyu replied. "The whole mountain is gone." Suzilong's expression was extremely shocked. "How much can you pack in? Can even Blue Star be packed in?" "I don't know either." Huyu shook his head and looked tentatively out of the car window. "If I weren't afraid that everyone on Blue Star would die in the vacuum, I would want to try it." As soon as these words came out, Shinshan and Suzilong couldn't help but shudder. This ability is too outrageous. An hour later. Chixia Mountain has arrived. Since this is a paid scenic spot, many people received a notice from the scenic spot and went down the mountain directly after the heavy rain fell. The staff at the scenic spot are also off work. Huyu didn't hesitate and got out of the car. The water level has now risen to 30 centimeters. He put his hand out of the rain and took away the entire Chixia Mountain according to the process just now. "Get back in the car." Before Huyu could speak, Shinshan frowned and said, "Boss, the car may not be able to drive back. We still have 2 hours to go back, but in 1 hour at most, the water level will reach 60 centimeters, and the car will not be able to drive. It can be opened." Huyu completely believed in the system. "Just drive it, and nothing will happen." "Good." Shinshan replied and started the vehicle. As the rain got heavier, more and more cars started to stop working. 9 p.m. The water level reaches 60 centimeters. What is this concept? It is equivalent to the height of 2 mineral water bottles stacked up. Even if you are 1.8 meters tall, the rain can still reach your thighs. There are northwest pedestrians on the road, and only a few vehicles are driving slowly at the risk of being scrapped. There is only one outlier. This car seemed to ignore the water, not slowing down at all, and even kept racing in the water. At 9:30 p.m., we arrived at the underground garage. At this time, the water in the underground garage is almost 80 centimeters. Not to mention the chassis, the tires on this car are still dry. No one had time to be shocked and hurriedly got into the stairs and started climbing. Elevator. That thing is definitely useless. Isn't it the 28th floor? Climb. Shinshan didn't wait for Huyu to speak, directly carried him behind him and started climbing with heavy weight. In less than 6 minutes, we arrived at the 28th floor. Huyu opened the door and saw the people gathered together. The moment I saw him coming in, a warm breeze hit me. Except for Bubu, everyone stood up and looked at him. They know. If it weren't for Huyu, they would have been caught off guard by this rain. You can survive. But life. Naturally, it won't be the same as before. What are you doing? Sit down. Hu walked into the room and could see that everyone hadn't eaten yet. I'm going to take a shower, brotherly. Help me get some food, we'll have a good meal later. Good. Hu went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. Once the water plant stops functioning, within 3 days at most, wastewater will flow back into the plant and water will become a scarce resource. If I want to take a shower in the future, I'm afraid I can only wipe it, or I will have to modify the water heater. Cleaning completed. Hu came out of the bathroom and just heard the sound from the TV. It is reported that large-scale rainfall has begun around the world, and rainfall in many places has broken world records. Please do not worry too much. Some experts say that this rainfall is the result of research on meteorological weapons. The heavy rain will stop in 3 days at most. No country has acknowledged this yet. Please stay at home for the time being and do not go out unless necessary. 3 days. 3 days later is 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, and another 3 days. Only nowadays there are still people who believe in this kind of words. No one spoke. I just watched Hu walk out and come to the dining table. Instead of sitting down, he took out the white wine that night, poured a glass for everyone except Biabu, and placed it in front of them with his own hands. Everyone. Hu raised his glass of wine and said, "From today on, we will be a family. I won't say anything else, just one sentence. Drink this glass of wine, and let's live together." Everyone raised their glasses together. Stay alive. Tian Laolio. This guy is able to make a name for himself in the Jinling circle, so he must be a smart person. Hu frowned slightly as he looked at the message, probably because he had guessed something. Thinking about what I had been doing recently, I was afraid that I couldn't hide it from him. He definitely wouldn't want someone who does things without any bottom line like this. But, it's okay to have some fun. Building 3, room 2802, why do you do that? Room 303, Building 3, money. Women. As long as you ask, I can get them for you. Building 3, room 2802, don't I have these? Room 303, Building 3, what do you need? Building 3, 2802, simple. Don't you like taking cool photos? Take a selfie and post it in the owner group. Do not withdraw it. Remember to bring your ID card. The other party fell silent. Hu slowly got up and faced Enciener's gaze calmly. He put on his autumn clothes, went into the bathroom to wash up briefly, and took out the black eggs he had refreshed in the early morning. Just knock it open with a toothbrush. A dazzling golden light exploded instantly. Ding, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary Heart of the Ocean *1. Name, Heart of the Ocean, Legend. Type, Equipment. Effect, after use, it can be attached to any ship, making it a system product. It can be upgraded as the system level increases, and gain the characteristics of never being damaged and zero consumption. The Heart of the Ocean cannot be disassembled or reset, so please use it with caution. Note 1, after use, the vessel cannot be used within 7 days. Note 2, Captain. Beware of icebergs. Hu was stunned for a moment, and a palm-sized blue diamond appeared in his hand. Legend. I didn't expect to get something like this. Hu did not hesitate and immediately attached the Heart of the Ocean to the St. Pius. Byte. Ocean Heart is merging, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining. Call. Now there is no need to worry about the navigation of the ship. Hu walked out of the bathroom with a beaming look on her face, and her cell phone vibrated. Room 303, Building 3, Boss Hu, as you wish. Building 3, 303, pictures. Oh. Hu just took a glance and immediately clicked delete. This kind of thing is too disgusting. Room 2802, Building 3, Boss Tian, you are even more disgusting than I thought. Hu blocked Tian Laoyo's account and put it on the blacklist. As he stepped out of the door, he saw a group of people sitting around a table, looking at the computers in front of them, and the screen was the same. Yesterday, Suzilong connected all the computers to the local area network so that he could view the surveillance footage of the entire building at the same time. Different people are responsible for taking turns to monitor abnormalities on each floor, so it is a bit strange that everyone is watching the same screen as now. Huyu walked forward and came behind Xiao Zissou. What are you looking at? Are you here? Just in time, let's go watch a show. Xiao Zissou pointed at the computer screen. I saw the surveillance footage of 2602 on the screen. It hadn't even been a day and the little devil couldn't stand having outsiders living in his house. I don't care, I don't care. I don't allow outsiders in my house. The little devil was yelling, and the toy car in his hand flew out and hit the old lady in room 104. Bang. Ouch. The old lady covered her head and screamed. You kid. The old man raised his hand and pointed at the little devil. You have no manners at all. Haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Who hasn't learned that? Aunt Wang protected her grandson and rolled her eyes at the two elders. You are so old, but you only know the first two words, right? You didn't even mention loving children. Auntie Wang. The male owner of room 104 frowned and said, no matter what, your grandson can't hit people, right? What do you mean by hitting someone? This was just an accident. Aunt Wang stiffened her neck and said, he's just a child. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. After all, I'm still living under someone else's roof. Now the first floor has been completely flooded and they don't even have a place to stay. They can only grit their teeth and accept it. The male owner of room 104 frowned and sighed, not knowing what to say, so he could only turn around to check his mother's injuries. Fortunately, there were only bruises and no wounds. Lulyalu. The little devil made a face at everyone. He put his hands on his hips and declared arrogantly, it's okay if you want to live here. As long as you become my slaves, I will reluctantly agree. No one paid any attention. The two siblings in room 103 did the same. They just sat at the dining table and watched everything silently. Last night, one of them slept on the table, and the other used chairs to make do for the night. What? Sofa. This position naturally belongs to the couple from room 104, how could it be their turn? Aunt Wang was very unhappy with everyone's silence. Hey, didn't you hear me? My grandson has spoken, is he deaf? My dear grandson wants you to play house with him, hurry up. Aunt Wang put her hands on her hips and glared at them, do you still want to stay here? Auntie Wang. The men in 104 frowned and stood up, we paid you a lot of money, there's no need for you to do this, right? I don't care. Aunt Wang sat down on the sofa with her legs crossed, if you agree, you can continue to live here. If you don't agree, I can just return your money. Oh, yes, and you too. Aunt Wang turned around and looked at the brother and sister in 103, I won't return the money to you. It was given to me by Xiaohu as a gift. You can stay here if you want. The two siblings looked at each other. The younger sister slowly shook her head, as if she didn't want to live here, but as a brother, he could only force a smile and squatted down to get in front of the little devil. Little boy, can I play with you? Bang. A crisp sound was heard. The little devil slapped his brother in the face and put his hands on his hips, you have to call me your majesty. Do you understand? The child's strength was not very strong, but a red fingerprint was left on the man's face. He covered his face and shouted two words. His Majesty. That's right. Aunt Wang smiled like an auntie and looked at the others, look, it's just playing house with a child, how difficult can it be? You guys can be dogs if you want. I won't serve you anymore. The woman in room 104 shouted and pulled her men away. Li Chang, let's go. Li Chang remained unmoved. He still had a smile on his face, and looked at Aunt Wang servilely, Aunt Wang, it's okay for us to play house with your grandson, but today's food. This is easy. Aunt Wang held her head high and said, the meat and vegetables are all in the refrigerator. If any one of you can cook, go and make some. You won't be treated badly. Hey, thank you Aunt Wang. Li Chang smiled and walked up to the little devil, Your Majesty, what would you like to eat today? Pork ribs. I want to eat. No, I want to eat pork ribs. The little devil laughed happily, as if he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. He pointed at Li Chang's wife and said, "You, come and be my horse. I want to ride a horse." "Ride your mother." Li Chang's wife yelled angrily, "Li Chang, are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, then I will leave." Li Chang ignored his wife and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, what's so good about riding a woman? We men should ride men. Come on, get on my back." "Li Chang, you are really crazy." Li Chang didn't say anything but carried the little devil on his back, kneeling on the ground and crawling continuously. Bang. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and slammed the table, looking at Huyu. "These two grandparents are going too far. Do they really think they are the emperor?" Don't worry. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the scene with a smile. "Evil will be punished by evil, just wait and see." The whole building has 28 floors, and excluding the two families who have been asked to leave, there are a total of 72 households. Among them, there are very few who are as saintly as Musiyue. When social order still existed, they all wore their own masks, using order to cover up the tyranny in their skin. Once order collapses, the tyranny that has been suppressed for decades will suddenly erupt. Aunt Wang. Among this group of people, she can only be regarded as a minion. Even the men who kidnapped Musiyue in the previous life in exchange for food was only forced to do so by life. There's a real pervert here. Huyu stared at the men in the family of 4 on the screen. Li Chang. A very ordinary name, he has a very ordinary appearance, and a very ordinary family background, but it was such a person who actually sat in the position of the host. The resources of the entire building are under his control. Even when Huyu and Yuanqiu were escaping, they had already started building the ship. The materials are naturally human skin and bones which are readily available. Such a man can no longer be described as terrifying. Huyu snorted lightly and suddenly noticed another scene. 3rd floor. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair came to the corridor. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and under the encouragement of Yuanqiu, began to knock on doors from house to house. Every time he knocked on a door, he would hand a note to the other party and then wait quietly at the door. Huyu moved closer to the screen and zoomed in on the surveillance camera, only then could he see the words on the note clearly. There are only 8 words on it. "If you want to survive, follow me." After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Huyu was not idle either. He first asked Su Zilong to contact the operators of several large internet companies and quote prices. Prepare to use 20 boxes of instant noodles to acquire their database. Of course, at this moment, they will just think that the person who posted this message is a lunatic. Wait another half a month. They know the significance of this price. By the time we finished dinner, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The water level has risen to 1 meter and 1 meter. At this time, most people have fallen asleep, ready to wake up tomorrow to enjoy the rare holiday. Except, the people on the ground floor. At this time, the surveillance cameras and residence group were in an uproar. "Building 3, room 103, is there anyone kind enough to take me in? My house is almost completely flooded." "Building 3, room 104, my family is the same. There are 2 elderly people at home. We are willing to pay 1,000 yuan per room per day, please help us." In surveillance. In the corridor from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. 2 families, 6 people standing together, all wearing short-sleeved shirts, their bags filled with gold, silver and other valuables, nothing else. In July, even if there is a rainstorm, the temperature is still above 20 degrees, so there is no need for any warm clothes. If I remember correctly, there are only these 2 families on this floor. Room 103 is occupied by a brother and sister who came to the city from other places to work. The sister is lame and the brother usually works on a construction site. Room 104 is occupied by a family of 4, a couple and the man's parents. No one took in number 104, who was in trouble, so the whole family lived on the stairwell. In the end, only 1 man survived. As for the 2 siblings in number 103. Huyu turned and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also sitting at the table. In the previous life, she was the one who took in 2 siblings, and her ending was so tragic. Master, why are you looking at me? Mu Lingxiu asked with a blink. Fine. Hu Yu asked curiously, those two siblings look so pitiful, do you think we should save them? Everything is up to you, Master. If you agree, you can put them in my room. Hu Yu exclaimed in surprise. It seems that Mu Lingxiu's Madonna syndrome can be cured. Then forget it. Hu Yu shook his head and tentatively took out the ice cream from the space. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he was discovered by Xiao Zisa beside him. Stop. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed to Hu Yu's side and snatched the ice cream from his hand. Dasha-chun, what are you doing? You just got caught in the rain, and now you want to eat something ice cold. Confiscated. As she said that, she took the ice cream away, sat next to Hu Yu and started licking it, looking completely natural. The corner of Hu Yu's mouth twitched. Before he could come to his senses, Mu Lingxiu added with an ant smile, Miss really cares about the master. A chill came over me. Hu Yu shuddered, looked at Mu Lingxiu and said earnestly, Chinibu is also a disease, don't give up on treatment. As soon as I finished speaking, there was movement in the group. Since Mu Lingxiu did not show any kindness this time, Aunt Wang spoke up immediately. Building 3, 2602, I remember that Xiao Hu on the 28th floor bought a lot of houses. Let him give one away so that the neighbors can take shelter first. Room 103, Building 3, is that really possible? Mr. Hu, don't worry, we brothers and sisters will definitely not cause you any trouble. Room 104, Building 3, are there any extra rooms? We only need 2. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Hu. In an instant, all the pressure was on Hu Yu. Even though he didn't say anything, people in the group had already started at ing him. Hu Yu smiled and shook his head, then replied in the group. Room 2802, Building 3, oh, my space is limited. I remember that there are only 2 people in your family, Aunt Wang. How about you take in the siblings from room 103, and I will take care of the neighbors from room 104. Building 3, room 2602, that won't work. My house doesn't like people coming over. Why don't you take them in together and let them live in the living room? Building 3, room 2802, what about the pets I have at home? How about sending them to your house? Building 3, room 2602, it's already this late, and you're still caring about your little pet. Do you have any sympathy? Building 3, room 2802, no. Hu Yu simply replied, and found it funny to see Aunt Wang's itchy expression on the surveillance camera. Moral kidnapping. Sorry, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Building 3, room 2602, Xiao Hu, you forced me to do this. I am now requisitioning your house in the name of the neighborhood committee, 103, 104, you listen to me, go upstairs, I don't believe this guy dares not open the door for you. There was no response from 103 and 104. At this time, they still felt a little embarrassed. Requisition. How funny. Since you like conscription so much, then use your room. Hu Yu turned to look at Su Zilong and gave him a look. The other party immediately understood, and soon a message popped up in the owner's group. Building 3, room 2602, if all else fails, just come to my house and I'll open the door for you. Room 103, Building 3, really? That's great. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Room 104, Building 3, Sister Wang, I won't say much, thank you. Building 3, room 2802, wow, Auntie Wang is so generous. She is indeed from the neighborhood committee. At the same time, at Aunt Wang's house, she looked at her phone, finding it hard to believe that this was the message she had sent. She kept pressing the message box with her sturdy fingers, trying to withdraw it. But I only received one reminder. Network error, please reset. No matter how she sent a message, she could only see a small circle that kept spinning. Forget it. I don't bother to pay attention to them. Aunt Wang simply threw away her phone. Anyway, I am using the best electronic anti-theft lock. As long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. And that guy with the surname who is so hateful. Less than 10 minutes. There was a knock at the door. Aunt Wang didn't want to pay attention, but the little devil, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up, and an impatient voice sounded from the room. "Grandma, what's that noise?" It's okay, dear grandson, go back to sleep, Grandma is here." "Oh." Aunt Wang stood up and walked to the door, just about to open her mouth to persuade everyone to leave. In the next moment, click. The door is open. The so-called electronic anti-theft locks had long been conquered by Suzy Long. As long as he wanted, he could open all the electronic door locks in the entire building at any time. "Oh, Aunt Wang." The male owner of room 104 immediately stepped forward and shook Aunt Wang's hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for helping us." As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. "Auntie Wang, I will pay you 3 days' rent first, 6,000 yuan. No matter when the rain stops, the money is yours." 6,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's eyes turned green. She simply took a step back, put away the annoyed look on her face, and took out her mobile phone. "We are all neighbors, what's the point of talking about money? Come on, just scan this." Okay. The man scanned 6,000 yuan and was welcomed into the house by Aunt Wang with a smile. "We have 1 room left in our house, and we might need you 2 to stay in the living room," Aunt Wang said immediately after receiving the money. $6,000 and still living in the living room. Just as the hostess was about to speak, she was stopped by the host. "Okay, we're fine." That. The brother and sister immediately stepped forward and asked, "Can we live in the living room too?" "You." Aunt Wang looked him up and down and asked, "Do you have money?" "Have." Without waiting for the 2 siblings to reply, a voice sounded from behind them. I saw a figure walking out of the stairwell. Chen Shan walked towards the crowd holding a stack of cash, totaling 20,000. He handed the money to the 2 brothers and sisters and said with a smile, "Mr. Hu on the 28th floor knows that Ms. Wang is kind-hearted and is willing to take you in. Please give Ms. Wang the rent specially sent to her." How is this so embarrassing? Brother Nadang looked embarrassed, but he still walked up to Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang, look. If you have money, you can only live in the living room." Aunt Wang took away 20,000 yuan, turned around and walked into the room. "Hey! How can 4 people live in this living room?" The hostess of that house immediately said, "Our 6,000 yuan is enough for 2 rooms." "Then I don't care." Aunt Wang had already collected the money and walked towards her vacant room. "Don't make any noise, otherwise I will disturb my grandson when he sleeps, and I will kick you out." The 2 families looked at each other and stopped talking. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, which is vividly expressed in this sentence. They were about to go to Shinshan and ask Mr. Hu if he could provide a room, but they found that Shinshan had already left. No matter what, as long as we can evacuate for the time being. Heavy rain continued to fall. By 7 o'clock on July 14th, the water level had risen to 2 meters 7. This precipitation rate can be said to be extremely terrifying. But for some people, as long as the water doesn't reach their feet, it's not a big deal. Of course, except for Tian Laolio who lives next door to Yuanqiu. As soon as Huyu's alarm rang, a private message popped up. "Room 303, Building 3, Boss Hu, I want to join you." This Tian Laolio has some brains. Huyu took out a cup of watermelon smoothie from his backpack, bit the straw, and enjoyed the freshness and coolness in his mouth. He looked at everyone and said, "What are you drinking? I'll find it for you." "Strawberry smoothie." Bubu was the first to raise his hand. "You can't drink ice." Xiao Zissou hurriedly stopped him. "Bubu, you have to avoid eating now. After your leg is healed, we can drink slowly, okay?" "All right." Bubu immediately stopped fighting and pouted his little mouth, looking so cute. "Be good, Bubu." Huyu casually handed a cup of warm strawberry milkshake to Bubu. "Drink this first." "Thank you, Brother Huyu." "It's okay." Huyu rubbed her head and gave each person a cup of milk tea. Continue watching the surveillance footage. Only 15 minutes had passed. Tian Laolio had already gathered all the residents on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Including him and Yuanqiu, there are 8 households in total, not counting the elderly and children, 10 boys and 6 girls. Everyone. Tian Laolio sat in a wheelchair, but his temperament was still upright. I don't need to tell you about the situation outside, I believe you all know it. The rain is getting heavier. The water level is rising by 20 centimeters every hour, which means nearly 5 meters a day. Even if the official statement is that the rain will stop in 2 days, all residents below the 4th floor will be displaced. It doesn't matter where we live. We are young and can still hold our own on the stairs. But what about food and drink? What about our parents and children? We can hold on, but what about them? We can't let the children and the elderly starve with us, right? Cannot. A bald man raised his hand and shouted in the crowd. After a moment's hesitation, everyone responded in unison. Who you took a closer look? Well, isn't that Li Mang? Why is this guy here too? Wait, could he be with Yuanqiu? This is going to be fun. Under Li Mang's instigation, everyone quickly united and prepared to follow Tian Laolio's orders. Brother Tian. Li Mang stood in front of the crowd and asked Tian Laolio, just tell me, how can we avoid going hungry? It's very simple. As Tian Laolio spoke, he turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and shone it behind him. There were several pieces of frozen meat, some vegetables, 2 bags of rice and a bucket of peanut oil. This is all the food we have at home. I am taking it out now to share with everyone. I also hope that everyone can take out the food at home and give priority to our elders and children so that we can get through this difficult time together. That's true. A voice came from the crowd, but the meat and vegetables we have stored are not enough to eat. Yes, and there is also the place where we live. Our 2nd floor is about to be flooded. What should we do then? Yeah, Brother Tian, what should we do? It's simple. Tian Laolio raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Don't they have food? Aren't the houses right above our heads? We knock on their doors and use our money to buy the food we need. If they are willing to sell, then we are all good. If they don't sell it, then we can stay in their house temporarily. This is reasonable. Even if the heavy rain stops in 2 days, we can still make it. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to join us. We share our food in our home. Isn't this wonderful? Everyone looked at each other. Some of them had already understood what Tian Laolio meant, but they didn't intend to say anything. Under order, they still have basic conscience. This. Brother Tian, this is not good, right? We are all neighbors. What's wrong? Li Mang immediately retorted, Brother Tian, this is called courtesy before force. Are you willing to watch your elderly and children starve? Done. A young man said angrily, Brother Tian, I will fight you. As long as my parents can have a place to live and food to eat. Good. Tian Laolio responded, then let's gather the food from our respective homes together first. If anyone doesn't want to join, they can withdraw now. I won't force them. This. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses retreated, Brother Tian, we live on the 4th floor, there is no rush, you see. It's okay. I understand. Tian Laolio maneuvered his wheelchair forward and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Come on, scan the code. Ah. Scan the code. Tian Laolio smiled and said, I'll give you the money and you move the food out. Didn't we agree on that just now? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000. Or why don't you just sell the house to me? I'll give you 3 million. Since you don't join, you are my target. Money for you, food for me. The middle-aged man shuddered and said with a smile, Brother Tian, I'll join. Join. That's good. Tian Laolio patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and looked at everyone again, I have plenty of money. As long as you help me get through this, I will give you a red envelope that will satisfy you. Good. Brother Tian, tell me, where is our first target? Why don't we go to the 28th floor? Aren't the people there stupid and rich? They also raise so many pigs. The 28th floor, we have to go there sooner or later. Tian Laolio gritted his teeth and uttered. If it wasn't that guy, why would he come out wearing sunglasses and a mask? But not now. You all know about conquering cities, right? He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor. From low to high, let's go slowly. 12 o'clock noon. The entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Laolio and his group. The method is extremely simple and crude. Knock on the door. You open the door and start talking about business. Given 2 choices, selling supplies or sharing supplies, most people would choose the latter. At worst, you can share your house with others. If you don't open, that's even easier. Pick the lock. Anti-theft door locks are difficult to open, especially when they are locked. But Tian Laolio is a professional. With just a piece of wire and a hard card, the door was opened in less than 10 seconds. Even who you didn't expect that Lao Lu actually had this skill. 12 o'clock noon. When everyone on the 28th floor started to eat lunch, Tian Laolio and others had already arrived on the 7th floor and had gathered more than 40 people. They gathered in a clean room on the 7th floor and held a grand celebration banquet. There were a few troublemakers tied up nearby. These are the residents who refused to cooperate and put up a desperate resistance. Now they could only squat in the corner and watch those people eat what belonged to them. Brother Tian. Li Mang came close to Tian Laolio and said, "It's such a big noise. Is it really okay now that the rain has stopped?" Not only him, but everyone has this doubt in their hearts. As soon as the question came out, there was a moment of silence. Don't worry, everyone. Tian Laolio raised his glass and raised his glass. I, Tian Laolio, are responsible for all actions. As long as everyone has enough to eat and a place to live, it doesn't matter that I am disabled. Brother Tian is righteous. Brother Tian is righteous. Come, let's toast Brother Tian. When they were toasting, Huyu and others were also sitting at the dining table, scalding the hot pot and watching the scene through the surveillance camera. Boss, if you just let them be like this, is it really okay? Shen Shan asked. This is about to take over the mountain and become the king. If the knocking is not done, other people on the floor will suffer, and even they may become targets. Fine. Huyu simply replied and picked up a beef ball from the pot. This is nothing. Things will only get more chaotic later. If you get involved now, you will only get yourself into trouble. He glanced at the time. 12:05. If I remember correctly, it's about time. Boom. As soon as Huyu put the beef ball in his mouth, the light around him suddenly dimmed. The electricity is out. July 14th, 12:06 p.m. The water level reached 3.7 meters. More than 90% of the world's power systems have been shut down. This also includes Jinling. All the nuclear reactors that can be shut down have been shut down, and as for those that cannot be shut down, no one can deal with them now. The heavy rain continued to fall in the darkness. Screams and fear filled the entire community. The next second. Bite. The power supply equipment that Huyu had hoarded began to operate. The power was restored, the server was reset, and 10 seconds later, the surveillance picture reappeared on the screen. Most of the residents opened the curtains to let the faint light from outside enter the room, but they couldn't even see the food in the pot. The sunshine has long been blocked by dark clouds. Brother Shen, please turn on the lights. Okay, boss. Chen Shan replied and turned on the main light. The fierce light pierced the darkness and instantly attracted the attention of the entire community. That's electric light. Wasn't there a power outage? Why can he still turn on the light? Everyone in the community took out their mobile phones and wanted to ask questions in the owner group. Their fingers kept tapping on the screen, but before the message was sent, they discovered something. The internet is gone. This message cannot be sent out. The people in other buildings were speechless and could only start looking for lighting equipment at home. The people in Building 3 are an exception. They were in the same building and couldn't see the light above their heads at all. 10 minutes later. The roar of helicopters and the sound of broadcasts rang above everyone's heads. Due to heavy rain overnight, Jinling's power system, water supply system, gas system, and communication system have all stopped working. Relevant departments are carrying out disaster relief and repair work. Please don't panic. The broadcast sound continued to echo in the sky. Almost everyone knows what happened. Electricity, water supply, gas, communications, all gone. When people live their normal lives, they don't think these things are important. Once they all stop operating, the people in the steel forest will be no different from returning to primitive society. No, there is still a difference. People in primitive society have always lived in primitive times and have never seen the light, so they can endure darkness. But humans today are different. They enjoyed so much that compared with primitive society, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were living in a paradise. Now falling from heaven to hell will always create some demons. Food, fresh water, power. These will become the original sin of their downfall. 7th floor. Tian Laolio is maintaining order. After the power outage, everyone's sanity had begun to collapse. Coupled with the announcement that had just sounded, the line of order in everyone's mind had begun to tremble. Now I can't listen to a cripple's words at all. Until... bang. A gunshot rang out. The firelight awakened their sanity and brought them back to silence. Tian Laolio turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, attracting everyone's attention. I still prefer you to keep quiet. He spoke calmly, holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. Now, I will issue the first order. It's an order, not an opinion. Carrying supplies. Li Mang, take 10 people with you to move all the usable supplies downstairs upstairs, and the rest of you follow me. Yes. Li Mang responded, and then asked, Brother Tian, where are we moving to? Move it upstairs, the higher the better. The power is out. Tian Laolio also knew that the rain might not stop. Even if I could stop, it wouldn't be after 2 days. What he has to do now is to seize the time. Seize the time when everyone is still not able to react, gain absolute advantage first, and then slowly settle the score with Huyu. I don't know how that kid knew about the rainstorm in advance and how much supplies he stockpiled. As long as we can snatch him, we can probably survive this rainstorm. At the same time, some people also realized this. Yuanqiu. She left the crowd in the dark and started running all the way to the 28th floor. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuanqiu ignored the noise downstairs and finally reached the 28th floor. She raised the flashlight and was stunned on the spot. Alloy door. She had only seen this door in a bank vault. Forget about prying it open, even using C4 to blow it up might not work. How much has this guy prepared? Who you? Yuanqiu rushed over and started knocking on the door. It's me. Open the door. The voice echoed in the stairwell, but there was no response. Who you? I know you can hear it. Yuanqiu kept shouting, you even installed a door like this, I don't believe you didn't install surveillance. I just want to talk to you, is that not even allowed? Chat. The voice came from the door. A screen lights up. Huyu was seen with half a cup of watermelon smoothie in his hand, curled up on the sofa, playing Candy Crush on a tablet. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you want to talk about water margin or the Three Kingdoms? We are having afternoon tea. You start the conversation and I will talk about 50 cents. Lamp. Yuanqiu exclaimed in surprise, How do you have electricity? That's a good question. If you've studied junior high school physics, you should know there's something called a generator. Very good. Yuanqiu's face was full of joy. Hurry up and let me in. Why? Huyu reached out, picked up an egg tart from the table and brought it to his mouth. There was a crackling sound as teeth cut through the puff pastry. This made Yuanqiu swallow her saliva. From the time the rainstorm started until now, she has only eaten a bowl of instant noodles. This is the reward I got for serving Tian Laolio. This guy actually had afternoon tea at home. Gulp. Yuanqiu swallowed her saliva and said, I'm telling you, Tian Laolio wants to deal with you and has brought people to fight you. I'm here to tip you off. He can pick locks and has a gun in his hand. Let me in quickly, I have a way to help you stop them. Oh, I see. Just, Yuanqiu was stunned. She never expected Huyu to have this attitude. Yes, I should thank you for giving me the news. Huyu got up from the sofa, took the camera from someone, pointed the screen at the coffee table, and started to select. Egg tarts, scones, macarons, tiramisu, even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings are on the table. This afternoon tea is a fusion of Chinese and Western flavors. What should I give you as a reward? All is fine. Anything goes. Yuanqiu had no intention of going in, she just hoped to stuff everything on the table into her mouth. Never mind. The camera turns. Who you face the camera again, you are of a level like me, you will definitely look down on our afternoon tea, so I'd better give you my blessing. Bubu, come and sing a song for your sister. Here are 365 blessings. Okay, brother. Bubu replied, cleared his throat and started singing on the spot. There are 365 sunrises in a year. I send you 365 blessings. The childish singing voice echoed in the stairwell. Yuanqiu's smile froze instantly. Who? You. What do you want me to do? The camera turns. Hu Yu's face appeared in the video again. Miss Yi, you don't like it? Then it's okay for me to sing a song for you myself. No, thanks. Yuanqiu still wanted to struggle. Hu Yu, can you please let me in? I know there are many empty rooms in your house, I just need a place to stay. That Tian Laolio is a complete pervert. Help me. Help me, no matter what, I can do it. Oh. Hu Yu raised his voice and said, can you do anything? Yes. Anything is fine. Yuanqiu lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Then let's leapfrog. Frog jumping. Yuanqiu was stunned. Yes. Hu Yu pointed behind her and said, from here, frog jump all the way to the second floor, and then jump back from the second floor. As long as you can do it, I will let you in. Okay. Wait for me. Yuanqiu immediately squatted down, put her hands behind her back, and started leaping towards the 27th floor. He seems to be quite honest. But in the surveillance footage, she had just jumped to the 27th floor when she stood up straight and spat towards the 28th floor with a look of disdain. Oh. Hu Yu sneered. He knew that this woman would not be so stupid, and her gesture of weakness just now was just a disguise. If she were really let in, there would be only one outcome. This snake will find the best time to bite him. Zilong. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong. This guy was working out not far away, and seemed to be trying to defeat Insiener. I remember you installed screens on every floor, right? Hold head high. Su Zilong replied, why, you want to negotiate with them? Negotiation. It's too early. Hu Yu walked forward and handed him his phone with a smile, pass on the picture just now. I think Tian Laolio must be worried when he found out that someone is missing. I thought you were really going to let someone in. Su Zilong took the phone and started operating it. Don't even mention that she didn't do a frog jump. Even if she did, I would just let her do it again. You are a devil. Thank you for the compliment. In times like these, angels will go to heaven soon. 1 minute later. The surveillance footage outside the 28th floor was played in a loop on all floors of the 3 buildings. Especially the first scene. Can pick locks and has a gun. All residents above the 7th floor began to be alert. Cat's eye, seal it. Block the keyhole with the key and lock it twice. Finally, use the refrigerator, sofa, and TV to hold the door firmly shut. Triple insurance. Not to mention breaking into the house and picking the lock, even if you use an electric saw to saw it, it will take a long time. Tian Laolio stood in front of the door of 801, his teeth almost broken, and he couldn't think of any other way to open the door. Resentment is surging in my chest. Who? You. Damn this guy. That is to say, he is now hiding in that turtle shell and there is no way to find him, otherwise, he. But it's okay. Tian Laolio took a step back, pushed his glasses down on his nose, and his mind gradually calmed down. He has inquired about it. There are now 10 people in Hu Yu's family. Not only have they accumulated a lot of resources, they have even bought a boat. There were a lot of resources, and it was impossible to store them all on the 28th floor. It was estimated that most of them were placed in the cabin. Now just have to wait. By the time they finish eating the food stored on the 28th floor, or even earlier, they will have to go find a boat. Therefore, as long as we can occupy the floor closest to the water surface, we can cut off their way to survival. Now the resources on the 6 floors combined are enough to feed 20 people for 10 days. Even if no one else opens the door, it will be enough. Now the crux of the matter is, if you reduce the number of people, it is actually very simple to reduce the number of 40 people to 20. Afternoon. Under the cover of Li Mang, Tian Laolio convened a small meeting with 20 people. These 20 people were the most obedient among the crowd. The content of the meeting was simple. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The source cannot be opened now. To ensure food supply for everyone, we have no choice but to cut costs. They didn't kill anyone. They just tied up the remaining 20 people and let them stay on the 4th floor, where there was no water, and starved them. Everyone hit it off and started the operation that night. It's just being hungry for 2 days, it's not a big deal. As for Yuanqiu, she knew she couldn't go back, so she had no choice but to start from the 27th floor and knock on every door, hoping someone would take her in. When she knocked all the way to the 24th floor, unexpectedly someone actually opened the door. A fat guy wearing glasses. He eagerly welcomed Yuanqiu in and provided her with delicious food and drinks. As for what happened that night, Huyu was too lazy to look. After eating and drinking, he fell into a deep sleep. Nothing happened on the 3rd day. Everyone was waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening of the 4th day to see if the rain would stop. July 16th, 7 a.m. The water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor has been completely flooded, and rainwater is still pouring towards the 4th floor. The rain showed no sign of stopping. People living in high-rise buildings are still enjoying their rare vacation, including those living on the 8th floor. In their minds, the rainstorm will stop completely in 12 hours at most. There's no need to panic, they won't be drowned anyway. Tian Laolio was equally calm. He knew very well that what was needed now was to conserve his energy rather than engage in useless frenzy. He placed 20 people at all the windows from the 4th to the 7th floors. Anyone who jumped into the water or was about to jump would be discovered immediately. Huyu was naturally even less anxious. After getting up, he habitually went into the bathroom and raised his hand to knock on his eggs. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book, Mastering Fishing. Note, after using the skill book, your physical fitness and physical quality will automatically improve to the level of mastering the skill. Well, another useless skill book. At least it's useless now. There is a fishing rod. The egg I opened yesterday just happened to yield a fine fishing rod. No bait is needed, unlimited ropes are available, just cast the rod and there is a chance that you will catch a fish. But the 28th floor is still more than 70 meters away from the water surface, so it's impossible to catch any fish there. I'm afraid that before I can even catch the fish, it will be snatched away by someone else halfway. However, Huyu still chose to study. He clearly felt that the strength of his arms and lower limbs had increased a lot, but it was not useless at all. After washing, Huyu walked out of the room. At this time, Xiao Zissou was already preparing breakfast. Li Ji was on the side, Mu Lingxiu was teaching Bubu how to read and write, Su Zilong was still working out, Shen Shan was squatting in front of the monitor, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi were standing at the window, staring at the rising water level outside the window. Hey! Huyu walked to Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi and looked down from their sight. What are you looking at? Thinking about how to fish. Zhao Zhong smiled and replied, Brother Shan told us that there seems to be no river fish among the things he stocked up. So my brother and I were thinking about catching some fish to give Bubu a balanced nutrition. Zhao Yi agreed from the side. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that there is no fishing rod. Even if there is, you can't catch it. Chen Shan replied from the side, this floor is too high. It will be about the same in a while. It's time to eat. Xiao Zissou conveniently placed the last bowl of medicinal food on the table. Come on Bubu, it's time to eat. Don't worry about the fish, let's eat first. Huyu led several people to the dining table. Let's eat something light this morning. In addition to the medicinal diet prepared by Xiao Zissou, Hu took out 5 cages of shrimp dumplings, 5 cages of chicken feet, 3 cages of small steamed buns, and even freshly baked fried dough sticks and soy milk from his backpack. No way. There are 6 bodyguards at this table, and their food intake can basically be calculated as 2 people. It won't work if you don't prepare more. As soon as everyone was about to take their seats, a knock on the door came from the door. Judging from the sound, it didn't come from outside the door, but from the alloy door. Who is it so early? Hu took out his cell phone and checked the surveillance footage. All I saw was a face full of resentment appear on the screen. Aunt Wang. That's not right. If I remember correctly, Aunt Wang will start leading her team to collect food rations door to door tomorrow. How come this life starts today? Yes, they should be the 2 households at 103 and 104. There were 6 more people for no reason, and they wanted to eat their fill, so the food rations were naturally consumed quickly. Xiaohu. I know you are here. Aunt Wang's voice rang out at the door, hurry up and hand over the food. I saw it in the video the day before yesterday. You stuffed so many people into my house, don't think you can just ignore it. Hurry up, don't make me wait impatiently. Hee hee. Hu sneered. Are you still impatient? Do you think you are the second cousin of the Jade Emperor? He simply turned on the video and pointed the camera at the desktop. After the other party saw clearly what was on the table, he pretended to have taken the wrong shot and apologized repeatedly. Oh, is that Aunt Wang? What do you want from me? You. Aunt Wang uttered a word, and without thinking it was troublesome, she put her hands on her hips and repeated her request. Hurry up. Take out everything I want. And bring me some of the things on your table, my grandson wants to eat them. Hey, Aunt Wang, I don't know what you are talking about. Hu picked up a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. We don't have much to eat. It's just enough to fill our stomachs. How can we give you more? What's not much? Aunt Wang got anxious on the spot. If you don't eat, it's over. They are just young people, they are not starving. My grandson is still growing. At worst, I can return it to you when the time comes. Look at what you said. Hu patted his chest and said, as the saying goes, a person grows fast at the age of 23. I am also growing. You. I have never seen such a shameless person. Hey, you'll see me today. Hu held a steamed bun in his mouth and blew hot air out of it. Auntie Wang, don't be angry. If you get high blood pressure, there won't be any medicine to treat it for you. After that, the video was hung up. While Hu was enjoying his delicious breakfast, he could still hear Aunt Wang's impatient knocking on the door. It's already the 16th, and their food must have been exhausted. In addition to the video I played the day before yesterday, I think no matter which floor people are on, they will not open the door rashly. It won't be long before those people living in room 2602 show their fangs. Noon, 12 o'clock. A riot broke out on the 26th floor. Get out. Get out now. You are a bunch of losers who only know how to eat and don't know how to find food. Either you bring me some food or I will let you continue to live here. Or get out of here now. Aunt Wang held a kitchen knife and forced the 6 people in rooms 103 and 104 to leave. This scene should normally appear in another day. However, because of the appearance of Tian Laolio, everyone felt the crisis. Not to mention making excuses for food, even opening the door to a stranger is impossible. This led to Aunt Wang's emotional breakdown. Auntie Wang, calm down. Li Chang stood in front of his parents and wife and said, we can skip one meal. It's okay. The rain will stop soon. Don't get excited. Put down the knife first. Brother Zhang, please say something. Yes. No problem. The men in room 103 also said quickly, Auntie Wang, aren't you just worried that there won't be enough food? We can go without food, as long as you don't kick us out. Really. Real. Li Chang and the men at 103 responded at the same time. Just eat a few less meals. As long as the rain stops tomorrow night, everything will be fine. Okay then. Aunt Wang said this, but she still held the knife in her hand. You too, and that old man, the three of you leave my house now. I will let your sister and your family live here. You two go to the stairs and wait until the rain stops. If someone comes upstairs on the way, I will open the door for you later. This. Li Chang hesitated. No bargaining. Aunt Wang immediately made a decision. You three men, if you threaten me, what should I do? I'm doing this to protect myself. I can go out. Li Chang thought for a moment and said, but my father is already over 70 years old and has difficulty walking. Aunt Wang, please let him stay. No, son. Father Li shook his head. I'll go out with you. The three of them left the house without thinking too much. Bang. The door to 2602 is closed. Aunt Wang started cooking for herself and her little grandson. I really only cooked for 2 people and didn't cook anything for the old lady in room 104 and the lame woman in room 103. As for those 3 people, they are now squatting in the corner of the 27th floor. Once they detect any movement, they will knock on the door and go into 2602. You said. Zhang Si looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said, if the rain doesn't stop, what should we do? No. Father Li frowned and said, it said above that it can be stopped in 3 days, so it will definitely be stopped. We just need to wait. Dad, you can't say that. Li Chang frowned and said, we are young people. It's okay for us to go hungry for 2 meals, but you can't go hungry. If the rain really doesn't stop, we'll have no choice but to learn from the so-called Mr. Tian downstairs. It's no use learning it. Zhang Si shook his head. No one is opening the door now. If the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid Aunt Wang won't open the door for us. The door can't be opened just because she says so. A voice sounded in the stairwell. In the dim light, a screen lit up. Li Chang slowly stood up and looked at the screen. You are Xiao Hu from the 28th floor. No, Boss Hu. Boss Hu. Zhang Si immediately stood up and said, thank you, Boss Hu. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would have been living on the streets. It's all small stuff. Hu Yu held the cup of milk tea and sucked the soft pearls into his mouth. I called you via video to give you a chance to choose. As long as you nod, I can open the door of 2602 for you. This. Zhang Si hesitated. Not so good, right? I told you, I'm just offering you an opportunity. It's up to you to open the door or not. If you want to open the door, just knock on it 3 times in a row. The video is disconnected. Hu Yu didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. If it wasn't to make the building more lively, he wouldn't have made the call. Li Chang, Zhang Si. In the previous life, these 2 people were in cahoots with Aunt Wang, a pair of snakes and rats in the same nest. Not only did they occupy his house, but they also tied him up in a dark room like a 2-legged sheep. If it weren't for that person, he might have been stewed by this group of people. Now, he wanted to see what the scene would be like when they became 2-legged sheep. In the dark. Li Chang was silent for a few breaths before speaking. Brother Zhang, do you like watching movies? Hong Kong movies. Hong Kong movie. Which one? 8 Immortals Restaurant. You may not be familiar with this name, but you must have heard of another name, the Human Meat Bun Shop. Li Chang looked inside the door. To be honest, I actually want to try it too, what human flesh tastes like. Father Li was stunned on the spot. Zhang Si was just stunned for a moment, then swallowed his saliva. Brother Li, I listen to you. They haven't eaten anything all day. Starting from yesterday noon, Aunt Wang used the excuse that there were not many dishes and only cooked a large pot of rice for everyone. Let your grandchildren feast on it. That night, there wasn't even any white rice. So much so that they haven't even had a sip of water from yesterday until now. I'm getting starving now. Time passes quickly. 7 o'clock in the evening. The water level rose to 13 meters. The heavy rain outside the window continued. The radio did not sound. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their hopes gradually faded. Those desires suppressed deep in my heart began to expand. Li Chang, who was sitting on the stairs on the 26th floor, stood up. He patted his father on the shoulder, walked towards 2602, and knocked on the door. Auntie Wang, the rain doesn't look like it's going to stop. Please open the door for us and let us in. There was no sound from inside the door. After a while, Aunt Wang's voice came from inside the door. You can come in if you want. Go find some food. Once you find some food, I'll let you in. Auntie Wang, is it really not possible? Li Chang's tone was filled with pleading. How about this, if you want to put my dad in, I will go find food with Brother Zhang. No. Aunt Wang refused quite firmly. Li Chang had no choice but to shake his head, turned to give Zhang Si a look, and knocked on the door 3 times. Then Aunt Wang, I can only apologize. Click. The door lock was opened again. Almost at the same time. Yu, who was watching the live broadcast on the 28th floor, immediately took Bubu away and handed her to Mu Lingxiu. Xiaomu, take Bubu to bed. Okay, sir. Bubu looked puzzled, but still followed Mu Lingxiu back to 2802. There is no way, the next scene is really not suitable for children. Chen Shan frowned and asked, Boss, is it really necessary to do this? Not only him, but everyone else also cast questioning glances at Yu. From their point of view, these things can be ignored. Sooner or later, they will kill each other because they run out of food. Why add fuel to the fire at this time? I had a dream. Yu ate Häagen-Dazs, enjoying the cold and lubricating taste. In the dream, when the apocalypse came, I didn't hoard these things, and I never knew you. I'm just a stay-at-home guy living on the 28th floor. For the first 5 days, everyone still had a lot of food at home, and with a little planning, we could still make it through. On the 5th day, the rain, which was fresh water, turned into acid rain, and people who had not previously stored fresh water began to face a water shortage crisis. On the 7th day, the food was all gone. The 10th floor and below were all flooded. Those people had no choice but to run to the stairwell to survive. They stuffed everything they could eat into their stomachs. Belts, shoe soles, and even the rats and cockroaches in the stairwell. On the 10th day, the water level stopped rising, but more and more people were in the staircase. All the rats were eaten, and the cockroaches were also eaten to extinction. Now the only thing left to eat is people. Some people starved to death, but he saved the rest. On the 18th day, the water level rose again, and there were fewer and fewer people in the staircase. The survivors found an electric saw in the room and started looking for people door to door from the 17th floor. On the 22nd day, they found the 28th floor and sawed open the door of my house. At that time, I was hungry and there was no food left in the house. I begged them to let me go, but they didn't answer. They just threw me into a dark room with other people in it besides me. That day, I learned a word, two-legged sheep. The people in it are no longer called people, but live as sheep. I heard from the sheep there that almost every 2 days, a sheep is taken away, and our remaining sheep will also be given some broth. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by. I jumped into the water with another sheep under the cover of night and was rescued by the people on the yacht. Perhaps I have been stewed. After Yu finished speaking, he took another bite of ice cream. This is the result of his careful consideration. After so many days of getting along, everyone's favorable impression of him has increased to over 30. Especially Qin Shan, Bu Bu, and Xiao Zissou. Xiao Zissou and Qin Shan's favorability level has reached 60, while Bubu's is 70. Even the lowest Su Zilong has reached 30. In this case, it's time to tell them something else. Rebirth is so absurd that it can best be described as a dream. Everyone fell into silence. Only Xiao Zissou came over with shining eyes. So, you are reborn, right? Yes, it's you as expected. You're a girl with middle school syndrome. You guessed it right away, right? Rebirth is just a dream. Yu immediately changed the topic and looked at Chen Shan. So, I will answer you now. It's necessary. It's necessary. Even if it's just a dream, I will never let go of those who treat me like a sheep. I want to live, but at the same time I will never let them live well. Everyone stopped talking. Feel the same? Not really. But if you think about it from their perspective, if they had suffered the same situation and had another chance, they would probably do something even more extreme. After all, what they lack most is power. When Huyu saw that everyone was no longer talking, he knew that his goal had been achieved. He lowered his head and looked at the surveillance screen again. After just one glance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At the same time. 28th floor. There are 4 people at each table. Huyu and others set up 2 mahjong tables and have started this afternoon's entertainment activities. On the right-hand side, there is a fruit plate. Shizuoka melon with Iberian ham. On the left-hand side, there are various drinks such as Yamazaki Jujuba, Fat House Happy Water, cheese milk tea, etc. 3. Who? Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the mahjong away, rolled up her sleeves and stood up, all the same color. Come on, put your head over here. What luck you have. Huyu had no choice but to complain, but he could only lean his head forward. Is it still possible to play if I always point the finger at you? You don't understand the luck of the European emperor. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and flicked it a few times, pushed down the cards and planned to continue, and asked, by the way, the water level has almost risen, when are we going to set off? Even before leaving, she left her parents enough food and fresh water for half a month, and even weapons. But as a child, she was still worried that something would happen to her 2 elders, and thought that the sooner she could be brought back, the better. After all, this is already the 5th day. It even started to rain acid rain, so it would be best to pick them up earlier. 4 more days. Huyu pushed the cards into the machine. The acid rain won't last long. It will turn into normal rain on the 9th day. It won't be too late for us to start again then. At that time, the heart of the ocean was also integrated. Let alone picking up Zhao's father and Zhao's mother, even sailing to the Sea of Stars was not a problem. Come on, keep going. I don't believe it anymore, I can't beat you yet. July 18th, 7 p.m. The water level reaches 24 meters. Huyu finished the card game with a red and swollen head. Really? As long as he doesn't cheat, he has no luck in gambling. It seems that I should participate less in this kind of entertainment activities in the future. It has no benefits other than wasting my brain. After dinner, everyone started watching the surveillance video, which was something they enjoyed watching today. Now all the residents below the 9th floor have moved out. Under the coercion and inducement of Tian Laolio, half of the people joined them, and the other half were tied up like dumplings. Among those who were tied up like dumplings were Aunt Wang and the little devil. No matter how noisy these 2 are, they haven't eaten for almost 3 days and can't make any waves now. Huyu took a look at their warehouse. Well, they have separated the mice into male and female, and are preparing to force them to pair up for breeding. Fortunately, cockroaches escaped and have not yet been included in their diet. Just as Huyu was about to turn the surveillance camera to see the images on other floors, he instantly caught a detail. Rope. Li Chang and Li Mang were making ropes out of a large amount of cloth. It seemed that they were trying to make them into safety ropes for descending from somewhere. Don't they already have chainsaws? Why do they need to use it this way? What's more, it's acid raining outside now. Where could be worth taking such a big risk? Unless. Looks like there's something fun tonight. 10 o'clock at night. 2802. As the last headlight went out. In the dim living room, all you can see is the flashing red light of the server and the sound of people breathing. Half an hour later. 2 dark shadows fell from the upstairs and landed precisely in front of the glass window. One of the figures pushed the window directly, but after pushing it twice, he found that it couldn't be pushed open at all. The 2 men looked at each other and simultaneously took out a hammer from their pockets. Smash! Bang, bang, bang. There were several muffled explosions, but the glass didn't move at all. But in the next moment. Ding! The light is on. Under the warm yellow light, a group of people were sitting on the sofa with watermelons in their hands and legs crossed, like audiences waiting for the show to begin. On the other hand, those 2 people. The layers of clothes wrapped together made the 2 strong men look like old ladies. The outermost layer of clothes has almost been corroded by acid rain. Huyu raised his hand and greeted the 2 of them, then pulled out a cardboard from behind him. There were 3 words written on it. Good evening. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Li Chang immediately pulled the rope on his body and began to climb up. But Li Mang was obviously not convinced. Why retreat? This is our only chance. Bang. Bang. One hammer, two hammers. Li Mang was still knocking on the glass frantically. You are really a thief with a heart of your own. Hu spat out a sentence and took out a remote control. The two people outside the window were stunned at the same time, not knowing what this meant. Seeing that Li Mang did not move, Li Chang had no choice but to join in the action. But just a few seconds later, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Turn around and take a look. I saw a drone hovering about 2 meters behind the two of them, with a pistol installed on the controller. Hey, can you hear me? Hu's voice came from the drone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 bullets in the gun. You can choose who to shoot. If you two choose the same person, then I won't shoot you. If your choices were different, then I'm sorry, 2 bullets would fall on you separately. In 3 seconds, select start, 3, 2. Li Chang immediately looked at Li Mang and gave him a look, but the other party was already panicked at this moment. Let alone a look, even if a fairy sister came down to earth, he might not be able to see her. 1. They both raised their hands almost at the same time. Li Mang pointed at Li Chang, and Li Chang also pointed at himself. Passed. The two of them were immediately delighted. Hu also smiled, congratulations on passing the test. You don't have to be shot anymore. But the drone slowly took off. It came all the way to the top of their heads, and then bang. One shot. The bullet hit the cloth rope that Li Mang was leaning on. Ah. The rope broke instantly. Li Mang fell into the water. Seeing this, Li Chang also understood what Hu meant. Just because people don't have to be shot anymore doesn't mean they won't have to be tied up. He immediately used both hands and started climbing up. But how could Hu let him succeed? Another shot. Li Chang also fell from the air. Hu controlled the drone to return and clicked on the monitoring equipment aimed at the outside of the building. On the surveillance screen, the two fell into the water, causing a large splash. No one has been seen rising from the water yet. Could he be dead? Xiao Zissou asked from the side. There is a drop of nearly 60 meters from here to the water. If you fall like this, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Hu replied casually. Just when he was about to remove the surveillance screen and see how the two people on the rooftop were doing, Shen Shan suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, boss. Look here. Chen Shan pointed at the screen. Everyone's eyes gathered at the same time. I saw a flash of dark red on the surface of the water, and a broken arm surfaced. Broken hand. If you dive from this height with an incorrect posture, you may get injured or even die, but you will never lose your arms or legs. Wrong. There is something under the water. At the same time, Li Chang also floated up. His expression was extremely frightened, as if he had discovered something, and he kept swimming towards the stairs. The speed was so fast that it just created a ripple on the water surface. Next second, the arm that floated up was pulled down again by something and never floated up again. Li Chang swam into the window of the corridor on the 9th floor as quickly as possible and escaped. Surveillance still remains on the water surface. Apart from the arm, nothing else floated to the surface. Only a pool of scarlet remained. Everyone looked at Hu, and he didn't know what was going on. Is there something else beneath the surface? He has never met one either. He stayed upstairs for the first 22 days before the end of the world, and stayed on a boat for the middle 20 days. They did stay in the kayaks for the next 7 days, but they had never been in the water, so they had no idea what was underneath. Shark. Jinling is still some distance away from the sea surface, and it is impossible for the shark to swim over in such a short time. Even if it is a shark, what about the dorsal fin? There should at least be a dorsal fin above the water, right? Just now, there was no dorsal fin, let alone any ripples on the water surface. Check. Hu frowned slightly. Li Chang must have seen something just now, go ask him. I'll go. Shen Shan immediately spoke, I will go downstairs now and bring him up. Need not. Who you turned on the surveillance camera on the 9th floor, I'll do it. On monitoring. Li Chang huddled in a corner of the passage, staring at the water, as if he had experienced some terrible horror. Li Chang, what did you see? Li Chang didn't respond, and his body was shaking. Li Chang. Can you hear me? Weird, monster. Li Chang raised his head and looked at Hu Yu in the video, his eyes gradually turned red. His body suddenly stopped shaking, and then he suddenly jumped forward. Ouch! After Li Chang opened the door, he subdued Aunt Wang and the little devil while Hu Yu was talking. Amid the roars of the grandparents, the two men did not use their knives directly. Instead, they tied them up and threw them into the room, and began to reorganize the food in the room. Soon, they found the ham that Aunt Wang hid in the room. Thanks to this ham, the grandparents and grandchildren temporarily escaped the fate of being put into the pot. Everyone cooked a pot of rice with rainwater and had a simple dinner. Human flesh. Emergency food like this, which is easy to store and not prone to spoilage, should naturally be saved for last. The most urgent task now is to find enough food. If I remember correctly, in addition to Aunt Wang's family, other families also received ham. Li Chang looked toward the window, as if he had made a decision. Brother Zhang, do you want to live? Brother Chang. Zhang Si swallowed a mouthful of broth. You say, I listen to you. Good. Li Chang walked into the room and pulled off the bed sheet that the little devil was covering himself with. Rope, can you do it? Brother Chang, you want to get down through the window. Li Chang's eyes were filled with madness. He had already started tearing the cloth and making ropes. It's raining heavily now. It's almost impossible to climb upstairs from downstairs. But it's much easier to climb downstairs. Tie a rope and go in through the window. Even if you fall, the water below is too deep and you won't die. Only in this way can we store enough food. But Zhang Si hesitated. Brother Chang, I'm afraid of heights. For you. Li Chang handed one end of the bed sheet to Zhang Si. I'll go down, and you stay on top as my stake. Good. At the same time. 5th floor. I believe you all have seen it. Tian Laolio stood above the crowd, looking down at the 20 people in front of him. The rain didn't stop. We don't know the reason yet, but we have to admit that we must be prepared for a long battle. There are more than 20 people downstairs. They need to eat. We also need to eat. Only by getting more food can we survive better. The door lock can't be opened, but we can still find other things. As Tian Laolio spoke, he took out a mouse from his pocket. Rats in the south are usually about the size of a palm and covered with black hair. They squeak as soon as they are picked up. Among the crowd, some people looked embarrassed, and some even went straight into the crowd. In their view, this kind of thing is not only not considered food, but can even be called a monster. Tian, brother Tian, do we really want to eat this kind of thing? No need now. Tian Laolio replied, but we need to catch them. Not only that, but there are bodies on the water. Most of the animals that are drowned in the water will float to the surface. The brothers who are responsible for guarding the windows have to work harder. When you see them, use this thing to fish them out. As he spoke, Tian Laolio took out a drain net made of many pots and spoons. Remember, the more we fish out, the later we'll be able to eat it, or maybe even, we won't have to eat it at all. In order to avoid eating mice, everyone immediately became very alert. 20 people, occupying 10 windows, changed shifts every 12 hours and began to stare at the water surface to catch food. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 18, 10 a.m. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, the water level reached 22 meters. All floors below the 7th floor were flooded by rain, and even the 7th floor was mostly submerged. Tian Laolio and others have completely lost their place to stay. But they had a pretty smooth process of catching the mice. The mice seemed to be extremely hungry and would definitely take advantage of any food they saw. 2 days. They caught more than 20 mice, and each one was extremely fat. But the fishing work was not very smooth. Apart from 3 dead fish weighing 2 kilograms, they didn't catch anything else. The water level has now exceeded the 7th floor. The door can't be pried open. There is not much food left for them. On the other hand, Li Chang. He is lucky. Although they only looted the households of number 2502 and number 2402, they did get half a ham and 2 unopened bags of rice, which were enough for the 6 people to survive for another 3 days. It was at this time that Li Chang went out carrying the half ham. He walked all the way to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door. Bang. Huyu was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Today's breakfast is a steak sandwich with eggs Benedict and soy milk, made by Li Ji. Hearing a knock on the door, Huyu casually switched to the surveillance screen and saw Li Chang standing at the door carrying a ham. Oh, what a rare visitor. Huyu answered the video call and smiled at Li Chang on the other side. Brother Chang, good morning, have you had breakfast? Good morning, boss Hu. Li Chang forced a smile, not daring to let his eyes stay on the sandwich. I came here specially to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my father and I would have starved to death outside. This ham is a gift to you. If possible, I would like to ask you to give us some fresh water. Oh, a gift. To put it simply, it is an exchange. Today is the 5th day of heavy rain. The rain has changed from fresh water to corrosive acid rain. People who did not store fresh water before are now not only unable to eat enough, but even drinking water has become a problem. Ham. You can eat it, but after eating it will speed up the consumption of water in the body, and the more you eat, the thirstier you will be. This is also the reason why Huyu chose to give this as a gift to Aunt Wang and others. From a rational point of view, ham would definitely be stored by them as their final food. But if it is stored for 5 days, the ham will be completely ruined. Don't eat, I'm hungry. Eat, I'm thirsty again. Even if they stuffed the ham into their mouths, there would probably be no saliva to help them chew, and they would eventually choke to death. Fresh water, right. I do have some left at home, but as for the ham. Huyu turned the screen of his phone and aimed it at the window. There was a row of hams drying there, at least dozens of them. Li Ji was slicing some meat and preparing to have it with fresh hami melon as afternoon tea today. What do you need? Li Chang said calmly, as long as I have it, I can exchange it. Including your life? Li Chang fell silent. The reason why he worked so hard was just to survive. How could he possibly sacrifice his life for it? Just kidding. Huyu knew he would not agree. You can keep the things or not, but I won't give you any fresh water. After saying that, he stood up and stretched himself. Without avoiding Li Chang, he directly asked Shen Shan, Old Shen, are you ready to take a shower? I'm still waiting to take a shower today. Immediately. I'll make sure it's done tonight. Ding. The screen went dark. In the darkness, Li Chang was the only one standing in the stairwell carrying the ham. He held the ham tightly, thought for a long time, and finally went all the way downstairs. 27th floor, 26th floor. All the way to the 7th floor. Tian Laoyo and others heard the sound of footsteps and immediately got ready to take action. When they saw Li Chang carrying ham alone downstairs, everyone's eyes turned green. Who is Boss Tian? Li Chang stood on the stairs with a smile on his face. A wheelchair was pushed out of the crowd. I am. Are you looking for me? I'm here to give you a gift. Li Chang presented the ham with both hands. In the dim space, the sound of swallowing saliva continued to be heard. Tian Laoyo thought for a moment and finally held the ham in his arms. What's this brother's name? Li Chang, Boss Tian, just call me Xiao Li. Brother Li. Boss Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. You are not here just to give gifts, are you? Boss Tian is smart. I'm here to cooperate with you. Oh. How do we cooperate? Food, fresh water. Li Chang got straight to the point. Boss who from the 28th floor once sent hams to people in our community. Most of them were from our building. We still have at least 20 hams like this in our building. Now that they have no fresh water, the ham has become their food reserve. We will split the looted ham 50 to 50. That's true, but Brother Li, this door, we can't open it. Door, I have a solution. Fresh water and ham. I want a quarter. Tian Laoyo frowned. how do you know I have fresh water? First of all, none of your lips are chapped, and, if there's no fresh water, you'd have smashed this hem in my face, right? Really? Tian Laoyo didn't know how long the rain would last, so just in case, he collected enough fresh water. Ha 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 ha. I like working with smart people. Tian Laoyo immediately stretched out his right hand. Deal. July 18, 12 noon. The water level was close to 23 meters, and the 8th floor was half submerged. Before Tian Laoyo's men could even saw the door, the people on the 8th floor had already run out. I can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. Seeing new partners joining, Tian Laoyo decisively took away their food and confiscated it. The obedient ones stay in the team, the disobedient ones. Tie them up and put them at the back of the team. Brother Tian. Li Mang frowned, looking at the rising water level, and asked tentatively, how far do we have to go to get here? Why not, just go to the 28th floor directly? I can't go. Before Tian Laoyo could speak, Li Chang replied, there is an alloy door on the 28th floor that cannot be cut open with a saw. I suggest you go to the 27th floor. Just listen to Brother Li. Tian Laoyo immediately made the decision, go to the 27th floor. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The group successfully occupied the 27th floor. There are 3 households on the 27th floor. In addition to Mu Lingxiu who originally lived here, 2 other families were tied up and thrown to the end of the team. After occupying the base, Tian Laoyo held a brief meeting at 2702. He had just called Li Mang and Li Chang together, and before the meeting officially started, he heard a rumbling sound coming from upstairs. That seems to be the sound of mahjong. They were struggling on the brink of life and death downstairs, but the guys upstairs actually had the leisure to play mahjong. Brother Aqiang. Tian Laoyo pointed upstairs and asked, what do you think of them? There are a lot of supplies, but they are hard to get. So it can be done. Li Chang nodded, isn't there a rooftop above the 28th floor? Rooftop? You mean, descending from the rooftop? But now it's acid rain. Li Mang frowned and asked, who dares to go up to the rooftop now? As long as you wear thick enough clothes, it won't be a problem. Li Chang immediately stood up and said, I can go up, but I need 3 more people, 2 to act as stakes, and 1 to accompany me down. Okay, I'll be your stake. Tian Laoyo raised his hand and placed it on Li Chang's shoulder, then looked at Li Mang. Then I'll come along. The screen was destroyed. Hu Yu frowned as he looked at the picture taken from another angle, his brows couldn't help but furrowed. Li Chang. No, he should not be Li Chang now. It is now pouncing on the screen and biting it, as if trying to pull Hu Yu out of the screen. But that is obviously impossible. But even if the screen fragments scratched its mouth and its fingers left bloody marks on the concrete wall, it still had no intention of stopping. Zombies. Xiao Zisa frowned and said, have you seen this kind of thing in your dream? Hu Yu shook his head. If he had known that zombies would appear, he would never have stayed in such a place. Just fly directly to the nearest uninhabited island to live. You know, the entire Jinling has a population of over 9 million. Even if half of them starve to death and then a zombie crisis breaks out, there will still be a zombie population of more than 4 million. Just 8 truckloads of weapons, are they enough? I'm afraid even 8 armies may not be enough. How about I go down and take a look? Shen Shan suggested again. Need not. Hu Yu frowned. Currently, this thing should be contagious, and we don't know how it spreads, so it's better to be careful. What now? Li Ji's face was full of worry. We can't just let it stay down there like this, right? If other people are infected, can our alloy door outside prevent it? Snort. Su Zilong snorted coldly. That is a bank standard explosion-proof door. Let alone zombies, even 10 RPG rounds can't destroy it. Hey, what about 100 rounds? Zhao Zhong looked on at the side with a strange look. There are still about 100 people down there. If some kind of monster comes out, can your alloy door be able to guard against it? Okay, stop arguing and see what happens first. Hu Yu interrupted everyone. When the monster found that it could not take food out of the wall, it stopped trying and instead hunched over and walked up the stairs. 10th floor. There are 10 people responsible for guarding there to prevent the people on the 9th floor from coming out and being unable to suppress them in time. When Li Chang came up the stairs, the flashlight immediately shone on its face. Who? The monster didn't answer, but subconsciously raised his arms to cover himself. Yeah, it's Brother Li. The man immediately turned off his flashlight and took the initiative to greet him. Why are you coming up from downstairs, ah? Without waiting for the man to finish his words, Li Chang pounced on him. Take a bite. Blood splattered all over the ground. Eat people. Seeing this, the other 9 people didn't dare to delay at all and ran upstairs immediately. Li Monster Chang did not chase after it, but just squatted on the ground, enjoying the delicious food he had just captured. Case solved. This thing must be a zombie. Xiao Zissou was very excited, and didn't show any fear or panic at all. Instead, her tone was filled with curiosity. Boss Hu, can you do me a small favor? Who you vaguely guessed something, tell me first. After determining the transmission route, I want to catch one to study it. You see. When everyone heard this, they looked at Xiao Zissou with somewhat different eyes. Why, no. Xiao Zissou raised her head and asked back, I am contributing to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a brand new subject. Okay, research is fine, but not now. Since there are new friends joining the building, we can't just keep the news to ourselves. Who you controlled the surveillance screen and broadcast the surveillance of the floor where Li Chang was to other floors. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing on large bones spread throughout the building. People's hearts were instantly in panic. Those who had not left the room began to strengthen their defenses. Those who have already left the room kept running upstairs. Who cares whether you hold on or not? There is a man-eating monster down there. Only then did Tian Laoyo bring Zhang Si down from the rooftop. Originally, he planned to find someone to rescue Li Chang and Li Mang immediately, but when he arrived at the 28th floor, he saw the scene that Hu was broadcasting to the people in the entire building. That thing is Li Chang. It's just a drop of water, how did it become like this? Tian Laoyo's eyes were full of disbelief. If 9 people had not come upstairs to report it soon, he might have really suspected that this was a fake picture. Pity. It's all true. He rushed to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu. Help. Hu Yu switched to the video call function of the alloy door, took a look at Tian Laoyo who had not had time to change his clothes, and laughed out loud. This guy clearly had signs of corrosion from acid rain. Obviously, he was on the rooftop just now. Hey, isn't this Boss Tian? Hu Yu yawned and pretended to fall asleep. It's so late, what do you want from me? Or are you going to come and clean the windows of my house? Bang. Tian Laoyo fell off the wheelchair and knelt on the ground. Boss Hu, I know I was wrong. I should never have had such evil intentions. You saw what happened down there. Please help me. Anyway, you don't want such a monster in our building, right? Please help me. Help the other innocent people in the building. He is gambling. I bet that Hu Yu will use him as a gun, so I'll kill that monster first. After all, no matter what, he had to go downstairs. That ship that cost 2.1 billion to buy must be used eventually. As long as you bet right, at least you can get some assistance. Oh, innocent. Hu Yu sneered, who isn't innocent? You want to steal my things, and now you want me to help you, am I not innocent? Yes, it's my fault. Tian Laoyo knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. I kowtow to you to apologize, please make a promise, as long as it is something that I, Tian Laoyo, can do, I will do it. Simple, don't you have a gun? Hu Yu immediately said, go downstairs and shoot at that monster until all the bullets are gone. As long as you can do it, no matter whether the monster is dead or not, I will give you a chance to come in. Really? Tian Laoyo looked up and asked tentatively. After all, he had been tricked into posting a nude photo, so he had to be careful. Believe it or not. Hu Yu hung up the video and continued to observe Li Monster Chang's movements through the surveillance. This guy seems to be full. After eating the unlucky guy's upper body, he did not continue eating but sat next to the unlucky guy's lower body, with his head hanging and shaking continuously. Seems like he's sleeping. Sleeping after eating. Could this be a pig spirit possessing him? No matter what, this is also an opportunity. It depends on whether Tian Laolio can seize it. Soon. With the help of Director Zhang, Tian Laolio got back into the wheelchair. He had 4 men carry him down the stairs all the way to the stairwell on the 11th floor. Now, he was less than 3 meters away from Li Monster Chang. As long as he fired, with his marksmanship, he would be able to hit the opponent. Of course, the premise is in a bright environment. It's dark now. Tian Laolio had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out his pistol, using the faint light from the screen in the corridor to aim at the other party's head. Bang. With one shot, the monster was hit. Huyu returned to the room and lay on the bed. When he turned on the surveillance again, Zhao Yi was still at the door, and in front of him was Tian Laolio who had escaped the disaster. There is no doubt that this guy must be here to make Huyu fulfill his promise. Seeing this guy knocking on the door continuously, Huyu ignored him and just closed his eyes. Sleep. Until dawn, the alarm clock rang. July 19th, 7 a.m. The water level reached 26 meters. Huyu picked up his phone and glanced at the surveillance camera. There was no one in front of the alloy door. Now everyone gathered on the 27th floor. Tian Laolio was sitting in front of the crowd, introducing Zhao Yi. It looked like they had just come downstairs. Huyu got up, went into the bathroom to wash up, and cracked open today's black egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ordinary senzu bean. This thing again. It seems that I used up all my luck when I drew the heart of the ocean last time. Today and the past 2 days, all I got were senzu beans. Now he has 4 senzu beans in his backpack, which is enough for an ordinary person to eat for 4 months. Huyu put it back into his backpack, washed up quickly and walked out. Everyone at the table is having breakfast. Except for Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu, and Su Zilong who looked normal, everyone else was a little depressed. Obviously, they already knew about Zhao Yi's affairs. What's wrong? You look listless. Huyu walked to the table and sat down, asking knowingly, didn't you sleep well last night? No one spoke. Only Bubu spoke. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Huyu, brother Huyu, Uncle Zhao Yi. Uncle Zhao Yi went to fight monsters. Huyu smiled and rubbed Bubu's head. Let's wait for him to come back, okay? What? Zhao Zhong suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huyu with surprise and joy. Boss Hu, are you serious? Huyu nodded. He knew the position Zhao Yi held in other people's hearts. As the saying goes, there are 3 irons in life: carrying guns together, going to jail together, and buying seafood together. If he is really left to fend for himself, this team will not last long. This was also the result of his thinking all night. Don't worry, I will give your brother another chance. Since he wants to do something, let him do it first. Once this is done, as long as he is willing to bow his head and come back, I can accept him again. I said at the time that we are a family now, and as long as we admit our mistakes and correct them, it is acceptable. Very good. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu. Bite. The favorability from Zhao Zhong increased by 20, now 50. Huyu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. Accept. It is indeed acceptable. But the prerequisite is that he did not make any principled mistakes before he bowed his head. But once you fall into the big dye vat called human nature, no one knows what will happen. While everyone was having breakfast, Li Monster Chang was also hungry. After it finished eating the last bit of bone residue, it looked upstairs, tilted its head back, twitched its nose, and sniffed twice, as if it was smelling something. The next moment, it immediately stood up and used all 4 limbs to climb upstairs. This scene was not only seen by Huyu and his group, but also by Tian Laolio and others downstairs. Hurry! Brother Zhao, the monster is coming. I've already told you that I'm not your brother. Zhao Yi frowned and replied. Obviously, he looked down on Tian Laolio and went downstairs just to practice the justice in his heart. Even if Tian Laoyo knelt down and licked him, he would probably kick him. Okay. Tian Laoyo seemed to realize this as well. Anyway, you came downstairs to deal with this thing, right? I'll leave it to you. Do I need to tell you? Zhao Yi glanced at him, said nothing more, and went downstairs carrying AK. However, Tian Laoyo did not follow behind him. Instead, he waved to Zhang Si and whispered something in his ear. The other party nodded in understanding and walked towards the crowd. Hey, brother Zhao, wait for me. Tian Laoyo then called the other 4 people and followed with the wheelchair. Several people walked all the way to the stairwell connecting the 10th and 11th floors. At this moment, Li Monster Chang was lying at the door of the 10th floor, constantly hitting the door with his body. One after another. The originally intact security door had now been completely dented. It smelled food inside. Just break the door open and you can have a good meal. Just a little bit, the last bit. Zhao Yi did not hesitate and immediately raised the AK and aimed it at his head. Bang. One shot, hit right in the back of the head. The powerful penetrating force pierced through its head. Red and white objects splattered onto the security door. Li Monster Chang stopped moving. It still maintains the same posture. Dead. He should be dead. Everyone was talking at once. Just as Zhao Yi was about to go forward to check. Ouch. Li Monster Chang suddenly turned his head and let out a roar. Zhao Yi subconsciously raised the gun. Bang. Another shot hit the head and pierced the temple. 2 headshots. Li Monster Chiangcai finally fell down. He's probably dead now. Zhao Yi was also quite frightened just now. He put away his gun and did not move forward rashly. Tian Laoyo looked at the people behind him and said, "Send 2 people to take a look and collect the bodies." 2 brave ones looked at each other and decided to go forward. After all, the 3 guys who dared to abandon Boss Tian and run away yesterday have now been tied up and thrown on the 26th floor. They don't want to be one of them. The 2 of them walked forward slowly, tentatively. After confirming that the other party was really not moving, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Tian Laoyo smiled excitedly. Brother Zhao, thank you for saving us. Now, don't rush upstairs, let us treat you well, and it won't be too late to go back later. All right. Zhao Yi did not refuse. He looked down on Tian Laoyo, but he also disliked Hu. Isn't it the end of the world? Even if the sky collapses at the beginning, he can still lead everyone to survive. Let's start with this meal. You guys, move the bodies upstairs, don't pollute the water source. Tian Laoyo gave an order, and then took Zhao Yi upstairs. Brother Zhao, please. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hu and others started to eat lunch, and Tian Laoyo and others also started the celebration banquet. In order to entertain Zhao Yi, Tian Laoyo even took out the wine he had collected earlier. If it was 7 days ago, he would not even look at this wine whose average price was no more than 200 yuan, but now, this is the best stuff. After 3 rounds of drinking. Before Zhao Yi could express his opinion, Tian Laoyo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I know you look down on me, and I look down on myself too. So, from now on, these people, including me, will be under your control. As long as you can keep us fed, warm and alive, I will listen to you no matter what you say." Really? Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows and asked back. Real. Tian Laoyo waved his hand and Zhang Si immediately brought everyone out. There were more than 60 people in total, now crowding the 27th floor. Those standing in the front had signs of being tied up on their bodies. They were extremely hungry and rushed over when they saw food on the table. Come on, eat slowly. Tian Laoyo did not stop him. Instead, he controlled his wheelchair and took a step back. He even took the initiative to deliver the food to the other party. He looked at Zhao Yi, his eyes reddened. Brother Zhao, you've seen it too, we haven't had an easy time. But there's not enough food. What else can I do? It's a good thing you're here now. So, you speak, and we all listen. Right. Zhang Si also shouted in the crowd, you speak, we all listen. Zhao Yi didn't say anything, just looked at the crowd who were eating voraciously. After a few breaths, he made a decision. Okay. As long as you listen, I will definitely take you to live. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi. Tian Laoyo immediately raised his arms and shouted Zhao Yi's name at the top of his lungs. The crowd also responded. Zhao Yi looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt light all over. Once upon a time, he was just a member of the team. After leaving the team, he was just Zhao Zhong's younger brother. And now, he has his own name. Zhao Yi. In that case, I will definitely keep you alive. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked upstairs. Show them your life. Gunpowder, flashing in the darkness. Li Monster Chang's body trembled suddenly, and he turned his head, as if he had discovered something. Tian Laoyo's hands trembled slightly, but he didn't have time to think and immediately emptied the magazine. 3 shots in a row, all hit the opponent. Ouch! A roar sounded. Li Monster Chang rushed straight forward. Quick! Take me away! Tian Laoyo panicked. But 3 of them were already running upstairs, tumbling and crawling, without paying any attention to him at all. Only Zhang Si. He gritted his teeth and thought for a moment, then immediately carried Tian Laoyo on his back and rushed upstairs. 1 floor, 2 floors. They climbed 3 floors, but saw from the video that Li Monster Chang was still there, guarding his half-ration. What is going on? Could it be that in its rules of action, food is more important than counterattack? That's easy. Even if we can't kill it, as long as we feed it, everyone will be safe. Tian Laoyo immediately patted Zhang Si on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, do you dare to go down and help me get the wheelchair up? Dare. Zhang Si didn't think much about it and just carried him down. Tian Laoyo tilted his head. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down and help me get it, not to ask you to carry me down to get it, hey. However, they were already halfway through the journey and Tian Laoyo didn't know what to say, so he could only stay on Zhang Si's back silently without saying a word. At the same time. 28th floor. Hu Yu frowned and looked at the surveillance camera. Naturally, everyone saw what happened just now. He looked at the people behind him. What do you think? There were 4 shots in total, hitting the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest respectively. Chen Shan frowned and said, although these 4 places are not fatal, they are not still capable of action. Xiao Zissou also added, there was blood flowing out of the wound, and the color was dark red. The bullet obviously penetrated the internal organs. Unless the creature does not require energy from its internal system, it will die within half an hour at most. Click. Kaka. While everyone was talking, a crisp sound sounded from the stairwell again. Li Monster Chang started eating again. Quick, drone. Shine a strong light on it and see what it is doing. Xiao Zissou said hurriedly. Good. Suzilong walked to the window, controlled the drone and started to land, all the way to the window of the stairwell on the 9th floor. Strong light illuminates the entire stairwell. Li Monster Chang was seen frantically gnawing on the food in front of him. Even bones would be chewed into pieces by him and swallowed down his throat. Look. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and pointed at the surveillance screen. Bullet holes, the bullet holes on its body are being repaired. Really? Hu Yu frowned slightly. Things like this clearly go beyond the scope of biology. I don't know if it's because of the acid rain or the heavy rain in the past few days. In short, there is no way that Li Chang is the only monster like this. Fine. After Li Monster Chang ate another large portion of the corpse, it fell silent again. Obviously. Food is the most important thing in its eyes. When they are full, they will stay still. Okay, go and rest first. Hu Yu stood up and turned off the surveillance. At present, it seems that this kind of thing will not affect us. If there is anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. But. Just as Zhao Yi was about to say something, Zhao Zhong pulled him back. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Nightfall. 2804. Brother, why are you pulling me? Can't you see that boss who has no humanity at all? Zhao Yi frowned and roared at Zhao Zhong. It's fine that he didn't take other people upstairs because of insufficient food, but now there's a monster down there, and he doesn't care. It's not that I don't care, it's that I can't care. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and placed it on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, since we two brothers are valued by Boss Hu and want to live a carefree life in the end times, we should listen to Boss Hu. Just listen carefully to whatever he tells us to do and don't try to meddle in other people's business. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Zhao Yi raised his hand and said, there are so many innocent people down there. I can watch them starve to death because the food is not mine. But I can't bear to see them being killed by monsters because I clearly have the ability to save them. Brother, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So what do you want? Another voice sounded. The two brothers turned their heads at the same time and looked outside the door. Su Zilong was leaning against the door, his tone slightly provocative. Go out. If you want, I can let you downstairs now. Okay. Zhao Yi's neck stiffened. Let me go now, I will go down to save people, and you will stay here like turtles. Zhao Yi. Just behave yourself. Zhao Zhong roared angrily, then looked at Su Zilong. Zilong. Hey. Don't yell so affectionately. Su Zilong interrupted the other party and stepped aside to make way. It's no use telling me what you want to say. A figure slowly walked out from behind him. Who you? He was wearing a bathrobe at this time, and Enciener was following behind him. Bang. Before he could say anything, Su Zilong was punched by Enciener again. I said. Who you looked at the two of them and said, as long as you want, you can leave at any time. I will never stop you. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. This is the most useful thing Hu Yu learned in his previous life. Since you want to meddle in other people's business, then go ahead. It's impossible to stop it. Good. Zhao Yi responded and immediately clasped his fists towards Hu Yu. Thank you, Boss Hu, for your understanding. When I come back, I will definitely. What's coming back? Hu Yu asked back, and then as if he had thought of a joke, Zhao Yi, you don't think that you can come back after you leave here, right? If you don't come back, then don't come back. Zhao Yi hesitated for a few breaths, then frowned and said, Boss Hu, see you later. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong also pulled his younger brother along. He knew that once he left Hu Yu, even if his brother could survive, he would never live a carefree life like here. Hunger, illness, human nature, each one can take his life. Please give me one more chance. One day, give me one day, I promise I will convince him. Brother. You don't need to persuade me. I will never follow such an inhuman person. If you want to follow me, it's up to you. Human nature. Hu Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered, haha, what did you just say? Human nature. You're telling me about human nature? Okay. Then I'll show you what true humanity is. He took out an AK from his space backpack and emptied the magazine of bullets, leaving only 3. He threw the gun into Zhao Yi's arms. There are 3 bullets in it. With your marksmanship, you can definitely shoot it in the head. If you shoot its head off, not only the zombies, but also Godzilla will die. Go down now and save those people. See if you will become their savior or something else. Go now. Wait until you understand what human nature is before you talk about human nature. Good. Zhao Yi stood up with his gun in hand. Zhao Zhong wanted to stop him, but Hu Yu turned to look at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped him. It was obvious that Zhao Zhong was no match for him at all. Brother. Don't be confused. Elder brother. Zhao Yi came to the door and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Brother has more important things to do. I will pick you up after I have organized the downstairs. After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Yu opened the alloy door remotely, and after watching him leave, he closed the door again. Su. Z. Long. Zhao Zhong roared, and while Su Zilong was retreating, he turned over and pressed him down, punching him in the face. Hey, you're still excited. Su Zilong immediately prepared to take real action. All right. Hu Yu frowned and spoke, then took a step back and hid behind Enciener. Zhao Zhong, if you also want to go down, I can give you a chance now. Zhao Zhong didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that if he left again, the two brothers would never have a chance to come back. So, he just lowered his head and said nothing. Okay, let's go to bed first. We can talk about it tomorrow. Hu Yu yawned and turned around, taking Xian'er back to 2802. July 20th. The 7th day of heavy rain. The water level reached 31 meters this morning. The 11th floor was more than half flooded. Looking out of the window, most of Jinling was submerged underwater, and only residential areas could be seen on the water surface, like reefs. Brother Yi. Tian Laolio controlled the wheelchair and came to Zhao Yi with a frown. The food is only enough for us to survive for another day, you see. Since yesterday, Tian Laolio took the initiative to hand over the power to Zhao Yi. The food itself is not a big problem. But after yesterday's celebration, when those who were tied up were freed, the problem became apparent. Yes, I understand. Zhao Yi also knew what was going on and raised his hand to point to the side. There are a dozen fishing rods there. He made this overnight. As a person with proficient survival skills, rubbing a fishing rod with bare hands is just the beginning. Find a dozen people, let's go fishing on the 12th floor together, and try to catch one fish each. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. It's such a large area, I don't believe there are no fish. Tian Laolio frowned. This is not quite what he expected. But it's okay. When it comes to fishing, just try fishing first, and when you can't catch anything anymore, then do other things. Everyone gathered together quickly. I squatted at the window on the 12th floor and started fishing. This fishing took half a day. I don't know if it was because the bait was bad or the fish were too full, but 15 people only caught 2 carp in half a day. Altogether it weighs just over 3 pounds. After dinner. There is a serious food crisis. Zhao Yi was sitting on the 27th floor, his brows were wrinkled into knots, and his stomach was rumbling. In order to allow others to eat more, he has not eaten enough since yesterday. Wait, what does that smell like? Zhao Yi's nose twitched as he smelled the scent of beef hotpot from the window. Apparently, dinner time had already started upstairs. Tonight's dinner should be hot pot. He swallowed. If he hadn't come downstairs, he would have been boiling M7 marbling beef by now. Brother Yi. Tian Laolio's voice sounded. He slid over alone in a wheelchair. What's up? It's still a matter of food. Tian Laolio whispered, there are too many people. Now the people on the 12th floor have also escaped. The food they brought out is not enough for them to eat. How about following my method and tying up some of the people first? No. Zhao Yi refused immediately. If he wasn't the one making the decision, he could have ignored it, but now it was his turn to make the final decision. How could he continue to kidnap people? I will find a way to solve the food problem, but I will never restrict their freedom. Hey. Tian Laolio responded and then moved closer to the window. This smell, is it hot pot? The food upstairs is really good. Zhao Yi didn't say anything. Although he came down, he knew what to say and what not to say. Brother Yi, tell me something accurate. Tian Laolio turned around and continued, how much food did the person upstairs have stored? This is none of your business. Why doesn't it matter? Tian Laolio slapped the armrest of the wheelchair heavily. They eat and drink delicious food all day long, just share a little bit of the profits. Even if it's just a little bit, it will be enough for us to survive for several days. As long as we hold on, the rain will stop one day, right? The rain won't stop. As soon as he said this, Zhao Yi realized that he had said the wrong thing. What? Without waiting for Tian Laolio to speak, a group of people rushed in directly from outside. What do you mean the rain won't stop? Brother Yi, please explain yourself more clearly. Yeah, Brother Yi, what on earth do you know? The crowd asked questions. Tian Laolio was silent at this moment. He originally wanted to get information about the food reserves from Zhao Yi and lure everyone to force Zhao Yi to launch an attack on the higher-ups. But I didn't expect. This guy actually dropped a bigger bomb. Quiet. Zhao Yi frowned and stood up. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, he still has a strong oppressive effect on the crowd. Since I said I would keep you alive, it doesn't matter whether the rain stops or not. Why should we believe you? A question came from the crowd. Yeah. Why should we trust you? Now the food is almost gone, can you let us survive? How? Eat ourselves. Hey, do you still want to tie us up? If you have the ability, then go up to Xiaohu and beg for food. Aunt Wang jumped up in the crowd and hit the nail on the head. Didn't you come down from upstairs? You know best how many things are upstairs. If nothing else, bring down those pigs and cows. One pig can feed us for 2 days. Don't say it won't stop raining, at least we won't starve to death in the next few days. Yes. Don't you have the ability? Go and get it. The noise was endless. Zhao Yi frowned and clenched his fists, thought for a few breaths, and finally nodded. Okay. I'll get it for you. 10 minutes later. Chen Shan stood in front of Hu Yu and reported. You want a pig, right? Don't give it. Zhao Zhong spoke immediately and rushed to Hu Yu. Boss Hu, you have helped us a lot. Those people below are greedy. Even if you give them pigs, how long will it last? If only your brother could see it as clearly as you do. Hu Yu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong on the shoulder. He turned to look at Chen Shan. Tell Zhao Yi that this pig was given to him for his brother's sake, and this is the only time for material support. If you come up and ask for something again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Understood. Chen Shan replied and immediately turned around to do it. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong didn't know what to say for a while. In an instant, the favorability between Chen Shan and Zhao Zhong increased again. Chen Shan came to 70, and Zhao Zhong came to 60. A pig in exchange for a huge increase in the favorability between two people, worth it. Pig, take it away. The crowd downstairs was partying wildly, shouting Zhao Yi's name continuously. Smiles crept onto their cheeks. Kill the pigs, save the meat, save the blood, even the pig bristles were saved one by one and prepared to be used as fuel. The entire 27th floor was very lively. But Zhao Yi knew that this kind of excitement was only temporary. Once the pork was eaten up, they would face new difficulties. Unless... Zhao Yi looked at the water in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. Shipbuilding. Food in residential areas is always limited. If you have a boat, you can expand your search area and get more food. But on the next day, when Zhao Yi was about to gather everyone to start work, another piece of bad news came. Fresh water, gone. Why is there no fresh water? Zhao Yi questioned. When I checked yesterday, wasn't there enough for 3 days? Yesterday was yesterday. Tian Laoyu's tone was also full of helplessness. You also know that everyone was busy slaughtering pigs yesterday, and slaughtering pigs alone used a lot of fresh water. After all, we smelled like pigs, so we couldn't sleep well. We just washed up. Today, I saw that there were less than 30 liters of fresh water left. 30 liters. Just enough for everyone for 1 day. This is just counting the drinking situation. Or... Seeing that Zhao Yi was silent, Tian Laoyu asked tentatively, should we ask upstairs for some more? No. Ah. Just as Zhao Yi was about to refuse, a sharp scream suddenly came from the door. He and Tian Laoyu looked at each other and rushed out immediately. As soon as they reached the door, they saw 2 monsters lying on the ground, gnawing on something frantically. Aren't those 2 the ones who dealt with Li Chang's body at that time? They all wore gloves and masks before handling the body. Could it be that the virus can be transmitted without gloves and masks? Get out of the way. Move back. Zhao Yi shouted and took out the AK again. But before he could shoot, Tian Laoyu stopped him. Etc. Everyone turned their eyes to him, their eyes full of confusion. 1 bullet can't kill 2 monsters. Tian Laoyu looked at Zhao Yi and said, Brother Yi, I only have one question for you now. Do you want to take us alive, or, just to prove your usefulness? Of course I want to keep you alive. Okay then. Tian Laoyu raised his hand and pointed forward, then leave these 2 things to me. July 21st. 6:50 in the morning. The alarm clock didn't ring, but there were some noises coming from outside the house. Huyu yawned and frowned slightly. Judging from the sound, it doesn't sound like it's coming from the living room, but rather from somewhere farther away. It should be an alloy door. He opened his phone and was stunned. In the surveillance video, two monsters similar to Li Chang were hitting the alloy door. Although it looks unshakable on the surface, every time they hit it, the alloy door will make a sound. On them, there is a note with only 2 words written on it. Freshwater. It's really amazing. Huyu got up immediately, didn't even open today's black egg, opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. Open the door. Shinshan and others were already sitting at the table waiting for him. Bubu was taken to other rooms and was not in 2802. Boss. Shinshan stood up immediately. Everyone else also stood up. Only Xiao Zissou was still sitting. She seemed to be mixing something. Everyone sit down. Huyu came to the main seat and sat down, looking at Shinshan. What's going on outside? Starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, these 2 things were put at the door. They smeared meat foam on the alloy door to lure them into crashing. At present, there will be no problems with the alloy door, but the force of the impact is increasing. I can't guarantee the follow-up. Where is Zhao Yi? Huyu looked at Zhao Zhong. Not him. Zhao Zhong immediately spoke. It's Tian Laoliu. He made the decision to put these 2 monsters at the door. I'm asking about Zhao Yi. What did he do? He did not agree or refuse. Shinshan sighed, his tone a little low. Then what is he doing now? On the 13th floor, I'm fishing. It seems I don't want to care about the things above. Just barely passing. Huyu spit out a sentence. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, do you remember what I told you? Remember. That's good. Huyu glanced at everyone and said, let's not talk about Zhao Yi first. The people downstairs wanted a pig, we gave it to them, and now they want more and are ready to break in. Break through the door. What do you think we should do? Fuck it. Xiao Zissou spoke immediately. She pushed the can in her hand forward and said, use a drone to carry this stuff and spray it over where they live. In less than 3 days, they will all die of dehydration. Huyu was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Zissou to react so strongly, so he subconsciously asked, what is this? High-strength laxative. Xiao Zissou raised her head. Now they have no fresh water, no way to replenish water, with this thing, hee. They still want to eat our pigs. If they eat them, they have to be pulled out by me. 6. Huyu gave a thumbs up, then looked at Shinshan and others. What about you? What do you think? I will not offend others unless they offend me. Su Zilong was the first to speak. Boss Hu, we all support your decision. That's right. Shinshan and others also nodded one after another. The moment those 2 monsters were placed in front of the alloy door, those people downstairs were already their enemies. Good. Huyu responded, and then asked, so. Zhao Yi, what do you think? One sentence was thrown out and everyone was speechless. Xiao Zissou also sat back and said no more. Since you won't say anything, let's just ignore it for now. Huyu knew. After all, Zhao Yi has a comrade in arms and brotherly relationship with them, and with himself, it has only been a few days. It is obviously unrealistic to expect them to express their opinions under such circumstances. Deal with the matter outside the door first. I'll go. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and said, Boss, give me the gun, I'll take care of it. Need not. Huyu said calmly, those 2 people moved Li Chang's body and became like this, which means that the thing is contagious. Our people can't go out. But we can't just let them keep crashing into each other, right? Xiao Zissou asked back. Isn't there a drone? Huyu raised his lips slightly. If they can use food to lure these things up, we can naturally lure them down. Yes. Everyone suddenly realized. Huyu fished a piece of sausage on the drone and went around from the outside of the 28th floor to the outside of the alloy door. The smell of meat instantly attracted the 2 monsters. Led by the drone, the 2 monsters quickly arrived at a place suitable for them. 27th floor. As for the next scene, Hu Yu didn't go to see it. He turned off the surveillance camera and just in time heard a prompt. Byte. The fusion of the Heart of the Ocean is complete, and the ship name will be automatically updated to Heart of the Ocean. System level detected, 3. The Heart of the Ocean automatically becomes an epic ship. Item, Heart of the Ocean, epic. Type, large luxury yacht. Facilities carried, anti-ship torpedoes, epic, anti-aircraft missiles, epic, anti-ground ship guns. Additional abilities, epic speed, epic drainage, epic protection, epic water battle. It's finally over. In the early morning of July 16th, the system underwent its third upgrade. This upgrade provides a breeding system. Whether it is a living thing or a plant, as long as Hu Yu chooses a good place, he can start the breeding mode. But only organisms or plants produced by the system can enter the breeding system. How to produce? Only rely on black eggs. So far, Hu Yu has not grown any seed or living creature from the black egg. Etc. Could the senza beans I got a few days ago also be considered seeds? It doesn't matter. After all, the ship is still in the dormant stage, so he can't confine the breeding area to this building, can he? Now that the ship has been upgraded, it depends on when it will be launched. Let's eat first. Hu Yu looked at everyone, casually took out some Hong Kong-style breakfast, and asked questions about ships. The water level is almost there. If you want to go into the water, you can do so now. Xiao Zissou, who was about to reach for the shrimp dumplings, was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but noticed the looks on the other people's faces, and finally said nothing. If she were to tell her, the sooner she leaves here, the better. She still has to pick up her parents. But now, Zhao Yi is still downstairs. It would obviously be unrealistic for Shanshan and others to abandon him and leave like this. Now that Hu Yu is bringing up the matter of going into the water, it actually means one thing. Zhao Yi's matter cannot be delayed, it is best to resolve it now. Tomorrow. Before Shanshan could speak, Zhao Zhong took the lead and said, "Boss Hu, please wait for us until tomorrow. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if my brother is still stubborn, we will set off immediately." Good. Hu Yu immediately agreed. In fact, he didn't plan to leave at this time. The acid rain will stop tomorrow. If we set out now, even if the Heart of the Ocean can withstand the acid rain, the environment will not be easy. It's better to rest more in this room. After breakfast, everyone still turned on the surveillance. The 27th floor was a mess. 2 monsters were sitting in the middle of the room, with 4 corpses piled beside them. One is Aunt Wang, one is the little devil, and the other 2 are Li Chang's parents. Obviously, this is not the result of a monster attack, but the result of people's selection. Hu Yu searched the surveillance video and finally found Tian Laolio and others on the 24th floor. As for the 26th and 25th floors, a group of people were tied up again. It was used as a natural fence between them and the monsters. In Tian Laolio's opinion, this floor was obviously not safe enough, so he moved the base down 2 floors. Then, another familiar face appeared. Yi Wanqiu. Her face was ruddy, and she didn't look hungry at all. As for the fat man who opened the door for her earlier, Hu Yu glanced at the crowd several times but didn't see any trace of that person. Maybe it's because I'm shy, or maybe I'm already connected to someone. Now she is standing behind Tian Laolio and is responsible for pushing the wheelchair again. The crowd at this moment is discussing how to deal with the current emergency. I have an idea. Yi Wanqiu suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on her. Didn't you say that someone came down from the 28th floor? Since he was able to get out of the 28th floor, he might know how to get in. Even if he doesn't know, the 28th floor is willing to give him a pig for his sake. Then, killing those 2 monsters shouldn't be a difficult task, right? This. Zhang Si frowned slightly. Ms. Yi, you may not know that the guy below, we are no match for him. You are not, but something is. Yi Wanqiu raised her lips slightly and pointed her finger above her head. They can't open the alloy door, but humans can always beat them, right? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone started discussing it. That's right. Brother E only has one bullet in his gun. He can't possibly do anything. But, isn't it a bit bad to treat Brother E like this? What's wrong with that? He's just too useless. You can't say that. Isn't Brother E doing this for our own good? I think he will understand us. Yes. Let's go find Brother E. In the crowd, shouts of "Brother Righteousness" were heard one after another. They quickly reached an agreement. Although the process and means are somewhat inappropriate, but Brother E, you will definitely save us. People are always very smart. Even if they cannot defeat the monsters, they can come up with many means and methods to make it do things according to people's ideas. The fishing rods that Zhao Yi made for them came in handy. People put the meat on the fishing rod and led the monster down the stairs, and soon it reached the 13th floor. The sound of people's footsteps echoed on the empty stairs. Zhao Yi, holding the fishing rod, frowned. He didn't look back, but he knew what was about to happen. Come out and talk. Brother E is indeed Brother E. Tian Laoyo's voice echoed in the stairwell. Amid the sound of rain, it seemed a little blurry. But Zhao Yi could still hear it clearly. But there's no need to come out. There are two things blocking my way, which is a bit inconvenient. What do you want to do? Zhao Yi held the fishing rod, but his heart was no longer on the float. It's very simple. Tian Laoyo's tone was relaxed, as if he had it all planned out. Aren't you going to save us? We are in trouble now. If you can get the door on the 28th floor to open and let us live together, wouldn't that save us? I said, I will only save you in my own way, it's you who don't. Your way. Before Zhao Yi could finish his words, Tian Laoyo roared, what's your method? Fishing. Or catching fish. How many people are there in a building? Just a few fishing rods. Do you think you can get enough to eat? According to me, you are sick. Seriously sick. Tian Laoyo knows. If you talk to Zhao Yi nicely, there is no way he will agree to open the door. It's only a matter of time before we fall out. Instead of wasting time, it's better to get straight to the point. I'm putting this out there. There are two options. One is that you take us upstairs now. Even if you don't have a way to open the door, I do. The second one. Brother E, you don't want to fight this thing in a physical fight, do you? In the rain. Zhao Yi still didn't look back. He stood at the windowsill, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. At this moment, he understood what human nature was. A little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. These 6 simple words seemed easy to say, but when he truly understood their profound meaning, he realized how difficult they were. Boss Hu, you are right. The reason why human nature is called human nature is because it is different from morality. I was wrong. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked at the camera on the 13th floor. A smile formed from the corner of his mouth. He knew they were watching. Thank you, Brother Shan. It's you who gave me this opportunity. Li Ji, boy, don't shrink back for no reason. Don't let me look down on you. And you, Su Zilong. I won't submit to you. No matter what, I won't submit. Boss Hu, thank you. 28th floor, panic. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Zhao Yi wanted to do. Zhao Yi. Who you immediately turned on the microphone, don't do anything stupid. Zhao Zhong also yelled angrily, what do you want to do? Come back here. Do you hear me? Elder brother. Zhao Yi smiled even more, follow Boss Hu from now on, and don't be stupid like me. Brother, I can't take care of you anymore. You have to take good care of yourself alone from now on. It's best to find me a sister-in-law quickly. I will still be your brother in the next life. Quick. Get downstairs. Hu Yu immediately opened the metal door. Before he could recover, Zhao Zhong, Chen Shan, Su Zilong, and Li Ji all rushed out. Only Xianer was still standing beside him. I'm sorry for you. On the monitoring screen. Zhao Yi turned around and uttered one last sentence. Jump into the water. Bang. Water splashes. The people who had just rushed out of the 28th floor stopped. They stood at the stairs and looked at the surveillance video playing in the corridor. Under the water, a dark shadow floated. Younger brother. Zhao Zhong roared. Judging from what happened before, even if he didn't die after falling into the water, the things under the water would make Zhao Yi look like neither a human nor a ghost. This is no different from being dead. But in the next moment, a human head floated up. Zhao Yi's expression was full of horror. He kept swimming towards other buildings. There seems to be something terrifying below. Hu Yu frowned, and then continued to zoom in on the surveillance footage. The last time it was dark and it was raining heavily, so we couldn't see clearly what was happening under the water. Although it was also raining heavily this time, at least it was during the day. That is, black shadow. No, to be precise, it was a large black shadow. They followed closely behind Zhao Yi, speeding up continuously, as if they wanted to wrap him up completely. School of fish. Or something else. No matter what it is, let's just give him a fucking shot first. Hu Yu immediately rushed to the balcony, took out an RPG from the space, and fired it at the water behind Zhao Yi. Boom. The powerful recoil caused him to fall backwards and he almost fell over. Fortunately, Anciener was standing behind him and supported him in time. The explosion sounded throughout the entire community. A large number of surviving residents looked towards the 28th floor of Building 3. They had long been paying attention to this alien, but they didn't expect that they had such a powerful weapon. As for the other people on the 13th floor, my neck suddenly tightened. The fire on the water exploded, shattering the last hope in their hearts. There's even a rocket launcher. How dare you break into the 28th floor? One shot can send everyone to heaven collectively. The smoke cleared. The black shadow under the water suddenly disappeared, but no fish carcasses floated up. I don't know what's down there. But one thing can be confirmed. The speed of the black shadow has slowed down. Boss. Chen Shan and others rushed back when they heard the noise. Hu Yu immediately took out 5 rocket launchers and gave one to each of them. No need to say anything, everyone understood immediately. Explosions sounded one after another. The dark shadow under the water finally stopped. As for Zhao Yi, he has already swam to the location of other buildings. But he didn't seem to want to stay here. Perhaps he knew that if he returned to the 28th floor, it would make things difficult for Zhao Zhong, so he simply swam farther away. Zhao Yi. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out, "Come back here." Zhao Yi obviously heard it. He continued to swim forward and raised his hand to gesture to everyone. Goodbye. There is no meaning of disappearance in the gesture. Just this gesture. Knowing that the possibility of seeing each other again was slim, Zhao Yi could only make this gesture. His figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. However, no dead bodies of any living creatures were found underwater in Building 3. Maybe he was eaten, or maybe it was the damage caused by the RPG that didn't hurt the other party at all. No matter what the reason is, this is not what we need to deal with now. Hu Yu did not put away the rocket launcher, and had not even closed the alloy door of Building 28. Zhao Yi doesn't want to die. He must have discovered something. There's definitely something under Building 3. Or... Su Zilong's eyes were full of curiosity. Can I go down and take a look? Zhao Yi was able to swim out, and I came up after just one look, so he should be fine. If you want to become like Li Chang. Hu Yu added unhappily. He just shrugged and said nothing more. Let's not talk about underwater matters for now. Hu Yu's eyes fell on the surveillance camera again. On the screen, everyone on the 13th floor seemed to be discussing something. Let's deal with this group of people first. If Hu Yu is willing, he can let Chen Shan and others hold their guns and shoot down below. Regardless of whether it is a monster or not, as long as it has vital signs, it is impossible to get out alive. Even to prevent infection, he can let the drone operate. But what's the point? The real pain is not physical pain, but a little bit of the spirit that is wiped out. Hu Yu had personally experienced such horror when he was imprisoned in a dark room like a two-legged sheep. Now, of course, we have to let them taste it. Video is on. From the 27th floor to the 13th floor, all video equipment was turned on and playing the same picture at the same time. Breakfast. Breakfast on the 28th floor. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, milk dessert sandwiches. A dining table that can accommodate 10 people at the same time is filled with a variety of breakfasts. Huyu was sitting in the middle. He smiled at the camera, picked up the milk beside him and took a sip, leaving pure white between his lips. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Not to mention milk, the remaining fresh water, which was already limited, was only enough for 500 milliliters per person. Under Tian Laoyu's arrangement, even Zhang Si began to circulate water in his body. It sounds nice to call it circulation within the body, but in fact it is just excreting urine, distilling it and then drinking it. In a few days, even the distillation step may be omitted. I heard that the neighbors really want to come up and see me. That's the good thing about me. I listen to advice. Since you guys want to see it, I'll let you see more. From now on, I will broadcast live to you all 3 meals a day, no, to be exact, 4 meals, and a midnight snack. It can be regarded as killing some of your boring time. No need to thank me. With just one sentence, everyone downstairs almost gnashed their teeth. Come on, let's eat. Everyone on the 28th floor began to eat breakfast slowly. The drone uses 3 angles to provide 360 degrees live broadcast footage. 13th floor. Tian Laoyu and others watched with gritted teeth. I want to turn off the live broadcast, but there is no way. The video equipment was embedded in the wall. There was no way to cut off the power, smash the screen, or even block the sound. Fine. At least, the fragrance won't linger. Etc. What is this smell? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you guys. Huyu's voice sounded again. Every day when I live broadcast, I will put the same food in the corridor. First come, first served. This morning's food is on the 14th floor. Everyone went crazy instantly. Food. Same food. Everyone understands what this means. They swarmed towards the 14th floor in an instant. As for Tian Laoyu, there was no way a man sitting in a wheelchair like him could compete with those guys. But there were still 2 people who didn't move. One is Yuanqiu, the other is Zhang Si. They stood behind Tian Laoyu, not because they didn't want to snatch it, but because they couldn't do it. If we rush forward now, we will only become cannon fodder. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Zhang Si frowned. Wait. Tian Laoyu clenched his fists and looked at Huyu's smiling face in the video. Isn't it just showing off? I wonder how long he can show off. With so much food, I don't believe his stock won't run out. That's it. This guy, cough, cough, cough. Yuanqiu swallowed subconsciously before uttering 5 words and almost choked to death. 14th floor. The crowd pressed forward. Soon I saw the incubator in the corridor. The box is not big, only 30 centimeters square. But inside it was steaming hot and filled with tempting aroma. That taste is the delicacy they have missed for a long time. Everyone rushed forward with red eyes. Fists, knives, constantly attacking the people around him. Until one lucky person walked through the crowd, rushed to the box, lowered his head to look in front of him, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. It was a tray of steaming hot dumplings with a bottle of warm milk next to it. Plug. Without thinking, he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Just as he picked up the milk and was about to pour it into his mouth, another person rushed in. Milk spilled all over the floor. Asterisk at hashtag end. No thought required. Faced with this hard-earned water resource, everyone lay on the ground without hesitation and started licking it. The crowd outside has also arrived. People kicked them one after another. Just to kick them away and have a sip of milk. The blood soon mixed with the ground. 28th floor. For Bubu's physical and mental health, the surveillance video was not played directly, but only on the mobile phones of the remaining few people. Bubu can't see. Half an hour later. The last piece of bun skin was taken out of the mouth of a lucky man. Breakfast is over. 3 of the 25 people selected by Tian Laolio died. The 3 of them ate the most. Of the remaining 22 people, 2 were guarding downstairs and did not participate in the fight. The remaining 20 had less food to eat than a steamed bun and a sip of milk. But they were not discouraged. It's almost noon. There is still a chance. They still have a chance to eat their fill. After eating the last piece of fried dough stick, Hu said goodbye to everyone with a smile, as if he didn't know what was happening next, and made an appointment to meet them again at noon. Video closed. Tian Laolio slowly went upstairs. He looked at the mess on the ground, his voice filled with anger. You guys, are you full? No one spoke. I ask you, are you full? Tian Laolio's voice was filled with anger. He knew that Hu's move was ruthless, but it was an open conspiracy and could not be defended against at all. There are only 2 ways to regain control of the situation. Or, bring greater benefits to everyone. This is impossible. Resources need to be allocated reasonably. Or, so cruel. The latter option is the only one available to Tian Laolio. He still has a trump card in his hand. Those 2 monsters. Brother Tian, we are really hungry. One of them said, you can't blame us. Yes, Brother Tian, you know how long I haven't eaten. I fished all day yesterday. I can't stand it without eating something. Did you eat it? Tian Laolio raised his hand and pointed at the corpses on the ground. The people who were eaten are all lying there. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. I understand you want to eat. Next time if there are any resources left, give them to me immediately. I will ensure that they are distributed fairly and reasonably. If not. Tian Laolio turned his head and looked behind him. The 2 monsters were now full and had lost their appetite. They were now like pets, following the meat on the fishing rod and being hooked forward. Understood. We all understand. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry, it's noon. We will definitely bring the things to you at noon. Everyone promised with confidence. But Tian Laolio knew that this was just a promise. Noon. A new round of live broadcast begins. Because they wanted to know the airdrop location as soon as possible, everyone didn't dare to miss it for a moment. So much so that the residents who had been huddled in the building were also staring through the peephole. I kept praying in my heart, hoping that the airdrop would refresh in front of their door. By the time Hu and the others finished lunch, their stomachs were already rumbling. Just a piece of news was thrown out by Hu. Food, on the 27th floor. To be precise, it was on the leg of a lucky guy who was tied up on the 27th floor. A sliced Angus steak fell in front of him. To make it easier for him to eat. The drone also handed him a knife and a loaded pistol. There was a note in the lunchbox. 27th floor. By the time Tian Laolio and others arrived, dozens of people had already stood up. The crowd blocked the area between the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of the blade cutting the rope continued. Almost every second, another person joins the crowd. There was no hatred in their eyes, only one emotion, hunger. To them, the person in front of them was no longer a human being. Ah. I don't know who roared first. The crowd started to attack. Stop them. Quick. Tian Laolio roared, if we let them rush over, none of us will survive. Beat them. Beat them all to death. Let them know who is the master of this building. The crowd started fighting each other. Until, a gunshot rang out. Everybody stopped at the same time. Those who had been tied up began to move back. I saw a young man walking out from the crowd. There was still some black pepper sauce left over from his meal at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Tian Laolio. Just an hour ago, the 2 monsters were hungry again. This time, the tribute that Tian Laolio handed over was his mother. Tian Laolio panicked. He felt a clear murderous intent boiling before his eyes. Brother, let's talk. Bang. The words haven't been finished yet. A bullet pierced Tian Laolio's abdomen. The wheelchair was soaked with blood. Tian Laolio looked down at the wound and hurriedly covered it with his hand, still trying to find a way to save himself. But the young man didn't care about that. Raise your hand and fire one shot after another. No matter who it is, no matter who it is. As long as you stand opposite him, you will become his target. More than 10 seconds later, the last bullet left the chamber. The young man's arms kept shaking, and there was no one standing in front of him. Only one wailing was left. Snap. The gun fell to the ground. The young man's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing and letting out a roar. Ah! The sound echoed throughout the 3 buildings. Make silence even quieter. Gulp. In the silence, a swallowing sound was heard. Someone is hungry. No, to be precise, a lot of people are hungry. Coincidentally, there were a lot of foods lying all over the place in front of me. A middle-aged man picked up the knife next to the young man and walked towards the food. An old woman turned around and began looking for a pot. Several middle-aged women walked through the crowd and headed downstairs, looking for suitable dismemberment tools. More and more people are taking spontaneous action. They are all hungry. Only the young man was still squatting there, with the steak he had just eaten still in his stomach. Etc. He seemed to remember something and immediately stood up to stop everyone's behavior. Everyone turned to look at him and he took out a piece of paper. This is given to me by the 28th floor. Do you guys want to take a look? Everyone was stunned and gathered together. There are 2 words and a sentence on it. Boat ticket. The young man's tone was full of disbelief. With this ticket, you can bring any number of people to join the fleet, enjoy food and accommodation without worries, but cannibals are not allowed. Do you think this could be true? People laughed. No one took this matter to heart. Don't eat meat. Fart. Who can survive without eating meat nowadays? July 21st, 2 p.m. On the 8th day after the apocalypse, the water level reached 37 meters. In the entire 3 buildings, except for the 28th floor, there are only 35 living people left. 20 of them hid in their rooms, and only 15 were left living outside the stairs. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat around a big pot. Various curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were thrown into the fire. The pot was boiling with blood, and pieces of flesh and bones were boiling out of the water. Fear. Disgust. No. They now have only one feeling: hunger. However, the only remaining humanity did not make them eat raw meat and drink blood, but instead they waited. Waiting for the meat to be cooked, or waiting for something else. Until a woman stood up. With her bulging belly, she came to the big pot, scooped a large piece of meat for herself with a spoon, hid aside, and began to eat it. Seeing this, the people around also started to stand up one by one. Only one person did not move. That young man. Strictly speaking, these foods are actually his prey. But now he would rather sit on the ground and watch the people eating heartily near the big pot from afar, and he was unwilling to go up. Maybe I'm not hungry enough, or maybe it's for some other reason. He didn't join in on it. Soon, the big pot of meat was shared by everyone. When your stomach is full, you have time to think. They gathered together and discussed something without any prior arrangement. Food. Food. Still food. People who have been hungry understand the value of food better than those who have never been hungry. Like the pot of meat just now, they can cook it 4 more times. But this is far from enough. A word that Tian Laolio had said came to their minds. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. If open source is not easy, then cut costs first. A new small group was formed, consisting of only 5 people, one of whom was the middle-aged man who picked up the knife. He took the knife and swung it at the young man first. The reason was simple: he was the only one who didn't sit next to the big pot. They still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Wait until the heavy rain stops and return to society as a human being. People like the young men who have not become a ghost but know the identity of a ghost obviously cannot survive. Next come the elderly and the weak. The screening mechanism is exactly the same as that of Tian Laolio and others. 7 o'clock in the evening. The 27th floor was full again. 10 people were tied up in the stairwell while the other 5 began preparing dinner for the day. Until a sudden voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a dark shadow reflected in the stairwell. Everyone's attention is attracted. A group of figures walked out slowly and looked at the people in front of them. It's someone on the 28th floor. They are coming down. The 5 men immediately stood up, some holding chainsaws, some holding knives, and it seemed that they would pounce on each other and fight in the next second. Even if there are guns on the other side. Half an hour ago. 28th floor. No one has any appetite today. Except for Bubu, who ate the medicinal food and took a few bites of dessert, no one else ate anything. Surveillance, they watched it from beginning to end. Even the battle-hardened Shinshan and others only felt nauseous. Even Huyu is the same. He had seen the same scene on that ship before, and every time he saw it, his stomach would turn upside down. That time, there was only one choice before him. A glass of extremely viscous red wine, a meaty deer steak, and the temple of the 5 internal organs roaring in protest. But this time it's different. Instead of choosing, he started formulating options. Huyu stood alone in front of the window, watching the heavy rain pouring in front of him, taking out a glass of red wine and shaking it in his hand. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, acid rain will turn into normal fresh water. Although the rainfall will not fall, navigation will not be a problem. And the next path is almost planned. Just this afternoon. The news came via the radio through a certain voice, a certain message, and a certain hand. They are willing to sell the database. As for the price, the 3 parties had surprisingly consistent opinions, face-to-face negotiation. 3 coordinates were sent. As long as you can come to them, the price of the database can be negotiated. The nearest coordinate is in Pengcheng. According to Li Ji's calculations, the entire route is 635 nautical miles, and the heart of the ocean can reach a maximum speed of 20. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. We also need to pick up Xiao Zisu's parents on the way. 9 days have passed, and I still don't know how the 2 elders are doing. Bang. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's Xiao Zisu. Huyu turned around, walked around, and Xiener, who was standing not far behind him, walked forward and opened the door. Xiao Zisu's eyes were red, obviously she had been crying. You are. Puff. Xiao Zisu suddenly threw herself into Huyu's arms. Tears flowed down his shoulders. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let them live outside alone. Huyu. Xiao Zisu raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please help me, let's set off tonight, okay? I don't dare to leave them outside. Shall we leave early? To be honest, Huyu could understand Xiao Zisu. If his parents were still alive and not around at a time like this, it would be strange if they were not worried after witnessing the horror of human nature. It's still acid raining outside. What's underwater is also still unclear. He originally planned to use a rocket launcher to clear the way early tomorrow morning, bomb it for 2 hours before sailing. Huyu. Xiao Zisu tilted her head back, her eyebrows slightly drooped, her eyes full of desire. Please. Go wake them up and set off after they are ready. Great. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out. Li Ji's eyes moved away from the button. Don't do anything stupid. Brother Zhong. I know you want to vent your anger for Xiaoyi. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and placed it on Li Ji's shoulder, patting him twice. It's okay. Li Ji replied, then kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen. He was kicked to the ground along with several people behind him. You guys are lucky. Get out of here. The middle-aged man lay on the stairs, holding his abdomen, without saying a word. Just continue to listen to the roar ringing in my ears. Brother Zhang, how about, let's go up, one of them frowned. Shoo. The middle-aged man hissed softly, you don't really think they can conjure up a boat? Brother Zhang, what you mean is. Watch. The middle-aged man sat up and sat at the foot of the stairs. I want to see how they get out of here today. Boats. I guess they're just a few inflatable kayaks at best. If they dare to get on them, I'll make sure they puncture the holes. Yes. What kind of boat can I carry with me? The only thing I can carry is an inflatable boat. Brother Zhang, you are really smart. Hush. Keep your voice down, we'll just watch. 2 minutes later. Most of the dark shadows under the water have disappeared. They didn't dare to surround the 3 buildings and immediately swam towards other waters. For now, it is safe. Almost. You put away the RPG and walk to the hole on the 14th floor. Acid rain continues. He raised his hand slightly and took out the heart of the ocean from his backpack. A moment. 100-meter-long monster appeared under 3 buildings. The raindrops fell on the deck, making crisp sounds. The noise was quite loud, but it was still drowned out by the sound of rain. Activate the gangway. With a thought, the ship controlled by the system immediately extended the gangway. It's on the window on the 14th floor. Just take 1 step forward to reach the gangway, and a few meters further to the interior of the ship. Prepare to board the ship. You uttered a sentence and took out the umbrella from the space. In the face of acid rain, ordinary umbrellas naturally cannot last long, but it is quite easy to hold them up until everyone gets on the boat. He opened his umbrella and walked in first. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed up quickly. Then Xiao Zissou held the sleeping Bubu and Enciener. Chen Shan held the umbrella and did not intend to get on the boat next. Instead, he looked at the pigs, cows, sheep. This man can escape the acid rain with an umbrella, but these animals can't. I'll do it. Su Zilong replied, holding the pig in one hand and an umbrella in the other, and walked over from the gangway. Fortunately, these pigs, cattle and sheep are not too big, otherwise even Su Zilong would not dare to use this method. About 10 minutes later. All the livestock was then transported to the ship. Su Zilong had already taken them to the ship to find a room, while Huyu and others were still waiting at the gangway. Next came Mu Siyue. She had also learned about her master's magical abilities in the past few days, but she never expected that he could even take out this thing. That's a yacht. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong. Chen Shan shouted to the back, you can get on the boat. Okay. Li Ji replied. After thinking about it, he threw away the chainsaw and walked towards the stairs with Zhao Zhong. Follow up. The middle-aged man immediately became energetic. He rushed forward, picked up the chainsaw and followed him. When he rushed to the aisle, Shen Shan had already followed Li Ji and Zhao Zhong up the gangway. A huge ship came into view instantly. Kayak. What kind of kayak has a ramp? That is obviously a yacht. Big yacht. Take me one. Take me one. Before the middle-aged man could recover, someone had already rushed over. I don't eat much meat. Can you take me with you? Bullshit. You're the one who eats the most. Take me with you. I can work like a slave for you. I can do anything for you. Unfortunately, the gangway was taken back. They could only lean on the window and watch the ship drift away. That's right. The middle-aged man exclaimed. The 28th floor. Now that they're gone, is the 28th floor empty as well? The food. Yes. The others also came to their senses. They immediately rushed to the 28th floor. But just as they passed the 16th floor, the 2 monsters smelled the food and immediately pounced over. The middle-aged man took the electric saw and waved it wildly, and actually dismembered the 2 monsters. The 5 of them rushed to the 28th floor at once, stepping on the corpses of the 2 monsters. But the moment they went upstairs, they were all stunned. The alloy door is gone. There was only a hollowed-out wall. Going further in, there is only empty space. The walls, the floors, all gone. All that was left was the concrete floor and the concrete platform above. The wind blew in. The middle-aged man stood there, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he slowly uttered a sentence. Ghost. There's a ghost. July 21st. 8 o'clock in the evening. The water level is close to 39 meters. A yacht nimbly passed through the buildings, and white lights came on, illuminating Jinling at night. This was the only light they had seen in days. Countless people leaned against the windows and screamed at the top of their lungs. "Hey! There's someone here! Help me! Please, save me!" Boat. How could there be a boat here? The sound is very loud. Even drowned out the sound of rain. But the sound is also very small. It was so quiet that the people in the boat couldn't hear it at all. After Huyu sets the destination, the heart of the ocean will automatically navigate according to the route and avoid obstacles along the way. The breeding system also began to be covered. Location, right on the deck. After the covering was completed, a small greenhouse appeared out of nowhere, and the livestock were driven inside and the matter was solved. In order to celebrate the first day of sailing and also to better welcome Zhao's father and mother, everyone decided to prepare a big meal. Put the ingredients into the kitchen. Li Ji and Shinshan started to get busy. Huyus brought Xiao Zissou and Enciener to the deck. Looking around, the lights of thousands of homes that used to be on are now only a few lights flickering in the windows. The sound keeps echoing. It's impossible to save her. It's impossible to save her at all. Even after merging with the heart of the ocean, the entire ship is enough to accommodate hundreds of people, which is only the number of people in a building. And in front of us, there are dozens or even hundreds of buildings. How is it possible to save everyone? Especially after the Zhao Yi incident. The word helpful seems to have been erased from their dictionary. Half an hour later. Amid the roars of the crowd, the yacht sailed to the downstairs of the Yuten Hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in the whole of Jinling. The building is 33 stories high. Yuten, where Huyu and his friends had eaten before, is also a prominent restaurant in this hotel. The moment the yacht approached, the entire Yuten began to boil. Especially those on the 15th and 16th floors. They were all dressed as waiters, waitresses, or chefs. Some of them who were on the 16th floor even broke the window and jumped out, wanting to jump directly onto the boat. Unfortunately, the ship has not come close yet. The men fell directly into the water. It didn't float up again. It seems there is something under the water here too. Huyu frowned. He didn't expect there were so many people in the hotel now. Which floor did you book for your uncle and aunt? Xiao Zissou twitched the corner of her mouth and looked up at the top floor. You are really making a big splash now. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone gathered on the 28th floor. Everything that needs to be packed has been packed. However, since the water level is too far away from the 28th floor, if we let the boat down now, no one would dare to jump directly except Shinshan and others. If you want to board the ship, it's best to get to the 14th floor before boarding. So, they have to go downstairs. In fact, Tian Laoyu's prediction was correct. If he really followed his plan and strictly guarded the upstairs, it would indeed be difficult for Huyu and others to go downstairs now. But now, on the 27th floor, there was only a ragtag group of people left. Even so, preparations still have to be made. After Zhao Zhong and Li Ji broke up, there was Mu Siyue in the middle, who was responsible for leading the group of little pets, Su Zilong in the front to prevent emergencies, and Xiao Zissou, Bubu, and Huyu in the front. Bubu had fallen asleep after acupuncture. In this state, she might not wake up even if there is a thunderstorm outside. At the front are Shinshan and Enciener. Everyone carries a gun in case something unexpected happens. When everything was ready, the alloy door slowly opened. Everyone started walking downstairs. There were chopping sounds downstairs and footsteps upstairs. As the sound got closer, both voices stopped. The moment he saw Huyu and others, the young man tied to the ground immediately stood up. He stared at Huyu, his eyes full of desire. Longing for a chance to live. Hey, the coward is willing to come down. The middle-aged man in the lead was carrying a chainsaw and staring at Huyu fiercely. I thought you still had a lot of food. Why, have you finished eating now? Do you know how to go downstairs? Don't worry, we will accept you. If only. The middle-aged man looked at Enciener in front of Huyu, and Xiao Zissou beside him. They have been feeling very depressed these days. These two beauties are of standard beauty, the best of the best. Oh. Hu sneered and stepped aside to make a small gap. Show off the little pets following you. Pigs, cows, sheep. Just these things are enough for them to eat for a month. Why? When one of them saw this, he immediately roared, "You obviously have so much food, why don't you take it out? Why don't you share it with us? We can definitely survive together." Why? Hu took a step down. He crossed Qinshan Mountain and came to the front of the team, looking at each other. "Zhao Yi, do you all still remember? He gave up the chance to live and chose to go downstairs just to save you. And you guys? What did you do? I killed it for you, pig, and let you eat it. But you're not satisfied and want more. More. Why?" The middle-aged man holding the knife rushed forward and asked Hu, "Then what grounds do you have?" "We just want to survive. We did these things because we had no choice. Who are you to blame us? Don't you dare say you wouldn't do the same thing if you were in our situation." "Oh, the same thing." Hu sneered and turned on the video play button. The screen on the 27th floor lit up, playing the afternoon feast. Every person, every face, and the way they wolfed down their food were all clearly recorded on camera. "Is this what you are talking about?" Everyone fell into dead silence. Some of the people who were tied to the ground saw this and immediately leaned over and vomited. Even if the others didn't vomit, their faces were pale at this moment. "Everything that fate has given me has already been secretly marked with a price." Hu said calmly, "I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Some people are confused and have not yet figured out what opportunity is. But someone thought of it. That note. Bullshit, you want to return the boat ticket. If there is a boat down there, we won't be able to see it." "That's right. What do you mean by free food and lodging? I think you just don't want us to eat the meat and plan to eat it yourselves." "What nonsense. I think they are just starving." "That is." The crowd was noisy and noisy. Hu doesn't like to talk much. He just looked at everyone and said something. "Whether there is a boat or not, you will find out if you follow me downstairs." After saying that, Hu walked in front and started going downstairs. Everyone looked at each other. To be precise, the 5 people standing there looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Go. Go check it out. Everything has an answer." "Me. I want to go too." The young man on the ground immediately shouted, "I am the only one who doesn't eat human flesh. You should take me on board." "Still getting on the boat? I see you're having a hard time getting on the bed." The middle-aged man kicked him forward, obviously not taking his words seriously. Hu just glanced at him and walked towards the 26th floor without saying a word. This is his plan. Curiosity is also a kind of human nature. If he wanted to, he could let Qinshan and others fight their way out. There were only 5 people. Even without guns, even Li Ji could kill them. But it's not good to beat and kill too much. Hu didn't want to see blood on the way downstairs, not only for Bubu's physical and mental health, but also to prevent certain ways of infection. There is nothing wrong with being careful. That's why I designed such a small note. Regardless of whether they eat human flesh or not, they still want to go downstairs and watch the boats. Everyone went all the way to the 15th floor. Further down are the 2 monsters. Everyone hid in the corner. Su Zilong immediately controlled the drone and led the 2 monsters upstairs before setting off again. "Oh." The middle-aged man sneered, and a guess emerged in his mind. "I'm afraid these people have run out of bullets in their guns. In this day and age, who can get so many guns and bullets? If they still had bullets in their guns, why make things so complicated? Wouldn't it be better to just fire a few shots at the 2 monsters?" He turned his head and looked at the people behind him, and gave a look whose meaning was very clear. "If you don't see the boat later, just take action." The other 4 responded with similar looks. Pity. If they had not been tied up on the 27th floor, perhaps they would have been able to see the sound of RPG bombardments hitting the water. Because of this, they did not understand the strength of Hu and others. Soon, everyone arrived at the 14th floor, walked through the corridor, and stopped at the window. In front of me is a wall. Why don't you leave? The middle-aged man questioned, hooked his finger, and took the chainsaw from the men behind him. He is ready to take action. But the answer he got was a loud explosion. Boom. The fire illuminated the entire 14th floor. The middle-aged man was stunned, and everyone behind him was also stunned. What is that thing? At the same time, the wall on the 14th floor was completely blown open. The water was not far below them. Chen Shan picked up the headlight and illuminated the water. I saw a large black shadow moving quickly underwater. Those things are indeed still down there. Hu Yu started to take out the RPG and gave one to each of Su Zilong, Chen Shan, and Enciener. I want it too. Xiao Zisu stepped forward and said, Hu Yu, give me a try too. You can, but you have to stand firmer. The recoil of this thing is not small. No. 5 people carried rocket launchers and began to bombard the water indiscriminately. Every explosion sounded like an explosion deep in the heart to the middle-aged men. Then, what on earth is that? What? You seem shocked. Li Ji stood in front of the 5 people and said, didn't you sneer just now? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? The middle-aged man didn't say anything, his face was as pale as paper. But his hand still tightly grasped the chainsaw. I heard from others that a gun is faster than a knife at a distance of 7 steps, while a gun is faster than a knife at a distance of 7 steps. Now he was less than 5 steps away from the men in front of him, and he had a chainsaw in his hand. If he fought hard, maybe. Never mind. Even if those people really conjured up a boat, they would never let themselves get on board and wait for death. Why not give it a try? He just didn't believe that every one of these people could fight as well as Brother E. Buzz. The sound of chainsaws rang out. Li Ji reacted almost instantly, punched him, and snatched the chainsaw with his backhand. The buzzing stopped. The chainsaw fell on the middle-aged man's neck. Li Ji's eyes fell on the start button, eager to try it. Su Zilong. Hu Yu turned to look at the cabin and shouted loudly. Hey, come on. Su Zilong responded and ran out. After experiencing what happened with Zhao Yi, his favorability towards Hu Yu is now second only to Shen Shan, Bubu, and Zhao Zhong, and has reached 59. Just a little short of reaching 60. Boss Hu, what's going on? I'm studying the ship. Stop studying it now. Come up with me later to pick someone up. Okay. By the way, there is also Zhao Zhong. Hu Yu looked behind him. At this moment, Zhao Zhong was looking at the water through the porthole, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard Hu Yu calling him, he jumped up immediately. Boss Hu. You stay on the boat. Don't let anyone get close except those coming up the gangway. Okay, I will definitely fulfill your mission. Hu Yu controlled the ship and slowly approached. Soon, the gangway was set up in the corridor on the 14th floor. Before he could even walk up, the crowd had already started crowding onto the gangway. It is still raining acid rain at the moment. That group of people wanted to get on the boat even at the risk of being corroded by acid rain. But Hu Yu didn't tolerate it either. He casually picked up a shotgun, raised his hand, and fired a shot into the air. Boom. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, the crowd immediately retreated. Rush. If it were in the past, when they had no hope, they might still have given it a try. But now, hope is right in front of us. How can I rush? Seeing that everyone had made way for them, Hu Yu took Xiao Zisu and walked out. In addition to the 2 of them, Su Zilong and Enciener also followed behind them. Since we don't know the specific situation in the Yuten Hotel, it is safest to bring both of us with the highest force levels. The 4 of them walked all the way to the 14th floor and entered the hotel through the window. Hu Yu glanced at everyone. Although none of them spoke, one could clearly see an emotion in their eyes, desire. This is the bottom layer. If the gate of the Yuten Hotel had not been high enough, the water would have flooded in long ago. But they still stay here, there is probably only one reason. Oppression. Oppression from above. In other words, there was enough food in the hotel, otherwise, they would have been tied up upstairs and used as slaves. Hu Yu glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Do you want to live? Think." The roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire 14th floor. "Well, I can give you a chance." Everyone's eyes widened, waiting for his next words. "Now, bring all the living people here. Whoever brings the most people will get a ticket. Remember the rules. No hurting or snatching allowed. People who come here must come voluntarily. Anyone who breaks the rules will be disqualified. You guys, do you understand? Boat ticket. That's a boat ticket." For a moment, everyone went crazy. Countless people rushed up the stairs and began to search. "Will your method work?" Xiao Zissou roughly knew Hu Yu's intention, but was also a little worried. "Don't worry." Hu Yu took out 4 single sofas from his space backpack and sat on one of them. "Sit down. You'll know if it works later. In terms of enjoyment, you still enjoy it more." Xiao Zissou sank into another sofa and looked behind her. "You guys should sit down too. Why are you just standing there?" "Need not." "Neither do I." Su Zilong and Enciener spoke one after another. "Sitting will only slow down their attack speed. This place is not absolutely safe." Hu Yu shrugged, said nothing, and casually put away the other 2 sofas. Soon, one after another, people began to come to the 14th floor. Everyone had an expression of almost excitement on their face. Obviously, they resorted to some tricks. "Boat ticket." "No, there is only one. Only when they reach the 14th floor will they have a chance to get on board." "Gentlemen." A pretty girl came up. She looked haggard, but her features were delicate. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Excuse me, how can I get on your ship?" Hu Yu glanced at the other party and a panel popped up. All other attributes were average, except for one, the most outrageous number he had ever seen. Purity, -1. Wow, this thing can actually bear the consequences. It turned out that 100 people were beheaded in front of him. How disrespectful. Hu Yu shook his head. Not everyone is here yet. With just one word, the woman wisely retreated, but she still stood at the front with her head held high, as if she believed that she would definitely be chosen. More and more people. Whether it is a woman or a man. The first thing he did when he arrived on the 14th floor was to rush up and make all kinds of promises to Hu Yu. Some are willing to sacrifice their bodies, others are willing to sacrifice money. Hu Yu was not interested in any of these. But there was one person who caught his attention. A cook. To be precise, he should be called a pastry chef. Even at this time, she was wearing a neat professional suit without a speck of dirt on her body. Although her complexion was bad, her eyes were firm. She was one of the few people who did not come up to ask about the boat tickets. Because of this, Hu Yu took a look at her panel. Name, Zhang Sirui. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect pastry, perfect baking, perfect bartending, perfect tea art, proficient in Western cuisine, proficient in service, proficient in waiting, proficient in management. Personality, rigorous, clean, and meticulous. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. There was a Chinese chef on the ship, and Li Ji could also cook some Western food, but there was really no one who could make this dessert. That's the name. Zhang Sirui, isn't she just the advanced international version of Zhang San? Hu Yumo wrote down the name and continued to sit on the sofa waiting. Half an hour passed. People are still coming down one after another. But there has been no trace of Zhao's parents. Xiao Zissou was anxious. She didn't sit there anymore, but looked outside from time to see if anyone else hadn't arrived. Another half hour passed. There hasn't been a new person coming down for 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes were on Hu Yu, waiting for him to take the next step. Can Father and Mother Xiao still haven't shown up? Hu Yu also frowned. He couldn't help but stand up, looked at everyone and asked, "Is everyone here?" "All ready." "No." The voices of the crowd were not unanimous. "Very good, not in sync at all." Hu Yu stepped forward and said, "Let me ask again, are all the people here?" Some people didn't speak. Some people lowered their heads and muttered softly, but it was unclear what they said. They are all service staff of the hotel. Louder. Not all the people are here. Zhang Sirui spoke from the corner. There is another group of people on the top floor. They took most of the hotel's resources up there and blocked the top floor. Right now, I guess I don't even know someone is coming. Okay, case solved. It seems that no matter where it is, after something like this happens, everyone wants to stockpile supplies and occupy the high ground first. I just don't know how Zhao's father and mother are doing. Very good. Huyu looked at Zhang Sirui and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" Zhang Sirui. Well, do you have any idea how to get them down? Have. Zhang Sirui uttered a word, and after a few breaths, she slowly spoke, "But why should I help you?" A chance to get a boat ticket. Huyu gave his conditions. Even if it is just an opportunity and not a real ticket, it is enough to make everyone fight for it. Good. Zhang Sirui agreed immediately. She raised her hand and pointed at a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle in the crowd. He has a communicator on him. Only this can contact the upstairs via radio. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned to look at the Mediterranean Sea, their eyes filled with anger. Without waiting for Huyu to speak, a group of people rushed up and beat him up. It seems that this guy has used this communicator a lot. Zilong. Okay. Su Zilong responded and immediately walked through the crowd. Less than 10 seconds. He tore a hole in the crowd, and then he came to Huyu holding the Mediterranean. First, sir. Mediterranean hid the communicator and looked at Huyu with eager eyes. I can give you the communicator, but I want a boat ticket. Oh. Huyu sneered. Su Zilong raised his hand and hit the other person on the back of the head. Mediterranean fainted directly and the communicator was easily obtained. Just as the communicator was taken out, Zhang Sirui spoke again. Let me do it. I'll make sure everyone on the top floor can get downstairs. Interesting. Huyu held the communicator and handed it to Zhang Sirui. Congratulations, you are one step closer to the boat ticket. Thank you, sir. Zhang Sirui bowed in response, then pressed the communication button and said only one sentence. The rescuers are here, come down quickly. Just one sentence. There was a pause on the other end of the communicator, and then a response came immediately. Right away. Wait for us. If this kind of lie happened normally, it would definitely not fool those cunning people on the top floor. But now. The boat was parked right under the Yuten building. There are lights on the boat as bright as day, so no one is blind. When hope appeared before them, how could they not believe it? 15 minutes passed. A group of people came down from upstairs. Different from the previous group of people, this group of people had rosy faces and didn't look hungry at all. It seems that there are a lot of supplies stored on the top floor, and they are well fed and bloated. But when they arrived at the 14th floor and saw a group of people crowded there, they understood what had happened. Got cheated. But there was indeed a ship outside, it just didn't belong to the rescue team. Who is the owner of the ship? A dull sound pierced through the crowd. A man in an expensive suit came out. His eyes instantly fell on Huyu, and he immediately asked, "Are you the ship owner?" A show-off. Huyu's eyes continued to search the crowd. Pity. I still couldn't see the figures of Zhao's father and mother. Could something have happened? Huyu and Xiao Zissou looked at each other and were about to go upstairs themselves when the pretentious guy took a step forward, walked through the crowd and stood at the front. Friend, ignoring people is not a good habit, right? Huyu originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but in the next second. The guy took out a pistol from his pocket, but didn't point it at Huyu. Instead, he kept playing with it in his hand. Or do you want to talk to this thing first? Gun. Huyu frowned. If I read it correctly, the model of this gun is exactly the same as the one purchased by Shinshan. Even the gun fell into someone else's hands. Old man, could something really happen? You. Xiao Zissou also recognized it. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu immediately caught her. We are all mortals, so it's hard to say anything when we encounter this thing. So, outwit is the best. Friend, that's my problem. Hu smiled respectfully and said, tell me, how do you want to talk? I want to get on board. Good. My brother has to come too. No problem. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you are quite a nice person. The pretender laughed wildly. But after laughing, he did not get on the boat directly, but asked Hu, brother, aren't you afraid that I will take your place after I get on the boat? You have a gun. Hu spread his hands and shrugged, what else can I do? But you need to keep me. Without me, the ship can't leave. Just now. When he sat on the sofa, he thought the spray gun was in the way and put it away. So when the pretentious person showed up, I didn't feel he was a threat. You're sensible. Then I'll spare your life. I'll wait for you on the boat. The pretentious criminal smiled indulgently and walked towards the window with more than 10 people behind him. Let's go. Suzilong wanted to take action immediately. But he caught a glimpse of Hu shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly. And Siener saw the same thing. The few of them had no choice but to watch the dozen or so people walk past them and step onto the gangway. The pretentious guy seemed to have some concerns. He was not the first to board the boat, but let everyone else go first while he stood next to Hu. His hand rested on Hu's shoulder. Brother, what's your name? From now on, we are brothers. If you call me brother, I will guarantee that you will have food and shelter in the future. Hu. Huyo. Ha ha ha, your name is quite ugly. The pretentious man laughed wildly. The muzzle of the gun was always pointed at Hu. As long as his brothers were not on board, he would take Hu hostage as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there were 2 people standing next to him. One is Siener, and the other is Suzilong. As soon as the last figure walked onto the covered bridge, Hu immediately folded up the covered bridge. At this time, the first person had not yet boarded the ship. A moment later, the sounds of falling into the water rang out one after another. The pretender was stunned for a moment, then immediately pointed the gun at Hu, intending to carry out his backup plan. But just this moment of stunned silence was enough to change the situation. And Siener and Suzilong attacked at the same time. One grabs the gun, the other subdues the person. In a flash, the pretender was lying at Hu's feet. The gun fell into Suzilong's hands and was handed to Hu. Come and see. Hu handed the gun to Xiao Zissou. Is this the one? Really? Click. Xiao Zissou immediately loaded the gun and pointed it at the back of the pretender's head. Tell me. What did you do to my parents? Your parents. The pretentious guy was stunned. Who are your parents? How would I know? Where did you get this gun? Hu asked. In the hands of a middle-aged couple. The pretentious criminal seemed to remember something and said, let me go. Otherwise, you will never know where they are in your life. You. Xiao Zissou was so angry that she pulled out the needle on the spot. Okay. I'll see if you tell me or not. No need to bother. Hu spoke calmly. He reached out, grabbed the pretender's head, lifted his head up, and looked at the people in front of him. I'll only ask you once. If you don't tell me, then I'm sorry, but I'll let them deal with you. I'll give a ticket to anyone who can come up with a way to get you talking. Do you want to try it? People with vicious minds will always think of possibilities that have not yet happened in the most vicious way. Since this guy was able to occupy the top floor, it meant that he had used many tricks on the people downstairs. If he falls into Xiao Zissou's hands, the worst that can happen is that he will be threatened with death. But if it falls into the hands of these people, death may only be a luxury. I say. The pretender spoke immediately. He spoke immediately. It's upstairs. In the innermost room on the top floor. I locked them in. When Xiao Zissou heard this, she wanted to rush out of the crowd on the spot. Fortunately, Hu reacted in time and grabbed her immediately. No matter what, they couldn't leave the 14th floor. Based on his understanding of human nature, if any of them left, the crowd would inevitably block them inside. Even with guns, we may not be able to stop them when they are about to go crazy. Even if you finally get on board, it will take a lot of effort. Zhang Sirui. Hu Yu looked at the woman, then at the guy who brought the most people down, and you. Boss, my name is Chin Chong. The men immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. What do you want? Now you two are the only ones who have the chance to get the tickets. Go up together and bring the person down to me, and then you can cash in your tickets. You understand me? Clear. Chen Chong responded, ignored Zhang Sirui, and went straight upstairs. Zhang Sirui also followed, without any hurry and maintaining proper demeanor. These two people are undoubtedly the most reliable among the crowd. Needless to say, Zhang Sirui was able to strictly discipline herself in this environment, keep her clothes clean and well-fed, without sacrificing her health. Then her methods are obviously convincing enough. Don't forget, she came down from upstairs, and she knew exactly who had the communicator to the top floor. It was she who just spoke and led everyone down from upstairs. To sum up, there is only one possibility. The person in power upstairs is a pretentious person, then the person in power downstairs is her. And he is not the one in power in the open, but the one in secret, otherwise the pretentious guy would never believe her talk of rescue. As for Chen Chong, he was able to thrive on the 14th floor and no one dared to snatch the spot he had found, which showed that he was a smooth person. One is smooth and the other is in power. It is enough for the two of them to go upstairs and find someone. Really? 15 minutes later. The two men brought the two elders down from upstairs. The old couple were dressed in rags, looked pale and thin, and it was obvious that they had been hungry for several days. But they are still full of energy and spirit, and you can tell they are extraordinary at a glance. Judging from their appearance, they are at least 70% similar to Xiao Zissou. A blessing in disguise. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Xiao are still alive. Hu Yu immediately stood up and went to greet him. Dad, Mom. Xiao Zissou also exclaimed, you are all okay. That's great. Shiso. Girl. The two old people were also stunned. They immediately walked through the crowd and the kneeling criminals and came in front of everyone. Girl, why are you here? Of course we are here to pick you up. Xiao Zissou pointed at the yacht behind her. See? A big yacht. As she said that, she immediately pulled Hu Yu over and said, this is the ship owner, Boss Hu, you should know this, Dad. Uncle, Aunt. Hu Yu bowed respectfully, greeted them, and glanced at the two elders' panels. Really? As long as the skills are related to traditional Chinese medicine, the two elders are epic level. However, Zhao's father focused more on diagnosis, pharmacology, and acupuncture, while Zhao's mother focused more on medicated diet, nourishing conditioning, and massage. It can be said that the two complement each other and are completely the ultimate plus version of Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu. Father Xiao was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. It's you. It was you who asked us to come to Jinling. Wait. You asked us to come to Jinling, isn't that just? Uncle and Aunt. Hu Yu doesn't want to expose too much in front of others. He immediately interrupted Father Zhao's guess and said with a smile, you guys go on board first. We have prepared a dinner for you two on board. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it at the dinner. As he said that, he immediately took out two umbrellas and handed them to the two elders. The two elders looked at each other, and Xiao Zissou's eyes assisted. They nodded at the same time and walked towards the gangway through the window first. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong immediately rushed to the deck to provide support. The two elders got on board. Most of the work is now done. The rest of the things will be easy to solve. Hu Yu looked at Zhang Sirui and Chen Chong, raised his hand and beckoned, you, come here. The two men stepped forward immediately. However, Hu Yu did not let them get on the boat directly, but looked at other people. There's still room on the boat, who wants to get on board? The crowd was instantly boiling with excitement. Quiet. Hu Yu only uttered 2 words. The excitement just now disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. I don't keep useless people on my ship. Anyone who has the ability, please step forward. The first woman who came to see Hu Yu just now stood up and threw him a seductive look, not hiding her intentions at all. Hu Yu didn't even look at her, but looked at Chen Chong. Do you think she is suitable? Chen Chong's eyes rolled. With his intelligence, he naturally understood that Hu didn't want the other party to get on the boat, but he had to be the bad guy. Not suitable. Then you are not suitable either. Hu spat out a sentence and shook his head. Your ticket is gone. Why? Chen Chong roared, but the result was already determined. Clever. Smart people are good, but they are not suitable for boarding a ship. What Hu needs is an obedient, capable, and smart person, not just a smart person. This tactfulness may allow him to survive in the apocalypse. But he would never be allowed to appear on Hu's ship. Why? I want an answer. Chen Chong wanted to rush over, but was picked up by Su Zilong and thrown into the crowd. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to step forward, Hu looked at Zhang Sirui again. Do you think she is fit to go on board? Not appropriate. Zhang Sirui gave the same answer. But Hu smiled. Very good. Hu pointed to the gangway behind him and said, let's get on board. Thanks. Zhang Sirui was stunned for a moment, then took the umbrella from Su Zilong and walked towards the gangway. Every step she took was like walking on thin ice. But in the end, he still made it to the boat and did not fall into the water like the group of people just now. Why? Chen Chong roared, everyone's answer is the same, you are treating them differently. I let her on board because she has boundaries. Hu looked down at Chen Chong and said, as for you, you are too smart, so you should just try to survive on your own. After saying that, he held an umbrella and walked towards the gangway with Xiao Zissou. Clever. Chen Chong roared, and then shouted, brothers, follow me. Let's take the boat away from him. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Although it didn't hit them, it was enough to help them regain their sanity. There is a 99% chance of dying if you rush forward, leaving a 0.1% chance of successfully seizing the ship. Don't rush forward. I won't die. At least not now. As long as you wait, there is still hope. Everyone stopped, especially Chen Chong. He clenched his fists and stared at Hu's departing back. The crisis is over. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned around and prepared to leave. But Anciener took out a pistol and shot Chen Chong in the middle of his eyebrows. Bang. The bullet penetrated the head. Hu and Xiao Zissou turned their heads at the same time, their eyes full of shock. First. This was the first time Anciener took the initiative to do something other than what she was ordered to do. Hu was stunned for a moment. But he soon came to his senses. Although he didn't understand why Anciener shot, he didn't feel sorry for someone who dared to point a gun at him. Just surprised. After being surprised, it was time to go to their dinner party. Hu held an umbrella and walked towards the yacht with Xiao Zissou. And this time, no one stopped them. Su Zilong then looked at Anciener, his eyes full of confusion. But he didn't dare to ask the reason. As far as he could remember, including this time, Anciener had only disobeyed orders twice. Last time, she massacred an entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong frowned and asked, why did you take action? Anciener's reaction was very calm. She turned around and walked into the acid rain without any intention of answering. What a crazy woman. Su Zilong cursed angrily, but had to follow him and return to the yacht together. On the yacht. The three new members were standing in the reception room on the first floor. Outside, it was pouring acid rain and cries for help were overwhelming. Inside, the lights are warm, the aromas are fragrant, and delicious food is right in front of you. The contrast between the two divides the world into two. One heaven and one hell. And the master of heaven was walking towards them with an umbrella. Welcome everyone to the heart of the ocean. Hu smiled and looked at everyone, then put away his umbrella and said, my name is Hu, and I am the owner of this ship. You can call me by my name. As long as we are on this ship, we are a community with a shared future. We have only one goal, to survive. To survive in a better way. Seeing this, Zhao's father and mother did not react. Although the two elders have maxed out their skills, they still find it difficult to accept this sudden event. I have so many questions, but I don't know who to ask. Instead it was Zhang Sirui who was standing aside. She started clapping as soon as Huyu finished speaking. Crisp applause broke out. Mu Lingxiu, who had just taken care of Biubu, immediately agreed. More and more applause broke out. Huyu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the restaurant behind everyone. Dinner is ready, please take your seats. Let's eat and talk. Everyone took their seats. At the dinner table, Huyu introduced everyone to each other. Include everyone's names and what they are responsible for on the ship. As for other more detailed matters, Huyu did not finalize them at the dinner table but arranged rooms for them after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. We'll talk about everything tomorrow morning. That night, Anciener did not follow Huyu but found a room closest to him to stay. First time. Huyu enjoyed sleeping alone for the first time since the end of the world. It seems that I slept better. Su Zilong told Chen Shan what happened tonight and asked about the reason. Chen Shan only gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps she wanted to nip the thread in the bud. Su Zilong said nothing after hearing this. July 22nd, 7 o'clock in the morning. The end of the world arrives on the 9th day. The water level reached 43 meters. Only a few buildings could be seen scattered across the water surface. The rest of the residential buildings, shopping malls, supermarkets, and even some viaducts were all submerged. Huyu got up early and subconsciously turned his head to look at the side of the boat, looking for Anciener, but did not see her. Thinking about what happened last night, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Never mind for now. The first draw after getting on board, you have to see if there will be anything good. For this day, he specially saved the black eggs stored on the 20th and 21st, just to be able to have a triple draw. I don't ask for anything else, as long as there are some things that can be bred and raised. We can't just leave the breeding system empty. Draw open the curtains and look out the window. The heart of the ocean still sails through the city. The sunlight was so weak that it could be ignored, and I could vaguely see people around me calling for help. Huyu lined up the 3 black eggs in a row and made a decision secretly. If the goods are shipped today, we will issue another shipping ticket. Of course, the prerequisite is to meet sufficiently excellent talents. If it doesn't ship, forget it. Everyone, if you want to get on board, please bless me to ship the goods. Huyu raised his hand and knocked. The first black egg shattered and purple light burst out. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect Senzabean *1. Name, Senzabean, perfect. Type, food, seeds. Effect, after taking it, you will feel full and continuously replenish the various energies needed within 3 months. It can also be planted in the soil to cultivate ordinary, fine, and perfect beans. Note, only perfect quality Senza beans can be cultivated as seeds. It's out. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Senza beans that can be used for cultivation. If this thing is mass-produced, not only the people on a ship, but even the people in a city or a country will be able to have enough food to eat. Potato. Compared to this thing, it's so weak. Of course, the prerequisite is to find a large enough breeding base. Huyu carefully placed the perfect magic beans into the space, fearing that they would be crushed. Ticket +1. He looked out the window and made another promise in his mind. There is no upper limit on the number of shipping tickets. If you can ship more goods later, we will issue as many shipping tickets as you can. Huyu cracked the second black egg with his backhand. Another burst of purple light exploded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of Sweet Spring *1. Name, Sweet Spring Source, perfect. Types, food, water source. Effect, it can heal some external injuries after taking it. The specific effect depends on the injury. It will not conflict with any medicine. It produces 1 L of sweet spring water, fine product, per hour, which can be used for consumption and irrigation. Note, although the sweet spring water is delicious, please don't drink too much. It's the best. Although this thing looks the same as Senza beans and is also a producible item, the former is large and complete, while the latter is small and exquisite. Senza beans can fill the stomachs of many people. Although the sweet spring water is scarce, its advantage is that it can heal injuries. To round it off, it is no different from a panacea. Especially for Biobu. This is literally a lifesaver. One more ferry ticket. Huyu turned his head and looked at the third black egg. This is 2 consecutive shipments. Whether or not we can ship for the third time is no longer important. Click. The black egg shattered and a burst of golden light exploded. This color is legend. Ding. Golden legend. Congratulations to the host for receiving the favor of the sea god *1. Name, favored by the sea god, legend. Type, fishing rod. Effect, ignore terrain, water, fish, no need for bait, you will definitely catch a fish after casting the rod. For each fish caught, you can accumulate a point of experience and have a certain probability of obtaining a skill book. Note 1, experience can be used to upgrade Poseidon series products. Note 2, collect 3 Poseidon series products to get an extra surprise. Note 3, follow the will of the sea god. The favor of Poseidon. So it's something with the Poseidon prefix, or a series. According to Note 1, as long as the experience is gained through this fishing rod, not only can the fishing rod itself be upgraded, but also the ship. Ships are now epic tier. According to the rules, the next upgrade should be for the system to level 5, which is 84 days later. With this fishing rod, you only need to catch 84 fish to complete the upgrade and upgrade the heart of the ocean too. Legendary. Huyu put the golden fishing rod back into the space and was not in a hurry to go out fishing. God knows what's lurking beneath the surface. 100% hook. What if we catch a monster? Will we still be safe on the boat? If you want to fish, you have to make sure it's safe. Let's go out and have breakfast first. Should we eat Western food or Chinese food today? Huyu walked to the door thinking about it. Before he could push the door open, a force came from the door. Bang. Chen Shan opened the door with a panicked look on his face. No, it's not good. Something happened. What's up? Huyu frowned slightly and asked hurriedly. Chen Shan is the most stable person, and even he is so panicked. Could it be Godzilla emerging from the water? What's going on? Huyu was also a little unsure and asked hurriedly. Yes, you will know when you come out and see it. As Chen Shan said this, he walked all the way towards the deck, and Huyu hurriedly followed. The two came to the first deck. It was raining heavily at the moment. Although what fell was no longer acid rain, the raindrops still made a thumping sound as they hit the deck. But even so, the shed on one side of the deck was still crowded with people. Except for Bubu and Mulingxiu, who was responsible for taking care of her, everyone on the ship gathered around the shed. Even including Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, and Zhang Sirui who had just boarded the ship. Could it be that something happened to those animals? Everyone give in, boss who is here. Chen Shan held an umbrella and led Huyu into the crowd. The crowd immediately moved aside, exposing the greenhouse. Just one glance, and Huyu stayed where he was. Cattle, the same animals. The only difference is the quantity. A baby is born. Except for 3 pairs of pigs, the other 4 pairs of livestock all gave birth to piglets. And each one is ready to be slaughtered. Even if it is a coincidence, it can't be such a coincidence. Did every kind of animal give birth to young? This can no longer be described as outrageous. Huyu immediately checked the panel and discovered the problem. Farming system. After getting on board yesterday, he was busy picking up Zhao's father and mother, so he didn't check the panel carefully. When he took a look today, he was stunned. All livestock growth efficiency plus 100%, reproduction efficiency plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. All plant growth efficiency plus 100%, survival rate plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. Fear. So horrible. The life cycle of a pig is between 8 and 12 months. But according to the current growth efficiency, it only takes 4 to 6 months to be marketed. As long as the breeding space is large enough, even if you don't grow senza beans, eating meat alone is enough to feed the people of a city. The growth rate of the breeding system will also increase with the improvement of the system level. Huyu was delighted, but he couldn't show his surprise in front of everyone, so he could only cough twice. Ahem, this is normal, don't be surprised. Let's go back and have breakfast first. There are still things on the ship that you need to think about. When everyone heard this, they knew it was not a coincidence, nor was it a bad thing, so they said nothing more and immediately returned to the cabin to prepare breakfast. Except, Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu, just promise me. Breakfast time. Xiao Zissou kept pestering Hu Yu, I'll dissect one, even if it's a chicken. Miss, aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Hu Yu smiled bitterly, why are you doing dissection? It's really unnecessary. I studied medicine, so I also know some biological knowledge. Xiao Zissou immediately explained, this is a biological miracle. You can dissect one and wait for the rainstorm to end. This is the hope for mankind to continue the flame of civilization. Hope. If Xiao Zissou really performed an autopsy and she couldn't find out the cause, she would definitely do a comparison. Over time, it is only a matter of time before the existence of breathing space is discovered. Not to mention whether there will be land after the rainstorm ends, even if land will reappear, he will not let others know about this breathing space. Once exposed, I don't know how many people will scramble for it. For those ambitious people, anything that can shorten the growth time of livestock by at least half is like a magic weapon. However, Hu Yu is not worried about Xiao Zissou, whose favorability level has reached 50. Let's do this. Hu Yu took out the perfect fairy bean, plant this seed. When it blooms and bears fruit, I will let you dissect one of the chickens. This is. Xiao Zissou took the fairy bean and examined it carefully, beans. I've never seen beans that look like this. Are you sure it can take root and sprout? Certainly. Hu Yu immediately spat out 2 words, you will know after you plant it. All right. Xiao Zissou nodded in agreement and held out her little finger, pin it. Okay, pinky promise. Finish breakfast. Hu Yu was not in a hurry to go fishing, but chatted with Zhao's father and mother alone for a while. I answered some of the 2 elders' questions and improved their favorability at the same time. Because their entire family was brought on board, the 2 elders' favorability level quickly reached 30. By the way, Hu Yu also talked about Ancienner's situation. Let the 2 elders have a good rest, and then help out when you have time. Her condition yesterday was obviously not right. The way the 2 elders looked at him was the same as the way they looked at their son-in-law, and they almost took out the red envelope for changing their name. Hu Yu quickly ended the topic and called Zhang Sirui over. Since letting her on board yesterday, her favorability has only fluctuated once. That time, it only rose by 10 points. After the conversation, Hu Yu briefly introduced the rules on the ship and arranged for her to prepare breakfast and afternoon tea every day. As for lunch and dinner, she and Li Ji took turns. Just prepare 1 meal per person every day. Zhang Sirui readily accepted it, and as for the rest, that was a no question. The favorability rating remains unchanged. This man looks like an unfamiliar wolf. Hu Yu did not chase her off the boat, but planned to take another look. After all, the ship does lack a cook and a steward in charge of the ship. If it can make her feel at ease, it is indeed a good choice. Shinshan can also play the role of steward, but he is more suitable for managing people rather than managing ship chores. The heart of the ocean will always expand. Only Shinshan is obviously not enough. By the time the conversation ended, it was almost noon. Just right. After fishing for a while, it's time to have lunch. Hu Yu came to the first deck, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, took out the Poseidon's favor, and threw the first shot toward the water. The fishing rod enters the water. Before the fish could take the bait, Li Ji came closer. Hey, Boss Hu, where are you fishing? Hu Yu nodded, I remember, didn't you also want to fish last time? Now is the right time. Hi, those are brothers Zhao Zhong. Li Ji folded his hands, grabbed a stool and sat down. I don't like fishing, I only like to eat fish. Okay, I'll catch it and wait for you to cook it for us to eat together. It's done. Li Ji looked at the water and changed the subject, but Boss Hu, aren't you worried about catching something strange? This water is not like the water before. The fishing line is instantly tightened. Hu Yu felt a strong pulling force in his hand. There's a fish, it's hooked. Whether it's something strange or not, you'll know when you pull it up. Hu Yu began to reel in the line. Every time he turned the line, he needed tremendous strength. 1 lap, 2 laps. Soon, a black shadow appeared on the water surface. Huyu just took a look and subconsciously wanted to throw the fishing rod into the water. Bad luck. How unlucky. As soon as the black shadow surfaced, Huyu recognized what it was. A dead body. A human corpse. The fishhook was stuck in his mouth. When the shadow emerged from the water, Huyu seemed to hear a reminder in his ears. Congratulations on your achievement, Deadman speaking. If other people saw this, they would have turned their heads away by now and would not even want to look at it again. But who is Li Ji? They were all veterans of the battlefield, so when they saw the dead bodies, they were not afraid at all, but instead started to make fun of them. Boss Hu is worthy of being Boss Hu. He can even fish out the mouth of a dead person, as the legend goes. Come on. Huyu rolled his eyes. Find a way to get him down. I don't want to fish this thing up. It's easy. Just cut the line. As Li Ji spoke, he took out a knife and prepared to start cutting. But after cutting it twice, he realized that this fishing line couldn't be cut. Boss Hu, what kind of thread is this? Can't you cut it? It seems to be true. Although the system's products must be top-notch, you are not that high quality. The fishing line can't be cut. I can't really throw the rod down. That can't be helped. Li Ji put away the knife and sighed helplessly. Either you find a way to get this thing off the hook, or you can only throw the rod away. It is impossible to lose the club, never in this lifetime. Oh, that's right. According to the fishing rod rules, you don't need bait to fish. As long as you cast the rod, something will be caught. I didn't say anything about putting up the bait, so nothing will be caught. As long as you have enough strength to cast the rod and throw this thing back into the water as bait, will the next thing to take the bait be? Try it. Huyu glanced at Li Ji and handed him the fishing rod. You come. Let me pull it up. Boss Hu, are you sure you want to catch this thing? I don't mean to catch it. I mean, cast the rod again. Just let it leave the water and fall back down. Cast the rod. Li Ji was puzzled. Trust me, just do it. All right. Li Ji held the fishing rod with both hands, lifted it up with force, and then threw it out with all his strength, and actually threw the guy back into the water. Bang. The sound of falling into the water alarmed other people in the cabin. Xiao Zissou was busy formulating Biubu's treatment plan with Zhao's father and Zhao's mother. Mu Lingxiu and Biubu were waiting aside, including Shanshan. Except for these 6 people, everyone was alarmed. Even Zhang Sirui, who had always been lonely, was leaning towards this side. When they came over, Huyu had already taken the fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Boss Hu, are you fishing? Zhao Zhong asked from the side. Li Ji nodded, smiled, and told what had just happened. What a dead man. I always thought that this kind of thing only existed in legends, but I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to meet you today. Come on you. Su Zilong replied angrily. In the past, there were only a few dead people. Now I don't know how many dead people are under the water. In addition, it rains and the water flow is complicated. It is not impossible for this situation to happen. Indeed, but... Zhao Zhong looked at Huyu and smiled bitterly. Boss Hu, you didn't raise the rod. Are you planning to use the corpse as bait and continue fishing? What? Li Ji exclaimed. He didn't think of this when he cast the rod to Huyu just now. Let's give it a try. What if we really catch something? Huyu did not deny it, but just took a few steps back. He felt something was about to take the bait. Buzz. Really? In the next moment, the fishing line was pulled out wildly. Something has taken the bait. Huyu grabbed the pulley, and just as he was about to exert force, his palm was blown away by the pulley. The force is too great. I'll do it. Zhao Zhong spoke subconsciously and also reached out to hold the pulley, but even he could only fix the pulley and was unable to reel in the line. You know, even if his strength is not as good as Su Zilong, he is still a man who can punch out nearly 200 kilograms with one straight punch. Even he could only barely keep the pulley steady. It's a big deal. Help! Huyu shouted, and without any hesitation, he turned sideways and threw the fishing rod to Su Zilong. Suzy Long hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod and put his hand on Zhao Zhong's hand, and they both turned the pulley at the same time. Finally, the pulley began to slowly reel in the line. It's because this fishing rod is durable, otherwise with the combined strength of these two people, an ordinary fishing rod would have fallen apart countless times. You really took the bait. Li Ji was shocked. Boss Hu, did you catch a shark this time? Not like a shark. Suzy Long held the fishing rod, his legs firmly planted on the ground. It's like a whale. Two people can't pull it up. Let's take a walk first. Zhao Zhong responded from the side. He took a step forward and leaned against Suzy Long. They both pulled hard at the same time. If we catch this fish, it will be enough to feed us for 10 days. I just hope it's not something weird. Hu Yu stood aside and sighed. He just wants to fish for some experience. The previous dead guy was fine, but now here comes another one who knows what he is. What if I can't catch it? That would be terrible. 5 minutes passed. Suzy Long and Zhao Zhong were exhausted. Chen Shan heard the news and rushed over immediately. He and Li Ji took over each other and continued to fish. Another 5 minutes passed and the shift changed again. No. Chen Shan waved his arms. This fish is too strong, either give it a shot. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch it at all. One shot. Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just right. Try the fish system included in Heart of the Ocean. Hu Yu opened the control panel and immediately had a clear view of the scene under the water. He originally wanted to see what it was that was hooked, but the water surface had been completely muddied by that thing, and he couldn't see its specific appearance. He could only see a black shadow swimming about 30 meters from the bow of the ship. That's it. Fish, aim, shoot. Call out. The ears of Shinshan and others immediately stood up. They had served in the military and knew what the sound meant, a torpedo. There are actually torpedoes on this ship. Everyone looked at Hu Yu with only curiosity and horror. Bang. Don't wait for everyone to be surprised. The torpedo exploded. I saw a black shadow jumping out of the water. Woo. That's a silver carp. A silver carp nearly 3 meters long. In the heavy rain, the scales on the fish were crackled. A hole can clearly be seen on the side of the body. This should be the damage caused to it by the torpedo just now. But even so, in just a blink of an eye, the silver carp re-entered the water. Keep struggling. Although his strength is not as good as before, he is still vigorous and vigorous. This is a discovery that truly transcends the realm of biology. Half an hour later. The giant silver carp was finally pulled onto the deck. The price was that Shinshan and Li Ji were exhausted and collapsed on the deck, breathing heavily. Hu Yu immediately checked the panel of this thing. Name, giant silver carp, mutation. Type, fish. Status, dying. Description, mutated organisms born after being contaminated by rainwater. They are not contagious. Note, what? You don't want to eat, do you? Mutations. If rainwater can cause fish to mutate underwater, then, if humans come into contact with this water source, will the same situation happen? Just like Li Chang's situation. Hu Yu frowned slightly and stopped Zhao Zhong and Suzy Long who were about to go forward. Don't go over yet, this thing is not dead yet. Not dead yet. Suzy Long was stunned for a moment. The people who were about to go over to watch also stood back where they were. Hu Yu took out a pistol and shot the giant silver carp in the eye. Bang. Gunshots rang out. The bullet did not hit the fish's eye, but instead hit the scales on its body. A crisp sound. The bullet bounced back. I'll do it. Suzy Long took a step forward and fired again. This time the bullet successfully hit the fish's eye and penetrated into the fish's brain. The silver carp, which had been motionless, started flapping its wings again. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean is big enough. No matter how it flapped, the boat didn't move at all. Only when the lavender blood flowed out did the giant silver carp gradually calm down. The status on its panel also changed from dying to dead. Shiso. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zissou. Don't you want to dissect it? How about starting with this thing first? Don't. Xiao Zissou waved her hands repeatedly. If I get infected, where can you find a kind-hearted Chinese medicine expert like me? Don't worry, this thing is not contagious. As long as you don't eat its meat, there will be no problem. Hu Yu said as he walked forward, squatting beside the silver carp, looking at the scale he had just hit. There was a layer of white mark on it, which disappeared immediately after wiping it with the hand. What a good thing. Chen Shan also came closer at this moment. If you use this as a bulletproof vest, I'm afraid even the AK bullets won't be able to penetrate it. Then lend a hand. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong. Let's carry this thing into the boat and dig it out to see if there is anything we can use. Remember, you can't eat this meat. You can only throw it away. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone started to get busy. Hu Yu didn't dare to throw the pole again. If he catches something like this again, he won't have anyone to help pull the rod. Wait until the autopsy is over. This autopsy was performed by Xiao Zissou, assisted by Zhao's father and Zhao's mother. Hu Yu and others were not idle either, so they stayed outside the medical room and watched. The giant silver carp was dismantled bit by bit, with scales, flesh, bones, internal organs, all separated. Until the fish head. As the skull was removed, the fist-sized fish brain was taken out, and inside it was a light blue bead. The panel starts. Hu Yu just took a look and was stunned on the spot. Name, mutated crystal, excellent. Type, gemstone, food. Description, after taking or embedding, the probability of mutation can be increased. Note, isn't mutation a kind of evolution? Put this thing down. Hu Yu immediately roared. Xiao Zissou, who was holding the mutant crystal with tweezers, was stunned. Before she could react, Hu Yu had already rushed into the medical room and immediately put the mutated crystal into the space. Whether it was mutation or evolution, he didn't want anyone on the ship to try it. No matter who becomes the next Li Chang, it will be a huge loss for everyone on the ship. Hu Yu immediately looked at the panels of the three people, and only felt relieved after confirming that none of them had mutated. It's okay, nothing happened. Go on. The dissection continues. In order to prevent other mutated crystals from appearing, Hu Yu stood where he was and did not leave. Fine. At the end of the dissection, only that one mutated crystal appeared. In addition to the bulletproof scales, the bones of this giant silver carp are also a treasure. Needless to say, its toughness is comparable to that of bamboo, and its hardness is comparable to that of Hetian jade. It is perfect for making weapons. All the fish scales and bones were handed over to Zhao Zhong for disposal. After a busy morning, it's time for lunch. After they had a quick meal, they urged Hu Yu to continue fishing. He didn't refuse either. No matter what the fish you catch looks like, the best thing to do is to upgrade the heart of the ocean as soon as possible. If the upgrading speed cannot keep up with the evolution speed of these fishes, once a wave comes, everyone will be used as bait for nesting. Not to mention, the scales of that giant silver carp are only enough to make 2 sets of bulletproof vests. It would be a good idea to catch a few more to be prepared. After all, in a situation like this, they are not the only ones who can get guns. Just as everyone climbed onto the deck and Hu Yu was about to cast his fishing rod, a whistle sounded from afar. It's a boat. A ship is coming. Hu Yu immediately took out a telescope and looked forward. Just 5 nautical miles away from here, there is a passenger ship on the waterway, sailing towards the residential area. Although it is called a passenger ship, in terms of volume, it is not even 2/3 the size of the heart of the ocean. This was supposed to be a sightseeing boat for a short voyage. When Hu Yu looked at them, they naturally discovered Hu Yu. At the same time, Li Ji, who was in the captain's room controlling the route, also sent a broadcast. Boss Hu, the ship ahead sent a radio call asking about our remaining supplies and wanted to trade our catch for some of the goods. Catch. Hu Yu immediately became interested, asked them how many fish they have. The fish today are different from the fish in the past. If the fish these guys have are the same as the mutant silver carp, then the fish scales and bones can both be used as materials, and they can only make money by exchanging them for some food. Soon, Li Ji gave an answer. 500 kilograms of fish. They want to exchange it for 70% of the weight of meat, or 50% of the weight of food. Can Hu Yu nodded in agreement. Let them come over. I want to see the catch first, and then decide the specific price. Exchange fish for supplies. This is understandable, but this statement sounds familiar. He seemed to have heard it in his previous life. Okay. Li Ji responded and started sending a radio message to the ship, and then gave a response. The other party asked us to stop the boat first and they came over. Good. Hu Yu also put away the fishing rod and looked at Chen Shan. Hide the things that shouldn't be there. Good. Chen Shan nodded, naturally understanding what he meant. Everything else is easy to say. At worst, just put it in the cabin. If it doesn't work, just put it back in the space backpack. There is only one thing that is difficult to handle. Greenhouse. This thing is built on the deck. As long as the other party sails over, they will definitely find it. The only way is to put up a curtain first. He and Su Zilong immediately took action and temporarily removed a large number of umbrella cloths to cover the greenhouse. Soon, the ship came towards them. As the other party gets closer, the appearance of everyone on the boat becomes clearer and clearer. Hu Yu took a look and frowned slightly. This ship doesn't look familiar, but the people on it look familiar. In heavy rain. The ship is getting closer. 100 meters, 80 meters. It seemed to have no intention of stopping and kept heading towards the yacht. This posture doesn't seem like he wants to trade. On the contrary, it seems like I want to board the ship. Boss Hu, this situation is not quite right. Shen Shan frowned slightly and warned. I know. Hu Yu frowned, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. He recognized it. In his previous life, he had seen this group of people on the boat. At that time, he and Yuanqiu were rescued by a yacht. They worked as waiters on the boat, and each of them was given one fish to eat every day. But on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet of ships. The other party also used the exchange of supplies as an excuse to let them stop the ship and start approaching. Upon hearing this, the ship owner at the time was attracted by the conditions proposed by the other party. The price is that the yacht is seized. Hu Yu and Yuanqiu took advantage of the chaos to put down their kayaks and were able to escape in the heavy rain. Unexpectedly. These guys actually started this kind of business now, and they even met them. Hu Yu waved his hand, and 5 AKs and 5 RPGs appeared on the deck. Non-combatants evacuate, the rest get their weapons. When everyone heard this, except for the 5 people from Shinshan, everyone ran towards the cabin. There were only 6 people left on the deck, including Hu Yu. Boss, why don't you go in too? Shinshan asked with concern. Need not. Hu Yu shook his head. If I go in, who will they discuss business with? Chen Shan nodded and stopped talking. 50 meters. The ship's engine finally stopped. Relying on the inertia of the water flow, it began to slowly approach the yacht until it reached a position less than 5 meters outside the heart of the ocean. Cables were thrown out from below and hooked on the side of the heart of the ocean. Bite. Warn. Warn. The ship is under attack. Enable protection system. And this thing. Hu Yu had no choice but to wait and see. He took out a sofa and lay back. Just look at those cables. Those people are still useful to him. If the protective system is too powerful and they are all killed, wouldn't it be a waste? Get on board. There was a heavy sound mixed in with the sound of rain. The cable was straightened instantly. Obviously something is climbing up. Click. At the same time, a crisp sound rang in Hu Yu's ears. That was the sound of bullets being loaded, the muzzle of the gun pointed at the cables. Less than 10 seconds. The first figure climbed up. The other person was wearing a raincoat and climbed onto the deck. When he turned around, before he could say anything, he saw 5 black gun muzzles pointing at him. The corners of his stiff mouth twitched slightly. He immediately fell to his knees, raised his hands, and said nothing. Hey! Xiao Lu, what's the situation up there? The voice that just called, get on board, sounded again. The person called Xiao Lu didn't dare to speak, but just knelt there and smiled foolishly. A few more seconds passed. Another person also climbed up. Although the movements are not as smooth as Xiao Luer's, they are exactly the same. Reply, what's going on up there? The owner of the voice began to get anxious. But the two people on the deck didn't say anything, just stayed quiet. Damn. Get up there. I want to see what's up there. Yes. A uniform sound rang out. Several more cables were thrown up. 1 minute later. 7 strong men knelt in a row on the deck, allowing the heavy rain to wash over them. Are all the people here? Who you sat on the sofa, took out a megaphone, and asked, who said they wanted to do business with me just now? The other 6 people knelt back in unison. Only a strongman with a beard was left kneeling in the front. I. The bearded man had no choice but to raise his head and responded with an awkward smile, brother, we are here to discuss business, what are you doing? Business. Who you pointed at the rope beside the ship's side and asked, is this how you guys negotiate business? Hey. Hey you horsehead. Who you cursed directly, tell the truth. We see that your ship is extremely luxurious, and we would like to borrow some supplies from you. The bearded men immediately replied, we have no other choice. There are too many people on the boat, and the fish we caught alone are not enough to feed us. Please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. You are really shameless. Li Ji complained on the side, robbery is robbery, but after being caught, you still want to ask for supplies. There's nothing wrong with being thick-skinned. The bearded man raised his head, his eyes fixed on Hu Yu, as long as you are willing to give us supplies, we can do anything. Anything is fine. Hu Yu asked with raised eyebrows. Anything is fine. Good. Hu Yu uttered a word and stood up immediately, looking for someone. Looking for someone. Hu Yu responded, send 2 people out from the 7 of you. Find 2 people in Jinling City for me. If you can do it, I can let you go and give you some supplies as a reward. If you can't find it. Sorry, I need to borrow your boat. What is the most precious thing in the end times? Supplies. If you are alone, then supplies are indeed the most precious. But for Hu Yu now, the most precious thing is not materials, but talents. Food. He has a lot. Even if you can't draw other seeds, just planting magic beans and breeding livestock is enough to feed the people of a city. Nowadays, there is no need to worry about security, the diet is diverse enough, not to mention the medical level, and the attributes of traditional Chinese medicine are at their best. The only thing we lack now is talents in scientific research, construction, education, and breeding. Especially construction and farming. They couldn't stay on the boat forever. When the rain stops, if you are lucky enough to find a place to stay, you will naturally need professionals to build a house. There is also breeding. Although there are magical tools like greenhouses, having one more professional person will only bring benefits and no harm. In the past, there were many such people. Just go to any recruitment website and you'll find them all. But in today's era when communication basically relies on shouting, looking for such a talent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially for a target as big as theirs. The heart of the ocean had already attracted enough attention before it even got close to those buildings. If people really wanted to look for it, who knows how much trouble it would cause. It's okay now. There is a pillow when you feel sleepy. People who dare to rob are all ruthless in their bones, so it is natural that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort when they go looking for someone. Hu Yu was not worried that they would run away on the motorboat. Anyone who has survived to this day is not stupid. Choose between riding a motorboat and starving to death on the water, or coming back to continue controlling your own ship. Anyone would choose the latter. Good. The bearded men immediately agreed, just tell me who you want to find. We will definitely help you find it. Construction and breeding. Hu Yu spat out 2 words, I want people who are familiar with these 2 technologies. Find them and interview them for me. As long as they pass, I can give them appropriate places on board. This. The bearded man was embarrassed, boss, if you want to find a specific person, it's fine. Just give 2 characteristics. I can't just shout at the top of my lungs. You don't have to raise your voice. Hu Yu casually threw 2 loudspeakers in front of them, remember, you only have 3 hours. If I don't find it after 3 hours, I'll just be sorry. Good. The bearded man responded, stood up, picked up the loudspeaker, and turned to look at one of them. Xiao Luer, follow me. Li Ji, take them to ride a motorboat. Yes. Li Ji responded, then looked at the two of them, follow me. The two men with beards looked at each other and hurriedly followed them into the cabin. When they passed by Hu Yu, they did not forget to nod. As for the other 5 people, after the bearded man left, Hu Yu looked at Chen Shan, tie them up first, so they don't get caught in the rain and die. Yes. Chen Shan glanced at Zhao Zhong, and the two walked to the deck in the rain and started working. Hu Yu looked at the ship floating next to the yacht, and curiosity arose in his heart. Zilong, come with me. Huh? Where are you going? Su Zilong asked in confusion. Ship. Hu Yu stood up, put on his raincoat and walked towards the cable. According to the bearded man, there were too many people on the boat and he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. He wanted to see how many people were on the ship. If it was an ordinary place, it would be enough to have Anciener protecting them alone. But this is going to someone else's base. It's better to be more vigilant. Su Zilong took the lead and slid along the cable to the deck of the ship. He raised his gun and took a quick look. After confirming that there was no danger, he gestured upwards. Hu Yu then started to move and slid down along the cable. Next up is Anciener. 3 people boarded the ship. There was no one on deck. There were only some fishing rods and some makeshift fishing nets. The catch is stored in the fish barrel nearby. Those fish are small in size, but there are many of them. Each bucket of fish weighs at least 10 kilograms. If there were only 7 people on board, that would be more than enough food. Bang. There was a muffled sound from the cabin, as if something had fallen to the ground. The 3 of them turned to look at the cabin at the same time. Hu Yu turned his head and gave a look, indicating that Su Zilong should take the lead. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and trotted over with the gun in hand. Came out of the cabin door. One kick. Bang. The cabin door was kicked open. The wind and rain are pouring back. Su Zilong took advantage of the situation and walked in, pointing the gun forward, but there was no other movement. After counting the breaths, he walked out, lowered his gun, and looked somewhat helpless. What's going on? Hu Yu asked with a frown. Su Zilong shook his head slightly. Boss Hu, you should come and see it yourself. Hu Yu stepped forward quickly. When he came out of the cabin, his expression was even more interesting than Su Zilong's. Helplessness, speechlessness, and powerlessness, written all over his face. Child. All children. A group of mostly elementary school students were gathered in a circle at this moment, with the older boys guarding the outside and the younger ones and some girls surrounded inside. There are dozens of them. Hu Yu's paws suddenly felt numb. As the saying goes, these little brats are eating me up. No wonder Bearded Man and his friends can't eat enough fish even after catching so many. Boss Hu, what should we do? Su Zilong asked. If I had known, I would not have boarded this ship. If I hadn't seen it, it would have been fine. But now that I've seen it, I can't just ignore it. Among this group of children, the oldest is no more than 10 years old. The youngest is only 7 years old. This is just the age of elementary school. Close the door first, don't scare the child. Good. Su Zilong closed the door. But because of his big movement just now, the door was kicked in and could only be barely covered. Boss Hu, what should we do? Don't talk yet. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. This guy always has his own ideas and never listens to other people's opinions. Now that I'm faced with this hot potato, I know to throw the problem away. Originally, he wanted to completely eliminate the group headed by the bearded men to prevent future troubles. But now the cabin is full of children. If we really wipe out the root of the problem, what should we do with these children? Also beheaded? That's definitely impossible. Or, stay. Urban construction also needs fresh blood, otherwise what they build with just a few people would not be called a city but a village. But he was also afraid that there might be a devil in there. It is not uncommon for a single rat dropping to spoil the whole barrel. Hu Yu pondered for a few breaths, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. got it? Even though I just took a quick glance, I could tell that those children had lost a lot of weight due to hunger, and their clothes looked extremely loose. He took out a box of egg tarts, opened the door, flipped the box open and pushed it inside. At this time, the egg tarts were still freshly out of the pan, and the aroma of eggs wafted through the air, filling the cabin. "Boss Hu, aren't you a little too stingy?" Susie Lone couldn't help but complain, "Just one box. It would be nice to give more." "You know nothing, just watch quietly." Hu Yu replied unhappily. "There are only 4 egg tarts in this box. There are definitely not enough points." He just wanted to see what choices these guys would make when faced with temptation. If a fight breaks out, he won't care about these people. If they did not fight, but chose to leave the egg tarts to the weak, then he would keep his promise to the bearded men and leave them some supplies. As for other things, he won't care anymore. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Through the crack in the door, Hu Yu could clearly see a child walking towards him. He had an impression of this child, who was the boy standing at the front of the crowd. He also had a dagger in his hand. I guess he is the leader among this group of kids. The child groped his way to the door. He took a look at the egg tart, but didn't eat it or take it back. Instead, he asked towards the door, "Where is our captain?" Although the voice is childish, one can hear the tenacity in it. He still has his own things to do and won't be back in the short term. Hu Yu replied, "We are his friends, you can trust us." "Wrong." The kid immediately retorted, "You're the people on that yacht. He didn't come back, but you guys came down. That proves one thing, they fell into your hands. Just now, the old man opened the door with a gun. You wanted to kill us, but then you realized we were children, so you didn't do it. This box of egg tarts should be used by you to test us, right?" Hu Yu and Susie Long looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Such a small child. He is not much older than Biubu, but his logic is so meticulous. Just through these actions, one can actually infer their intentions. "You didn't answer, which means I guessed right." The child continued, "Now, I am the captain of this ship. If you have any needs, you can negotiate with me directly. No need to test it." "Good." Hu Yu smiled. He pushed the door open again and was startled when the child's panel popped up in front of him. Name, Guanli. Gender, male. Age, 9. Skills, mastery of leadership, mastery of speech, mastery of debate, basic combat. Personality, meticulous, suspicious, leading, benevolent, grateful. Favorability, -20. This man is simply a natural-born leader. 3 masteries, 1 foundation. They are all leadership-related skills. How could such skills appear in a little child? Even his character is extremely remarkable. This is in the last days. If he is really allowed to grow up, there is no doubt that he will be a generational hero. "What do you see me doing?" Guanli frowned and asked, "You can make any conditions." Hu Yu suddenly became interested. He knelt down and looked at Guanli, "Kid, now it's not about what conditions I have, but what you can give me. You, and the lives of those behind you, are all under my control. As long as I think about it, you will only have one end. Now, let's see what you can give me in exchange for your lives." Boat. Guanli uttered one word and stared into Hu Yu's eyes. "You are on board because you are only interested in this ship. This ship, including all the resources on board, will be left to you. I only want the 4 lifeboats on board." "Not enough." "That's all." Guanli's tone was very firm. "I might as well tell you that we have people in the captain's room. As long as the person behind me sounds the alarm, he will steer the boat and crash it into your yacht. Then it will be a dead end for both sides and no one will be able to escape with any consequences. This kid, he's so ruthless despite being young. However, he threatened the wrong person. The heart of the ocean has epic protection, and even a torpedo may not be able to penetrate it, let alone a ship that is so close. Let me think about it." Hu Yu smiled and stood up. He turned and walked towards the deck. "I just lied, but your captain is indeed not dead. When he comes back, we will continue the negotiations. You just won the box of egg tarts with your performance. It's up to you to decide what to do with it. After saying that, Hu took Su Zilong and the other man back to the yacht. As soon as he returned, he picked up a telescope and observed Guan Li's actions. The egg tarts were gone. Under his command, the children have begun repairing the cabin door. He is truly a natural-born leader. Boss Hu. Su Zilong stood beside Hu, leaning against the side of the boat and asked, "Why don't these kids stay?" "Let's wait and see." July 22nd, 6 p.m. The heavy rain continues. The water level never stopped rising. The deadline that Hu set for the bearded men is approaching. He was not in a hurry, but kept observing the situation on the ship through a telescope. 3 hours. In those 3 hours, those kids did a lot. In the first half hour, they fixed the hatch. Although it was not as tight as before, it was still enough to keep out the rain. Over the next hour, they moved the fish barrels from the side of the boat in, cooked some simple food, and had lunch. There was no crying or complaints during the period. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guan Li was already sitting in the cockpit, staring at the yacht, as if waiting for some news. Meanwhile, the group of children had already run to the lifeboat. As long as the lifeboat is lowered, they will fall into the water and escape from here as soon as possible. But they didn't move. Just like Guan Li in the cab, he was waiting for something. This wait lasted for an hour. There was no movement during this time. "It's about time." Hu glanced at the time, then turned to look at Li Ji. "Let Zhang Sirui start preparing dinner." "Yes." "Wait 10 minutes at most. If bearded men and that little lure want to come back, it's time for them to come back. If they don't want to come back, there's no need to wait any longer." Buzz. The hum of a motorboat sounded. Hu turned the telescope and found 2 motorboats heading towards here. There were 2 people on each motorboat. "It looks like we found the person. I'll go pick someone up first," Li Ji said as he walked towards the bottom of the cabin. Less than 5 minutes. Li Ji brought 5 people to the deck. In addition to the bearded men and Xiao Luer, there were 2 other people. A middle-aged man in a suit. Although he looked thin with greasy hair and pale face, one could tell from his eyes that he must have held a high position before. The other one is an old man. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had gray hair, but he had a refined temperament and looked like a researcher. Even when he was standing in front of Hu, he had an air of superiority. It's like, the teacher is looking at the bad students. Hu immediately cast a detection spell at him. He was shocked when he saw it. Name, Fang Suyuan. Gender, male. Age, 59. Skills, epic biological research, epic bean cultivation, epic animal breeding, chemistry proficiency, cultivation proficiency, model construction proficiency. Personality, loving, sharp-tongued, rigorous, and hands-on. Favorability, 0. Boss. This is a real boss. In peaceful times, he would have been at least a researcher, maybe even an academician. Mr. Fang. Hu had just stood up, and before he could greet him, Shinshan's voice suddenly sounded. "Ah. Xiaoshan." Fang Suyuan was stunned and looked at Shinshan with a confused look. "Why are you here?" It seems they are still familiar with each other. It's easier now. This is a long story. Shinshan gave a wry smile and immediately walked to Hu. "Come, let me introduce you to. This is Mr. Fang Suyuan, a famous agricultural expert in our country. I used to be responsible for his security work. This is Hu, the owner of this ship and my current boss. Mr. Fang." Hu took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, nice to meet you. Boss." Fang Suyuan frowned slightly. "I heard that you made some mistakes and got fired. Is it true?" "That's a long story." Shinshan replied helplessly and stood behind Hu. "You should just talk. Mr. Fang, we can talk about these things slowly later." Hu stretched out a hand toward him. "I hope you can join us. No matter what conditions you have, you can ask for it. I will try my best to be satisfied." "Old man, I'm all alone. I don't want anything." Mr. Fang looked Hu up and down for a while. "I came here just to see who would want to find someone like me in this situation. I didn't expect him to be a young man. What? Do you want to open a breeding farm on your yacht? Stop dreaming. The corners of Huyu's mouth twitched. He only said one thing, but he didn't expect Mr. Fong to spray like a pea shooter. He really deserves to have a poisonous tongue. A venomous tongue is a venomous tongue. This man is a real talent. Boss Hu, Mr. Fong is like this. Chen Shan whispered from the side, don't take it to heart, you must keep him. Don't worry. I have a solution. Huyu lowered his head and murmured, then glanced in the direction of the greenhouse, take him there to have a look. No matter where I look, my conclusion is the same. Fang Suyuan raised his head and raised his hand to rest on Chen Shan's shoulder. I didn't say that, Xiao Shen, you are also fooling around. This rain will stop sooner or later. Why are you doing these things? Why don't you just stay in peace? Mr. Fang, you'd better come with me first. Chen Shan said helplessly, leading Fang Suyuan towards the greenhouse. Huyu stayed where he was and looked at the other person in front of him. The panel pops up. Name, Li Wantu. Gender, male. Age, 39. Skills, proficient in management, basic drawing, basic construction, and basic carpentry. Personality, arrogant, complacent, and high-minded. Favorability, 0. Boss Hu. Li Wantu took the initiative to speak. His tone was just like that of Mr. Fong just now, even more arrogant. I heard that you are hiring here. Recruit people, not trash. Huyu replied casually, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He looked at the bearded man and said, just throw it away wherever you found it. Why are you looking for such a rookie? Hey. The bearded man didn't know what was wrong with this man, but he still lowered his head and responded. Why? Li Wantu refused to accept the news. You are the ones who brought me here. You have to take responsibility. Why do you want to abandon me after just one look? Why? Huyu sneered, because I'm the ship owner. Li Ji, show the guest away. Don't bother, I'll do it. The bearded man smiled and stepped forward, holding Li Wantu in his hand. Brotherly, take us downstairs, I'll throw this man back. You're so sensible. Li Ji praised with a smile, let's go. You don't have to go. Huyu glanced around and looked at Xiao Luer, just let Xiao Luer go. I have something else to talk to you about. Hey. The bearded man responded and kicked Xiao Luer on the butt, hurry up, come back quickly. Okay, boss. Little Lu responded and immediately followed Li Ji down to the cabin. Before Huyu could speak, the bearded man came up to him and asked respectfully, Boss Hu, what do you want? What's going on with the child in the cabin? Huyu asked directly. This is a long story. The bearded man sighed and subconsciously searched his pockets, but found nothing. Seeing this, Huyu casually threw a bag of hitiangxia to him. Thank you, Boss Hu. The bearded man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, lit it and put it in his mouth. This story begins 9 days ago. In the heavy rain. The bearded man leaned on the boat, looking at the ship in front of him, lost in memories. That Saturday, I took a job with a tour group. I took that group of boys and girls along the Yangtze River. As long as we returned to Jinling at 8 o'clock in the evening, we would get a considerable amount of boat fare. I didn't expect it to start raining at just 7 o'clock. An hour later, we chose to dock, but only a few parents arrived early, and most of the children stayed on the boat. The rain is getting heavier. The roads were flooded and we had no choice but to leave the children in the boat and wait until the rain stopped before sending them away. But this wait lasted for 9 days. 9 days. The bearded man held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head and sighed, I'm afraid this rain won't stop. Boss Hu, I am a rough man. When I saw you, I did have bad intentions. I don't ask for anything else from you, but just one thing, let those kids go. It doesn't matter to me. Please let my brothers get off the boat. They can take good care of the children. There is good and evil in people's hearts. There is no such thing as a purely good person or a purely bad person in the true sense. That's what beards are like. If you want to say he is a bad person, he did it for the sake of that boat full of kids. If it was just food for his brothers, catching fish would be easy enough. You want to say he's good. For the sake of that boat of children, he would rob others of their resources for survival. It is difficult to judge whether he is really good or bad. We'll talk about this later. Huyu hesitated for a few breaths and finally made a decision. He looked towards the ship and said, "There are people waiting for you on board. Go greet them first and bring the child named Guanli aboard. I have something to tell you." "Hey." The bearded man responded, and without taking his brothers with him, he walked to the rope and climbed towards the ship. This does not mean that he has abandoned his brothers, but he is telling Huyu that he will not run away and will definitely come back. "Boss Hu, I really don't understand." Su Zilong stood aside and asked, "What are your plans? Are you going to keep them here? Or remember that box of egg tarts?" Huyu asked. "I bet Guanli left at least one for that bearded man." "What's there to bet on?" Su Zilong was puzzled. "If he keeps one, it means this kid is worth investing in. Then I will give them some supplies and let them be self-reliant in the apocalypse." "What if we leave too?" Xiao Zisu's voice came from behind. Huyu told them what happened on the ship in the afternoon. "I would like to seek their advice on how to deal with this. There is only one answer available. It all depends on his idea. It's the same as saying nothing." "Why did you come out?" Huyu looked at Xiao Zisu behind him and asked, "Is Bubu's medicine ready?" "It's already cooked." Xiao Zisu stood aside and said, "I heard that an old man will be boarding the ship. I came over to take a look and happened to hear you talking. Tell me, what would you do if 2 egg tarts were left?" "Leave 2. Huyu looked at the already taut cable. "There are only 4 egg tarts in a box. According to the logic of a normal child, they might be divided equally among everyone. That child is very thoughtful. He might eat some first to test whether it is poisonous before distributing it. He left 1 to prove his gratitude, so it's not a bad idea to invest in it. Leaving 2 means he knows his position very well and can win people's hearts. 2 are not only for the bearded men but also for the 7 adults, representing half of each group. If he is really that sensible, there is a place for him on the ship." The bearded man poked his head over the side of the boat. He was holding Guanli in his arms, and Guanli was holding a box in his arms. "Egg tart box." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Huyu and others. A guess came to my mind. Under what circumstances would Guanli come up with the egg tart box? "Boss Hu." The bearded men came over with Guanli. "We are here." "Boss Hu." Guanli held the egg tart box and bowed deeply, then presented the box with both hands. "I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, please don't take it as an offense." Huyu opened the box. 4 egg tarts, neatly arranged and safe. There was no damage other than it being cold. "What do you mean?" Huyu looked into Guanli's eyes and asked, "Don't you like the gifts I gave you? Or are you afraid that I will poison you?" "You wouldn't do that." Guanli's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and he looked at Huyu and said, "You gave us the egg tarts as a mercy and a gift. We didn't eat them because the captain is missing and we can't deal with such a precious gift rashly. I am giving it back to you now as a token of my gratitude. This is the best food on our ship and the best gift I can give. Thanks. Thank you for giving us a chance to survive." Guanli said this seriously, and then served the egg tart again. Smooth, so smooth. Huyu thought of several possibilities, but he never expected that this kid would not eat a single bite and could even control the other children to stay still. This is really rare. Then I'll take it. Huyu took the egg tart and put it aside. He looked at Guanli and asked solemnly, "Now I'll give you a chance. You can board this ship and work for me. This ship will be your home from now on. You don't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Are you willing?" "No." "Why?" Guanli raised his head and stared at Huyu. "My coming here will be of little benefit to you. My leaving will be a disaster for them. It's hard to imagine." These words actually came out of the mouth of a 9-year-old child. Huyu raised his hand, placed it on his head, and rubbed it gently. If it was Boo-Boo, she would squint her eyes in enjoyment. But Guanli didn't move. His eyes continued to stare at Huyu, as if he wanted to imprint him in his mind, and his eyes were like a wolf. If such a person is not recruited under your command, he will become a great threat if you encounter him in the future. He should know. When he stood in front of Hu Yu and said those words, there were only two possible outcomes for him. One is to stay on the boat, the other is to leave your life on the boat. But even so, he still chose to refuse. There is only one reason. Force. He wanted to force Hu Yu to keep more people. They can all stay. Hu Yu gave in. First of all, he really did have a heart for talent, and secondly, if a city was really built in the future, it would indeed need new forces. Children are far more loyal than those adults. Real. Guanli exclaimed, including the captain. They can be together. Since we have already accepted dozens of people, we don't mind having a few more. However, there are still conditions. Hu Yu looked at the bearded men. First of all, let me make one thing clear. I will take you in and provide you with food and resources. But the premise is that you are not allowed to board the ship. Except for those kids, you can only drive the boat as a frigate and follow the yacht. Is that acceptable? Accept it. Absolutely accept it. The bearded men nodded repeatedly. What kind of condition is this? At a time like this, it would be good enough to be able to keep one's life, not to mention that he would provide food and resources, which was a great thing. That's good. Hu Yu looked at the bearded men and said, bring the people up first, and I'll distribute the supplies to you later. Hey! The bearded man responded, but was interrupted by Guanli just as he was about to turn around. I'll go. Guanli took the initiative to speak. If Captain Wang goes, he won't be able to bring anyone with him. The bearded man was stunned. What's going on? Guanli did not answer, but just smiled. Then he walked to the side of the ship and climbed towards the rope in the heavy rain. I guess he doesn't believe you either. Boss Hu, what do you mean? The bearded man asked in confusion. Hu Yu smiled and joked, handing him the telescope. Look in the cab. The bearded man took a look, still confused. Aren't they just a few kids? What's wrong? This is Guanli's emergency measure. Hu Yu smiled as he looked at the thin figure in the rain. If they find out that you are cooperating with me and are going to use them as bargaining chips, or something else, they will set sail immediately. Either leave here or crash into the yacht and die. These kids. The bearded man cursed inwardly, but his expression was full of relief. Tell me. Suddenly, a roar came from the greenhouse. I saw Mr. Fong running straight over, followed by Shanshan chasing after him, but he almost didn't catch up. Mr. Fong came to Hu Yu with excitement on his face. Tell me. Where did you find these things? A miracle, it's simply a miracle. Hu Yu was not surprised by Fong Lao's excitement. Even Xiao Zissou, a layman, had an outrageous reaction when he saw these things and wanted to dissect them himself. Not to mention this one. He is an expert in this field, so he naturally knows what those things mean better than Xiao Zissou. Say it quickly. Fong Suyuan said excitedly, where did you get these things? Just forget about it. Hu Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand. I still have the same condition. As long as you can stay, I will leave the cultivation of these livestock and plants to you. I will give you absolute freedom to do whatever you want, and I will give you some unexpected surprises every once in a while. The system can produce more than just senza beans, it may even be possible to extract other animals that can be raised. This is his confidence. Surprise. Fong Suyuan asked in confusion, what surprise? Like this. Hu Yu said as he took out an ordinary senza bean, would you like to take a look first, Mr. Fong? Fong Suyuan took the magic bean and looked at it carefully in front of him. He looked left and right, and even put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it twice. Finally came to a conclusion. Isn't it just an ordinary bean? Mr. Fong, you can have a taste. Hu Yu said with a smile. Pretending to be mysterious. Old Fong whispered 4 words, but still put the magic bean into his mouth. The senza beans melt in your mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a warm current that penetrated into Fong Lao's throat and flowed into his abdomen. A feeling of fullness comes over me instantly. Fong Suyuan's eyes suddenly widened. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. The feeling of hunger has already begun to gnaw at my heart, as if I could eat a cow alive. But as soon as the bean entered my stomach, that feeling disappeared in an instant. What on earth is this? Senza beans. Who you did not hide it and said in front of the bearded men, 1 pill can satisfy an adult's consumption for a month and also provide a proper feeling of fullness. What? As soon as this sentence was uttered, everyone present was stunned. This also includes Shinshan. Before this, he didn't know the existence of fairy beans. God knows how much this boss who has hidden. Are you serious? Fang Suyuan's lips trembled slightly. If this is the case, this bean will be enough to change the world no matter when. Mr. Fang can slowly understand it. Yu responded with a smile, this is just an inferior product. The superior product can provide energy for 3 months. It has been used as seeds and planted in the greenhouse. I agree to join. Fang Suyuan just replied, and then rushed towards the greenhouse without looking back. No, not a greenhouse. It's a temple. There is a temple that belongs to every agricultural student. Boss Hu. When Qinshan saw this, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he leaned next to Hu Yu and asked, you didn't fool him, did you? What are these words? Hu Yu was so angry that he smiled helplessly, am I the kind of person who deceives people? Qinshan did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. I don't know who it was that fooled Boss Tian into being like that when he was in that building. That, Boss Hu. The bearded man swallowed, do you still have the beans? We brothers haven't eaten for several days. Yes, but you can't eat it today. Hu Yu looked at the children who were gradually getting on the boat, as the saying goes, you are all here. Since you are all here, just stay and have dinner before going back. Just think of it as a celebration of our cooperation. He turned around and shouted towards the kitchen, Li Ji, go help prepare dinner. Prepare some extra people. We're having a party. The bearded man's brain was a little slow. Party. If we just eat senza beans, it wouldn't be considered a party, right? Could it be that? Is there still a lot of food stored on this ship? Half an hour later. The scene before him answered the bearded man's doubt, but it also raised another question for him. Boss Hu, how many things have you hoarded? After the evolution of the heart of the ocean, the entire first-floor cabin is 140 meters long. In addition to the 40-meter bar, kitchen, indoor swimming pool and viewing balcony, there is also a 100-meter reception room. Now it is filled with all kinds of food and drinks. From pan-fried buns to zaiqinglong, small steamed buns with a filling, from cupcakes to macarons, every kind of food is freshly baked. Even the soup dumplings were still steaming. These things, even if prepared 10 days in advance, would still take a lot of effort. But now, it's only half an hour. A party is held like this. The children filed in and began to gobble up the food frantically. They were no exception and stuffed whatever they saw tasted good into their mouths. I was afraid that the illusion before my eyes would disappear in the next moment. There was only one exception. Guanli. He was holding a box of egg tarts, the one that had just gone cold, and was standing outside the party, watching silently. Pick up one and eat half of it in one bite. Hu Yu noticed him and waved to him. The other person ate the other half of the egg tart and walked over slowly. Captain, do you have something to talk to me about? Guanli asked respectfully. His favorability towards Hu Yu has risen to 20, and his tone is no longer as sarcastic as before. There are so many things, and you only eat this. Eat this first. Guanli responded calmly, we can't waste it, right? Do you think they'll be wasted? Hu Yu asked deliberately. The reason why he held such a party was not because there was too much food to eat, but because he was preparing for observation. Yes, he did promise to keep all the children. But how they will be treated if they stay will depend on their own performance. This is the first test. If anyone wastes food, sorry, you will be failed. Then he will be thrown on the ship and live with Beard and the others. Won't. Guanli replied confidently, anyone who has ever been hungry knows how precious food is. I want to hear the truth. I already said hello to them before getting on the boat. As expected of you. Hu Yu replied, didn't care anymore, and started eating his dinner. Since Guanli has already said hello, this party is bound to not be wasted. 10 p.m. The party is over. Shinshan finally persuaded Mr. Fang to go back to his room and get ready for bed, and he would study it slowly tomorrow. Su Zilong took the 7 bearded men back to the ship and allocated the first batch of supplies to them. They were all fresh ingredients and fresh water, enough for the 7 of them to eat for half a month. Mu Lingxiu was responsible for arranging a room for each child and handed the records compiled today to Hu Yu. As Guanli said, every child did not waste any action. 2/3 of the things from the party were still left, and every single one of them could be recycled and preserved, as clean as a swarm of locusts. Xiao Zisa began to study late into the night to prepare tomorrow's teaching materials. After all, as the only talented student on the ship besides Mr. Fang, faced with so many children, she has to take the responsibility of educating them. After listening to the report, Hu Yu yawned and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when he walked to the balcony, the feng shui treasure land, ready to continue yesterday's good luck and create something good. The scene before him made him stunned. There were a lot of ripples on the water. That's a person. Someone swam over. In the heavy rain, there were crowds of people on the water, using swimming rings, wooden boards, or mattresses. After all, anything that has buoyancy can be used by them. One after another they swam towards the yacht. Through the balcony, Hu Yu discovered that many people were approaching the edge of the yacht or ship, trying to climb up. Fortunately, the surfaces of both ships were smooth enough, and it would be impossible for them to do it without any tools. But the people who were coming in large numbers behind seemed to have anticipated this situation, and all kinds of tools appeared in their hands. The heart of the ocean is not afraid of being smashed, but the same cannot be said for the ship. Something bad is going to happen. Hu Yu frowned, didn't open the egg, and rushed out directly. As soon as I opened the door, I happened to meet Xiao Zisa walking over. You are finally awake. Xiao Zisa breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't wake up, I will come in and call you. As she spoke, she inserted a golden needle into her hair. It's easy to tell that the way she calls people must be very efficient. That's not necessary. Hu Yu's mouth twitched, and he noticed that she had dark circles under her eyes. Your eyes, did you steal the cow last night? Where can we steal cattle? From the shed. Xiao Zisa yawned, that Mr. Fang went to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock. Anyone who approaches the greenhouse must be watched by him. Who dares to steal? So what are you doing? Prepare lessons. Xiao Zisa's tone was full of pride. Let me tell you, I didn't pass the teacher qualification certificate at that time, otherwise I would have become a teacher long ago. This is an opportunity for me. I want to repay you twice as much for the rain I got in that year. Just don't torture our future flowers to death. Hu Yu said and walked towards the cabin, not forgetting to add, oh, except Guanli, torture him to death. As the saying goes, if you can't learn to die, then learn to death. He has such potential. Okay. The two walked to the cabin talking and laughing. Chen Shan and others were already waiting there, and Guanli was also standing among them. His figure looked extremely awkward inside. What's going on now? No one's on board yet. Chen Shan took the initiative to report, I just investigated the surveillance. Since 5 o'clock this morning, people have been coming over one after another. So far, no one has boarded the ship, and there has been no actual damage to the ship. Were there any negotiations? No, they don't seem to be a group, but act spontaneously. Hu Yu frowned slightly. He could understand them. At a time like this, a boat with lights on day and night, and a party. It is a rare life-saving straw for anyone. Especially since the ship took in so many people yesterday. This is their only chance. Just swim to the boat and you can take a gamble. I bet the owner of this ship is kind enough to take them in. Pity. They bet wrong. Sound the siren as a warning and the ship will sail in 5 minutes. We are not responsible for anything that happens. Yes, boss. Chen Shan replied, took out the loudspeaker who you left yesterday and walked to the side of the ship. Everyone, pay attention. The boat will depart in 5 minutes, please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be responsible for all the consequences. He said the same thing 3 times in total. The purpose is to remind them as much as possible. That's weird too. Huyu took out the toiletries from his pocket, started to brush his teeth, and said vaguely, "Isn't there a strange fish under the water? How can it make people swim here? There were no fish last night." Zhao Zhong replied from the side, "I tried fishing last night. Not to mention biting the hook, there was no movement even when I made a nest." "It's the same with Captain Wang." Su Zilong echoed, "They cast their fishing nets last night, but there was no movement. I went to see it, too. No more fish." Huyu frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Before he could figure out what was happening, a chorus of roars came from the water. "Captain! Come out! Captain! Come out!" It seems that he won't give up until he sees the coffin. Huyu took out a towel and wiped his face briefly, then looked at Li Ji. "Is breakfast ready?" "Not yet." Li Ji replied and set off immediately. "I'll go now. Remember to enrich it." Huyu instructed, "Wake those guys up at 7:30 and start the class." "Okay." Guanli also responded, "I'll wake them up." "Brother Shen, come with me for a walk." Huyu took out 3 umbrellas and handed one to Shinshan and Enciener behind him. "Good." The 3 of them walked out of the cabin together. As soon as they arrived at the ship's side, they saw Captain Wang and others holding harpoons and staring at the ship. As long as the other party was willing to get on the ship, they would fight back as soon as possible. When Huyu's eyes fell, Captain Wang smiled awkwardly, quickly put away the harpoon, and bumped Xiao Luer next to him with his elbow. Xiao Luer immediately understood and ran towards the cab. "The boat will set off in 5 minutes. This is the order given by Huyu. Now that the yacht is about to start, the ship cannot slow down. Captain! Come out!" The commotion continues. Huyu walked to the side of the ship, looked down at the people below, and took out a loudspeaker. "I'm out, what are you doing?" The chaotic voices were instantly drowned out by the sound of rain. But soon, a uniform sound was heard on the water surface. "Let us get on board. Let us get on board." "It's not impossible to get on board." Huyu glanced down and said calmly, "Who among you knows architecture? Those who can plan buildings and are proficient in composition, raise your hands." After a few breaths, more than 70% of the people raised their arms. Well, he has exposed the School of Architecture's bad relationship, right? You don't even need to look at the panel to see that more than 90% of the people here are lying. That's human nature. Huyu took out his AK and fired a shot at the water. The bullet did not hit anyone. But it was enough to quiet the crowd. "I'll say it again, if you have it, raise your hand, if you don't, put your hand down. Otherwise. You don't want to get shot in the water, do you?" Sure enough, after a moment, more than 99% of the people put their hands down. Only 2 people were still in the water with their hands raised. Huyu scanned their panel and found that they were not lying. However, they are only proficient in construction-related skills, and their personalities are not good either, so they are likely to become wolves that are difficult to tame. What a pity. Huyu shook his head and put away the loudspeaker. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp sound rang in his ears. A prompt popped up in front of me. "Warning. Warning. The ship is under attack. Do you want to activate the protection system?" He leaned back against the side of the ship and used the telescope to look towards the location where the sound came from. I saw several people leaning against the ship, holding medium-sized impact drills in their hands, and attacking the deck of the heart of the ocean. They knew that they couldn't get on the ship with just their mouths, unless they risked their lives. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He gave the group 5 minutes to leave instead of sailing away directly, just to give them a chance to survive. But now, take the opportunity he gave you and get on his boat. You guys are really capable. If you don't want the face you give me, then you can't blame me. There is one kind of people that Huyu hates the most in his life. Not a ruthless person like Tian Laolio, nor an ignorant fool like Ant Wang, but a beast who knows his kindness without repaying it. Everyone in the water saw that Huyu was motionless, and then started making a fuss again. Get on board. Get on board. They seemed to be sure that Huyu was afraid. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but what people like them who wear a pair of bright leather shoes are most afraid of is that the leather shoes will rot. As long as they defeat the threat with fish and fish, they will definitely get what they want. Pity. They had the wrong person. Shot. That's too cheap for them. No need to sail the boat. Huyu turned around and walked towards the cabin, all the way towards the place where he fished yesterday. Shinshan was a little puzzled. Boss, just let them get into trouble like this. Don't worry, the ship will be fine. Huyu replied. He could see the panel of the heart of the ocean. Even after such a long period of impact drilling, the durability of the heart of the ocean was still maintained at 100%. In other words, those guys couldn't see the prompt, otherwise, they would have been flooded with a message on their screen right now, failed to penetrate the enemy's defense. Don't they like drilling? Huyu casually took out the fishing rod and said, it depends on how long they can get in. Cast the rod. The fishhook turned into a parabola and fell into the water. There was a burst of laughter from the water surface. It is well known that there are no fish underwater. This guy is fishing. I'm afraid I'm doing something stupid. Just right. Then teach him another lesson. Seeing this, several people immediately swam towards the place where the fishhook fell. Don't you like fishing? Then put away your rod. Everyone has gone crazy. A few people who were good at swimming dived over first and found the fishing line. Just when they were about to lift it out of the water, something strange happened. A pulling force came from the water surface. There's fish. A fish is caught. Everyone was shocked, but didn't take it seriously. Until... a scream rang out. The men who had just held the fishing line had been dragged under the water, and a scarlet color gradually spread. Someone's dead. Run. We can't go back. Get on board. There is only one way. The boat hasn't been broken yet. What are the people in front doing? The crowd suddenly panicked. Huyu stuck the fishing rod onto the deck. This was made by Zhao Zhong overnight yesterday. It is a hole specifically for inserting a fishing rod. The hole runs through the entire first deck. As long as you put the fishing rod in, you can borrow the force of the entire yacht. Unless the fishing rod breaks, the deck is lifted, and the fishing line is pulled dry. Once the fish is hooked, it will not escape. But, these three situations are simply impossible to happen. At least in freshwater basins, no fish can do this. Holy crap. He took the bait. So quickly. Zhao Zhong exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For a veteran fisherman, this is equivalent to scratching out $1 million jackpot ticket in front of an old lottery player who only wins $5 at most. Didn't there seem to be no fish yesterday? Who knows? Huyu chuckled, maybe it just happened to swim over here. Zhao Zhong didn't say anything, but just looked at Huyu with some suspicion. He doesn't believe this nonsense at all. What does "just swam over" mean? That thing down there can eat people. If they happened to swim over, the people in the water in front would have been eaten long ago. Why would we let them swim over? There must be something fishy going on here. But he didn't intend to ask, but stood silently beside Huyu, overlooking the side of the ship. On the water. The crowd fell into panic. Those who have just swum out of the water still have a chance, they can swim back to their previous base. But those who come near yachts and ships have no chance. A dark shadow swam quickly beneath the water. Every once in a while, someone would be dragged in, turning into a pool of scarlet that stained the water. If they want to survive, there is only one way. Get on board. Why can't this boat be opened? Stop drilling. If you break the boat, we will be dead. No. Drill. Only by drilling out of this ship can we have a chance to survive. The crowd was divided into two opinions. Seeing that the people holding the impact drills were still continuing, another group of people who were unwilling to drill the boat went completely crazy. Go ahead. Grab the drill. As long as we save the ship, the owner will definitely let us on board. Yes. He has taken in so many children, he must not mind having one more of us. Come on. Roaring sounds, fighting sounds, and wailing sounds suddenly filled the water. Scarlet patches emerged one after another. Huyu was almost done when he saw this, and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Are you sure you can catch this fish? Try it. Zhao Zhong has long wanted to get started. Now when he heard Huyu speak, he immediately reached for the fishing rod. As soon as I got the fishing rod, I felt a huge pulling force. He had no time to react and was almost dragged into the water. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Enciener were behind and caught him in time. Zhao Zhong took the opportunity to insert the fishing rod into the deck again, and was frightened for a while. I can't handle it. This thing is scarier than the fish yesterday. Then take a walk. Huyu looked at Chen Shan. Is it 5 minutes? Arrive. Notify the ship and prepare to sail. Yes. Chen Shan responded, rushed to the deck, and shouted forward with a loudspeaker, get ready to sail. The ship's whistle sounded. The yacht started first and continued to move towards Pengcheng. As for the crowd, those who are obedient and stay far away will naturally be safe and sound. But those who were close to the side of the ship were pushed forward by the current the moment the ship started. It has good water properties and can float on the water. Those who are not good at water can only be swept into the bottom of the boat, and they do not know whether they will live or die. As for the fish, Huyu fixed the roller, and it could only swim underwater being dragged by the heart of the ocean. It's so annoying so early in the morning. He didn't plan to care about the fish. He stretched out his arms and lay on the sofa. How long will it take to get to Pengcheng? About 10 hours. Li Ji replied, if we sail at full speed, we can arrive in 8 hours. No, it's only 2 hours. It would be bad if we lose the ship by then. Huyu waved his hand and looked at the water. Today is July 23rd. 10 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level also reached 50 meters. At this time in the previous life, the water level would stop rising until the 18th day. During this period, everyone's hearts were full of hope. I fully expect the water level to drop in the future. But on the 19th day, the water level will rise again. Especially starting from the 20th day, the water level will experience an unprecedented surge. The original increase of 20 centimeters per hour will expand to 1 meter, 2 meters, or even 5 meters per hour. Until the entire blue planet turned completely blue. So, if he wanted to stockpile talents, he had to do so within the remaining 10 days and collect enough mountains. Otherwise, when the rainstorm stops, they will just be drifting on the sea. Huyu looked out of the porthole, but could only see a vast ocean. Mountain Peak. I'm afraid it's hard to find. 5 hours later. Finally, a mountain came into view. Just as Huyu was about to give the order to move closer, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is catapult. Am I seeing that? Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at the hill again. The scene in front of him remained unchanged. On a small hill about 100 meters above the water, there were actually more than a dozen catapults lined up at the top of the mountain. The smallest one has a swing arm that is at least 3 meters long and is filled with stones. Which great god wrote this? Playing tower defense in the apocalypse. Huyu took out a telescope and looked towards the top of the mountain, but could not see a single person. There must be people like that. They were most likely hiding in a cave somewhere because of the heavy rain. This is understandable, but what he doesn't understand is, what is this slingshot used for? It can't be used to attack passing ships like these, right? Always be on guard against others. Although the heart of the ocean should be immune to this level of damage, he didn't want anything to be thrown onto the ship. Not to mention, the ship is still behind. What if the ship is damaged? Wouldn't that mean we've lost the ship for nothing? Huyu immediately ordered to change course and move away from the hill. When he was sure that the other party would not find out, an idea came to his mind. Anyone who can create this kind of tower defense must be proficient in architecture. Perhaps he could find who he wanted on that mountain. To put it another way, even if that person is gone, or is not the teammate you want, you can still put away that mountain. Use it as a foundation for the future. After all, with this kind of rainfall, just 2 mountains are not enough to fill the water area. Brother Shen, Zilong, you two come with me. Huyu said and walked towards the lower deck. Someone needs to be left on board. Zhao Zhong is responsible for watching the fish, and Li Ji is responsible for watching the boats. 2 people are enough. Huyu left a gun and an RPG for each of them and Xiao Zissou, which was enough. Taking Qin Shan, Su Zilong, and Enciener with him, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. After a simple arrangement, the 4 people divided into 2 groups and rowed 2 motorboats towards the hill. Su Zilong and Huyu were in a group, and Qin Shan and Enciener were in a group. As soon as he entered the water, Huyu noticed something was wrong. Fish. The fish that had been slipping away for 5 hours was silent. Zhao Zhong also discovered this. He began to gradually pull in the rod and managed to pull the fish out of the water. That seems to be a mutant sturgeon. The body length is nearly 5 meters and the weight is at least over 100 kilograms. Just like the mutated silver carp last time, its scales and fins have undergone mutations. We have to observe closely to know the specific situation. None of this is the most important thing. Most importantly, it had been full of energy until it entered this water area, then it became quiet. Huyu initially thought it had lost its strength and planned to let it play for a while before retrieving the rod, but now he saw. Obviously not. There are wounds on its body. There was a bite wound about half a meter long on its abdomen, which was not fatal. But it proves one thing. There might be something more terrifying under the water. Be careful. Huyu warned that he did not intend to give up the plan. It doesn't matter if you miss a mountain, but if you miss a talent. That's the real sadness. No. Qin Shan replied, started the motorboat and drove towards the hill. Su Zilong followed closely behind. The sound of motorboats echoed on the water. Giant bubbles surfaced one after another. Speed up. Huyu frowned slightly, something is coming. The 2 of them had no time to answer, so they turned off the accelerator at the same time. Puff. A chill came from behind. Something came out of the water. Huyu subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a black shadow rushing out of the water and heading straight towards them. That's a water snake. A water snake that is 2 meters wide and whose length is unknown. The water splashed all over everyone. Fear spread in my heart instantly. Has this thing mutated too? Huyu came to his senses and immediately took out his RPG, loaded the bullet, and aimed at the water. As long as it dares to show up, it will definitely be fired at. Unfortunately, it had no intention of showing up, but followed closely behind the motorboat, ready to attack again from underwater. Huyu frowned, not caring about being exposed or not, and pulled the trigger. The shell hit the water and successfully hit the opponent. With a muffled sound, many bubbles appeared on the water surface, but no blood spilled out. Fortunately, it slowed down. At least the shells work on it. Huyu loaded the cannon again and pointed the muzzle at the black shadow. Just as he was about to fire another shot, the other party stopped. It gradually dived underwater and disappeared without a trace. Is this giving up? Or has it evolved to the point where it can clearly recognize danger? No matter what the situation was, Huyu did not dare to be careless and still carried the RPG on his shoulder, while Su Zilong and Qin Shan were also sailing at full speed. Now he finally understood the use of those catapults on the hill. 5 minutes later. Finally we reached the shore. The 4 of them went ashore, and Huyu put the motorboat into the space. Looking at the water in front of him, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Just. Su Zilong pointed to the water, am I right? Probably not, unless we are all hallucinating. Qin Shan was also so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. That snake must be at least 10 meters tall, right? It seemed to be to answer Qin Shan's question. The dark shadow appeared on the water again. Instead of approaching the hill, it began to circle around the yacht. Comparing the length of the yacht, it is not difficult to see that this water snake is 1/6 the length of the entire yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long. An adult elephant is only 6 or 7 meters long. The length of this snake is already longer than 3 elephants. It seems that you are still conservative. Huyu replied with a wry smile. What now? Su Zilong frowned and asked, if that guy stays by the yacht all the time, we won't be able to go back at all. No hurry. Huyu looked up and said, let's go up and take a look first. It is the instinct of animals to seek benefits and avoid harm. It didn't dare to approach the giant mountain, but instead moved towards the yacht, which proved that there was something it was afraid of on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, the slingshot on the mountain is prepared for this giant snake. Let's go up the mountain first and see if there are any surprises. No one had any other opinion, so they followed Huyu up the mountain. You don't know until you try, and you'll be shocked when you do. Not only catapults, but the entire mountain is also filled with various traps. If Su Zilong and Shinshan were not from the military, they would not have been able to discover these traps. Judging from the scale of these traps, there are at least 100 people on the mountain, and it is possible that there are even more. In order to ensure a smooth conversation later, Huyu first collected the guns in everyone's hands and replaced them all with pistols. Not to mention that they only have pistols. Just looking at the skills of these guys, even without weapons, they are enough to knock down everyone on the mountain. Finally, when they were almost at the top of the mountain, they were discovered by several people in front. Who is it? A sharp scream was heard. Heads were moving in the jungle. One by one, people holding wooden spears came out and looked at everyone with wide eyes. Take it easy. Huyu raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons. We are not evil. Roll. The words have not been finished yet. The other party swung out his spear, trying to force Huyu to retreat. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Huyu frowned slightly. So irritable. Since you are not willing to accept peace talks, you have to find another way. Huyu put his hands behind his back and made a gesture, preparing for Shinshan and others to draw their guns. But the next moment, another voice sounded. Is someone coming? I saw a figure emerging from behind the crowd. A young girl came out. She was wearing a red dress and patent leather shoes, and she looked stunning even without makeup. Especially those eyes, which are extremely lively, like a deer in the forest. But she was wearing heavy linen gloves on her hands, as if she had just come out from work, which looked extremely inappropriate. Before she could speak, the men who had just thrown out the spear frowned and said, Miss Su, we already have enough people. What do you mean there are enough people? Aren't there only about 200 people? For more wouldn't be too many. Miss Su rolled her eyes at the other person in annoyance and walked towards the 4 people. She walked all the way to Huyu without any precautions and took the initiative to extend her right hand. Hello, my name is Su Linglong, and I am currently the manager here. How did you get here? It was the first time that Huyu saw someone so familiar. Especially in the end times. A large detection spell was thrown over, and the woman's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Su Linglong. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, epic architecture, epic surveying, epic leadership, masterful finance, masterful cooking, masterful observation, masterful traps. Personality, Madonna, compassionate, smooth-talking. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. It seems that she was the one who took the lead in building these fortifications. I didn't expect that. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, he could actually see another person with a saintly personality. However, the 2 personalities of being a saint and compassionate can actually be paired with being good at dealing with people. It's a bit strange. I came here with that yacht. Huyu's main point was to speak without hesitation. We have a kayak, and originally wanted to follow the yacht to see if we could get on board, but we didn't expect the other party would not accept us at all. We saw a mountain here and there seemed to be signs of human habitation, so we thought we'd try our luck here. He didn't reveal his identity directly. Analyzing from her character and situation, she should be the boss of the entire mountain. If I let her go with me now, I'm afraid it will only backfire and I will be ordered to leave. It's better to hide your identity first and get to know it more deeply. Then you are really lucky. Su Linglong didn't seem to doubt it. She introduced with a smile, if you don't mind, you can join us. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death. Of course, the premise is that you can make enough contributions, otherwise there will be no food. That's easy. Yu immediately responded with a smile, how do we do it specifically? I'll let Uncle Li introduce this to you. Su Linglong turned to look at the men who had just scolded them. Uncle Li is in charge of the territory's defense. He will assign you tasks later. As long as you work long enough every day, you can receive contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for food. As long as you are not too lazy, you can exchange them for enough food for a day. Of course, you can also exchange the things you carry with you for points. We will determine the number of points based on whether they are useful to the organization. Okay. They also created a monetary system. This woman is not simple. Miss Su. Uncle Li said this and walked out. His face was full of wrinkles as he was in his 40s. It looked like he had been engaged in some kind of physical labor before. There are too many people on the mountain. We can't add any more. Isn't it better to have more people? Su Linglong asked back, as if she had something else to do. Okay, the snake just now moved again, I'll go up and keep an eye on it. Uncle Li, I'm sorry to trouble you with these people. Miss Su. Uncle Li wanted to say something, but Su Linglong had already turned and left. Only he and the group of people behind him who were also holding wooden spears were left. It seems that there is no harmony inside. So. Uncle Li, right. Yu took the initiative to speak, take a look at what we are suitable for. How about assigning us some work? Snort. Uncle Li snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying anything. A group of people followed him and patrolled elsewhere. Only one young man came over. Don't mind it, Uncle Li is just like that. Come, I'll take you up the mountain. There's a place on the mountain where tasks are posted. I'll take you there to get the tasks. Thank you very much. Yu thanked him and asked, what's your name, little brother? Just call me Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi replied and led everyone up the mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, Yu confirmed one thing. The man named Uncle Li is right. There are too many people on the mountain. More than 100 people gathered on the top of the mountain. Although everyone has something to do, most of it is construction work, which can be done quickly if you want, or can take time if you want. 5 or 6 strong men gathered together, with wooden hammers at their feet, occasionally hammering and banging the boards together. This should be preparation for building a house. Most of the people on the hill are men, and situations like this are not uncommon. If you want to feed so many people, and so many people who are just doing nothing, the pressure on this mountain is going to be quite high. The mission room is in front. Go take a look. There should be a character that suits you. Xiao Yi pointed to the wooden house not far ahead, turned around and walked down the mountain. I still have to patrol, so I won't take you with me. See you at dinner tonight. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. We're all family. As he said this, he ran down the mountain. Huyu's brought a few people to the so-called mission room. There are indeed a lot of tasks in it. From construction to planting, from patrolling to animal husbandry, it can adapt to almost every situation to ensure that people in the mountains have work to do and contributions to make. But, where does their food come from? It couldn't be that Su Linglong also had the same system as me. Yu was full of doubts, but he still accepted the task with everyone else and started working. Until noon. Lunchtime. Yu finally understood where their food came from. Tree bark, grass roots, and slightly better options are mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were just 5 small fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds. After being processed, they were thrown into the pot and boiled. Finally, a large pot of fish soup was cooked, and tree bark, grass roots, and mushrooms were thrown into it. Then everyone shares equally. Whether it was Su Linglong or those who had just joined the team, they all received the same amount of food. Even so, this is the only meal a day. This is their food for the day. Yu really couldn't stand it. After taking 2 sips, he took a few people and quietly went to a side to cook for himself. At least have a few hamburgers to fill your stomach. But just as everyone hid in the woods and prepared to start eating, a voice floated from not far away. That stupid woman actually hired people in. We don't even have enough food to eat, she's really crazy. Luckily, Brotherly had the foresight to see some of the fish, otherwise how would we patrolmen have the strength to protect them? That's right. Brotherly, the fortifications are almost complete. When do you think we're going to confront that woman? Today. The voice of Uncle Lee just now sounded. Doesn't she like to recruit people? Tonight, let her entertain us. He, Brother Lee is so awesome. Several people looked at each other. Su Zilong raised his chin and asked Hu Yu whether he should take action directly. If he took action now, he would be sure to capture all the enemies alive. Then he could throw them in front of Su Linglong and let her recognize the identities of these people. Then maybe he could take her away. Hu Yu shook his head. This is indeed an opportunity, but not the best time. That woman has the same personality as Mu Lingxiu, a saint. If she were to throw these people in front of her now, she might just get a reply like, let them go, they already know they are wrong. To avoid this embarrassing situation, it's best to wait a little longer. Wait until they actually take action, wait until Su Linglong sees the true face of this group of people for herself. Hu Yu made a gesture, indicating that everyone should leave first. But just as they turned around, the voices of the group were heard again. By the way, Brotherly, forget about the others, there is a woman among the newcomers today. This is talking about Ancienner. Although her appearance is not stunningly beautiful, in the eyes of ordinary people, she is already a rare beauty. Especially since she had been following behind Hu Yu without saying a word, combined with her temperament, she gave off the feeling of an iceberg beauty. Here you go. Uncle Lee made the decision on the spot, don't let me down when the time comes. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, finding the right team and the right position is the most important thing. Don't worry, Brotherly. Brotherly, we all listen to you. A few people laughed wildly. After the discussion, they headed outside, intending to meet up with the others first. Hu Yu and others immediately turned to look at Ancienner, wanting to know her opinion, but they could not see any emotion on her face. She was still silently chewing the burger in her hand. It was as if they were not talking about her just now. No matter what. Ancienner can be without emotions, but they can't. Hu Yu and Qinshan both regarded Ancienner as their own relative. Even Su Zilong, who had the worst relationship with her, regarded her as a comrade in arms. They could never tolerate such scumbag insulting her. Su Zilong and Qinshan looked at Hu Yu at the same time, asking for his opinion. Just don't kill him then. Clear. Simple. The two spoke at the same time, obviously having a thorough plan in mind. Everyone ate a few more bites of food to replenish their energy and returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, it was getting dark. Except for the patrol team's on-duty personnel, everyone else returned to the cave to rest. Under Su Linglong's arrangement, men and women lived in two separate caves. This can also avoid some embarrassing and vicious incidents. But just when she was about to take Ancienner away, she didn't move and just followed Hu Yu silently. Hu Yu had no choice but to explain, this. Miss Su, my sister suffers from severe autism. She will only get better if she follows me. You should go back first. No. Su Linglong frowned slightly, it would be fine if it were you, but now we all live in a cave. If something happens to your sister, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It seems that Miss Su, the Holy Mother of God, still understands the evil nature of human nature. That is to say, he has no choice but to only care about Ancienner, otherwise it is not impossible to let her follow Su Linglong. Firstly, it can protect her safety, and secondly, it can increase her favorability immediately. This. Hu Yu looked at Ancienner tentatively. Ancienner, why don't you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I still have Brother Shen and Zilong here, no problem. Ancienner didn't answer, just stood motionless. Qinshan also stepped forward to persuade, yes, Ancienner, I'm here, old, your brother will be fine. Ancienner remained motionless. It seems that the only solution is to use a trick. Hu Yu came forward and whispered in Ancienner's ear, you go over now and you can give Zilong a good beating later. When we gather and set off tomorrow morning, we can give Zilong another good beating. You can give me 2 more meals. Ancienner's eyes lit up and she looked at Su Linglong, let's go. Good. Although Su Linglong didn't know what happened, she still achieved her goal and walked towards another cave with Ancienner, the bed is tight, so I feel wrong for you to sleep next to me tonight, sister. And Sienna didn't answer, just followed silently. After the two of them walked away, Shinshan couldn't help laughing. Su Zilong's face was full of black lines. Boss, you are betraying your teammates. No way. Hu Yu helplessly spread his hands and patted Su Zilong twice on the shoulder. I've wronged you, Zilong, just persist. I and asterisk hashtag at night. Several people in the boys' cave began to get up. Hu Yu was about to fall asleep when he was woken up by Shinshan beside him. Boss, they took action. Hu Yu forced his eyes open, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. I know. What's going on now? About 20 people. They just left. Do we want to follow them? Let's go and have a look. Hu Yu replied, took out a bottle of Red Bull from his space backpack, opened the can and took a sip, barely cheering up. Before they could get out of the cave, I saw fire flickering at the entrance of the cave and crowds of people surging. The 3 people hid quickly. 53 people in total. Shinshan quickly reported, in addition to the 25 people in the patrol, they also gathered more than half of the men. No wonder you have the confidence to do such a thing. Hu Yu frowned and replied, there are 53 people. If it weren't for Su Linglong, more than half of them would have died long ago. Now in the end, we will repay kindness and revenge. Oh, you are really capable. Is everyone here? Uncle Lee's voice sounded at the front. In order not to disturb the people inside the cave or the people resting in the cave opposite, he kept his voice very low. Today is our big day. I won't say more if it's unnecessary. Everyone listen to my instructions later. I will make sure you have food to eat, water to drink, and your most basic physiological needs can be met. Brother Lee is awesome. Brother Lee is awesome. Everyone cheered, but also lowered their voices. But one can still hear the suppressed animal nature in it. It seems that this is what Uncle Lee does. To put it nicely, this is called physiological needs, but to put it simply, it is actually lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s who have tasted the sweetness of life, apart from appetite, this is the most important thing in the end times. This is also why he was able to gather so many people. Remember. Uncle Lee's words calmed everyone down. First, we must capture the leader first. We can catch Su Linglong first and then we can talk about other things. Hey, Brother Lee, we understand without you having to tell us. That's right. Among those women, who is more handsome than Miss Su? It's good to know. Uncle Lee spoke again, come one by one when the time comes, don't cause any trouble. Clear. Soon, the crowd gathered and headed towards another cave. Hu Yu and the others followed silently. The 2 caves were not far apart, and within a few minutes, the group of people had already rushed in. Who? What are you doing? Ah. Help. Miss Su. Miss Su, please wake up. In the cave, the crowd was already in panic. Hu Yu and others stood outside the cave. Are you going in now? Shinshan asked. There's no rush. Hu Yu replied, listening to the movement in the cave getting smaller and smaller. It won't have any effect if you go in now. The weapons in the hands of those people are very crude. If Sienna is inside, nothing will happen. Shinshan replied and said nothing more. After a few minutes, there was no movement in the cave. It looks like everyone is under control. Hu Yu and others looked at each other and walked towards the cave. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they saw more than 50 men completely surrounding the women. Under the firelight, everyone covered their mouths and looked in the same direction. Not far from the cave entrance, a group of people headed by Uncle Lee were holding spears and kept approaching Su Linglong and Sienna. Even at this time, Su Linglong was still having a chaste heart. She protected Sienna behind her, as if as long as she did this, the other party would not hurt this weak girl. Li Si. What do you want to do? Yes. Uncle Lee no longer hides his desires. He simply threw away the spear in his hand, rubbed his hands and approached the 2 people. As expected of you, Miss Su, how did you know what I was thinking? Ha 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 ha. This sudden dirty joke caused the men around to burst into laughter. But Su Linglong couldn't laugh out loud. She glanced at everyone, her eyes full of confusion and disappointment. She could never have imagined that the people she rescued would become like this. Why? Why is this happening? Miss Su, why are you still standing there? Li Si wondered aloud, and even opened his arms as if ready to hug her. Come here quickly, don't you know what I'm thinking? Dream on. Su Linglong tightly protected Ancienner behind her. Li Si, it's not too late for you to turn back now. Turn back. Turn back. Li Si cursed. He also knew what kind of person Su Linglong was. He immediately turned around and pointed at the group of women behind him. I won't waste my time talking to you. You only have two options now. Otherwise, be obedient, and you will be mine from now on. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. If I tell you to eat, you cannot drink soup. You're dreaming. Su Linglong cursed immediately. Very good, you have backbone, the second way. That's perfect. Aren't we short of food? Then I'm going to take care of these people one by one. As he said that, Li Si raised his hand and hooked it. One of the men, holding a spear, brought out a middle-aged woman and stood next to Li Si. He looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Su Linglong did not answer. Li Si took out a dagger and stabbed it into the opponent's abdomen with his backhand. Ah! Murder! Help! The screams echoed throughout the cave again. Shut up! Li Si roared angrily, and dozens of spears fell at the same time. The group of women dared not shout anymore. As he looked at the blood on his hands, his emotions became more and more agitated. His eyes swept over Su Linglong. He didn't say anything, but gave a look to the person next to him. Another woman was brought out. Second time. Li Si looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Without waiting for Su Linglong to answer, the woman fell to her knees. She lay on the ground, her body trembling, looking at Su Linglong and pleading, Miss Su. Save me. Please save me. As long as you nod, I won't have to die. As if they had found the only way to survive, most of the women fell to their knees and uttered the same prayer in different words. Only one person was still standing there. Unwilling to kneel. Su Linglong stood where she was, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Why? She still couldn't understand why. Wasn't she the one who pulled these people out of the abyss? Why are they stepping into the abyss now? Why? Su Linglong fell into deep thought and did not answer Li Si's words. Puff. Another knife. Li Si killed the second person. He hooked his hand again, and a third woman was pushed out of the crowd. She was also the only woman who didn't fall to her knees and beg her. Third time. Li Si put the dagger on the woman's neck. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Miss Su. The woman did not kneel. Even when looking at the two corpses beside her, she did not show the slightest fear, but stood there motionless. We can't go on with you anymore, you must hold on. As she spoke, the woman took the initiative to move forward and cut her neck with the dagger. Scarlet flows. She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching. Xiao Wei. Su Linglong screamed. Apparently, she had a good relationship with this woman. Come on, next one. Li Si has gone bloodthirsty. What he wanted was not only Su Linglong, but also her submission. Another person was pushed up. The same question, asked again. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? This time, Su Linglong gave an answer. Her eyes slowly moved up, and when they fell on Li Si, she looked almost crazy. Yes. I choose the second one. Kill everyone if you can. Or just kill me. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Outside the cave. Who you watched as the words, Holy Mother, were erased from Su Linglong's panel. He nodded and gave the order. It's time to act. At the same time. Okay. Then I'll kill you. Li Si also roared, but just as he was about to get a quad kill, a flash of fire exploded. Bang. The gun went off and the dagger was directly bounced away. Almost at the same time, and Sienna, who was stopped by Su Linglong behind, also took out a pistol and shot at Li Si and others as if she was playing a shooting game. Bang. Bang. The sound of gunfire never ceased. It rang 52 times in a row. All those holding spears fell in a pool of blood, except for one. Li Si. Before everyone could react, a figure walked out. He passed by Su Linglong and came to the woman named Xiao Wei who was lying in a pool of blood and poured a bottle of fine Li Chuan into her. The opponent's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since she took the initiative to move forward and wipe the patient's neck, the wound was not deep and did not cut the artery, so he could still be saved. As for the rest, it's getting cold. After feeding Li Chuan, Hu Yu stood up and looked at Li Si not far away. Do you know why I kept you here? You, who are you? Li Si answered the question irrelevantly. His mind was filled with only one emotion, so he couldn't listen to such a question. Hu Yu made a gesture. Su Zilong behind him immediately stepped forward and tied the guy up. Xiao Wei. Su Linglong screamed and ran over. She stepped over the pool of blood and came to Xiao Wei. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Miss Su. Xiao Wei replied, and also looked at Hu Yu who saved her. Thank you. You're welcome. Hu Yu stood up and looked at Su Linglong. Miss Su, do you have time? I have something I need to discuss with you. You. Su Linglong raised her head and looked at Hu Yu with shock in her eyes. Who is that person? Just follow me and you'll find out. Hu Yu didn't explain too much, but led Shinshan and others out of the cave. By the way, your friend can also come with you. Others, I won't welcome them. Walking out of the cave. Hu Yu glanced at the top of the mountain and thought for a while. He didn't want to go back to the cave where the boys lived, let alone go to a place full of blood. He had no choice but to move out the entire 28th floor. On the top of the huge mountain, a floor suddenly appeared out of thin air. Cement load-bearing, glass windows, metal security doors. Everything that was on the 28th floor now appears before your eyes. Except for the cement floor and cement roof. Of course, none of this matters. The cement floor is replaced by the floor heating floor of the Wuheng system, and the cement cap is replaced by a specially made bulletproof alloy metal. This is also the reason why Hu Yu did not move the cement ceiling layer away when he moved the building. These two things had already been replaced by Su Zilong during installation. It can be said that no matter where this floor is placed, it can cope with any emergency. Ghost, ghost. Li Si roared. If he hadn't been controlled by Su Zilong, he would have gone crazy and jumped off the mountain. Leave him alone. Okay. At Hu Yu's command, Su Zilong struck down with his knife. Li Si was quiet instantly. The whole person was carried on Su Zilong's shoulders like a dead pig. Hu Yu held an umbrella and walked to the alloy security door. He did not rush in, but chose to wait at the door. After all this was so shocking that he was afraid that Su Linglong would think she had seen a ghost and would not dare to come in. Brother Shen, go ahead and clean up, prepare some food, turn on the air conditioner, etc. It's too cold. Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and said. Okay. Shinshan replied and went in to prepare. Su Zilong silently hid aside, seeming to be resisting something. Pity. Just because Ancienner doesn't like to talk, it doesn't mean that she has a poor memory. Bang. He raised his hand and punched Su Zilong directly on the bridge of his nose, knocking him down. I'm really. Su Zilong slowly got up from the ground and put Li Si on his shoulders. He knew it was useless to find this woman, so he had no choice but to look at Hu Yu. Boss Hu. You will count me as a work-related injury. Okay, it's a work-related injury. Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands. Give me 2 days to play. 3 days, as long as you can catch some fish. Make a deal. Just as the two were talking about this, Su Linglong supported Xiao Wei and walked out of the cave. The moment they came out, it seemed as if their outlook on life had been reshaped. Building. How could such a thing appear on the top of this hill? But the size and texture obviously don't look fake. What is going on? Before the two could express their doubts, Hu, who was guarding the door, spoke. Don't just stand there. If you have any questions, come in and talk. As he said that, he walked towards the alloy door. At this moment, the power supply system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. The lights illuminated the entire mountain. Su Linglong and Xiao Wei walked towards the alloy door with a feeling full of doubts. As soon as they entered, a long-lost fragrance filled their noses and throats. That is, noodles. It's the aroma of instant noodles. Is this not a dream? Don't worry, I'm not dreaming. Hu knew what they were thinking, smiled, and made an inviting gesture. Please, we can talk about things while we eat. The two girls looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Rush. No matter what, I can't resist. Even if I die, I can't die of starvation. The two rushed straight to 2802, opened the door, and saw 2 bowls of instant noodles inside. Each bowl not only contains ham, but also a fried egg. These things are enough to make people salivate even late at night in peacetime. Especially now. The two girls rushed over, not caring about the boiling hot noodle soup, and directly used chopsticks to stir the noodles and stuff them into their mouths. Hu just walked in at this moment. He looked at the two girls who were eating happily and couldn't help but smile. I prepared it in a hurry, so it's a little simple. I hope you don't mind. Now that the 28th floor is no longer used for living, these are the only food left. It's not wrong to say that it is simple. No, not shabby. Su Linglong looked up, with a noodle hanging from the corner of her mouth. It's good to have this to eat. You, no, who are you? What do you think? Hu asked her the question. Immortal. Xiao Wei immediately said, you must be a god. Only gods can make our dreams come true. As she said that, she lowered her head again and began to slurp the noodles. Do you think so too? Hu asked. It's not impossible. Su Linglong replied. After eating most of the bowl of noodles, she didn't continue eating. Instead, she looked at Hu and asked, what do you want to do by calling us here? It's simple. I want you to join my team. Why? Hu got straight to the point. I value your abilities, and I will need you to build some buildings for me in the future. That's what I'm here for. Architecture. Su Linglong was puzzled. For example, fortifications, or cities. In just one sentence, Su Linglong understood what the men in front of her wanted. There was a gleam of light in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and stretched out her right hand to him. Su Linglong, I'm willing to join you. Sure enough, the efficiency of talking to smart people is different. Hu also stood up and held Su Linglong's hand. Why don't you ask about the treatment or anything like that? For a man who can conjure up a building like this out of thin air, I think nothing should be a problem for you. I like talking to smart people. Hu replied and was about to let go of his hand, but Su Linglong held it tightly again. But, I have a favor to ask. You say. Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Wei who was still eating. She wants to come with me. No problem. Hu agreed readily. It's not only because of Xiao Wei's previous actions, but also because of this woman's panel. Name, Han Weiwei. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect teaching, proficient in mathematics, proficient in Chinese, proficient in history, proficient in physics, proficient in chemistry, proficient in biology, proficient in geography, proficient in music, proficient in physical education, and proficient in moral education. Personality, foodie, loyal, and would rather die than surrender. Favorability, 30. Purity, 100. What's this? This is simply a perfect and all-round primary and secondary school teacher. If there were teaching materials, it wouldn't be a problem even for her to teach in high school. It would be such a shame not to bring such a talent on board. Ah. Han Weiwei looked up, not realizing what was happening. Where are you going? A nice place. Hu let go of his hand and sat back down. We are not all here today, so you can just have a simple meal first. I will give you a welcome banquet when we get on the ship. As he spoke, he waved his hand and suddenly all kinds of delicious food appeared on the table. Family bucket, street food, steak and pasta. The table was filled with all kinds of things. Whether it was Su Linglong or Han Weiwei, the looks they gave Hu Yu were full of confusion. Are you telling me to eat less? Bang. Before the two of them could start, there was a banging sound coming from the window. It's those women. Seeing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leaving with Hu Yu and the others, they also became curious. I followed him all the way out. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. They were no less shocked than Su Linglong and the others about this floor that appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, the alloy security door was closed, preventing them from getting in. I had no choice but to brave the heavy rain and go around to the lighted window. When I looked up, I saw the table full of food. They couldn't restrain themselves any longer and started knocking on the windows of room 2802. Food. They want food. The ferocious expressions make them look like zombies. Some people even ran back, probably to look for tools. This scene was also seen by Su Linglong, who was having dinner. What do you mean? Hu Yu did not comment, but asked, what are you going to do with this group of people? They have nothing to do with me anymore. Su Linglong lowered her head and continued to eat her instant noodles. What about Li Si? I have never killed anyone. If possible, please help me deal with it. Understood. Hu Yu replied with satisfaction. He stood up and looked out the window. Before he could say anything, several women had already taken out spears from the cave and started poking the glass. Fortunately, this is special bulletproof glass. Not to mention spears, even RPGs may not be able to destroy it. Unless. Hu Yu glanced and suddenly saw the catapult in the corner. He suddenly felt unsure and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, can this bulletproof glass protect you from catapults? Boss, that's just glass, not titanium alloy. I understand. I don't know if it was guided by Hu Yu's eyes. When the women saw that their spears could not break the glass, they turned their attention to the catapults. As they were about to turn the trebuchets around and load them with stones. Hu Yu, come out. He didn't want the house he had built with so much effort to be destroyed by stones. He's out. That guy's out. Seeing this, everyone immediately gathered around. In addition to the women, the remaining men in the cave also ran out. They stand on the same front, and they seem to be brave men who have defeated the evil dragon. Just waiting for Hu Yu to negotiate with them. But Hu Yu didn't come out with the intention of negotiating. In addition to Shinshan and others, he was also followed by Su Linglong, whose eyes were red, and Han Weiwei, who was not yet full. Immortal. A living god. With an exclamation, most people fell to their knees. In their eyes, beings who can transport houses out of thin air are undoubtedly no different from gods. This kind of existence, as long as you sincerely kneel down and worship, you will definitely be able to obtain salvation. Please. Help us. We need food too. We need shelter. But some people don't think so. They thought that the reason Hu Yu came out was because he was scared. Fuck gods. That small group of people still remain arrogant. Whatever food you conjured from, conjure it for us again. Yes. We want food. If you don't give it, watch out for your house. Bold. Before Hu Yu could even open his mouth, the other people who were kneeling on the ground and worshipping had already started arguing with them. How do you talk to a god? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe the gods will spare you. Xianjia. Please don't be offended. These people are troublemakers. We will punish them. That's what I said. But both sides were just talking and did not get to the stage of taking action. After all, those who were selected to join the patrol team and were brave enough are now lying in the cave, dead. The remaining people are either physically weak or mentally disabled. No one dared to lead the resistance. Hu Yu also smiled when he saw this. If it wasn't difficult to go down the mountain at night, he might have gone back to the yacht to take a nap. Why would he stay here to watch the show? But It's always good to have a show to watch. Quiet. Who you uttered 2 words calmly. He took out a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet. Without him saying anything, the group of people who worshipped him as a god had already started cheering. The others also quieted down at the same time, looking at the box of instant noodles in front of them as if they were a rare treasure. I have plenty of food, but I need you to exchange it for something. What the hell? Yes. You say. As long as we have it, we can exchange it with you. Now both teams have entered a state of near madness. No matter whether it's a god or not, getting instant noodles is the most important thing. Simple. Who you got up and left, leaving the instant noodles at his feet. Endure. As long as all of you can wait until tomorrow morning without touching anything here, you will each receive a box of instant noodles. It would be a shame if any of you broke the rules. Not only will you not get food, you will also face punishment. As Who You spoke, he led everyone through the alloy security door and returned to 2802. As for Li Si, he threw it next to the box of instant noodles. If he just killed this thing, it would be too easy for him. The curtains are drawn. The surveillance outside the house started running. The light shines through the curtains and onto the top of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other, and instead of rushing forward, they hesitated. They can still tell which is more important, a box of instant noodles or a box of instant noodles for each person. But not everyone's reason can overcome desire. Do you really believe him? A voice came from the crowd, 1 box per person. How is this possible? Who said it's impossible? He can conjure up a floor of a building, so what if he can conjure up hundreds of boxes of instant noodles? That's instant noodles. Another person asked in confusion, even if he really had so much, why would he give it to us? Just because we don't take a shower. Okay, shut up. A big man came out. He looked at the box of instant noodles in front of him and said, do you really think that what he says is the truth? We'll eat this box of instant noodles, smash his house with a catapult, and tie him up. I don't believe he won't come out to redeem himself. Who said that we must follow his rules? Everyone heard. It seems to make sense. Of course, this is only a small part. There are also a large number of people who firmly believe that Hu Yu is a god and that they cannot do anything that would offend the gods. Whatever happens, don't touch the instant noodles now. I just touched it, so what? The sturdy man asked back and walked straight towards the box of instant noodles. Someone stopped me. Others stood there and watched. Bang. The sturdy man knocked down the person who was blocking him with 1 punch, then turned and looked behind him. Who else wants to eat noodles? Come with me. A sound fell. Without waiting for a response, the sturdy man pounced on the noodle box. The box is full of instant noodles. 24 bags in total. It looks like a lot, but there are still about 100 people on the mountain. On average, each person only has 1 bite. I watched the sturdy man tear apart one of the packets and stuff the bread directly into his mouth. The others went crazy. They rushed forward. There's not even time to cook the noodles, so they just start eating them raw. Those people who originally insisted on not touching instant noodles now rushed forward. Since we have already violated the rules, we might as well rush up and grab some food. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was already bloodthirsty. The conflict continues to escalate. From snatching food, to pushing and shoving, to rioting. More than 100 people were gathered together, with only food in their eyes. He punched and kicked the people around him continuously, not caring who they were. Li Si, who was originally unconscious, was beaten to death. Until one person comes to his senses. He dragged his injured body, struggled out of the crowd, and sat on the catapult. Aim. Throw it. A huge rock fell from the sky. It hit the crowd accurately, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Less than half an hour. Most of the people on the hilltop died. The remaining half were also covered in wounds. They couldn't even carry stones onto the catapults. Pity. Hu Yu looked at the surveillance camera in front of him and shook his head slightly. He turned and looked at the rest of the people. The crisis has been resolved, the remaining people are not a concern, have a good rest. Everyone didn't know what to say for a moment. Except for Enciener, whose eyes remained unchanged, the rest of the people looked at him as if he were a monster. It was just a box of instant noodles. He said a few words and the hundreds of people outside became chaotic and the enemy was defeated without any attack. Even if this person is not the god they are talking about, he is still a monster. A complete monster. Watch what I do. Huyu smiled kindly. Pack up and go to bed quickly. We have to go back early tomorrow morning. When everyone heard this, Chen Shan immediately took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find a room. He stayed where he was, looking down at the monitor. Sneered and turned off the screen. They asked for it. If they just attack with spears, Huyu will just laugh it off and not launch such a plan. But now. Trebuchet. Want me to die? Then don't live easy.